Unfortunately, only one unit can be activated per day, but Huan is in no rush. With the leader module in hand, as long as he survives, he will build a terrifying steel army. When the time comes, not even prehistoric beasts or mist creatures will be a threat. So the priority now is to find a way to survive. Huan remembers clearly that in 3 days a zombie tide will hit this place. The entire residential complex will fall. So the urgent task is to find a way to leave, find a safe place, hole up, gather supplies, and develop in secret. But leaving just like that won't work. After all, although he has a laser bird, he himself is unarmed, and going out could easily get him killed. With that thought, he simply directed the laser bird to head to the police station first, to get guns. In the apocalypse, 4 things matter most: food, a safe shelter, guns, and women. By now the police station has already fallen. Everywhere are parked police cars, and police officers turned into zombies. They snarl and stumble around, clearly from drinking the tap water. But Huan's target isn't them, it's the guns. With guns in the apocalypse, his safety can be somewhat guaranteed. Whether dealing with zombies or other survivors, guns give him the upper hand. So he quickly directed the laser bird to the safe inside. Then the laser bird fired a laser beam, easily cutting through the safe. Inside, 2 HK-P7 handguns lay quietly. These things are antiques made in 1899. But there's no choice. A regular police substation only has this kind of equipment. But at least he has 2 guns for some self-defense. The laser bird used its magnetic metal body to attach the guns to its wings, then grabbed a box of ammunition. It quickly flapped its wings and flew back upstairs. The laser bird dropped the guns on the table. It let out a hoarse, flattering voice, "Master, I've brought them back. Good work." Huan is very satisfied with the little one's speed. Although its combat power isn't as strong as the big one's, its functions are very comprehensive. So he quickly loaded the bullets into the magazine and chambered a round. He familiarized himself briefly. 2.5 years of apocalypse survival wasn't for nothing. At the very least, he could drive a tank. Firearms were child's play. Bullets are scarce in the apocalypse, so everyone trains headshots to minimize waste. Huan's marksmanship is extremely precise. With these 2 guns, hiding here is temporarily safe. But it's still not enough. Laserbird, go find me some food. Without food and water, we can't leave. Yes, my respected master. The laserbird responded with a respectful mechanical voice, then quickly flew out the window again. Watching the laserbird leave, Huan first found some furniture to block the front door, preventing zombies from breaking in. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Huan had just moved a big chair, a sudden knocking sound came from outside again. This made Huan alert, thinking it was zombies. But looking through the peephole, he found it was the beautiful married neighbor from upstairs. Lin Xiao? He knows this woman well. In his previous life, when he was trapped at home with no food, it was Lin Xiao who kindly took him in. They stayed together for 3 days, until military rescue arrived, and they left together. But his transport vehicle encountered a zombie tide, and they got separated. Unexpectedly, they meet again now. And most importantly, this woman has high beauty, an amazing figure, 170 centimeters tall, 55 kilograms. An elegant figure in a nightgown with fair slender legs and cute bunny slippers. Note keeping description modest and appropriate. Originally, Lin Xiao was sleeping peacefully at home, but suddenly she heard strange noises outside. When she turned on the lights, she saw many zombies outside. This terrified her because she lives alone here. She has no friends. Now with zombies around, if they rush up, she's doomed. So Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to come down and ask Huan for help. After all, they exercise together normally and have a decent relationship in the building. However, just as she arrived, she saw a corpse on the ground. This startled her, but the more she thought about it, the safer she felt, because the zombie was dealt with. It must be Huan. He's so capable. He can protect me. She hurries to knock, terrified more zombies might come. She knocked urgently, her beautiful face filled with pleading. Huan, are you home? Can you open the door? I don't know any other neighbors. I'm afraid they might have bad intentions. I only trust you. She doesn't want to die here. Fortunately, after just 2 knocks, the door suddenly opened, and a hand pulled her inside. This made Lin Xiao's beautiful face light up with joy. Once inside, she exhaled deeply, then her stunning face looked at Huan with deep gratitude, patting her chest in relief. Thank goodness, Huan, thank you for opening the door and saving me. She mentioned a male resident on the 2nd floor who messaged her with bad intentions. But then she noticed. Huan, what are you doing? Before she could finish, Lin Xiao saw Huan pointing a handgun at her. Huan, what are you doing? Take off your clothes. Huan commands coldly, the gun unwavering. Lin Xiao had never dreamed that Huan would actually point a gun at her. Especially that he would even tell her to take off her clothes. But in these extraordinary times, Huan was not about to show tender mercy to a beauty. Take it off. So I forget it. Hearing those decisive words, Lin Xiao knew she was doomed. She sighed inwardly. To be honest, she actually had quite a good impression of Huan. That was all thanks to his strikingly handsome face. Better him than that bald Chong on the 2nd floor. Soon. Alright. I mainly need to check whether you've been bitten by a zombie to prevent mutation. What? This time Lin Xiao's pretty face flushed as red as an apple. Why didn't you just say you were afraid I might have mutated? All I needed to do was tell you. Then why did you make me? She looked at Huan with big reproachful eyes. But there was no helping it. Although he knew from his past life that this woman was fine. but one could never be too careful. Now then, it's the end of the world, so of course I have to be cautious. Also, have you drunk any tap water at home? No. Lin Xiao hastily shook her head. I slept from noon until evening and haven't had any water at all. That's good. Hearing this, Huan also let out a complete sigh of relief. Because as long as someone drank that water, they would mutate within 2 hours. So much time had already passed, so she was definitely fine. Still, Huan was not entirely reassured. He found another rope and tied Lin Xiao to a chair. If she turned into a zombie, he wouldn't have to worry too much. At this, Lin Xiao was completely speechless. She stared at Huan with flushed cheeks. This made her really uncomfortable. Still, she knew what Huan was worried about, so she obediently did not resist. And so it went. Caw caw caw. In no time, the laser bird came flapping back and landed on the balcony window. It had even brought a big cardboard box. Its sudden appearance gave Lin Xiao a fright. Fortunately, Huan quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, this is the mechanical bird I developed." "What, you developed it?" Looking at such a lively mechanical bird, Lin Xiao's expression turned strange. "Wait, you actually know how to develop something like this? A scientist, huh?" Of course, he couldn't really be a scientist, but it was true that Huan had a cheat. However, he didn't bother explaining any of that, and only said, "It won't hurt us." "That's good." Only then did Lin Xiao nod lightly. This time the laser bird had gone out and brought back quite a lot of food, a case of bottled water, a box of packaged bread, and considerately even a few packs of spicy strips. Damn, this thing really is a good son. And so 1 man, 1 woman, and 1 bird hid in the room for now. Outside, zombies were increasing, and so were the snarling roars. Gunshots even rang out in many places, including the explosion of artillery shells. Many buildings were blazing with towering flames. It was clear that the zombie disaster was spreading and causing trouble in many places. Especially since they were in a residential complex in the city center, they could see a building catch fire. Flames shot into the sky. Lin Xiao's heart grew even more fearful, and she couldn't help asking Huan, "Is it safe here?" "Is it safe?" Unexpectedly, Huan replied very calmly, "Don't worry, it's still safe here for now. After all, with a laser bird around, why should he fear ordinary zombies?" Of course, just to be safe, Huan still had the laser bird stand guard. He went asleep first. Lin Xiao, still tied up, also fell asleep on the sofa. The thoughtful laser bird even covered her with a blanket. The master's woman, he absolutely must not catch cold. Who knew how much time had passed? Perhaps because of the laser bird, Huan was able to sleep more peacefully. When the next day came, the moment Huan opened his eyes, before he could even get out of bed, he heard the system prompt ding. "Congratulations, host, for surviving the first day. You have now reached the second day. Would you like to do today's check-in?" Huh, he could check in again already. Hearing the prompt, Huan quickly climbed out of bed, a little surprised. Still, this was a good thing. At that thought, Huan immediately chose to check in. Ding. "Congratulations, host, check-in successful. Now please make a choice. Facing the zombie calamity and the possibility of a zombie crisis at any moment, would you rather have a pistol with infinite bullets or a gene-enhancing agent that resists zombie infection?" Sure enough, the moment the check-in succeeded, Huan found another dialogue box appearing before him. One option was a pistol with infinite bullets. The other was a gene-enhancing agent that could resist zombie virus infection. Damn, that was obvious. Seeing the prompt, Huan didn't hesitate and directly chose the second one. "I choose the anti-zombie infection agent." No kidding. Even with unlimited bullets, you couldn't take down thousands upon thousands of zombies. But the gene-enhancing agent against zombie virus was different. With this thing, he no longer had to worry about being infected and turning into a zombie. Besides, he already had 2 pistols and a laser bird. The little thing was basically equivalent to infinite bullets. There was no need to think about it. So Huan immediately chose the second option. As soon as the choice was made, a blue gene agent materialized out of thin air before him. Huan caught the gene-enhancing agent and took a look. It was a bottle of blue liquid looking quite mystical. After a slight hesitation, he opened the cap and took a small sip. Sweet and sour. At that, Huan drank it all in one gulp. Wait, no, he left 1 mouthful. Then he asked system, "How many servings is this agent?" Soon the system replied, "Host, this is 2 servings. Whoa. Huan was surprised to hear that. This system is quite considerate. It knew there were 2 people in the room and prepared 2 servings. Just right. He looked at the agent. About half was left. There were only 10 milliliters in total, and he had downed 5 in one gulp. Considering that in his past life this woman had risked going outside to fetch a bottle of water to save him. She had almost been bitten by a zombie. So Huan simply went to the living room. Lin Xiao was still asleep, and the laser bird was still on guard. Seeing Huan arrive, it immediately let out a fawning, flattering sound and flapped over, Master, you're awake." How's it going?" Huan asked the laser bird. The laser bird responded in a mechanical voice, "Master, rest assured, with me guarding here, it's very safe." Very good. He was quite reassured by this little one. After all, every Decepticon was somewhat ferocious, and there were quite a few turncoats among them. But because he had the leader module, as long as he willed it, these big fellows would be reduced to ashes. So he was not worried about betrayal at all. He first walked over to Lin Xiao, who was still sleeping. Although she was still tied up, she was sleeping soundly, clearly because the laser bird was on guard. Huan pinched her flawless, delicate cheeks and poured the gene-enhancing agent straight into her mouth. This left Lin Xiao utterly stunned. Yi Huan, what are you doing? Swallow it. Gulp. Without knowing why the moment she heard those words Lin Xiao instinctively swallowed. But after swallowing, she was completely bewildered. What on earth was that thing? Coming to her senses, she hastily opened her eyes furious and stared at Yi Huan. What? What did you make me eat? Something good. Yet facing this goddess of a woman whose blush had spread to her neck, Yi Huan remained composed, merely asking, how do you feel? What? Something good. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. What were you thinking in your head? Oh, nothing at all. At this point, Lin Xiao finally realized what had happened. Oh my god, how embarrassing. But upon second thought, it made sense. He hadn't even removed his clothes, so how could it possibly be that? However, shortly after, she made an unexpected discovery. I feel like my strength has increased so much. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Xiao felt a warm current surge through her entire body, as if she was filled with endless strength. Seems like it's taken effect. Seeing this, Yi Huan knew it was working because he had experienced roughly the same sensation earlier. Therefore, Yi Huan first untied her bindings. Then he handed her a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Eat something first. Okay. Lin Xiao was famished, gobbling down the food eagerly. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday night. Much to her surprise, a single bite of bread tasted unbelievably delicious. But hearing the constant groaning outside, she grew worried again. Yi Huan, what should we do next? Don't worry. But Yi Huan had his own plan, saying, only I have a way. Okay. Though she had no idea where Yi Huan's confidence came from, Lin Xiao still chose to trust him. After all, who could blame her for falling for him? After finishing the bread, Yi Huan had Lin Xiao go observe the situation from the balcony first, while he released the laser bird, ordering it to fly down and find a suitable mechanical soldier for him. After all, after midnight, his leader module had refreshed. Now he could continue activating a new mechanical guard. Before, he had no choice but to make do with activating the laser bird. But now that he had this little companion, naturally, he wanted to find something more powerful. However, before that, he didn't forget to ask the system. System, are there any distinctions when activating with the leader module? Soon the system's voice rang out. Host, the mechanical guards activated by the leader module can be selected in various ways based on their carrier forms. For example, if the host needs an army unit, you can activate cars, tanks, armored vehicles, and the like. If you need an air force unit, you can look for armed helicopters, fighter jets, and so on. It all depends on the carrier form for specific classification. So that's how it works. Hearing this, Yi Huan suddenly understood. Simply put, these Cybertronian mechanical guards are activated according to their carrier forms. For instance, vehicles that run on the ground will activate as army units, while air units require aerial vehicles. But another question arose. How then do we determine the strength of a mechanical life form? That's simple too, host. You can compare based on size, tools, and price. Different materials used in manufacturing will result in different mechanical life forms. Simply put, find the biggest and most expensive one, right? Yi Huan had already understood the capabilities of this leader module. Whatever type of mechanical life form he needed, he would just activate a smart mechanical product with similar functions. And whether it's powerful or not depends on its price and material quality. The more expensive, the stronger the activated form. The better the material quality, the better the result. With this in mind, Yi Huan immediately switched to the Laserbird's first-person perspective mode to search outside for a suitable carrier. Whoosh! The Laserbird flapped its wings, moving swiftly, not much different from an ordinary large bird at first glance. But once outside, despite being prepared, Yi Huan was still startled by what he saw. The city center of Shuhai was overrun with zombies everywhere, a sea of undead. They all gathered in an open area, wandering aimlessly, stumbling about. Many buildings were still billowing thick smoke. Some had already burned down to skeletal frameworks. Everywhere on the ground, severed power cables dangled. Some transformers were damaged, sputtering and crackling with sparks, including some collapsed buildings. This is what a real zombie crisis looks like. Those movies and novels where only rampaging zombies appear and surrounding buildings remain intact. Absolute nonsense. However, Yi Huan's target wasn't them. It was finding a powerful mechanical life form he could use. And based on the current situation, Yi Huan also understood that helicopters and armed fighter jets were definitely out of the question. These were all under military control, completely unrelated to ordinary people. At least in the early stages, that was the case. If he really wanted to get his hands on some top-tier combat power, he'd probably have to wait a few months until those safe zones were fully established, forming new rules for the apocalypse. With money, maybe he could get a few of those. So for now, Yi Huan's main target was a relatively powerful land-based mechanical life form. As for land-based powerful mechanical life forms, there were plenty of choices. Cars, trucks, off-road vehicles, even larger ones like excavators, tractors, tunnel-boring machines, and the like. And through the Laserbird's perspective, Yi Huan did spot some large trucks parked by the roadside. However, seeing these large trucks, Yi Huan frowned slightly, because these large trucks were too big and very old. If he activated them, their size would probably be enormous, making them easier to be targeted for attacks. Of course, finding something like Optimus Prime would be great too, but unfortunately there's no such model in this country. And so after searching the city for half an hour, nothing suitable was found. This made Yi Huan helplessly shake his head. He was suffering from decision paralysis. Just as he was about to give up and prepare to randomly pick any vehicle to activate, suddenly the laser bird flapping its wings drifted to an international auto exhibition center in the eastern district of Shuhai. Seeing this international auto exhibition center, Huan's interest was piqued. Let's take a look inside. At once, my esteemed master. Receiving the order, the laser bird immediately flapped its wings and crashed straight through the glass curtain wall, flying inside. Shatter. After crashing inside as expected, luxury cars were everywhere. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi. These were just the basics. Brands like Mazda, Nissan, and Jaguar were also commonly seen. Porsche and Maserati were must-haves. Not to mention the top-tier showpieces like Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and others. All these items were displayed here one by one. Moreover, because the museum was already closed at night when the zombie disaster broke out, everything remained intact. This played into Huan's hands. He controlled the laser bird to inspect each item one by one and eventually locked onto a silver Corvette. Huan remembered clearly. In the second Transformers movie, Optimus Prime's alternate form had once been a Corvette, possessing powerful firepower and agile speed. Most importantly, its height wasn't unreasonable. It'll be this one. Considering this, Huan immediately instructed the laser bird, bring this car back for me. Yes, my respected master. The laser bird, upon receiving the command, emitted a raspy and sycophantic voice, meanwhile flapping its wings amid a series of mechanical gear rotations. It transformed into a miniature mechanical life form approximately 100 centimeters tall. Then it quickly utilized its own abilities to unlock the Corvette's doors. After entering, it connected to the car's onboard system. Rumble. The supercar, after starting its engine, immediately emitted a deep roar. Meanwhile, approaching the glass entrance doors, the laser bird slowly extended its mechanical arm, transforming into a small energy cannon. Boom. A single energy blast shattered the doors instantly. Boom. Meanwhile, the Corvette let out a series of heavy exhaust roars. Like a silver streak of light, it sped away from the exhibition center. Because zombies filled the roads. Fortunately, the laser bird had analyzed the route conditions in advance, so it returned easily. But even so, the thunderous rumble from the main entrance drew the attention of many neighbors still trapped at home. When they reached the entrance and spotted the sleek silver Corvette, they couldn't help but be bewildered. Seriously, at a time like this, who dares drive a sports car around outside? Don't they fear death? They thought some fearless survivor was wandering through streets crawling with zombies. But by now the laser bird had driven the car to the underground parking lot beneath Huan's building while clearing out over a dozen zombies along the way. Then it flew back to report. Master. As soon as they arrived home, he immediately purred with a mechanical voice, flattering Huan. I've brought it back for you. Excellent, well done. Nodding slightly, Huan had already observed the little one's performance from his first-person perspective. Therefore, he also grabbed a gun, having the laser bird clear the path ahead, opening the door and eliminating all the zombies. Quickly reaching the underground parking lot, he saw the car parked neatly in its designated spot. Watching this, Huan chuckled. This little guy was still following rules even in the apocalypse. But that wasn't the main point. The leadership module had been completely absorbed by Huan's right hand, transforming into a matrix-like symbol. The moment he placed his palm on the supercar, a prompt appeared before him. Detection Corvette. Activation requires one spark. Confirm activation. Yes. Without hesitation, Huan selected confirm. The instant he made his choice, the previously dormant giant roared to life, emitting clank, whir, and grind as mysterious mechanical gears rotated and shifted. In the blink of an eye, it became a massive mechanical being standing 8 meters tall. It remained kneeling since the underground parking lot ceiling was only 5 meters high. Kneeling on one knee, it addressed Huan in a reverent tone. Respected master mechanical soldier at your service. Truth be told, seeing this giant, Huan was utterly stunned. There was no reason to doubt it. It was absurdly huge. 8 meters of mechanical body with devastating firepower. And those hardened metallic frames spoke volumes about its terrifying combat capabilities. At this moment, Huan also noticed a series of data floating above it. Name: Mechanical Lifeform Soldier. Description: Loyal Mechanical Guard activated by the Leader Module. Soldier Level 1. Class: Infantry. Function: Mechanical Guard Warrior, possesses absolute agility and powerful attack capability. Strength: 2000. Agility: 3000. Firepower: 3500. Loyalty: 100. Hiss. 2000 strength. Huan was shocked once again. Remember, the laser bird with only 100 strength could easily slaughter zombies. Yet this fellow possessed 2000, exactly 20 times greater. But upon reflection, it made sense. This was a supercar worth millions. Naturally, it would be stronger. Moreover, just looking at its size, a height of 8 meters with an 80-centimeter cannon mounted on its back, who could withstand that? Plus, the mechanical body was armored with sturdy, silver metallic framework. It bore a striking resemblance to Ironhide. Therefore, Huan said, from now on your new name will be Ironhide. Yes, my respected master. Upon receiving its new name, Ironhide immediately responded with even more reverence. With this giant beside him, Huan finally felt his safety somewhat secured. However, it wasn't enough. Yi Huan understood all too well how terrifying the disasters ahead would be. Zombies were merely a warm-up. The true apocalypse was yet to begin. So he needed more Cybertronian soldiers to ensure his safety. Therefore, Yi Huan communicated with the system in his mind, asking, "System, is there any way to increase the daily activation limit?" Indeed, the system soon responded in reply to your inquiry, host, simply defeat zombies and collect sufficient zombie crystals to upgrade the leader module's level, granting you additional activation capabilities. Zombie crystals. Yi Huan knew all about this. It was a mysterious energy crystal existing within the brains of those zombies, containing mysterious energy liquids which allowed some survivors who consumed them to gain extraordinary powers beyond human limits. They became capable individuals dominating their territories in the apocalypse. Of course, the probability was extremely low. 1 in 100 survivors might actually evolve after consuming zombie crystals. Moreover, not every zombie carried these crystals. Only 1 or 2 out of 100 would possess them. Unexpectedly, the leadership module could also utilize zombie crystals to upgrade its level. Considering this, Yi Huan immediately instructed Ironhide. Ironhide, go outside and help me find as much food as possible, especially mineral water and provisions. Also help me collect some zombie crystals, but be careful not to be discovered. After all, this guy's combat strength was formidable. But now that Suhai City had fallen, the military was paying close attention. If discovered, he only had this one top-tier combatant at present. Something happening would be a huge loss. He needed to wait until the Cybertronian Mechanical Lifeform Legion was fully formed. Only then would he truly have the opportunity to display his power. Yes, understood, my respected master. Upon receiving the order, Ironhide didn't hesitate, turning into a Corvette once again and slowly driving to leave. However, when he spotted a Buick parked in the underground lot, he scanned it directly and the next moment transformed into the same model, then quickly drove away from the parking lot. Of course, while that behemoth went out, Yi Huan was not idle either. After all, he now possessed the ability to resist the zombie virus, and with only 2 days remaining before the zombie rampage would erupt, he needed to prepare in advance and hoard as many supplies as possible. Therefore, he brought the laser bird and returned to his building. Armed with a gun, he began going door to door to collect supplies. This disaster was terrifying. In the initial stages, half of the survivors in the residential complex had fallen. Add another day and night of unrest, and it would be remarkable if even 10%, around 1 or 200 survivors, remained. Thus, when Yi Huan used the laser bird to scan the entire building, he discovered that besides himself and Lin Xiao, there were no other survivors left. But this was perfect. He could gather supplies without restraint. He immediately headed to the second floor. The door was still locked. Yi Huan remembered that a retired cadre had lived here. Perhaps there were some valuable items inside. Laser bird. He instructed the laser bird to open the door first. Buzz, click, clack, click, clack. The laser bird flapped its metallic wings and quickly arrived at the doorway upon receiving the command. Since it was a smart lock, it was easier to crack. The little bird extended a metallic tendril from its wing, and the moment it made contact, the numbers began to cycle through rapidly. Then in the next instant, buzz, click, the door swung open. Roar. A man who had already turned into a zombie lunged at them fiercely. Fortunately, Yi Huan had been prepared. The nearby laser bird immediately launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Several laser bullets dispatched the zombified old man. After the threat was neutralized, Yi Huan had the laser bird dig into the head to check for zombies. But unfortunately, it was completely empty inside. Looks like even being the protagonist doesn't guarantee perfect luck. Yi Huan shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. This system should have given him maxed out luck stats. That way, every zombie he defeated would drop crystals, the most ideal scenario. But clearly now was not the time to dwell on such things. Having dealt with the zombified old man, Yi Huan entered the apartment. It was a typical 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout spanning 140 square meters, furnished in a classic traditional style. Yi Huan first went to the kitchen to search for food. He found 2 unopened bags of wuchang rice. As for the other opened items, Yi Huan didn't bother with those. After all, with the zombie virus spreading everywhere, who knew if they were contaminated? Even though he could now resist the virus, he didn't want to risk eating something disgusting. So he took 2 unopened 5 kilograms bags of rice. Besides that, Yi Huan also discovered some packaged noodles, including a case of mineral water, Bozen brand. In the apocalypse, water was precious. So Yi Huan simply found a large box. He packed all the rice and water into the box. Other than that, there was nothing else here. Clearly the old man didn't cook regularly. Then again, he ate at the retired cadre cafeteria. Why would he need to cook? But just as Yi Huan was about to leave, suddenly, a box of tea caught Yi Huan's attention. It was Westlake Longjing tea. You see, in the apocalypse, tea was quite valuable, because a subsequent ice age storm would cause many trees to lose their vitality. Tea plants especially became rare species. So a year later, tea became a luxury only for apocalypse capitalists and business tycoons to enjoy. And besides tea, alcohol and tobacco were also extremely valuable. As a retired cadre, there should be quite a few of these good things. Yi Huan muttered to himself, then went to the storage room to check. Sure enough, he found 2 cases of Maotai that hadn't been opened. Besides the Maotai, there were 2 cases of Wulianya and 1 case of Finjiu. Inside the cabinet, there were also 2 cartons of Jiuzhizuan, 1 carton of Nanjing Yuashi, 1 carton of Yunyan, and another 2 cartons of Daitai. Including various other brands, the total amounted to over a dozen cartons. This old man quite a stash. Even Yi Huan was amazed. The stored supplies were considerable, but now they were all his. Yi Huan chuckled and didn't hesitate packing everything up. After all, even though he didn't smoke or drink, these would be useful once the apocalypse truly descended. What a pity. Even so, after finishing the collection, Yi Huan still felt a bit regretful. Because he lacked the storage rings common in other apocalyptic novels. If he had a storage space, loading all these would have been effortless. But it's not bad now at least. At least the leader module is far superior to those storage items. If worst comes to worst, I'll just activate the big truck and haul it all away. Yi Huan thought to himself. Thus, after half an hour of hauling all these goods to his doorstep, he was quite exhausted. Fortunately, the gene serum from yesterday had enhanced his physique. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to carry it all. He opened the door and saw Lin Xiao waiting anxiously in the living room for news. After all, the fellow had run out without a word. Who knew where he had gone? Oh dear, it had been over an hour, and he still hadn't returned. She worried he might have encountered some danger. But fortunately, just as she was about to go out searching, the door opened. Yi Huan. Seeing the familiar face, Lin Xiao rushed over excitedly, worriedly asking, "Where did you go? Why did you leave without saying anything? I thought you didn't want me anymore. What are you talking about? This is my house." Hearing this, Yi Huan couldn't help but twitch his lips. But he still said, "Hurry, help me move this inside first." "What is all this?" Lin Xiao then noticed the huge pile of items at the doorway. She covered her mouth in surprise. Yi Huan didn't hide anything. Uncle Zhang on the second floor, a retired cadre, has turned. These are the supplies I collected from his place. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, and we're the only 2 left in this entire building, I need to prepare as much food as possible. That's how it was. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally understood. It wasn't that Yi Huan wanted to abandon her, but rather that he was gathering supplies. So she hurriedly said, "Let me help you." With that, she helped Yi Huan carry everything into the room. Soon the 2 of them had moved all the items inside. Afterward, Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless to discover. Why did you bring so much alcohol and cigarettes? Would these still be useful in the apocalypse? But Yi Huan, hearing this, had no intention of explaining, merely saying, "You'll know later." Alright. Seeing that he wouldn't explain, Lin Xiao didn't press further. But these weren't enough. Yi Huan still needed to continue his search. Lin Xiao didn't want Yi Huan to tire himself out alone, so she quickly said, "Let me go with you. More hands make lighter work." "You?" Yi Huan paused, but upon reflection it made sense. Having another person would speed things up. Besides, this woman also had resistance to zombie infection. So he said, "Fine, come with me. But first you need to change clothes." Only after hearing this did Lin Xiao realize she was still wearing that gold silk, slightly sheer sleepwear from last night. She felt somewhat awkward, yet quickly changed into a set of clothes. Yi Huan's borrowed temporarily. Strangely, they suited her quite well. With that, once she finished changing, Yi Huan then brought Lin Xiao along to scavenge for supplies within the building. He hadn't ventured outside. Zombies infested every corner out there. Only this building remained relatively safe. Yet one shouldn't underestimate this single building with its 18 floors, 2 apartments per floor, totaling 36 units. Simply collecting supplies alone would require considerable time. But thankfully, Lin Xiao's presence proved helpful. Indeed, her assistance somewhat increased Yi Huan's efficiency. They completed half the building in merely 1 day. They had gathered plenty of food. For instance, 3 crates of instant noodles, 10 packs of sausages, over 20 fruit cans, 6 crates of beverages, 12 crates of yogurt, and 10 crates of bottled water. Along with some packaged bread, approximately 5 gene in total. There were also some apples, bananas, and similar items. Not many, adding up to only 5 or 6 gene at most. And that was merely the food. There was also no shortage of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. They had collected roughly 10 crates of liquor, 20 cartons of cigarettes, and over a dozen boxes of various tea brands. Of course, this couldn't compare to the old man on the second floor. These were merely ordinary cigarettes and alcohol. Yet in the days to come, even these would be quite valuable. So many things. In the evening, gazing at the nearly overflowing living room, Lin Xiao exclaimed excitedly, "This will last us several weeks. This is nothing." Yet Yi Huan hardly paid any attention to these items, for in his previous life, he had been, after all, a leader of an apocalypse survivor group, having witnessed far greater hordes. Warehouses overflowing with at least 100 tons of supplies. So he truly didn't give it a second glance. However, as it was getting late, Yi Huan first had some food with Lin Xiao. Then they retired early to rest. When night fell, Lin Xiao crept into Yi Huan's room, slipping into his bed. "What are you doing?" Gazing at such an exquisite beauty before him, Yi Huan found himself momentarily bewildered. Yet Lin Xiao couldn't help but blush slightly, but still took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Huan's neck, whispering softly, "Yi Huan, I'm a bit scared." She couldn't understand. Wasn't she beautiful? Her greatest confidence had always been this face and figure, not even inferior to those famous actresses. Why, with the apocalypse having lasted nearly 2 days now, are you still so composed? No, if you keep being this calm, I won't be calm anymore. Thus Lin Xiao decided to make the first move. Little did she know that Yi Huan wasn't uninterested. Rather, he had been traumatized by the disasters of his previous life. These preparations were naturally necessary, but now things had progressed to this point. Especially regarding someone like Lin Xiao, this paragon of beauty, few could possibly resist her. She was simply too beautiful, with a flawless figure, curves in all the right places without a trace of excess flesh, complemented by that exquisite face and her tender, honeyed voice. When morning arrived the next day, Ding, congratulations on surviving to the third day. Would you like to check in for today? The system prompt sounded again as Huan was still sleeping. Truthfully, he had slept quite comfortably last night, mainly because the pressure these past few days had been overwhelming, and resting yesterday had helped considerably. So upon hearing the system prompt, he replied without hesitation. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations on a successful check-in. No sooner had the words fallen than the system spoke in its mechanical voice. Please choose one of the following two options. Option 1, a futuristic plasma gun with a silencer function capable of large-scale damage against zombies. Option 2, a spatial ring usable for storing supplies. The spatial ring was coming. Seeing the system's multiple choice question, Huan's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he had been wondering how to transport all those supplies. Unexpectedly today, the system presented a spatial ring as an option. This system was too considerate. As for the plasma gun, honestly, Huan hadn't even glanced at it since he already possessed a transformer. What use did he have for a plasma gun? Therefore, he chose without hesitation, I want the spatial ring. Ding, congratulations on obtaining spatial ring 1. As he made his choice, a silver-white spatial ring materialized and fell from thin air. Huan caught it instinctively. A set of data prompts appeared. Item name: spatial ring. Level 1. Function description: usable for storing supplies. Time flow ceases within the spatial ring. Storage space: 1000 cubic meters. Storage capacity can expand as the ring levels up. It actually had 10,000 cubic meters. One should know this was equivalent to 1,000 square meters of floor space, a height of 10 meters. If completely filled with supplies, 2 people could probably eat for a lifetime. Most importantly, time flow ceased. This meant the stored supplies would not deteriorate. This thing is truly something. Huan grew even more satisfied with the spatial ring. Huan, what are you saying? At this moment, Lin Xiao beside him had also woken up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. Gazing at this disheveled beauty who appeared even more alluring in her drowsy state, Huan had no intention of revealing too many secrets. He merely deflected casually. Today you stay home to watch the supplies. I'll search other places for more food. We need to stockpile more in the apocalypse. All right. Nodding gently, Lin Xiao also understood someone needed to stay home. Otherwise, what if someone broke in and took everything? In truth, how could she know that it was merely because Huan didn't want her to learn too many of his secrets? Nonetheless, as a precaution, he decided to leave Laserbird here. Firstly, it could protect Lin Xiao's safety, and secondly, if anything happened, he could learn about it immediately. With preparations complete, he descended to the underground parking garage. There, Ironhide was already waiting. Upon seeing Huan arrive, it emitted a respectful voice addressing Huan deferentially. Greetings, my honored master, you have arrived. Nodding slightly, Huan glanced at this massive machine and asked, how were yesterday's results? Upon hearing this, Ironhide quickly tossed out quite a bit of food. There was bread, yogurt, bottled water, and some other food items. I have inspected all of it. There is no zombie virus contamination. And besides these, I also found 5 zombie crystals. As it spoke, Ironhide handed the zombie crystals to Huan. 5 is it? Gazing at the 5 crystals floating over, emanating a crystalline green glow, Huan wasn't particularly interested in the food for now. He was merely surprised. Unexpected that this fellow had found 5 on a single outing. But this still wasn't enough, because the leader module required absorbing 10 at once to upgrade to the second level. Nevertheless, Huan stored them away in the spatial ring first. Together with all the food it had found, he placed everything inside. Then he said to Ironhide, come follow me outside. We're going to find a new member. Yes, my honored master. Following the command, Ironhide, with a symphony of mechanical gears turning, transformed into an ordinary BMW 3 Series in a rather dashing manner, and actively opened the door. Huan sat in the driver's seat. Then with the roar of the engine, they swiftly departed from the underground garage. Huan's goal was clear: to build up his own power first. For in the apocalypse, only the strong could ensure their own safety. And 2 days had passed, yet he only had a laser beak and an Ironhide. Just the 2 of them could hardly withstand the current calamity. He needed more Cybertronian soldiers, especially powerful beings like Optimus Prime. So he drove out once again. At this moment, Shuhai City was shrouded in mist and thick smoke. After 2 days of zombie baptism, it had completely become a post-apocalyptic ruin. Everywhere were staggering, howling zombies. Occasionally 1 or 2 survivors tried to flee, only to be noticed by the zombies, who accelerated wildly, chased them down, and cornered them against walls. Before long, the screams of the survivors rang out. Huan felt nothing for them, for in his past life, he had witnessed such scenes too many times. Countless survivors perished every day. Even the mysterious beings in the mist behind would devour zombies as their food supplies. What could he change? Huan just wanted to survive. 10 minutes later, he drove to the Universal Film Exhibition Base in Shuhai City. This had once been an exhibition base of Universal Studios, as Huan remembered clearly. For publicity, they had apparently brought in a Peterbilt worth $6 million. He wondered if it was still there. With that in mind, he arrived at the exhibition base and spotted the 6-meter-tall Bumblebee still standing at the entrance as a greeter. Of course, there were also many zombies. Ironhide, getting out of the vehicle, Huan wasted no time and ordered the big guy, "Clear out the zombies here." "Yes, my esteemed master." At the command, amid a violent grinding of mechanical gears, Ironhide transformed in the blink of an eye into a colossal transformer 8 meters tall. At the same time, he drew the massive energy cannon from his back. As terrifying energy gathered, the zombies noticed Huan and Ironhide and howled as they charged forward. Boom. The next second, a blue energy blast exploded, its terrifying force instantly shredding more than a dozen zombies ahead into pieces. But it didn't stop there. Boom. Boom. Several more energy blasts followed, easily obliterating every zombie in their path. Some were vaporized outright. In just over 10 seconds, all the zombies here were wiped out. This firepower. Well, even though Huan had anticipated it, he was still stunned. This was freaking overpowered. Although he had been prepared, seeing the big guy's terrifying firepower firsthand made Huan realize that the movies had been conservative. Let's go inside. After dealing with them, Huan didn't waste time and led Ironhide into the exhibition base. Of course, he also tried to activate the Bumblebee at the entrance. After all, owning such a cool Bumblebee was many kids' dream. But unfortunately, this Bumblebee was not sentient mechanical metal, just an ordinary shell. Helpless, Huan had to give up and enter the exhibition base. Once inside, the first thing he spotted was a striking Peterbilt heavy truck on the display platform, the same model as Optimus Prime. Its blue and red striped paint job and the Autobot emblem in the center. At 9.4 meters in length and 4 meters in height, it was an awe-inspiring sight. It's actually still here. Seeing the big guy still there, Huan was somewhat surprised. Still, he quickly climbed onto the platform and placed his hand on the heavy truck. Sure enough, the system notification sounded. Ding, scan successful. Vehicle form Peterbilt heavy truck. Requires 1 spark to be consumed. Seeing this, Huan immediately used the matrix of leadership to inject all spark energy. The next moment, a wave of energy rippled, and the nearly 10-meter-long beast began to tremble violently. Then, amidst the clattering of countless gears, within seconds, it transformed into a transformer a full 10 meters tall. At the same time, a notification appeared before him. Mechanical Lifeform Leader Class. Description: a loyal leader-type mechanical lifeform activated by the matrix of leadership. Leader Level 1. Unit Type Army. Role: an excellent Cybertronian leader warrior with powerful attack and superb leadership skills. Strength: 8,000. Agility: 6,000. Firepower: 10,000. Loyalty: 100. A leader class, Huan was surprised by the information, having thought all Cybertronian mechanical soldiers were the same. He hadn't expected there to be leader class units. And because it was the same model of vehicle, the activated form looked almost exactly like Optimus Prime. Most importantly, the big guy's stats: 8,000 strength. Ironhide only had 2,000, yet this one was a full 4 times stronger. What did that mean? It meant this big guy was 4 times more powerful than Ironhide. At this moment, the activated giant noticed Huan and immediately knelt on one knee, speaking in a mysterious mechanical voice, as if from the depths of the starry sky. "Greetings, esteemed master." Recovering his composure, he glanced at the Colossus that looked almost identical to Optimus Prime. Considering that it had no name yet, and was also leader class, he said, "From now on, your new name is Tianju." "Yes, respected leader." Hearing his new name, Tianju immediately replied in a respectful, muffled voice. "Very good." Nodding slightly, Huan was pleased with the big guy's respect. But just as he was about to leave, 3 people suddenly ran in from not far away. The one in the lead was a man. As soon as he entered, he aimed a gun at Huan and snarled, "Kid, hand over your food." "Oh, a robbery." Huan glanced at the 3. They were all fairly young, and the women were rather pretty. Clearly, they were also apocalypse survivors. But Huan wasn't interested in them. He simply waved his hand. "Tianju." The Peterbilt heavy truck began to make clanking, clattering, grinding noises. Suddenly, violent gear-turning sounds erupted. Then it transformed back into the huge mechanical warrior. At the same time, the energy cannon in its hand rapidly charged up. Boom. The next second, before the 3 could react, they were blasted to ashes. This was the apocalypse. Showing mercy to others was only hastening one's own death. After disposing of the 3 survivors, Huan left directly with the 2 giants. Clank, clank. With another burst of mechanical gear sounds, Tianju transformed into a nearly 10-meter-long behemoth. Meanwhile, Ironhide transformed into a Corvette. Huan climbed into Tianju's cab. Virum. The terrifying roar of the colossal vehicle echoed. He stormed straight out of the exhibition center. After activation, Tianju's metal body had been modified and reinforced. No longer ordinary metal, but transformation elements. So he had no fear of collisions. Even if he rammed a building at full throttle, it would be the building that got wrecked. After leaving, Huan drove onto the outer ring elevated road. A Corvette was clearing the way ahead. It drew the attention of countless survivors still hiding in their homes who thought the military had come to rescue them and pressed against their windows to watch. But when they saw the Peterbilt that rivaled Optimus Prime, they were stunned. Holy crap! Who's this badass driving a Peterbilt heavy truck to escape the apocalypse? That's insane. Of course, had they known that this hulking fellow had already become the true Optimus Prime, they probably would not have said that. But did Huan have any time to care whether other survivors lived or died? For others, the apocalypse was a calamity, but for him it was paradise. Especially at a time like this, the whole city had fallen amid the zombie disaster. That meant he could plunder supplies to his heart's content. So instead of rushing straight back, Huan made his way to a nearby shopping mall. It was the Aegean Mall, covering roughly 10,000 square meters. Not especially large, but it happened to contain a big supermarket inside. Earlier, because he lacked adequate security, Huan had stayed home. But now with Optimus Prime and Ironhide around, he had nothing to worry about. So upon arriving, he ordered Ironhide to reconnoiter first. With a hum, the moment the command was given, a huge reconnaissance device that looked like a mechanical bee emerged from the rear of Ironhide's vehicle body. It soon made a buzzing sound like a bee and flew swiftly inside. After a short while, the interior scene appeared before Huan. There were many red dots on the screen, zombies. Around 100 or more. Since there were no survivors inside, not many zombies had stayed in there, most of them had come outside. The supermarket itself was safe for the moment. Clearly the zombie disaster had just broken out, and no one dared leave their hiding place. So Huan ordered Ironhide go ahead and clear out all the zombies inside first. Prime, guard the outside and report any situation to me at once. Yes, understood, respected master. The division of labor settled. Huan took a gun and went in with Ironhide, who had taken on his giant form. 100-odd zombies was nothing to Ironhide. In just 2 minutes they were wiped out completely. At the same time, he unexpectedly found 2 zombie crystals. How what a pleasant surprise. Seeing the zombie crystals, Huan was somewhat surprised and unceremoniously kept them in his storage ring. Then he walked to the entrance of the supermarket. The place had long lost electricity, but the goods were abundant: beef, mutton, pork, chicken legs, and so on. In addition to these, there were plenty of fruits too: oranges, watermelons, tangerines, cherries, as well as mangoes, apples, pears, and the like. These are all precious things. Seeing so many fine goods, Huan couldn't help feeling moved. In his previous life, he had survived the apocalypse for 2.5 years. Forget fresh fruit. Back then, even getting a piece of dried fruit would have made him thank his lucky stars. After all, in the apocalypse, fruit was so precious that it rivaled gold in peacetime. It was even measured by the gram. Put it this way, in the apocalypse, the worth of a beautiful woman was a single apple. Enough to show how extremely valuable such things were. But now right here there were a full 1,000 gene or more. So Huan didn't stand on ceremony. With one broad sweep of his hand, he activated the storage ring. Everything he passed was swept up clean. Apart from fruit, there was also quite a lot of grain, oil, rice, and flour, and Huan didn't let any of it go. There were over 200 bags of rice and flour, as well as over 100 barrels of peanut oil, soybean oil, jinlongifulamin, and so forth. The rest went without saying: snacks, bread, dried fruit, potato chips, ham, sausages, instant noodles, milk, yogurt, and nuts. There was even hot pot base and honey. Oh, and unexpectedly vitamin C as well. That was simply a treasure. Because the apocalypse lacked so many nutrients, some people did not die at the hands of zombies or various calamities, but instead came down with a virus called necrotizing disease due to vitamin deficiency. Large patches of skin rotted and necrotized across the body. In the end, it all boiled down to a lack of vitamins. But with this vitamin C, there was nothing to fear. Drinking a little dissolved in water from time to time could completely prevent the disease. After all, medical equipment in the apocalypse was too poor. Who would care about an ordinary survivor's life? Huan picked up a small tube, just 20 tablets. In ordinary times it would have cost 10 yuan, but in the apocalypse 1 tablet could be exchanged for 10 grams of gold. And here there were 50 or 60 tubes in all. Not bad, not bad. Quite satisfied, Huan waved his hand and packed every last one away. Only when the entire supermarket had been emptied of almost everything did Huan think about leaving. By a rough estimate, the supplies collected this time alone weighed at least 10 tons. They also wouldn't expire. They were enough to last a very long time. After all, the apocalypse would not end in a day or two. It might not even be over after he was dead. Naturally, he had to stock up even more. Once he finished collecting here, night was nearly upon him, so Huan left first with Ironhide. As for Optimus Prime, Huan sent him to gather zombie crystals since he already had 7 in hand. With just 3 more, he could raise the leader module's level and produce more Cybertronian mechanical soldiers, so of course, he had to think of ways to get more. Half an hour later, Huan drove back to the residential area. By now the sky had darkened. The area was also pitch black. Clearly the power supply had been cut. When he got home, the place still had light. But the moment he opened the door and saw a laser beak connected to the main breaker near the entrance, Huan was instantly speechless. Boy, so this is how there's electricity here. It was all you're doing. Spotting Huan, Laserbeak also made a mechanical, ingratiating voice: "And master, you're back." Huan. Lin Xiao, waiting on the sofa, saw him as well. She rose excitedly, and with a blush explained, "Well, when you weren't around, and there were no lights, I I was a little afraid. It's okay. Yi Huan didn't mind because he had already seen that this woman to her credit had drawn all the curtains shut. That kept people from noticing. After all, it was pitch dark outside now, and this was the only place with lights. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want the hassle. All right. As if remembering something, Lin Xiao hurried to the dining table, uncovered the meal she had made, and said with reddened cheeks, I prepared dinner for you. See if you like it. Huh. There was even dinner. Yi Huan was even more surprised now. But truth be told, he was indeed hungry, and he couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd had a proper home-cooked meal. So he went over to the table for a look. One dish was stir-fried ham sausage with chili peppers, the other stir-fried pork with celery. I saw there were still some greens at home. If they weren't eaten soon, I was afraid they'd go bad, so I just... She didn't finish. But Yi Huan already understood. He waved his hand. It's no problem. Besides, he had so many supplies now that this little amount truly didn't matter. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of pork, and tasted it. Lin Xiao sat across from him, her large eyes full of expectation as she watched him chew. How is it? I'm not bad. Yi Huan nodded. It had been a long time since he'd eaten such delicious food. That's good. Seeing that he liked it, Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid he wouldn't. But soon she couldn't help but sound a little disheartened. Unfortunately, it's the apocalypse now, and there aren't many ingredients. Otherwise, I could make you even more delicious food. After all, during the apocalypse, food ingredients were too scarce. Besides, at a time like this, being able to fill one's stomach was already good enough. Lin Xiao did not dare waste too much food. Little did she know that in Yi Huan's storage ring lay an entire supermarket's worth of supplies. However, Yi Huan did not explain too much. After all, it was not yet the time to tell her, so he merely smiled and said, there will be a chance later. After dinner, Yi Huan, not forgetting his neighbors, first picked up his phone to take a look. He found that some surviving neighbors were indeed still complaining. Damn, what are we supposed to do now? I've been trapped at home for 2 days and have no food left. Me too. If this keeps up, we'll probably starve to death. What should we do? The authorities still haven't made any move. No idea. Looks like we can only save ourselves. Obviously, many people knew that after 2 days of silence, there was probably little hope left. Even an attractive female streamer had started begging for help in the group chat. Can anyone give me a little food? I'll do anything. A male resident named Li Chong tagged, Xiao Mei, really? Anything. Xiao Mei was already starving. Hearing this, she hurriedly replied, really? Brother, do you have food? Li Chong, haha, of course I do. Come to my place. We're in the same building, and I have food here. Xiao Mei, really? Thanks, bro. You're so nice, bro. Wait for me, I'll be right there. After that, the chat went silent. Lin Xiao naturally saw these WeChat chat records, and the worry on her delicate face grew even deeper. It seems this disaster is really no joke. But Yi Huan said, don't worry, we'll be very safe. Lin Xiao now trusted Yi Huan unconditionally, so she immediately nodded obediently. After dinner around 10 o'clock, Tianju returned. Yi Huan went down to the underground parking garage, where clank clank clank. He saw Tianju transform into his massive form again. But because the ceiling was low, he could only kneel on one knee and bend down as he said respectfully to Yi Huan, Master, I have brought back 5 zombie crystals. Oh, 5. Yi Huan was somewhat surprised. He knew he now had 7 crystals. He was only 3 short of upgrading the leader module. He had not expected this big guy to bring back 5 at once. Perfect. Yi Huan took the zombie crystals and brought them out together with the previous ones. Then he placed them in his palm. Sure enough, the next moment the 10 crystals were rapidly absorbed by the leader module at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the absorption was complete, a notification appeared in Yi Huan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the leader module. The leader module is now level 2. Daily production capacity has increased to 2 Cybertron mechanical soldiers. Can be stockpiled. Sure enough, seeing the notification, Yi Huan was overjoyed. Besides that, he also discovered that his strength seemed to have become several times greater. This is... Somewhat surprised, Yi Huan immediately asked the system in his mind. Soon the system replied, Respected host, because your body has been modified by a gene serum, the leader module has now become one with you. Thus, when you devour crystals, you too will gain genetic enhancement. So that was it. Yi Huan suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder his power had increased several times over. About 10 times over. This was exactly like the evolved ability users in his previous life. Every time they devoured 1 zombie crystal, their power doubled. Of course, there was also a half chance of failure. But it seemed his own success rate was 100%. If I later absorbed the power of several thousand zombie crystals, wouldn't that be several thousand times the strength of an ordinary person? Yi Huan could not help being astonished. Several thousand times. Even in his past life, among those known as war gods on the global top combat power leaderboard, the strongest had only reached a little over 500 times. But he only needed 1,000 crystals to reach a 1,000-fold increase. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest in the world. With a legion of transformers and a 1,000-fold surge in power. Tisk tisk tsk. Yi Huan felt he could swagger around without a care. But now, since he had a new spark, Yi Huan wasted no time and said to Ironhide, Ironhide, go find me another suitable vehicle. I want to continue expanding our ranks. Yes, respected master. Having received the order, Ironhide immediately transformed into a BMW 3 Series amid the turning of mechanical gears. Then he let out a low thunderous roar and quickly drove out of the underground garage. After watching Ironhide leave, Huan said to Tianju, "Tianju, keep collecting zombie crystals. The more the better." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Tianju quickly restarted the engine and rumbled out of the neighborhood garage. After the two giant figures left, Huan went back home again. By then, Laserbeak was still scouting. Through Laserbeak's first-person view, Huan saw that although it was pitch black everywhere outside, many places were blazing with flames that shot into the sky. The zombies were also growing more numerous. Clearly, the zombie catastrophe was becoming ever more severe. Moreover, there were many more gunshots and shouts. Clearly, either survivors were locked in a fierce fight with zombies or rescue forces from other regions were rushing over. But none of this mattered much to Huan, because his only purpose was to survive, and to keep surviving by growing ever stronger. The next morning, Huan, still sleeping, received no message from Tiepi. Instead, he saw numerous messages from people on WeChat. All were asking if he was still alive, if he had food. Among them was an old classmate, the beautiful class monitor from high school, Lujia. There were also surviving neighbors. But Huan had no interest in them. Ridiculous. How could he possibly feel charitable at a time like this? He was being generous, not robbing them already. Just then, Tiepi's radio transmission came through. Thus, Huan tossed his phone aside, got dressed, and descended to the underground garage where Tiepi had indeed returned, bringing a black Lamborghini. Huh. Seeing this vehicle, Huan was somewhat surprised. "How did you get a supercar back?" But Tiepi respectfully replied, "Master, this is the host I brought based on the target's physical intensity. This Lamborghini features a full carbon fiber body, including a powerful engine that can provide exceptional combat capabilities." "I see." Hearing this, a look of understanding crossed Huan's face. So the strength of a transformer was not only related to price and materials. The engine was also crucial. It was equivalent to the heart of a combat-type transformer. The stronger it was, the more powerful the attacks would be. With this in mind, he directly pressed his right hand onto the black Lamborghini. With a surge of energy, the black Lamborghini rapidly transformed, its gears turning as it became a black transformer standing approximately 8 meters tall. Its body was covered in black metallic mechanical skeletal structure with a green visor. It closely resembled the image of Lockdown from the movies. As for its stats, Huan observed it had a firepower rating of 4,000. It was actually 500 higher than Tiepi. Excellent. Nodding, slightly reasonably satisfied with this massive machine, Huan said, "From now on you shall be called Yu." "Yes, master." Yu's voice was hoarse, yet it sounded quite intimidating, just like the deep beast-like growl of the Lamborghini starting up. Receiving its new name, it respectfully responded. With a new member joining, Huan continued assigning tasks. "Tian Zhu, you stay here to handle emergencies. And Yue, you go collect zombie crystal cores for me." Tiepi, you observe the zombies' movements. After all, a small-scale zombie frenzy might break out tonight, so they needed to keep watch in advance. But remember, don't let anyone discover you. Although they were now somewhat stronger, counting everything, they only had 3 transformers. Therefore, Huan still chose to act discreetly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Especially Tianju, its massive frame would be discovered the moment it went outside. So it was best to keep it here for now. "Yes, revered master." After receiving the commands, Yu and Tiepi immediately transformed in a rather dashing manner. Each then scanned an Audi A4 and a BMW 3 Series before departing. After all, supercars attracted too much attention. After the two massive machines left, Huan returned upstairs. Just then the system rang with a notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving until day 4. Would you like to check in?" "Huh. Time to check in again." Upon hearing the notification, Huan's eyes brightened. This system was efficient. "System, do you allow 1 check-in per day?" "Host, the system allows consecutive check-ins for 7 days after each disaster outbreak. It's not yet 7 days. So that was it." Hearing this, Huan suddenly understood. No wonder he could check in every day. It was a consecutive 7-day reward. Honestly, at his current state, handling the first wave of the zombie disaster was more than enough. But no one ever complained about having too many good things, so Huan chose to continue checking in. He wanted to see what choice rewards would appear this time. However, shortly after checking in successfully, upon seeing the choice rewards, Huan was stunned. Option 1, A anti-zombie infection gene enhancement serum. 10 doses. Option 2, 1 ton of pure water. Another gene enhancement serum. Hey system, are you being lazy? Didn't we already have the gene serum? Why is the reward duplicated? Esteemed host, the system selects rewards randomly. Duplicates are perfectly normal. Besides, it's not exactly a duplicate, is it? Last time it was 2 doses, this time it's 10 doses. What a way to put it. Huan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He strongly suspected this system was being lazy. Still, it wasn't bad. 10 doses of gene enhancement serum, if given to suitable candidates, could greatly increase his combat strength. After all, 10 capable individuals could also significantly enhance his own safety. Just then the system added, this time the gene enhancement serum contains a leadership gene. If the host chooses to give it to anyone, that person will be compelled to serve you. Once they betray you, they will lose their gene-enhanced physique and revert to being ordinary. Oh, Hearing this, Yi Huan's eyes lit up. This was good. Once they betrayed him, they would become ordinary. That way he wouldn't need to worry about betrayal. Though somehow it sounded like this was a setting the system added itself. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Give me the gene serum first. Yi Huan said. Yes, revered master. The moment he finished speaking, a bottle of gene enhancement serum appeared out of thin air, landing in his hand. Yi Huan examined it closely. It was similar to the previous one, green in color, but this time it was 100 milliliters. Clearly that was the 10-dose quantity. He stored it in his spatial ring. Just then Lin Xiao also walked out wearing sleepwear. Seeing Yi Huan, she asked with concern, Yi Huan, you're back. How's it outside? Yi Huan shook his head and said, it's not very safe outside anymore. Tonight a zombie frenzy will probably break out. We need to leave first. A zombie frenzy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was shocked. Then where are we going? Don't worry. But who could have guessed that Yi Huan smiled instead, already prepared. Just pack your things and come with me. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Lin Xiao nodded hastily and ran to the bedroom to pack clothes. No need to bring food. Yi Huan had plenty. Mainly just some clothes and such. After everything was packed, Yi Huan brought her to the underground parking lot. Tiepi and Tianzhu had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Yi Huan return, Tianzhu immediately opened the car door. After boarding the heavy truck, Yi Huan started the build, emitting a rumbling roar. The vehicle slowly rolled out of the underground garage, slowly driving out of the garage. Because this vehicle was simply enormous, fully 9 meters long. The moment it emerged from the underground garage, it drew the attention of some surviving neighbors who were still alive. Some wondered in bewilderment whose truck was this. Why would someone drive a heavy truck out of the residential compound? Where could they possibly be going? Virum. Before they could dwell on it further, the unmistakable sound of rotor blades whirring filled the air outside. This prompted many to look up, and to their delighted surprise, they spotted an armed helicopter. At that moment, the aircraft was broadcasting a message from the sky. Attention, all survivors, this is the rescue team from the Shanghai military region. Shuhai City has fallen. All survivors are advised to isolate at home. We will dispatch troops to rescue you and escort you out of Shuhai City to Shanghai for shelter. Please note, important matters are repeated 3 times. Attention, attention. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the survivors. Excellent. The military has arrived. We're saved. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The nation would never abandon us. That's right. We're going to be saved after all. No one could have anticipated it. In a city that had entirely succumbed to the disaster, the nation would actually send troops to mount a rescue operation. Even Lin Xiao was caught off guard. She couldn't help but lift her beautiful eyes to look at Yi Huan, her face bright with joy. Yi Huan, it seems the military has come to rescue us. Yet to her surprise, Yi Huan barely reacted. Why? Because he had known all along that the military would arrive today, and that they would rescue quite a number of survivors. However, that rescue would only last 3 days. Moreover, many transport vehicles had been attacked by zombies. Back then, he had encountered a wave of zombies on the road during the rescue, and the entire convoy was annihilated. So it was essentially useless. Nevertheless, gazing at the Z-20 armed helicopter, the most advanced model in Dragon Nation's current arsenal, Yi Huan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Tisk, if only he could activate one of those armed helicopters for himself. Now that would truly be one of kind in all of Shuhai City. But this was hardly the time to dwell on such thoughts. Let's go. Yi Huan drove the heavy truck to the nearby Oriental residence. Indeed, this was a safe stronghold Yi Huan had his eye on earlier, a high-end property complex right in the city center. The smallest unit here spanned a generous 280 square meters. The largest was a duplex penthouse covering a whopping 950 square meters. The reason for choosing this location was quite straightforward. First, it was sufficiently tall at 300 meters, offering a commanding view. From the top floor, one could completely survey the entire urban area, allowing them to monitor any situation at a moment's notice. Second, this was the city center. Yi Huan remembered clearly that when the zombie apocalypse erupted, this area suffered no damage, even when the flood disaster struck later. This building stood firm and unyielding in the floodwaters, its elevated location, impressive height, and solid construction proving indomitable. So for at least the next 2 months it would be safe. It was the perfect choice for a temporary base. Thus, Yi Huan brought Lin Xiao here to shelter temporarily, though he had scouted the area before. Yi Huan first deployed the laser bird to reconnoiter the entire building. After confirming no other survivors were present, he brought Lin Xiao up to the top floor. The 950 square meter duplex mansion featured 600 square meters below, 350 above, plus a spacious terrace and solarium. Oh my goodness! Standing inside this mansion, Lin Xiao never in her wildest dreams imagined she would one day live in such a magnificent house. The expansive living room alone covered nearly 200 square meters, complete with a bedroom that included a reception area. The massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows were simply breathtaking. But Yi Huan remained unmoved. Because in his past life, he knew that properties worth 100,000 or 200,000 per square meter were nothing but worthless reinforced concrete. Nearly all survivors simply rested wherever they happened to be. Only the properties within the safe zones retained any sense of ownership. Beyond those boundaries lay nothing but apocalyptic ruins. Seated on the sofa, Huan turned to Lin Xiao and said, "From now on, this is our temporary base. It will be much safer than our previous location." She nodded obediently. At this point, Lin Xiao placed unwavering trust in Huan. And this place was indeed far superior to Xingfu Residential Complex. It appeared considerably safer too. Of course, establishing a new base was one thing, but vigilance remained paramount. So after a brief rest, Huan had the laser bird conduct another sweep of the entire building to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Especially since this was a wealthy district, there were bound to be plenty of good things. Once he confirmed there truly were no other survivors, Huan began gathering supplies from the building. It took a staggering 8 hours. He accumulated quite a haul of supplies, particularly luxury items like cigarettes, white liquor, red wine, and tea. There were over 1,000 bottles of various red wines and white liquors, Mutai Wuliangya aged vintage collectible limited editions. The cigarettes were all premium brands, each costing over 1,000 yuan, along with numerous cigars. As for the tea, Huan couldn't quite decipher all the brands. But one thing was certain, they were absolutely expensive. Beyond these, there were also many luxury watches. Vacheron Constantin Patek Philippe Rolex. This was indeed the affluent district. Living in a neighborhood where properties were worth 40 to 50 million yuan, one's possessions were naturally never subpar. Adding everything together by pre-apocalypse valuations, it was worth at least 500 or 600 million. But now, well, that was hard to say. Besides these items, Huan also discovered quite a bit of gold. In the apocalypse, paper currency had become worthless garbage. The only currencies that circulated were regional currencies or gold. So gold would be extremely valuable in the future. Therefore, Huan packed up all this gold. A rough estimate put it at around 200 kilograms, including gold jewelry and similar items. And 50 jin of gold bars. These were found in an abandoned residence. No wonder it was a wealthy district. Even their gold bars were measured by the jin. But now all of it had fallen into Huan's hands. When night fell as expected, the zombie tide erupted. From not far away came the sound of artillery fire. Through a vantage point 300 meters high, he could clearly see what was happening at the firefight. At this moment, the Xingfu residential community where he had originally been staying had already burst into a zombie tide. Roar! Countless zombies surged from the south, at least 10,000 of them swarming forward. Roads, lawns, shopping malls, and even the residential community's internal roads were all packed with zombies as dense as locusts. They bit anyone in sight. Some hid in their homes, but still did not escape. On the outskirts, even more zombies were struggling to break through the blockade. Even below Dongfang Mansion, countless zombies were sprinting past. This made Huan somewhat tense and put Tianzhu Ironhide and the others on alert, ready for battle. Fortunately, those zombies were attracted by the artillery fire of the rescue forces, so they did not linger at Dongfang Mansion at all. Looking further off, the rescue forces had set up a defensive line. Tanks, armored vehicles, Gatling guns, and heavy machine guns formed the line, while attack helicopters circled overhead. Their cannons spun madly. Countless zombies were blasted into clouds of blood. They had no power to resist in the slightest. This was the horror of modern weaponry, if not for the zombie virus spreading through the water supply. With only those ordinary zombies, they would never have amounted to anything. But the sheer number of zombies was too overwhelming. Suhai's resident population was as high as 8 million. In this wave of infection, at least 90% of people turned into zombies. That meant more than 7 million zombies. Although this was not a true zombie tide in the strictest sense, there were still more than 100,000. So the two sides were locked in a stalemate. After confirming it was safe, Huan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he only had 3 transformers, now far too few. Heaven knew whether they could withstand an assault from over 100,000 zombies. At the very least, he would need a dozen or more before he could be sure of safety. But seeing Lin Zhao's worried expression, he still offered a word of comfort. "Don't worry, it's fine." Okay. Lin Zhao nodded obediently, knowing that she could not change anything now and could only struggle to survive in this disaster. But Huan was different. Once the cannon fire died down, he immediately went downstairs and found Darkmoon waiting patiently. The moment he got into the vehicle, Huan asked, "How did the harvest go?" "Master," Darkmoon said in a low, muffled voice, "I collected 6 zombie crystals." Oh, hearing that 6 zombie crystals had been brought back, Huan was somewhat surprised. But there was nothing to complain about since he was the one who had asked for a low profile. With the military now in Suhai, Darkmoon certainly could not be too conspicuous. Bringing back 6 was already a good result. Counting the previous 5, he now had 11 in total. If he devoured them all, he could increase his power at least 11-fold. But Huan was in no hurry. He first took Darkmoon to meet up with Ironhide and check the situation. And so before long, the man and his vehicle arrived at the site of last night's clash. On the ruined post-apocalyptic streets, the smell of charred remains and gunpowder smoke still hung everywhere. Zombie corpses were strewn everywhere on the ground. It was quite a spectacular sight. There were even many zombie soldiers among the dead. Huan had Ironhide dispose of them all. After all, they had died fighting for humanity's survival, and they certainly would not have wanted to become zombies and continue attacking their comrades and the people they had protected with their lives. Yes. Receiving the order, Ironhide did not even transform. He He simply produced 2 small laser cannons from the roof of the car. Zap, zap, zap. A few consecutive laser blasts sent them all on their way, after clearing the obstacles on the road. Just as Huan was about to continue forward, suddenly not far away Laserbeak came flying over, flapping his wings. He landed on the car window and said in a hoarse, fawning voice, "Master, up ahead. Just ahead. We found a crashed attack helicopter." Oh, hearing this, Huan's eyes lit up. This was truly an unexpected windfall. If he could activate the helicopter, he would at least have a powerful air force. But then he quickly frowned. It crashed. Can it still be used? After a brief moment of hesitation, Huan still decided to go take a look. Let's go. He brought Dark Moon and Ironhide to the spot Laserbeak had indicated. Sure enough, it was a crossroads. A massive attack helicopter lay wrecked in the middle of the road. On the building to the south, there was also a huge gaping hole. Clearly, it had accidentally crashed into the building while dealing with the zombies. That was what brought the helicopter down. Even so, Huan stepped forward to take a look. The tail boom was snapped in two and the rotor blades were bent. The cockpit was shattered. Damn, this was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Will this even work? Seeing the WZ-20 attack helicopter destroyed to such a state, Huan could not help the corner of his mouth twitching. But Laserbeak landed on his shoulder and said in a fawning voice, "Trying is still better than not trying, wouldn't you say, Master?" Indeed. Hearing this, Huan nodded slightly. After a brief pause, he simply placed his hand directly on the helicopter's fuselage and tried. To his surprise, the moment he scanned it, a success prompt appeared. Scan successful, WZ-20. Activation available, requires 1 spark. It actually works. Admittedly, Huan was stunned by the prompt. Even in such a ruined state, it could still be activated. But since it was possible, he would not let the chance slip by. He chose to activate it without hesitation. Whir. Clank, 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 clank. Sure enough, along with a violent surge of energy, the damaged crashed attack helicopter in the very next second began to shed its scorched parts as a new metallic substance emerged. At the same time, the bent tail rapidly reshaped itself. Clunk, 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 clank, clank. In the blink of an eye, it actually transformed into a massive dark gray transformer. It stood a full 10 meters tall. With the rotor and tail assembly on its back, it was almost exactly like Blackout, the one that had destroyed the Eagle Nation's base long ago. Sure enough, once activated, the giant immediately dropped to one knee and said in a respectful voice, "Honored Master, Cybertronian Mechanical Guard reporting for duty." Huh, it actually worked. Gazing at the awe-inspiring colossus before him, a delighted look spread across Huan's face. He had only meant to try, but never imagined that it would really succeed. After all, this was a WZ-20, one of the most advanced attack helicopters in the world today. With just this one, he could already swagger through Suhai unchecked in the days to come. Let alone the fact that it was also a mechanical life form. It would probably be enough to bulldoze through anything. Looking at this massive machine that resembled something straight out of a movie, Huan remarked, "From now on you shall be called Vertigo." "Yes, my esteemed master." Upon receiving his new name, Vertigo let out a deep mechanical rumble. Just as Huan was about to leave, however, the sound of an engine starting echoed from not far away. Huan frowned. Someone was coming. "Disguise yourself for now." "Yes, master." Vertigo had also detected the anomaly, and amidst a series of clanking and whirring gears, it once again transformed into an armed helicopter. It lay quietly to the side. Sure enough, before long a vehicle appeared, a white Wuling Hongguang. The moment they arrived, 7 or 8 people piled out of the van. They had 2 women bound with them. Li Chang had come to collect zombie crystals, because after being bitten by a zombie yesterday, he hadn't turned into one. Instead, he felt his strength had grown even greater. He had also discovered crystals inside the zombies' brains, and upon eating them, he found he could enhance his power further. He had quickly rallied a group of men planning to rise to power in the apocalypse. When they learned that a massive battle had broken out here, where the rescue forces had clashed with over 100,000 zombies, they grew even more excited. As soon as the gunfire ceased, they rushed over to see if they could scavenge any spoils. To their surprise, they found that someone else had already arrived before them. Li Chang immediately brandished a knife fiercely at Huan and snarled, "Kid, this is my turf. Everything scavenged here belongs to me. Hand over all the zombie crystals you've collected." Seeing these fellows, Huan was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed they were military, which was why he had ordered Vertigo to hide. But to think they were merely a few survivors, there was no need for further disguise. So Huan calmly uttered a single sentence, "Vertigo, take them out." "What the hell are you saying?" Li Chang failed to react in time. The other lackeys laughed along, thinking the man was scared out of his wits and spouting nonsense. It made sense, really. Just 3 days ago, everything had been peaceful and prosperous. Then all of a sudden, the zombie crisis erupted. So many people had died. Now the entire city had fallen, forcing them to evade zombie threats every single day. It was only natural that someone would be frightened senseless. Thus Li Chang generously sneered, "You fool. Come here right now, and if you're willing to call me daddy, I might just spare your life." "Yes, my esteemed master." But the moment those words fell, the next second, accompanied by a terrifying roar of gears and a mysterious mechanical voice, before Li Chang's horrified gaze, the armed helicopter lying quietly behind Huan began to transform. Whir, clank, clank, whir. Click-clack clatter. In the blink of an eye, it became a towering mechanical transformer a full 10 meters tall. It then drew an energy cannon from its back and aimed it at Li Chang's lackeys. What the hell is this thing? The sudden scene left them completely stunned. Boom. The helicopter fired a single energy blast, sending all the lackeys flying. As for Li Chang at that moment, even with his body strengthened by zombie crystals, he was utterly petrified. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. Only when the helicopter trained its energy cannon on him and spoke in a mechanical voice. Hey kid, you'd better not move, or I'll blow your head off. Gulp. Finally Li Chang snapped back to reality. He swallowed hard, raised his hands, and stammered, Don't kill me. I'm from the Li Jinlong family in the Eastern District. If you kill me, Li Jinlong won't let you get away with it. Oh, Li Jinlong. Hearing that name, Huan grew intrigued. He certainly remembered that after the apocalypse struck Shuhai City in his past life, several major powers had risen, the blood color-based Jianfeng Tower, and End of Days. Li Jinlong was the boss of Jianfeng Tower. But so what? If you call me daddy, maybe I just might. Daddy. Yet before Huan could even finish his sentence, Li Chang had already dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, crying out, Daddy, I'm your good-for-nothing son. I've finally found you today. Huan. Well then, hearing those words, even Huan was stunned. This guy could bend and stretch far better than his past self. But men like this were even more dangerous. So Huan simply waved a hand at the helicopter. Take him away. Handle it by the corner. Yes, my esteemed master. Having received the order, the helicopter sneered as it hoisted Li Chang into the air. Huh. At those words, Li Chang was completely baffled. Daddy, you're not playing fair. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Daddy, don't kill me. Please don't. Boom. The next second, silence fell from the corner. After disposing of Li Chang, Huan naturally hadn't forgotten that there was still a driver in the van. By now the driver was scared out of his wits. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. Of course, the two kidnapped women in the back seat were just as terrified. They had never dreamed they'd witness such a scene. Oh my God, are these aliens? Yet just as the terrified driver was about to floor the accelerator and flee, Laserbird had already silently circled around behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat. It unleashed a hail of gunfire at him. The laser bullets pierced straight through his brain, splattering gray matter everywhere. The sight sent the two masked women in the back seat shrieking in terror. But Huan kindly pressed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Careful, you'll attract the zombies, and then you'll all be dead. At those words, the two women immediately clamped their mouths shut, staring at Huan with wide, fearful eyes. After all, for an ordinary person, running into something like this was utterly beyond belief. Who could have imagined that an armed helicopter would transform into a terrifying alien creature in the blink of an eye? And it wasn't over yet. A single blast had killed several people outright. This alone had thoroughly shattered their worldview, even if the end of the world was already upon them. Their minds were still buzzing. But Huan had no interest in them. He was too busy gathering supplies from the vehicle. And there was quite a lot at that. Bread, instant noodles, bottled water. Most importantly, there were zombie crystals. It was a small box. When he opened it, he saw several zombie crystals radiating a faint green glow. What a windfall. Huan hadn't expected those fellows to have collected so many zombie crystals. 11 of them in total. That was no small number. Without a doubt, they had stumbled upon the true purpose of zombie crystals and scavenged the spoils left behind in the military's wake. Even an ordinary survivor could probably enhance their strength 5 or 6-fold with these. Of course, using them on himself was even better because he could increase his power 11-fold. There was no chance of failure whatsoever. Considering that raising the flame seed to level 3 required 100 crystals, and he had barely over 20 at the moment, it wouldn't do for someone to take a potshot at him from the shadows right now. Therefore, for safety's sake, Huan didn't hesitate. He swallowed them all in one gulp. He would boost his strength first and deal with everything else later. Right away, he felt a warm current surging through his body. He flexed his arms in response. Huan felt his base strength surge 10-fold once again. He now estimated that he possessed roughly 21 times the power of an ordinary person. In his past life, that would have placed him as a Tier 2 ability user. Of course, in the later stages, Tier 2 ability users were nothing. They were a dime a dozen. But you couldn't deny that the apocalypse had only erupted 3 days ago. It was safe to say that his 21-fold physique was utterly invincible right now. What did you call this? Leagues ahead of everyone else. Yet this still wasn't enough. Huan needed more power. So he turned to the two women and asked, how exactly do you two know each other? What a thing to say. Chen Mingyao and Chun Mingyuan, the two sisters, were stunned. They exchanged a glance. In the end, Chen Mingyao couldn't hold back and asked tentatively in a soft voice, can't you tell? We were kidnapped. That was right. They were sisters. They had been studying at Shuhai University when the zombie crisis suddenly erupted. Fleeing the campus, they had taken refuge in an apartment. But they were discovered by Li Chang and his men, who intended to bring them to Jianfeng Building as a gift for Li Jinlong. In return, they would receive his protection. Because Li Jinlong had known long ago that the apocalypse was coming, he had stockpiled supplies and firearms well in advance. Right now, aside from the military, he commanded the most formidable apocalypse base in Shuhai. He was also recruiting survivors on a massive scale. On top of that, he had uncovered the secret of the zombie crystals and was cultivating ability users. So that was how it was. Upon learning the full story, Huan wore a look of sudden understanding. But what did this have to do with him? If this were his past life, Huan would certainly have made preparations. But come on, this was a transformer. Even that Li Chong from earlier had consumed quite a few zombie crystals, making him at least a level 4 or 5 ability user. One's here equaled 10 levels, and a one-fold physique was equivalent to level 1. Yet he still got taken out in a single shot. It was no exaggeration, just one armed helicopter could easily annihilate the survivor base at Jianfeng building. So Huan didn't give them a second thought. But at that moment Chen Mingyao saw that Huan remained silent, and she couldn't help but weakly probe, "See, can you save us?" "Save you?" Snapping back to the present, he glanced at the two women who still had their masks on. Huan instead countered, "Why should I save you? Just because of your beautiful eyes? Or do you think I harbor justice and am a good man?" At that the two women were left speechless. Indeed, with no ties whatsoever, why should he save them? Fortunately, Chun Mingyuan, being the younger sister, hurriedly said, "Brother, please don't kill us. We're sisters." "Sisters? So what?" Huan still wasn't interested. In this day and age, how many sisters had died? But then unexpectedly Chun Mingyuan added another line, "We're twins." Moi. This finally piqued a sliver of Huan's interest. And then, "Oi. Then my name is Chun Mingyuan and my sister is Chun Mingyao. We're both students at Shuhai University. And we've shared a psychic connection since we were little." 1 minute later, once the masks came off, Huan beheld the twins' true features and believed them. They were both wearing loose hoodie jackets, but one had red hair while the other had yellow hair. Perhaps that made them easier to tell apart. As for their faces, no words were needed. They were rare beauties of the highest order. If Lin Xiao scored 99 points, then these two were at least a 96, because the remaining 3 points were missing the allure of a young matron. But overall, they were absolutely schoolbell material. And most importantly, they truly were twins. In this day and age, could anyone possibly refuse twin beauties? Sorry, the answer was no. Coincidentally, he still had the gene enhancement potion he'd obtained from today's check-in, so he could give it a try. Thus, Huan produced 2 pre-portioned vials, handed them to the twins, and said, "Drink it." "What is this?" But at the sight of the green vials, the two sisters glanced at each other and hesitated. Huan didn't waste words. "You have only 2 choices, either wait to die or drink this, follow my orders, and come with me." As these words fell, the two women hesitated once more. Then, as if moved by the same impulse, they both picked up the vials, and each drained it in one gulp. That's synchronized action. TSK. Now that was truly a pair of twins for you. Huan still remembered that in his past life, when he had been locked in conflict with Li Jinlong's crew, that man had a pair of twins at his side. They must have been these very 2 women. Only he had snatched them away ahead of time. "How do you feel?" Still after watching the 2 women finish drinking, Huan asked first. This is..." Needless to say, the 2 women had already felt the changes surging through their bodies. It was as if a warm current had washed through them. And their strength, too, seemed to have grown considerably. I think I've mutated as well." Chun Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim in delighted surprise. That's right. Hearing this, Huan confirmed that the 2 women had indeed succeeded. And before his eyes, a notification now appeared. "Gene Enhancement Squad, Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan." Moi. Seeing this notification, Huan was baffled. "System, what is this?" Soon the system's voice sounded answering the host's question. "This is the Gene Enhancement Leader module. Anyone who drinks a potion containing the leader's genes will join your Gene Enhancement Squad. Should anyone betray you, they will be stricken from the list and lose all their abilities. And all of that power will also be transferred to the host." Oh, that powerful. Hearing this, a glint of pleasant surprise flashed in Huan's eyes. He had thought that ensuring they couldn't betray him was already incredible. But now, as long as the other party betrayed him, all their power would be channeled straight into himself. TSK. Wasn't this basically like having someone else help him level up? Nice, very nice. It looked like he ought to find a few more suitable subordinates. Of course, he made no secret of it to the 2 women. "I want to make it clear in advance, if you betray me, this gene-enhanced ability will disappear. You can still choose to back out now." After all, the last thing he wanted was to carry 2 potential backstabbers at his side. Hearing this, the sisters were stunned once more, because they had never expected Huan to actually give them a choice. However, Chun Mingyao smiled bitterly. "With the apocalypse as it is now, even if we left, where could we go?" Exactly. If he hadn't said that, they might have remained half doubtful. But hearing Huan speak those words, they knew they had found the right person. So Chun Mingyuan declared with utmost seriousness, "Since you're the one who saved us from this moment on, the lives of us sisters belong to you. Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do." They had decided to follow Huan from now on. Excellent. Seeing the 2 women being so sensible, Huan wasted no more time and nodded. "First, let's get out of here." Okay. The 2 women obediently nodded, then boarded the car and swiftly followed Huan away from the ruined apocalyptic street. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to leave Laserbird behind to collect zombie crystals. As for the armed helicopter, I know it should now be called Blackout. It also took off swiftly after Huan departed with Ironhide and Darkmoon. They made for the helipad atop Dongfang Mansion to touch down. After returning to the Dongfang mansion, Yi Huan led the twin sisters, Chun Mingyao and Chun Mingyuan, all the way to the top floor. Lin Xiao was still anxiously waiting for news at home. Seeing Yi Huan return, she hurriedly greeted him with a mix of joy and concern, asking anxiously, "How is it outside?" Yi Huan didn't hold back, shaking his head as he replied, "Xingfu residential community has completely fallen and 2 buildings even collapsed." What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but pat her chest, still shaken with lingering fear. "Fortunately, we left early. Otherwise, we'd probably be dead in there by now." She still felt a chill of dread. Had she stayed in Xingfu community today, she would likely have been bitten to death. Roughly so. Yi Huan nodded slightly. In his past life, he and Lin Xiao had left the community that afternoon, so he was unaware of the specific situation. Looking at it now, they had been quite fortunate in their past life, or they would surely have perished inside. But then Lin Xiao soon broke into a charming smile, and said, "This place isn't bad either. It looks much better than Xingfu community." Nodding slightly, Yi Huan remained noncommittal. After all, the building was quite sturdy, easily capable of sheltering them for at least 2 months. "Oh, what's this?" At that moment, Lin Xiao also noticed the pair of twin sisters trailing behind them. "Oh, let me introduce them." Coming back to his senses, Yi Huan almost forgot about the 2 of them, so he said, "Chun Mingyao and Chun Mingyuan twin sisters. I picked them up on the way." Picked up? Seriously? Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but tug at the corners of her elegant lips. "You're pulling my leg. How could you just happen upon 2 such stunningly beautiful young women right after stepping out the door? Who would believe that?" Nevertheless, she knew this was the apocalypse, and simply surviving was already a feat in itself, especially for 2 young girls who appeared to be barely 20. So she greeted them warmly. "Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. I'm also well rescued by Yi Huan." "Hello, older sister." Naturally drawn to Lin Xiao's gentleness, the twin sisters obediently called out, "Good girls." With new members joining them, Lin Xiao found the atmosphere much livelier, so she suggested, "By the way, you must be hungry. How about I make you something to eat?" The words made both girls pause momentarily, then they exchanged slightly embarrassed smiles. It was clear they were genuinely hungry, having escaped from school and gone 2 full days without eating. Lin Xiao, of course, could see it too, so she quickly slipped on her slippers and prepared simple egg noodles for the 2 of them. Upon seeing the steaming bowls, Chun Mingyao and her sister abandoned any pretense of restraint and began eating voraciously. The satisfaction on their faces was palpable. To eat such warm, hearty food in times like these was truly a rare blessing. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 bowls of noodles had been devoured completely. Lin Xiao could only stare in astonishment. "You're truly starving. Want me to make you more?" "No need, sister." Hearing this, Chun Mingyao also felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly waved her hand, saying, "We're already full. Food is so precious right now, we should ration it." Right. Chun Mingyuan eagerly chimed in, nodding along. After all, in their eyes, clean water was scarce and food supplies dwindling. Having a bowl of noodles was already a luxury they dared not take for granted. Yet these words amused Yi Huan, who said to them, "Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies here. It's more than enough for you." "Really?" Her words prompted the 2 girls to blink their large, beautiful eyes with curiosity. But they quickly realized, of course, Yi Huan even had those bizarre mechanical monsters. Would he really struggle to find food? So Chun Mingyao sheepishly said, Then I'll have a little more. But rest assured, after we eat, we'll do our best to help you gather supplies." No problem." Lin Xiao was amused by the girl's innocent sincerity. So she went back to the kitchen to prepare more food. Meanwhile, Yi Huan found himself questioning reality as he watched such an innocent and adorable pair of twins. How could these 2 pure, guileless girls become ruthless twin ability users who hunted down killers in their past life? Ali Jinlong, you villain. You must have orchestrated countless horrors. But now what luck for me. After finishing the meal, and noticing it was still early morning, Yi Huan allowed the 3 women to rest first. It was barely past 4 o'clock. Indeed, the Chen sisters hadn't had proper rest in many days. So they obediently nodded and went off to sleep. As for Yi Huan, he caught up on sleep with Lin Xiao. By the time dawn fully broke, and he opened his eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming his entire body. Yi Huan nearly forgot they were living in an apocalyptic era. This made him sigh reflectively. Without the apocalypse, residing in a place like this would be truly comfortable. But now, that was clearly impossible. He quickly rose and found the twin sisters still fast asleep, clearly exhausted from the past few days. But he couldn't be bothered to wake them. Just as he entered the living room, the laser bird fluttered in through the window. Upon entering, it shook its wings. Dozens of zombie crystals rattled down from its feathers as it spoke in a sycophantic tone. "Honorable Master, these are the zombie crystals I gathered yesterday. Please accept them." Wow, quite a haul. Seeing so many zombie crystals even surprised Yi Huan. If he consumed them, all his strength would increase by another 50 times over. That would surpass his past self, who had trained for 2.5 years. Good work. Coming to his senses, Yi Huan couldn't help but glance at the laser bird with appreciation. Hearing this, the laser bird responded with its raspy, obsequious voice, "Thank you for your praise, Master." This is what laser bird should do. But soon enough, frustration crept in. "Hey, this is all thanks to those damn rescue forces. I discovered many zombie crystals had already been taken away, master. However, Huan wasn't surprised by this. The outbreak had been ongoing for quite some time. If the military still didn't understand the abilities of zombie crystals, that would be truly disgraceful. Moreover, he remembered clearly. In the later stages of his past life, the military had openly collected zombie crystals and even formed special forces. So it was only natural they were being taken now. Therefore, he told the laser bird, "It's fine. You've already done well by collecting these." Perhaps because he had been beaten too severely in his past life, Huan now urgently needed to strengthen himself first. As for the leader module matter, he could deal with it later. So he swallowed another 20 crystals. In the blink of an eye, a warm current flooded through his entire body. Huan flexed his arm again and felt his strength had increased at least 40-fold. One punch could easily take down a wild buffalo. This feeling is wonderful. Huan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the surge in his power. And most importantly, what the zombie crystal enhanced was not only his own strength. It was an all-around enhancement, even defense and speed. His entire body had been strengthened 40-fold. In other words, as he was now, if he sprinted at full speed, he could cover at least 40 meters in 1 second. What did 40 meters mean? It was basically Superman level. But none of that was anything special. In his past life, Huan had even seen people faster than fighter jets. A fighter jet was said to break 340 meters per second. One could imagine how powerful that was. But now with the apocalypse, only 4 days and having such power was already pretty good. Of course, he hadn't neglected Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyao, and Chen Mingyuan. The 3 women were no different from ordinary people now, a real liability. So he gave each of the 3 women 10 crystals, helping them increase their strength 10-fold as well, sensing the change in their own power. This delighted the 3 women. With this strength, they no longer needed to fear zombies. Having gained such a benefit, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help asking, "Huan, what do you need us to do next?" She had thought there was indeed some task for them. Unexpectedly, Huan waved his hand. "No need to rush. Wait a little longer." "Wait." The women exchanged puzzled glances. "What are we waiting for?" "Wait for what?" Huan didn't hide it. "Wait for the rescue troops to leave. Shuhai City has many zombies now, but it also has many rescue troops." After all, his Transformer Legion had just begun to take shape, so there was no need for it to be discovered yet. But once all the rescue troops left, things would be different. Then all of Shuhai City would be his paradise. He could strip Shuhai bare without a second thought. And counting the days. "I estimate that in 2 more days the rescue troops will withdraw. Once they do, we can collect as many supplies as possible." So that's how it is. Hearing this, the 3 women finally understood why Huan had told them to wait. He was waiting for the army to leave. But that was fine. After all, this place was nice, and they could rest for 2 extra days. So the 3 women didn't mind. Of course, while they were idle, Huan was not. Even though the army outside made many things inconvenient, gathering some supplies was still no problem. So he left the 3 women behind. Huan drove out again in the 3 series that Ironhide had transformed into. Unlike the previous 2 days, as soon as he reached the streets, he saw that the number of zombies in the city center had dropped considerably. Not only did he spot survivors looking for food, he also occasionally saw military vehicles passing by. Whenever he encountered zombies in alleys, he mowed them down with a rattling burst of fire. After cleaning up, he looked for new targets. In theory, if the only disaster had been the zombie outbreak, it would only be a matter of time before militaries around the world wiped them out. Unfortunately, the zombie outbreak wasn't the only disaster. Huan first drove to the Law Enforcement Bureau in the city center. Once inside, he had Laserbeak help him locate the armory. There he found 2 sniper rifles with suppressors along with several handguns, sniper ammunition, and 9mm rounds for the pistols. Even though he now had the Transformer Legion and a greatly strengthened body, firearms could go unused, but they absolutely had to be kept on hand. Just in case. So he tossed the firearms into the car. Huan also found a dozen or so grenades and packed them all up to take away. After finishing that, he went straight to the Porsche 4S store. He remembered very clearly that before the apocalypse, this dealership had been holding a promotional event. So they had invited a 918 to add prestige. A 918, known as the Frog King, priced at over 20 million, and with that 12-cylinder engine. If it could be activated, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Sure enough, when he arrived at the dealership, there in the most eye-catching spot, the Frog King was still parked. Huan didn't stand on ceremony and activated it right away. Virum clack clack, kukikiki. As the gears turned the next second, a black and white striped transformer appeared before him. As soon as it appeared, it spoke in a respectful voice and knelt on one knee. Cybertronian Mechanical Guard pays respects to its master. Very good. Huan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with this big fellow. He took an especially close look at the data. Name: Cybertronian Mechanical Guard. Level 1. Class: Ground Forces. Strength: 5,000. Agility: 6,000. Firepower: 8,000. Loyalty: 100. Clearly this big guy was far stronger than Ironhide and Darkmoon. But that couldn't be helped. The price and cost were right there. However, what surprised Huan was that it seemed not as strong as Sky Pillar. It seemed the markup was considerable. Huan silently complained to himself. With a new member added, Huan said, "Your new name is Frog King." "Yes, master." With its new name, Frog King replied in a respectful voice once more. After that, Huan drove the 3 Series that Ironhide had transformed into along with the Frog King disguised as a Mercedes-Benz C-Class to a nearby fruit shop. Yes, a fruit shop. Shuhai City had far too many supplies. Even with his countless storage space, emptying the whole city would take at least a year. So naturally, he had to start with fresh supplies that had short shelf lives such as fruits and vegetables. In the apocalypse, these were absolute luxuries. So Huan simply raided several fruit shops. He had Laserbeak open the doors. Once inside, sure enough, he found that they had basically been untouched. This was only the early stage of the apocalypse. In another 2 days, even rotten fruit probably wouldn't be left here. But now it was different. Apples, pears, peaches, cherries, strawberries, hominy, melons, jackfruit, tangerines, oranges, and even sugarcane were piled up everywhere. And most of them hadn't gone bad. That was a huge bargain for him. Huan immediately used his spatial ring to pack up all the fruit in the shop and take it away. He had packed over 5 tons. But that wasn't enough. Huan had Laserbeak find several more untouched fruit shops and raided them one by one. In just one morning, he had collected a full 40 tons of fruit. It all came down to the spatial ring. Without it, those few fruit shops alone would have taken 3 to 5 days to clear out. Before he knew it, Huan arrived near the hospital in the city center. Shuhai People's Hospital. Seeing the huge sign, he paused and suddenly thought of something. Right, he hadn't collected medicine yet. In the apocalypse, besides food and water, one of the most important things was medicine. Especially things like cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory drugs. In the apocalypse, those were harder to find than gold. After all, these were not ordinary times. In the apocalypse, a cold or fever could kill you. Even evolved people could be infected because the virus cells also evolved. With that in mind, Huan drove straight to the hospital. There he saw quite a few zombies. Most were wearing white coats or hospital gowns. Clearly, they had been infected when the apocalypse broke out. Even an elderly zombie who had been performing surgery came bouncing out lively as ever. The sight made Huan's mouth twitch involuntarily. Come to think of it, turning into a zombie was actually pretty kind to people on the verge of death. At least they could move again. However, at this moment, Huan quickly exited the vehicle and retrieved a steel blade from the trunk. Roar! As he stepped out, an elderly man lunged at him with surprising enthusiasm, making gurgling sounds from his mouth. But Huan reacted swiftly. With over 40 times the force of an ordinary person, he delivered a backward slash in one motion, sending the old man directly to meet his great-grandmother. Roar! Just then, another female nurse surged forward. She was still wearing her nurse uniform with a well-proportioned figure. Just that she looked rather terrifying now. Exactly like the nurse ghost from Crossfire. Huan showed no mercy. Another slash. The steel blade directly severed the female zombie's head. It rolled on the ground, still managing to emit roaring sounds. In an instant, it went completely still. This was what defined a zombie. Although a blade could kill them, one had to sever the head. Otherwise, it would not impede their ability to move. Of course, severing them at the waist would also suffice. However, the zombies here were, to be honest, quite numerous. Seeing over a dozen more charging forward with the fervor of creatures who had never encountered a living soul, Huan had no choice but to let Frog King handle them. Frog King, eliminate them. Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, Frog King's white body striped with black markings instantly produced a laser Gatling cannon. Biu. The laser fire rained relentlessly, shot after shot. In just a few seconds, all those zombies were annihilated. With the area secured, Huan issued his next command. Iron Skin Laserbird, you two come with me inside. Frog King, you stay outside and keep watch for me. If anyone enters, alert me immediately. But remember, do not engage without permission. After all, this area still belonged to the city center. Those rescue forces were no more than a few kilometers away. Huan did not wish to draw their attention yet. Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, Frog King rapidly underwent a series of mechanical transformations, with clicking sounds morphing into a formidable Decepticon. Then a grappling hook appeared in his hand. He quickly scaled the 8-story People's Hospital. For someone of his 8-meter stature, this posed no difficulty. The 8-story building was an effortless climb. Upon reaching the top, amid a ripple of energy fluctuations, he once again disguised himself as a Porsche 918. There he stood watch, monitoring the surrounding activity. Meanwhile, Iron Skin transformed into a 6-meter-tall Decepticon. Approaching the outpatient building, the energy cannon in his hands fired upon the zombies within. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of energy blasts followed in rapid succession, reducing the entire outpatient building to ruins. Laserbird was no less effective, flapping his wings and emitting a harsh cackling sound. Utilizing his thermal imaging display, he instantly pinpointed every zombie's location. That miniature machine gun turned all the zombies into mere sieves. Only after thoroughly eliminating the threats did Huan proceed to the Western Medicine Pharmacy. Indeed, the shelves were fully stocked with medicines that had not yet been looted. With a single strike, he shattered the glass. Huan, displaying remarkable agility, leaped directly inside. He discovered quite an array of pharmaceuticals: cephalosporin antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold remedies, fever reducers, ibuprofen, acetaminophen tablets, along with various blood pressure and blood sugar medications, cough syrups, and more. The shelves were brimming with an impressive quantity. And besides all that, there was also a substantial stockpile of glucose. This immediately caught Yi Huan's eye, because in the apocalypse glucose held extraordinary value. This substance served primarily to replenish energy. When food was scarce and survival itself became a struggle, many would go to great lengths to obtain glucose as a nutritional supplement just to maintain basic bodily function. It could literally save lives. However, this was not something ordinary people could obtain. It was either the military or mercenaries who paid exorbitant sums to secure it. In peacetime, it was virtually worthless, just over 10 yuan per can. But in the apocalypse, a single can could fetch hundreds of thousands. In the later stages, even more extremely, some people paid millions for it. Moreover, the quantity here was also considerable. Yi Huan took a rough estimate. There were approximately 2 large boxes. Each box contained 800 vials totaling 1600 vials. Normally, a single vial would sustain an average person for an entire day. An absolute treasure. So Yi Huan aimed his ring at the medicines and directly scanned them. Whether it was glucose, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold remedies, or fever reducers, all were collected into the spatial ring in one sweeping motion. After finishing, he moved to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy next door. There were also numerous Chinese medicinal herbs here. Angelica goji berries, ginseng, and various other ingredients. Normally these items were quite expensive, and of course in the apocalypse finding them would be nearly impossible. Estimating around 2 tons, he collected them all into his ring. Done. After securing the pharmaceuticals, Yi Huan finally turned and departed with Laserbird and Iron Skin. However, upon emerging outside, surprisingly, Yi Huan spotted yet another truck marked with medical insignia. Roar. In the driver's seat, a zombie sat roaring, clearly the former driver, but trapped inside, having forgotten how to open the door. So Yi Huan mercifully sent him on his way. Then he opened the truck's cargo compartment. He discovered, oh my. Inside was completely packed with medicines and medical supplies. Rolls upon rolls of bandages along with disinfectant cotton and antiseptic solution. There were also several boxes of amoxicillin, cephalosporin antibiotics, ambroxol, and more. These were all medications commonly relied upon in the apocalypse. Medicines typically used by the wealthy. If placed in the apocalypse, 1 capsule of cephalosporin would be worth exchanging for a gram of gold. Although he had no personal need for them, taking them along was certainly not misguided. Therefore, with a casual wave of his hand, Yi Huan took everything. Alright, completely cleared out. After dealing with the final truckload of medicines and confirming there was truly nothing left, Yi Huan finally got into his vehicle and drove away from the hospital. Meanwhile, upon noticing Yi Huan's departure, Frog King started his engine on the 8th floor and charged straight down, transforming into a colossal Decepticon mid-air. The moment he landed, he seamlessly reverted back into a supercar. He even took the opportunity to scan a destroyed Volkswagen parked nearby. In the blink of an eye, the camouflage was complete. Following closely behind Yi Huan's BMW 3 Series, they quickly departed from the hospital grounds. Unbeknownst to him, no sooner had Yi Huan left than a fully armed squad arrived here in tactical vehicles. But when they arrived and saw the carnage before them, they were stunned. A man who appeared to be a platoon leader frowned slightly. Looks like someone has already been here. Go in and take a look. Be careful. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers charged inside fully armed. They had come to collect medical supplies. After the apocalypse broke out, medicine had become extremely valuable, so they intended to take it all away. Yet unexpectedly, someone had beaten them to it. Sure enough, soon a soldier rushed out in a panic and reported to the platoon leader, "Sir, someone arrived before us, and there are signs of heavy weapon bombardment in there." What? Someone got here before us, and there are signs of heavy weapon bombardment. Hearing this, Qin Feng's brows knit tightly. It wasn't that others couldn't take the medicine away. The crucial problem was the heavy weapons. After all, even though the apocalypse had arrived, only the military possessed such firepower. Could there really be someone in Shuhai City with this kind of firepower? Platoon leader, what do we do now? While Qin Feng was still frowning and thought, the soldier beside him asked hurriedly. Snapping back to his senses, Qin Feng realized there was certainly nothing left here. So, he said, let's leave and gather supplies elsewhere. After all, they would soon be pulling out. Who had the heart to investigate such matters? Yes, platoon leader. With that order given, the soldier who had gone to investigate quickly boarded the vehicle again. Then they swiftly left the hospital. Of course, Yi Huan paid no attention to any of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared, because soon all these people would be leaving Shuhai. By then, the entire Shuhai city would have become the territory of survivors and zombies. Later on, even the armies of medium and large nations would be unable to escape the danger of annihilation. Who would still have the mood to care about such things? At this moment, Yi Huan, after clearing out the hospital, found that the sky was already growing dark. So he first returned to Dongfang Mansion. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyao, and Qin Mingyuan were still waiting at home. Seeing that Yi Huan still had not returned, Qin Mingyao even wanted to go out and look for him. Nothing has happened to Yi Huan, has it? She said, her voice tinged with worry. But Qin Mingyuan pursed her lips upon hearing this, and said, sis, you're underestimating Yi Huan. Even if the rescue troops were wiped out to the last man, he might still come out just fine. Those words gave Qin Mingyao pause. She suddenly realized that it was indeed true. After all, Yi Huan had those strange and remarkable mechanical creatures. It was hard to imagine him being in danger. It would be enough if he didn't go looking for trouble with others. Even so, Lin Xiao was still worried. Why hasn't he come back after all this time? Just as she spoke, the door suddenly clicked open. The three women looked up and saw Yi Huan returning. Overjoyed, they rushed over to greet him warmly. Yi Huan, you're back. Are you all right? Good heavens, surrounded by three beauties, Yi Huan could barely handle it. It was one thing when only Lin Xiao welcomed him before. But now there were three of them. Who could withstand that? Fortunately, with his physique now more than 40 times stronger than an ordinary person's, Yi Huan managed to stay composed. I'm fine. I went out to gather some supplies. As he spoke, he shook the spatial ring on his hand. The women had already joined the team, and even Lin Xiao had been incorporated into it. So Yi Huan no longer had much reason to hide things. I brought back quite a lot of fruit and medicine. As he spoke, he poured them out with a clatter. He dumped out some cherries and strawberries. The three women's eyes nearly went wide at the sight. It was no wonder, fruit. The apocalypse had already raged for 5 days. They hadn't even had more than a few sips of juice, let alone any fruit. Yet here was fruit this fresh. Oh my God, Yi Huan, this is too extravagant. Gazing at the full 2 pounds of cherries and a basket of strawberries, the three women grew excited. In the apocalypse, even being able to drink mineral water was already a blessing. Eating such fresh fruit was simply an incredible luxury. Don't worry. Facing the women's excitement, Yi Huan said, this is only the beginning. The apocalypse still has a long road ahead. If we don't gather fresh fruit in these few days, we won't have another chance later. That's true. Hearing this, the three women nodded in unison. Yes, if they didn't gather fruit now, in a couple of days it would all spoil, and they wouldn't be able to collect any even if they wanted to. Besides, this was only the beginning of the apocalypse. Who knew how long it would last? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Therefore, Chun Mingyao thought for a moment, and said, how about we help you gather supplies tomorrow too? Right? Chun Mingyuan chimed in, with more people, we can collect even more supplies. After all, this was the golden window. Only these next 2 days. All right. This time Yi Huan did not refuse. After all, although rescue troops were still around, and killing was not an option, having more people to gather supplies would speed things up. Moreover, the three women were far from weak. Each of them had a physique more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary person's. With the Cybertronian mechanical life forms as well, there was no need to fear danger. But for now, Yi Huan said, first get me something to eat. I'm hungry. I'm okay. Hearing this, Lin Xiao hurried into the kitchen to cook, gentle and attentive. Chun Mingyao also hurried over with the strawberries, giggling. I'll wash the strawberries for you. Chun Mingyuan hugged the cherries and said warmly, I'll wash the cherries to reward our family's greatest hero. Well. Watching the three women busying themselves before him, Yi Huan suddenly felt that having a few more family members wasn't so bad after all. Soon after dinner, Yi Huan went to rest. But this time it wasn't Lin Xiao who slept beside him. It was Chun Mingyao who came over. Her long red hair, pink pajamas, and breathtakingly beautiful face made Yi Huan feel he could barely hold himself together. Yet seeing the bashful young woman, Yi Huan instead asked curiously, so you and your sister really have a psychic connection? Oh well. Those words left Chun Mingyao, who had already braced herself for the night, completely dumbfounded. Her dazed, delicate face quickly flushed crimson. Seriously, you choose this moment to ask me something like that? Still, she couldn't help but nod gently, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. A little. After the conversation, it was around 10 o'clock at night. Yi Huan had relaxed quite a bit. Unlike Lin Xiao, this one was clearly just an innocent young girl. Master. At this moment, Yi Huan heard the voice of Iron Skin from the radio communication system. And you and the others have returned. Oh, they're back. Yi Huan's heart stirred at this news, and he immediately said, I'm coming down right away. With that, he got up and left first. Chun Mingyao was already asleep at this time. Yi Huan, after putting on his clothes, didn't wake her, and directly went to the underground garage. He saw that several big fellows had indeed returned. And Yue Frog King, Iron Skin, Tianzhu, and Dizziness had also come to the underground level. The place was truly luxurious. A wealthy person's underground garage was indeed different from others. The ceiling height reached over 10 meters. It was perfect for several big fellows to complete their transformations. As soon as they came down, the big fellows, with Tianzhu leading, all knelt on one knee and respectfully spoke in their mechanized voices, Master. Rise. Yi Huan looked at his creations, the big fellows, with satisfaction. He nodded slightly and told them to stand up. Then he turned his gaze to Yu and asked, how was the harvest? As expected, Yue, upon hearing this, took out over 50 zombie crystals from her mechanical storage compartment. She placed them in her palm, surrounded by a mysterious energy, and respectfully presented them to Yi Huan. So many. Seeing this dense array of green crystalline energy bodies floating before her, Yi Huan was quite surprised. He had told Yu to collect the crystals in the suburbs for fear of being discovered. He hadn't expected to get so many. This was equivalent to eliminating at least 5,000 to 6,000 zombies. But as it turned out, Yue, upon hearing this, felt somewhat ashamed and regretful. Because we encountered a rescue team in the suburbs to prevent exposure, we could only get this much. It's fine. However, Yi Huan waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. You did very well. We don't need to reveal our current strength yet. Being cautious is the right approach. After all, while the Transformers were powerful, his own strength was still lacking. Being careful was definitely the right call. Yes, Master. hearing that the master had no intention of blaming them, and Yu finally relaxed. However, beside her, Tianzhu spoke in his dignified, mechanized voice respectfully, saying to Yi Huan, "Master, we also brought back 2 new companions." "Oh, new companions." Hearing this, Yi Huan became interested. He turned around to see a red Ferrari and a blue Bugatti. Seeing these 2 cars, Yi Huan was stunned. "This is... Master, I found these at the Olympic Sports Center that was attacked by zombies in Shuhai." Beside him, Tianzhu spoke respectfully. "Oh." Yi Huan, upon hearing this, looked at him with interest. Tianzhu paused before continuing. "When I arrived, many buildings there had already been destroyed by the zombies, and many vehicles were also damaged. However, these 2 cars had very high value and excellent performance, so... Alright, I understand." No need to say more. Yi Huan already knew what Tianzhu was thinking. Clearly being made from cars themselves, he felt sympathy. But honestly, looking at this red Ferrari 488, it was worth 6 million yuan, on par with the Aventador and equipped with a V8 engine, truly an excellent performance supercar. Activating it wouldn't be excessive at all. Of course, what amazed Yi Huan the most was the blue Bugatti beside it. Because this was a Bugatti Shooting Star, claimed to be the fastest model in the Bugatti lineup, exclusively designed for the racetrack. He never expected the Olympic Sports Center to have such a divine car. With this in mind, Yi Huan didn't hesitate. He happened to have 3 fire seeds remaining. He immediately pressed them onto the Ferrari 488 and the Bugatti Shooting Star. The next second, as energy fluctuations appeared, the original carbon fiber materials covering the entire body instantly transformed into stronger, more mysterious, transforming metal elements. Then click, click, click. With the sounds of gears and parts rotating in the blink of an eye, they had turned into 2 large transformers. Yi Huan also checked their data. Name: Cybertronian Mechanical Lifeform Warrior. Vehicle: Ferrari 488. Level 1. Unit type: Ground Forces. Function: an excellent Cybertronian Ground Forces warrior possessing powerful attack capability and agile mobility, classified as an agility type fighter. Strength: 3,000. Agility: 3,500. Firepower: 4,000. Loyalty: 100. Name: Cybertronian Mechanical Lifeform Warrior. Vehicle: Bugatti Shooting Star. Level 1. Unit type: Ground Forces. Function: an excellent Cybertronian Ground Forces Vanguard warrior with ferocious firepower configuration and agile speed, a Vanguard fighter for charges and close combat. Strength: 5,500. Agility: 7,000. Firepower: 9,000. Loyalty: 100. Whoa, impressive. At first, Yi Huan didn't think much of the Ferrari 488. It was on the same level as an U after all. But when he saw the Bugatti Shooting Star, it was different. Its strength of 5,500 was much higher than the Frog King's, and the ridiculous firepower reached 9,000. Only slightly less than Tianzhu's. And according to the description, it was a Vanguard. In the movies, Vanguard warriors were generally very powerful or could only be assigned to aerial vehicles. Who would have thought this car would be so extraordinary? No wonder it's a top supercar with only 40 units limited worldwide. Even Yi Huan couldn't help but be amazed. At this moment, after being activated, both big fellows also knelt respectfully on one knee and said reverently to Yi Huan, "Master, Bugatti Shooting Star Ferrari 488 greets the master." Excellent. Looking at the one that was entirely red with a shape not much different from Dino in the movies. But this Bugatti was even more handsome, with a cool sky blue color matched with black metal lines and silver white bones, appearing even more cold and powerful. On its back was a long sword that was transformed from the rear wing. Therefore Yi Huan waved his hand and said, "From now on you shall be called Qi Hong, and as for the Bugatti, it shall be called Fei Hua Lu Xing." This name was actually quite good too. "Yes, esteemed master." Having received their new names, the 2 big fellows also spoke respectfully. "Alright," he said, gazing at the 2 massive newcomers. As of now, he had amassed 9 Decepticons in total: Tianzhu, Darkmoon, Vertigo, Laserbird, Ironhide, Frog, King Crimson, and Flying Meteor. Yi Huan wasted no time and continued assigning tasks. Darkmoon, take the 2 new heavy hitters and keep collecting zombie crystals. We're going to need even more zombie crystals now. Because he had come to realize that whether it came to his spatial ring or the matrix of leadership, or enhancing his own power, everything required zombie crystals. Especially in the early stages, getting ahead meant finding ways to gather as many as possible. Understood, respected master. The 3 colossal machines understood this logic well and responded with reverent voices as soon as the order was given. Then, led by Darkmoon, amid the clanking and grinding of mechanical gears, they swiftly transformed into a sleek black Lamborghini. Accompanied by a Ferrari 488 and the Bugatti Flying Meteor, they quickly departed the underground parking garage and headed back to the outskirts to gather more zombie energy cores. After the 3 titans left, Yi Huan turned his attention to the remaining members. Vertigo, hold position on the rooftop and stand by for emergencies. Tianzhu and Ironhide, you 2 stay on standby here. Tomorrow you'll escort Lin Xiao and Chun Mingyao to collect supplies. Frog King, keep an eye on the rescue forces and make sure they don't spot you. Yes, respected master. The Decepticons all answered in unison with deference. Once the assignments were complete, it was getting late, so Yi Huan headed back upstairs to rest early. But just as he reached the landing and was about to enter his room, ding, Congratulations, host, on surviving to day 5. Please proceed with the sign-in selection. The sudden notification startled Huan. But once he recovered, he couldn't help but grumble. Seriously, system. You're late. He knew very well today was indeed the 5th day, and by all rights the reminder should have come in the morning. Yet here it was nearly midnight. Unexpectedly, the system answered matter-of-factly, today isn't over yet, so the system isn't late. Oh, is that so? Huan chuckled at that. This system sure knew how to time things. Not that he minded. He simply asked, what reward choices are there this time? Sure enough, system notifications appeared. Ding, here are today's choices. Detected that the host is still relying on bottled mineral water to survive. To prevent you from accidentally dying of disgust from contaminated water, would you prefer 100 tons of non-expiring mineral water or a water source converter? Huh. Hearing this time system options, Huan couldn't help but blink. Seriously, are you running out of choices? Mineral water versus a water source converter. Was there even a need to think about it? Any normal person would pick the water source converter. Just from the name, it probably purified water resources. That was far more cost-effective than 100 tons of water. Still, after a brief pause, he decided to verify. System, what exactly does the water source converter do? The system promptly answered to answer the host. The water source converter can transform polluted water and even air into clean water for the host's use. Just as he had guessed. Nodding slightly, Huan immediately said, I choose the water source converter. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining one water source converter. As the words faded, a palm-sized metallic cube descended from thin air and landed in his hand. Curious, Huan took a closer look, and a prompt appeared. Item name: water source converter. Function: converts air or contaminated water into clean, drinkable water resources. Conversion speed: 1000 liters hour. Maximum storage capacity: 100 cubic meters. Well, at first glance the item hadn't impressed him much. He'd simply thought it was a machine that could convert and purify water. But when he saw the conversion speed and storage capacity, he was genuinely stunned. 1 cubic meter of clean water per hour, and up to 100 cubic meters of storage. Do you know what 100 cubic meters means? That was 100 tons of water. Although he'd basically solved his safety problems having so many enormous mechanical life forms at his command, there was still one crucial issue unsolved: water. Granted, he had a good amount of bottled water, but that wasn't exactly convenient to use in daily life. Especially since the catastrophe began 5 days ago. He hadn't even taken a shower. For a simple reason: water was far too precious in the apocalypse. But now everything was different. 1 cubic meter an hour. Forget showering. He could build a swimming pool with that. And most importantly, this thing was only level 1. At that thought, Huan couldn't help asking, system, how do I upgrade this thing? As expected, the system answered quickly to answer the host: upgrade, using zombie energy cores. Huan nodded with satisfaction, exactly as he predicted. If the matrix of leadership could be upgraded with zombie crystals, these items naturally could as well. But there was no rush. With the current conversion rate, this thing could easily supply not just 4 people, but 40 people with more than enough water. So he didn't need to upgrade it right away. He installed the water source converter into the inlet pipe, flipped the switch, and was pleased to find it completely silent. Then he turned on the faucet and heard the gushing flow, strong and steady. Watching this, Huan couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. In the apocalypse, this thing was absolutely a divine artifact. If he offered it outside, someone would probably trade an entire city for it. But of course, Huan had no intention of parting with it. Moreover, to prevent it from being lost or stolen later, he activated it using the matrix of leadership. After all, this thing was practically a piece of intelligent tech, right? Sure enough, as soon as Huan pressed his hand against it, a ripple of blue energy flashed briefly, and the little device was activated. A system notification appeared. Cybertronian Auxiliary Micro-Mechanical Lifeform. Level 1, Strength 10. Agility 10. Firepower 30. Role: Auxiliary Mechanical Lifeform, providing an endless supply of water conversion. After a quick glance, there wasn't much change from before. However, what Huan wanted was simply to make this little thing obey his orders and prevent it from being stolen. But just as he was pulling his hand back and preparing to leave, he sensed something was off. Huan was shocked to see that on his matrix of leadership, which had only 1 spark left, there were now 910 sparks displayed. That froze Huan in confusion. System, what's going on here? It seemed like this little one had consumed only 1/10 of a single spark's energy. As expected, the system quickly responded. To answer your question, host, since the water converter is merely a micromechanical life form, it requires only a small amount of spark energy. Only 1/10. Huan finally wore a look of realization. No wonder only 1/10 had been consumed. Micromechanical life forms simply did not need much spark energy. However, if that was the case, could he not forge a batch of micromechanical life forms himself? Watches, phones, drones, and the like. They could be used for reconnaissance, communication, and intelligence gathering. Huan felt he had discovered a brand new method of mass-producing his forces. So he simply took out 9 of the watches he had collected earlier from his storage space and activated them all into micromechanical life forms for communication and contact. Once everything was finished, he realized it was already late. Huan returned to his bedroom to sleep. The next morning, sure enough, Huan, still sound asleep, was startled awake by Lin Zhao's delighted voice. Yi Huan, wake up. I think there's water in the house. It turned out that when Lin Xiao had gotten up early to prepare breakfast, she accidentally touched the faucet and discovered water gushing out in an abundant stream. She even thought she had imagined it, so she excitedly rushed over to Yi Huan. I know I did it. Awakened from his sleep, Yi Huan felt somewhat helpless, but looking at the stunning beauty in her pajamas radiant with surprise, he said nonchalantly, What? You did it, eh? His words stunned Lin Xiao. Wow, how did you manage that? And, she added, this water, it couldn't have the zombie virus, could it? She was a little worried that if it carried the zombie virus, drinking it might cause problems instead. Yi Huan, however, waved his hand and said, Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. From now on we will never lack water again. Really? Hearing this, Lin Xiao grew even more excited, her delicate face glowing with unprecedented joy. After all, this was the zombie apocalypse. On an ordinary day, merely finding a bottle of mineral water would already be considered fortunate. Yet now their home possessed an endless supply of water. From now on, even taking a bath would be no problem. However, that was not the priority at the moment. After washing up briefly and eating breakfast, Yi Huan gathered the three women ready to head out and scavenge supplies. Today was already the 6th day since the zombie catastrophe had erupted, and the number of zombies was still growing. Moreover, within the next few days, more survivors would likely emerge from their shelters in search of food. Naturally, he had to make the most of these 2 days before other survivors truly began to venture out. They needed to gather as many supplies as possible. Understood. The sisters Chun Mingyao and Chun Mingyuan also knew that collecting more supplies during these days was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, once other survivors came to their senses, the city's resources would no longer be enough to go around. After all, this was only the beginning of the disaster. Who knew how long it would last? For safety's sake, however, Yi Huan placed the twin sisters and Lin Xiao in one group, and also had Tiepi accompany them. This way, even if they ran into large survivor gangs, they would have nothing to fear. As for himself, having the laser bird accompany him was more than enough. After all, with more than 40 times his original strength, he did not even fear ordinary firearms. What was there to worry about? Therefore, after the arrangements were made, the two parties set off separately. Yi Huan, with the laser bird by his side, found a random car and drove away. His goal this time was very clear: to collect medicine and certain luxury goods. After all, he no longer had any shortage of food. With just a few mouths to feed, there was enough to last a lifetime. Moreover, even if it ran short, he could exchange for more in the safe zones later. So comparatively speaking, luxury goods and medicine were far more important. Of course, the so-called luxury goods were not things like LV or Chanel, but rather cigarettes, fine wine, and the like. In the apocalypse, women were merely accessories, and women's luxury items were truly worthless. Even diamonds were nothing more than tiny glass shards. Oh, they still had one use: cutting glass. Therefore, those who truly got to enjoy life were still the powerful ability users and men. Medicine, cigarettes, fine wine, and beautiful women, the four great treasures of the apocalypse. Hence, Yi Huan first arrived at a large pharmacy. In Shuhai City, there was a drugstore every 3 meters and a pharmacy every 5. Drugstores were now the one thing in abundance. But when he arrived at the first pharmacy, Yi Huan discovered that someone else had already beaten him to it. The glass had been shattered, and the interior was in complete disarray. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Huan was not particularly shocked. After all, in the apocalypse, there were bound to be people who understood the importance of medicine. Except, when he saw the rows upon rows of glucose containers piled in the corner completely untouched, Yi Huan shook his head and smiled. The survivor who looted this pharmacy first is a real amateur. In the apocalypse, other medicines certainly mattered, but the most useful of all was glucose. Especially these canned ones. Each jar weighed close to half a kilo, yet sold for only a dozen or so yuan. There were more than 30 jars here, enough to cover the daily energy consumption of a 1,000-man army. And yet they had left them all behind. Yi Huan did not stand on ceremony. With a sweeping gesture, he stored every bottle of medicine into his spatial ring. Then he headed to the next pharmacy. In a single morning, Yi Huan had scavenged 3 drugstores and 2 fruit shops, and 1 convenience store. However, to Yi Huan's exasperation, many of the fruits had already rotted beyond eating, such as the hard-to-preserve cherries and strawberries. They had become soft and mushy. Fortunately, apples, oranges, sugarcane, and the like were still in decent condition, so Yi Huan took them all. He also packed up all the packaged foods from the convenience store: instant noodles, ham, sausages, bread, tiramisu, Weilong spicy sticks, biscuits, nuts, beef jerky, pork jerky, canned goods, carbonated drinks, juice, and so on. And of course, mineral water. Although he now had effectively unlimited water resources, bottled water might still prove useful. In the apocalypse, even if he did not drink it himself, it could be traded for other things. And so, after a busy morning, Yi Huan had cleaned out an entire street. During this time, he naturally encountered zombies, more than 30 in total. All of them were dispatched with a single blade strike apiece, thanks to the power of a 4th-rank ability user. These ordinary zombies could not pose the slightest threat to him. Roughly estimating, he had gathered no less than 200 to 300 tons of supplies that morning. Soon, however, another problem emerged. Yi Huan realized that his storage spatial ring was almost full. Indeed, a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. It could be said to rival a super-large warehouse. But over these past few days, starting from Xingfu Residential Community to collecting Dongfang Mansion and AGNC Shopping Center, plus all those fruit shops, supermarkets, convenience stores, hospitals, and pharmacies gathered over the past few days. It was indeed nearly full now. The apocalypse was an era where resources reigned supreme. As long as you had food and drinks, there would be plenty of people willing to obey your every command, even if you desired those female celebrities who were revered as goddesses by their brainless fans in your past life. You could toy with them at will. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Huan simply used 10 zombie crystals to upgrade his spatial ring. However, when it reached the second level, Huan was momentarily stunned, because the storage space had expanded tenfold, reaching 1,000 cubic meters. Good heavens! You must understand this was a full 100,000 cubic meters. If fully stocked, it could hold at least 10,000 tons of supplies. Even Huan had not anticipated that a single level upgrade would yield so much additional space. However, correspondingly, Huan also discovered that upgrading to the third level would require 100 zombie crystals. This system's upgrades are truly ruthless. 100 crystals could completely elevate him to a first-star martial god. Looking at the 50-plus crystals remaining in his spatial ring, Huan immediately abandoned the plan. Besides, these would suffice for a long while. After finishing the upgrade, Huan continued his supply collection. He persisted until nightfall. Only after securing 2 more large shopping malls did he intend to leave. But on the way back, he spotted a group of people under an overpass battling a giant green zombie, several times larger than an ordinary one. My, that's a first-tier zombie. Seeing this oversized zombie, Huan was somewhat surprised. The creature was massive, roughly 3 times the size of a normal zombie. Its arms were nearly a meter long, and due to its bloated body, it resembled a giant meatball. Moreover, its entire form was green. Hence, it was generally nicknamed the Green Giant. Because zombies like survivors could evolve into ability users by devouring zombie crystals. And some zombies would continuously grow and evolve throughout the apocalypse, gaining even more formidable power. If they reached the 5th tier and beyond, there was even a possibility of regaining intelligence. But who would have guessed that only 6 days after the apocalypse erupted, a first-tier zombie would already appear? How swift! Roar! Obviously, someone had already set their sights on this giant zombie. Those 10-plus individuals had parked 2 vehicles nearby. They were not firing weapons. Instead, they were engaging the zombie in close combat with blades. No choice, really. The city center was teeming with zombies, and any loud commotion would summon a horde. Even guns would be useless here. And first-tier zombies hadn't yet developed brains, they fought solo. They could not summon zombie minions. That was why this group dared recklessly attempt to take down the giant zombie with cold weapons. Roar! But clearly they had underestimated the terror of a first-tier zombie. Although the Green Giant looked cumbersome, it was remarkably fast, capable of covering 5 or 6 meters in a single second. With just one massive slap to a survivor, the man didn't even have the chance to scream before being sent flying dead on impact. The remaining people were struck with dread at this sight. This thing was indeed no match for ordinary zombies. A middle-aged man couldn't help but say to the stunning beauty in black leather wielding a steel blade, "Miss Jiang, we've already lost several brothers. If this continues, we'll all perish here. Let's just shoot." "No." But the woman called Miss Jiang shook her head, because she understood all too well that they had already attracted the attention of this behemoth. Once they opened fire, it might do little harm, but would instead draw more zombies. But the middle-aged man grew anxious upon hearing this, since several people had already fallen. "If we continue like this, we may lose even more." Jiang Lai clearly saw the problem as well, so she immediately frowned and pondered before saying, "Only take a few brothers to distract it. I'll strike from behind." "All right." Old Li hurriedly picked up a large stone from the ground and hurled it at the fleshball zombie, shouting loudly, "Come on, come get me." Roar! True enough, the fleshball zombie was struck and enraged. It turned around and charged straight at Old Li. Old Li steeled himself and raised his steel blade to block. Boom! With a loud crash, Old Li took the blow squarely and nearly vomited blood. Good lord, if he hadn't consumed 2 zombie crystals. This single strike would have cost him his life. But precisely at that opening, Jiang Lai's steel blade in hand leaped forward and slashed directly at the zombie's neck. Splat! As the steel blade penetrated the zombie's neck. We did it! Old Li hadn't yet had time to rejoice when the next instant, seeing the zombie roar in pain, but failed to fall, his expression immediately shifted. "Miss Jiang, careful." Huh! Jiang Lai had thought she had succeeded and felt a surge of delight. After all, once she secured this first-tier zombie's crystal tisk, it could multiply her strength several times over. But who would have expected her to suddenly sense a palm carrying fierce wind approaching? She was directly knocked flying and slammed heavily onto the ground. Damn! Jiang Lai was dazed and disoriented from the impact. But as soon as she recovered her senses, she saw the zombie roaring and pouncing toward her again. "Miss!" Old Li cried out in alarm. Jiang Lai never expected to be so unlucky, encountering such an opportunity after all this hardship, only to nearly meet her end. But fortunately, Huan acted at this moment. With his 4th-tier strength, Huan's speed was 4 or 5 times faster than this Green Giant. At the same instant, a sharp glimmer of cold light striking under the moonlight suddenly severed the fleshball zombie's head with blinding speed. Splat! Everyone only heard a wet sound. When they finally registered what had happened, they discovered the once arrogantly towering giant zombie had collapsed to the ground. Its head also rolled and came to rest on the earth trampled beneath Huan's feet. Fast. Too fast. From the green giant being slashed to having its head severed, it had taken no more than a few seconds. The crowd hadn't even had time to react. When they finally came to their senses and beheld the slain first-tier zombie, everyone couldn't help but draw sharp breaths. Their expressions were frozen in shock as they stared at Huan. What the hell? Where had this guy come from wielding such terrifying power? The rescued Jiang Lai hadn't yet recovered. When she finally came to her senses and saw Huan, she sighed in relief after narrowly escaping death, then struggled to her feet and hastily thanked Huan. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. But Huan held no interest in them, for his target was this oversized zombie. A first-tier zombie. The crystal within its head was also first-tier, equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. At a time like this, obtaining such a crystal was no easy feat. So he directly used his steel blade to split open the zombie's skull. As expected, a crystal emerged, though similarly sized to a little fingernail, yet the liquid within appeared even more pure. It was a first-tier zombie crystal. In response, Huan wasted no courtesy. With a flick of his steel blade, he claimed it as his own. Of course, the group, standing nearby, could only watch helplessly. Still, they wisely chose not to make a move. No joke. Someone who could easily cut down a first-tier zombie with a single slash was not someone they could afford to provoke. But just as Huan was about to turn and leave, Jiang Lai could not hold back and hurriedly asked, "Hey, wait. I still don't know your name." Huan, however, could not be bothered with them. He got straight into the car and drove off. That made a young man nearby bristle with indignation. Damn, so what if he's a bit stronger? What's there to be so cocky about? Exactly. Another person was also indignant. How could he treat their boss like that? But Jiang Lai did not think the same way. Watching Huan's departing back, she could not help feeling moved. So handsome. Meanwhile, Old Li, seeing that Jiang Lai was safe, hurried over and could not help worrying. "Miss Jiang, the zombie crystal has been taken away. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Jiang Lai glanced at Old Li and said helplessly, "He saved us, didn't he? How can we ask for it back?" Those words gave Old Li pause. He supposed there was some truth to them. But soon he was troubled again. Without that crystal, you won't make it to first-tier ability user. When the time comes, can you really deal with Li Jinlong and his group? That. At the mention of this, Jiang Lai paused and furrowed her brows slightly. Yes. Over the past few days, Li Jinlong had been using the power of Jianfeng Tower to try to annex them. She had originally hoped to obtain a powerful zombie crystal to raise her strength and resist them, but now, forget it. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lai frowned slightly and said, "Let's head back first." All right. Hearing this, everyone could only get into the car and leave. Of course, Huan did not care at all about what these people were thinking, because in his eyes, the complete fall of Shuhai was only a matter of time. At most 2 months. After the rainstorm would come floods, and after the floods, freezing cold and mist. By then, he estimated there would be no survivors left in all of Shuhai City. So why waste words with these dead people? 20 minutes later, Huan returned to the Dongfang residence. By this time, Lin Xiao and the other girls had already come back. They had also brought back a good amount of supplies, carried back by a Tianju heavy truck. A full 5 tons. Oh, quite a haul. Seeing the truck filled to the brim with supplies, canned food, bread, and even compressed biscuits, Huan was surprised. "Where did you all go?" Speaking of this, Chen Mingyuan said with some pride, "We went to the suburbs." Sister Lin Xiao knew there was an industrial park on the northern outskirts with a bread factory and a canned food factory. So we went there and brought back the canned goods. We never expected that no one had touched them, so we moved everything back. Sure enough, Lin Xiao also looked a little embarrassed, but she explained, "I had passed by that place before, so I thought there might be some. I didn't think there really would be." After all, those canned goods, compressed biscuits, and bread were all fresh. Especially the canned goods and compressed biscuits. Their shelf life was 3 years. They could definitely be considered good stuff. So that was it. Huan understood. No wonder they had brought back such a huge truckload. They had found an industrial park. However, Huan was still curious. "You 3 girls loaded all of this?" There was a full 15 tons here. 3 girls probably couldn't have done it. Of course not. As expected, Chen Mingyao waved her hand and rolled her beautiful eyes. "The 3 of us don't have space rings. How could we possibly move that much?" "Exactly." Chen Mingyuan giggled too, then explained, "We ran into a group of survivors on the road. We threatened them into going to the industrial park to move supplies." Huan understood once more. No wonder they had brought back such a huge load. So they had coerced other survivors into transporting supplies for them. In his past life, he had done exactly that, recruited a bunch of people to haul supplies, and then built up his own force. But don't worry. Afraid that Huan might think they had been imprudent and casually revealed their strength, Chen Mingyao quickly explained, "I had Ironhide take Frog King to keep an eye on things. There won't be any trouble. Besides, there is plenty of supplies left in the industrial park, and they are being obedient. I was afraid that without them we 3 would be too slow loading everything. It doesn't matter." Unexpectedly, Huan just waved his hand unconcerned. Because the military would be withdrawing tomorrow. And more importantly, the disaster had already been going on for 6 days. Judging by the pace of the first wave, which lasted about a month, there were at most 20 days left before the heavy rain began, followed by floods, freezing cold, and mist. Once that happened, all of Shuhai City would be done for. So finding more survivors to work as laborers was also a good choice. After all, Transformers were good at fighting, but their massive frames were not suited to gathering supplies. But he still reminded Chun Mingyao what you did was right. But remember, in the apocalypse, zombies are terrifying, yet the human heart is equally dangerous. Sometimes the human heart is 100 times more dangerous than zombies. Understand? I understand. Nodding obediently, Chun Mingyao actually did not trust anyone at all, well, except Yi Huan. She trusted only Yi Huan. As for everyone else, she did not care in the least. She did not take them to heart at all. And so after storing everything in his space ring, Yi Huan took the 3 girls back to rest. The next morning, just as he woke up, Yi Huan heard the system notification again. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in for the 7th day. The sudden prompt piqued his interest, so he immediately contacted the system in his mind. System, what's the choice reward today? Soon the system answered, for today's choice reward, based on the host's current situation, you may choose another space ring to stockpile more supplies, or a lightning sword Kulun with paralysis properties. What the heck is that? Well, hearing the first choice was no problem. After all, potions had been repeated before, so a space ring was only natural. But when he heard the second choice reward, lightning sword Kulun, that name sounded so familiar. It was a bit like, well, an item from the dungeon game he played in his past life. Sure enough, the system quickly answered, lightning sword Kulun is a lightning attribute lightsaber from a mysterious other world. It enhances the user's strength while granting a powerful paralysis effect. Holy shit. Sure enough, even Yi Huan could not help cursing this time. Shock appeared in his eyes, and he felt somewhat excited. This was the lightning sword Kulun, a top-tier divine weapon in the game, and it came with its own lightning effect. It was absolutely badass. If he had this sword, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Damn system, even you can get this thing. But the system was coy. Host, please make your choice. This. He had to admit, looking at the lightning sword Kulun and then at the space ring, Yi Huan hesitated. Because in less than a month the flood would come. He needed to use this time to gather as many supplies as possible. With one more space ring, his speed would be doubled. But the lightning sword Kulun was also a good choice. However, after a brief pause, just as the system was about to urge him, a question suddenly occurred to Yi Huan. System, you didn't give me my reward yesterday, did you? System. Correct, yesterday's system reward had not yet been distributed. It was the 5th reward issued late at night on the night before yesterday, just before dawn. And now it had already reached the 7th day? The system fell silent. But Yi Huan smiled. Since you owe me one, I'll take both this time. Not too much to ask, is it? The system fell silent once more. Fortunately, after a brief calculation, a prompt soon appeared. Ding, congratulations on receiving the system reward space ring. Ding, congratulations on receiving the system reward lightning sword bitter wheel. As the words fell, 2 items materialized out of thin air in the sky. Good heavens, it actually worked. Yi Huan was overjoyed at the sight. The moment he made contact, the space ring, which he was already familiar with, responded immediately. But the lightning sword bitter wheel was something entirely different. Before his eyes stood a long sword measuring a full 100 centimeters, its entire body radiating a pale blue glow accompanied by a sharp, chilling gleam that gave an overwhelming sense of razor sharpness. This sword was truly magnificent. Unable to resist, he gently stroked the blade. It caused him no harm. Yet Yi Huan was fully aware. Although firearms would still dominate the battlefield in the future as espers continued to rise in numbers, more and more people were beginning to return to the most primitive form of combat. Cold weapon close combat. Because many monsters could not be defeated by firearms alone. That was when a weapon of extreme sharpness and hardness became essential. Ordinary steel swords would likely fail to penetrate the defense of the 3rd or 4th tier zombies ahead. But this lightning sword bitter wheel was different. Yi Huan checked the information. Item name, lightning sword bitter wheel. Level 1. Quality SSS grade. Strength 1000. Agility 800. Inherent attribute attack summon lightning. Hiss. It could actually summon lightning. Seeing this description, Yi Huan couldn't help but chuckle. This had already surpassed the boundaries of the apocalypse. And the moment he grasped it, Yi Huan also noticed something else. His own strength seemed to have increased several times over. Holding this weapon and feeling the familiar warmth surging through him, Yi Huan was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, the system quickly explained the lightning sword bitter wheel can help the host increase strength and agility, enhancing your overall power. According to the standard Esper's calculation method, every 10 attribute points equal 1 multiplier, so the host's strength has effectively increased by 100 times. So that was how it worked. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan showed a look of realization. No wonder he felt his strength had increased 2 or 3 times beyond his current base. Who would have thought that equipping this light sword could boost his power by 100 times? Now it was wonderful. He already had 40 times, and with this blade added, directly 140 times. Equivalent to a 1-star martial god. In the apocalypse, 1 times strength equaled 1 level, and 10 levels formed 1 tier. After 10 tiers came the martial god. They were also the outstanding champions of this world. And from then on, every 100 times increase would grant a 1-star promotion. In his past life, the strongest Huan had ever seen never exceeded 1,000 times. And that was still 2 years later. It seems my current strength is already unparalleled. Holding the lightning sword bitter wheel, Huan muttered to himself. Huan. Just as he was still immersed in the pleasure of his overwhelming power, a melodious voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Coming back to his senses, he saw Chun Mingyuan running toward him. She had already changed into her equipment and clothes. You're just in time. Seeing this girl, Huan tossed the extra space ring over, saying, take this ring, you can use it to collect supplies. Since it was gifted by the system, the binding owner was him. Huan had no fear of the ring being lost. You have another one. Seeing the space ring after Chun Mingyuan caught it, her beautiful face could not help but show a bewildered expression. She had only expected one, never imagining there would be another. But soon her breathtakingly beautiful face lit up with joy. That's wonderful, I didn't expect we would have a space ring too. Now we won't need to worry about collecting supplies. After all, yesterday the 3 of them along with Tiepi and the others had spent the entire day collecting and only managed 15 tons. But Huan alone had directly collected over 1,000 tons. This had dealt a heavy blow to them. But now with the space ring, the 3 of them could collect just as fast as Huan. Let's go first. But Huan did not waste time and directly led her downstairs. Okay. Putting the ring on her hand, Chun Mingyuan happily hurried after him. When they arrived at the underground garage, the others were already waiting in formation. Tianzhu Anyu Feihua, Liuxing Qiang, Lin Xiao, and Chun Mingyao were also there. Huan. Seeing Huan approach, Lin Xiao and Chun Mingyao simultaneously called out, you're here. Nodding slightly, Huan glanced at the 2 women's attire. To be honest, their simple combat gear paired with the 2 steel swords and the pistols on their bodies with AK-47 slung behind gave them a post-apocalyptic goddess vibe. But Anyu stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and handed over the zombie crystals collected yesterday. Master, these are 120 zombie crystals collected by me, Feihua, Liuxing, and Qihong. Moi. Coming back to his senses and seeing so many zombie crystals, Huan was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the 3 large ones to collect so many. But thinking carefully, it was only natural. They were 3 transformers after all. Slaughtering zombies would be as easy as playing games. Without hesitation, he directly took out 100 to upgrade the leader module. Accompanied by a blue energy wave manifesting after absorbing all the energy, Huan felt countless warm currents surging through his body, continuously reinforcing it. This feeling, Huan couldn't help but show an expression of pure enjoyment again. It was far more comfortable than the ordinary gene-evolved espers from his past life. Before long, when he came back to his senses, Huan discovered the leader module had already been upgraded to the 3rd level. And the daily refreshing spark seeds had increased from 2 to 3. After stretching his arms, he found his strength had also increased by a full 100 times. This feeling is quite nice. Nodding slightly, Huan was very satisfied with his current strength. Of course, he did not forget the 3 women either, so he took out another 10 from the space ring. Exactly 30 in total, he handed them to Lin Xiao, saying, 10 for each of you, use them to strengthen your bodies. Okay. The 3 women did not hesitate upon hearing this. Knowing that the most important thing now was to improve their strength to survive more safely, they each received 10 crystals from Lin Xiao. Soon after swallowing them, accompanied by slight pain, the 3 women let out a few grunts. That sound, TSK. But fortunately, they quickly succeeded in advancing to Tier 2 espers. Alright. Seeing the task complete, Huan wasted no time and directly told the 3 women, let's move out. Understood. Feeling their enhanced strength, the 3 women were full of confidence. So quickly, under Tianzhu's leadership, the supercars Anyu Feihua, Liuxing, and Qihong followed closely behind. The main force marched in grand formation straight toward the suburban industrial park. Soon after, just 20 minutes, they arrived at the industrial park. A brief survey revealed approximately over 1,000 mu of land, and it was a fully mature industrial park with various equipment buildings and even a large apartment complex. Surrounded by tall walls, it was quite suitable as a base. As they stepped out of the vehicle, a humming sound and mechanical clicking filled the air. In an impressive display, several massive machines swiftly transformed one after another into transformers. With Tianzhu leading the way, and Yu and Feihua Liuxing quickly found suitable positions to establish their perimeter. Of course, there were plenty of zombies here too. Roar! When they spotted Huan and his group, they let out fierce roars and charged over recklessly. Take them down. Tianzhu drew an energy cannon from behind his back and aimed it at a zombie. Hum! Boom! In the next instant, with terrifying energy fluctuations, the zombie was blasted into bits. Meanwhile, the other giants weren't idle either. And Feihua, Liuxing, and Qihong also drew their energy cannons in unison. Hum boom! Hum boom! A few simple energy cannon blasts eliminated all the surrounding zombies. This scene left Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyao, and Chun Mingyuan utterly stunned. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaim in shock, goodness, how incredibly powerful. They had hardly ever witnessed the Transformers Legion in action before. But this was nothing. They hadn't even used 1% of their strength. Otherwise, the entire industrial park would have been destroyed. Perhaps the commotion was too loud. From not far away came a boom accompanied by a low guttural roar. Iron Skin and Frog King also reverted to their Corvette, and Porsche 918 forms their engines rumbling with deep mechanical growls as they slowly drove over from an internal road within the park. Such a majestic sight. One might say a man's dream lover could be a woman, but if you made me choose between a woman and a supercar, then I apologize, but I'd have to choose the latter. No man can resist the allure of a supercar. Though little did they know. When the two giants returned, a pretty girl of 15 or 16 stepped out from inside. Her appearance left Huan completely stunned. What is going on here? At this moment, Frog King and Iron Skin, amidst whirring gears, rapidly transformed into massive transformers. Then they spoke respectfully. Greetings, esteemed master, welcome back. Huan nodded slightly, but still looked toward the girl. This is... Oh. Before Frog King could speak, Lin Xiao beside him explained, she is one of the survivors we rescued yesterday. Her name is Qini Fei. Indeed, when the timid girl saw Lin Xiao, a spark of light finally flickered in her eyes, and she rushed over quickly. Sister Lin Xiao, how is everything? Looking at Qin Fei, who had thrown herself into her embrace, Lin Xiao asked gently, did anything happen after we left yesterday? Hey, no need to ask. Before Qin Fei could respond, Frog King had already started bragging. With me here, how could anything happen? Shut up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Iron Skin beside him couldn't hold back any longer, throwing a punch at him and cursing. Yesterday you slacked off and went to hide in the back mountain for leisure. If it weren't for me, these people would have been torn to shreds by zombies. It turned out that after Lin Xiao left yesterday, more zombies appeared here. If it weren't for Iron Skin, they probably wouldn't have survived until today. But Frog King was indifferent, whistling. What do their lives have to do with me? I only take orders from the boss. Besides, hey, if you can't even protect a few survivors, you don't deserve to be the boss's soldier. Enough. Nearby, hearing these two giants bickering endlessly, Huan felt a headache coming on, so he waved his hand to stop them, then looked at Iron Skin and asked, are there any other survivors here? When it came to serious matters, Iron Skin answered respectfully, other than the batch that Lin Xiao and the others rescued yesterday, no one else. Excellent. Hearing this, Huan immediately showed a satisfied expression. If that was the case, then all the supplies here would be his. Therefore, he didn't waste time and said directly, Tianju taken you and Feihuo Liuxing to guard this place. Do not allow anyone to approach. Iron Skin, Frog King, you two clean up all the zombies here. Because this industrial park was quite large, covering a full 1,000 mu of land. Plus, there were many workers before, so there were many zombies too. So before collecting supplies, they definitely needed to clear them out first. Yes, understood, our revered master. Upon hearing the order, the group of giants immediately took action, and Yue, in a rather cool pose, clicked and transformed into a black Lamborghini Aventador. Then swiftly drove to the park's entrance to stand guard. Tianju climbed up to the top of a 5-story building. As for Feihuo Liuxing, it went to another gate. Of course, Huan wasn't idle either, taking out the Thunder Sword Kulun from his spatial ring. This sword was incredibly cool, and the moment he picked it up, because his power had already been enhanced to 140 times plus this additional 100-fold, Huan felt he possessed terrifying strength beyond anything he had ever experienced. Wait, hold on, Huan. However, just as Huan was about to enter and collect supplies, Lin Xiao beside him suddenly called out to him. My. Hearing this, Huan turned back in surprise to look at the beauty. What is it? Lin Xiao felt somewhat awkward, but still said helplessly, what should we do about the survivors from yesterday? Oh, speaking of this, Huan had just suddenly remembered. There was still a group of survivors here. However, he had no interest in those people. In the apocalypse, besides zombies, the most common thing was survivors. So he paused and said, we'll deal with it later, let's collect supplies first. Alright, got it. Hearing this, the three women hurried to help. Mainly Chun Mingyuan would suffice, since he only had 2 spatial rings on hand at the moment. Even so, there was simply too much supply here despite their preparation. When Huan opened a bread processing factory and saw the warehouse packed full box after box of bread, he couldn't help but be shocked. There was no other reason, the quantity was simply too enormous. Inside the warehouse, covering over 2,000 square meters, were densely packed loaves of bread, box after box. At least 10,000 boxes. These alone would last the 4 of them for decades. Goodness. The twin sisters need not be mentioned, they were completely stunned seeing so many supplies. Especially Chun Mingyuan, who said excitedly, so much bread, we're rich. Rich. But Huan laughed upon hearing this. This is just the beginning, there will be more good things to come. That's right. The twins had discovered that following Huan was truly amazing. This wasn't the apocalypse at all, it was paradise. Alright, let's pack it up first. Okay, got it. Hearing Huan's words, Chun Mingyuan didn't hesitate, immediately raising the spatial ring in her hand to scan the vast warehouse. It took less than 10 minutes. Dozens of tons of bread were all completely stored away. And besides these, there were also raw materials for making bread, like sugar, flour, and oil. Chun Mingyuan didn't want to waste any of it. Of course, besides the bread factory. Because this was originally a large industrial park, not just bread, but other processing factories too, like a canned food factory, a compressed biscuit factory, and some grain warehouses. and a medium-sized storage logistics center. JD. Com's temporary transfer hub. It might not look big, but the stuff inside was amazingly abundant and varied in types. From small daily necessities to home appliances, furniture, and household items, everything was available. Bottled water, yogurt, drinks, white liquor, beer, need I say more? At least 200,000 bottles. So Huan didn't let that go either. Leading the two women, they went on a wild shopping spree here. This continued until noon. The three collected at least 100,000 tons of supplies. During this time, they also upgraded Chunming Yuan's spatial ring. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't have been enough. But even so, it was nearly full. To upgrade again, they needed at least 100 zombie crystals. Damn, 100. This was no small number. So Huan simply said to Frog King and Iron Skin, who had already finished clearing the zombies, "You two go to the back mountain and get me some zombie crystals." Because when they came here, Huan had seen zombies scattered across the back mountain. This was the perfect opportunity to get some. "Yes, master." Receiving their orders, the two giants didn't hesitate. In a very cool manner, they quickly transformed into supercars, then departed the industrial park to hunt zombies. Before long, Huan heard thunderous explosions from the rear mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying blasts that sent tongues of fire leaping into the sky. Even Lin Xiao and the others couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Surely those two massive things didn't need to make such an earth-shaking racket. Yet on second thought, it made perfect sense. The military had withdrawn, so no one was monitoring the area anymore. Of course they could go all out. And sure enough, when night fell, boom, the two enormous figures returned, bringing back a pile of zombie crystals. Giving them a rough count, Huan found there were actually 120 of them. Among them, 6 were even first-tier zombie crystals. That's quite a haul. Even Huan couldn't help but marvel at the stash of zombie crystals filling the iron box. He had clearly underestimated the firepower of these Decepticons. Frog King also chuckled. "Boss, this is nothing. We discovered at least hundreds of thousands of zombies in the rear mountain. Enough to keep us busy for quite a while." "What? Hundreds of thousands?" Hearing that number, even Huan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected so many zombies to be hidden here, but he quickly recovered his composure. "This place might well be a zombie gathering ground," he murmured. What did you say, Huan?" Beside him, Lin Xiao hadn't caught his words and couldn't help asking curiously. "Oh, nothing much." Snapping back to himself, Huan couldn't be bothered to explain in detail, so he simply said, "I mean, this place is probably a zombie gathering ground. These creatures have a habit of clustering together, so they form what's called a gathering ground. Once a riot breaks out, they pour out by the thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Remember the first zombie tide?" "Yes, of course I remember." Lin Xiao recalled it vividly. From the 300-meter height of Eastern Mansion, looking down, it had been utterly awe-inspiring and spectacular. Over 100,000 zombies packed together like a surging tide. "You mean?" Realization dawned in Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes, her expression turning to shock. This couldn't be the starting point of that zombie riot, could it? Exactly right. Huan didn't deny it. Instead, he praised her. "Very clever. You catch on in a single breath." Hiss. But unlike Huan's calm, the three women couldn't help drawing in sharp breaths of cold air. "Wait, are you serious? This is the base where the zombie tide erupted. Doesn't that mean we've got a ticking time bomb right beside us?" Chunming Yuan's beautiful eyes widened. Good heavens, if a sudden riot broke out, the industrial park would bear the brunt of it. Hundreds of thousands of zombies surging out all at once. They could easily flatten this place in minutes. Yet Huan remained perfectly unfazed. "What's there to fear? We have Tianzhu and the others with us. Why worry?" Hearing that, the three women quickly came to their senses. That's right. What was there to worry about? Tianzhu, Frog King, and Fire Meteor were all here. Hadn't Frog King and Ironhide just charged into the rear mountain, killed over 10,000 zombies, and made it out without a scratch? That proved these zombies were nothing to fear at all. However, Ironhide then spoke in his deep, rumbling voice, asking, "Respected master, shall we destroy them all?" After all, leaving them, there was a potential threat. "No rush." Huan waved his hand dismissively. "Let them live for now. Most of them aren't even first tier yet. We'll deal with them later." "Yes, master." Of course, even as he said that, Huan sent Crimson to keep watch over the area, just in case. If a riot did erupt, he wanted at least some advance warning. "Alright, what about those survivors?" Seeing that it was already dark, Huan told Lin Xiao, "Tomorrow give them some food and send them on their way." With the supplies they now had, Huan didn't need anything else. All he had to do was find a safe place to hide and wait for the next wave of disaster to arrive. So he had no use for them at all. Send them away. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Not that she had any objection to it. It was just that after hesitating for a moment, she glanced at the young girl Qin Fei, who had already fallen asleep not far away. "What about her?" "Yes." Shen Mingyao also spoke up. "She's only 16 and her parents died in the zombie horde yesterday. If we hand her over to those survivors, I'm afraid." She didn't finish the sentence, but Huan already understood. Indeed, the girl was quite pretty. Though only 16, she'd already blossomed into a graceful young woman. Her figure was as curvesome as could be, with all the right proportions in all the right places. Not that the author was hinting at anything improper. She was 16, still a minor, and that would be against the law. But those survivors might not be so honorable. So after a pause, Huan waved his hand and said, "We can keep her, but she'll have to take the gene enhancement serum or else she'd just be dead weight." Of course. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and the other two women breathed sighs of relief. They had been afraid Huan would refuse. Since they were bringing her along, it was only natural for her to become an ability user. So when the next day came, Lin Xiao relayed the news to Qini Fei. Naturally, Qini Fei was overjoyed to learn that she could stay. She was pleasantly surprised, for she had never expected Huan to take her in. Of course, there are conditions. Lin Xiao produced a gene enhancement serum and said gently, "You'll have to drink this first." "What is this?" Seeing the serum, Qini Fei's pretty face showed a trace of confusion. Lin Xiao smiled and explained, "It's a gene enhancement serum. But if you ever betray your brother Huan, you'll lose the abilities it grants." "Something like that exists, eh?" Qini Fei was rather astonished to hear this. But now both her parents were dead, and she had no family left by her side. Following sister Lin Xiao seemed like a good idea, so she chose to tilt her head back and down the serum without hesitation. Very good. Watching Qini Fei drink it, Lin Xiao's delicate face softened with tenderness. "Don't worry. Stay with us from now on, and you'll live much more safely." Qini Fei obediently nodded. "Why don't you go call him Brother Huan?" Seeing Huan not far away, who was upgrading his spatial ring, Lin Xiao shot the girl a meaningful glance. Even though she was only 16, the young beauty understood quite a lot. So she quickly rose, stepped into her white sneakers that had turned black, and called out to Huan with a blush, "Brother Huan." Huan glanced at the young beauty and nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Oh, of course, he wasn't referring to her personality. Anyway, there were still plenty of empty slots on the 10-member team roster. Adding this little girl wouldn't hurt. All right. Seeing that everything was properly arranged, Huan wasted no time. He stood up and said, "Today's task is still simple. Keep collecting supplies and try to clear the entire industrial park." Just now he had upgraded his spatial ring to level 3. It consumed a full 100 zombie crystals. That was a real heartache. But seeing that the spatial ring had been upgraded to a volume of 10 million cubic meters, enough to fit the entire industrial park, he suddenly found it acceptable. Understood. The four women were equally brisk, nodding and rising at once, ready to set out. What followed was relatively simple. They continued gathering supplies. Since half had already been collected yesterday, Huan spent most of the day to finish the remaining half. Looking at the spatial ring now packed with daily necessities, food and drink, Huan couldn't help feeling a little moved. With these supplies, even if he hid in a shelter for 10 lifetimes, he could never eat through them all. Of course, there were some regrets. That was Huan discovered that meat and vegetables were scarce. It wasn't that they didn't exist. It was just that meat required refrigeration. But the entire industrial park had lost power long ago. Most of that meat had already spoiled and become inedible, so it went to waste. As for vegetables, too much time had passed, they had all wilted and couldn't be eaten. What a pity. Even Chun Mingyao felt regretful looking at the spoiled vegetables. If these were still fresh, we'd truly have no worries about food and drink. Enough. Huan, however, didn't take it to heart. He waved his hand and said, "There will be other opportunities. Let's head out first." The four women nodded obediently and got into the cars with Huan. They boarded Tiepi's Corvette and Fei Huoliexing's Bugatti. As for Tianju, Huan ordered it to take on Yue Qihong and Tiepi to stay behind and continue collecting zombie crystals. Yes, understood. After Tianju and the other big fellows answered respectfully and headed toward the rear mountain, Huan drove the four women back to the city area first. But this time, as soon as they reached the city, they realized the times had changed. Though only 2 short days had passed before they even entered the true downtown. Many places were already exchanging fire. Of course, some people were killing zombies, but others were fighting each other over supplies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Damn it, I picked up that stuff first. You're robbing me. Looking for death. Fuck, do you know who we are? Who? I'm from Jianfeng Tower. A yellow-haired thug said arrogantly. Damn. Unexpectedly, the other side wasn't a pushover either. A young woman who had mutated into an ability user sneered. I'm from the Blood Rose base. Think I'm afraid of you? Then enough talk. Come on, let's fight. Fine, let's fight. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without a word, they clashed again. This scene left Lin Xiao and the others who were about to pass by utterly stunned. Whoa, Huan, this is too brutal. Watching them fight right at the city alley entrance, honestly, the women began to question life itself. What's the big deal, eh? To Huan, it was nothing unusual. After all, in Shuhai City now, the military has withdrawn. This place has completely become the world of survivors and zombies. Without order, isn't it only natural? Makes sense. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded lightly, finding it reasonable. After all, when the zombie disaster first erupted, though things were somewhat chaotic, the rescue troops were still around, so it hadn't come to open brawls in public. But now that the rescue troops had withdrawn, this place had become a lawless no man's land. In a word, survival of the fittest, where the strong prey on the weak. It seems the most terrifying thing about the apocalypse isn't really the zombies. At that thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help shaking her head, a hint of emotion crossing her pretty face. Enough. Huan didn't care to hear her lament. Let's go back first. Okay. Soon Tiepi, which had transformed into a BMW 3 Series, led Fei Huoliexing, which had become a Volkswagen. They quickly left the battlefield and rushed back to Oriental Mansion. But on the way back, Huan unexpectedly spotted an abandoned wrecked tank. It sat in the middle of the road, its tracks broken. Well, what a pleasant surprise. The sight of this Cybertronian tank caught Huan somewhat off guard, for it was the most advanced tank currently available in China. Although its tracks had been shattered, Huan did not let the opportunity slip by. He stepped out of his vehicle and directly activated the tank, humming, clicking, whirring. As it was awakened, the tank's treads began to repair themselves. Then a deep, rumbling voice emanated from within. "Respected master, a Cybertronian warrior reports for duty." Nodding slightly, Huan said, "Your new name shall be Land Combatant." After all, he currently possessed no tank unit among his forces. This was perfect. "Yes, respected master." Upon receiving his new name, Land Combatant responded with reverence. "Let's go." Having stumbled upon a tank simply by passing through, Huan was in good spirits, so he climbed back into his vehicle and set off for the eastern residence with the 4 women. The Land Combatant tank rumbled along behind them as they returned. Little did they know, roughly an hour later, a group of people rushed over in a fluster, bringing along a repair technician covered in dust and fatigue. They were from Jianfeng Building. After engaging in a fierce battle with the Blood Rose faction, although they had successfully repelled the enemy, they had lost one of their own Land Combatant tanks on their end. This was a Cybertronian warrior. Their boss Li Jinlong had worked tirelessly to acquire it from the military. For it to be ruined here, how could this be tolerated? They immediately sent someone back to fetch help. However, upon returning, Chun Fan was dumbfounded. "Damn, where's my tank? Where the hell is my tank?" Looking around, there was nothing. He thought he might have remembered the wrong location. The tank. The repair technician, also out of breath from the rush, stood frozen when he found nothing there either. This doesn't add up. Chun Fan was bewildered, scratching his head. It was clearly damaged right here. Damn it. The weapon repair technician held a high position at Jianfeng Building. Suspecting the young man was deliberately mocking him, he raised a wrench ready to strike Chun Fan's skull. "Chun Fan, let me tell you, if you dare play games with me, don't blame me for making things unpleasant for you when we get back. Don't." Chun Fan was startled, but soon a wicked expression crossed his face. He spat heavily on the ground and cursed, "Damn it, it must be that bunch from the Blood Rose who came back and took the tank. You bastards, if I ever catch you, I'll kill every last one of you." He assumed the Blood Rose faction was behind it. After all, besides them, no one would dare touch anything belonging to Jianfeng Building. Little did he know Huan never cared whose tank it was. He simply activated it and took it home. Upon returning to the eastern residence, everything remained as tranquil as ever. THP and Fei Huoliexing escorted Land Combatant into the underground garage. Huan, meanwhile, led the 4 women to the Sky Villa on the top floor. Phew, we're finally back. No sooner had they arrived than Chun Mingyuan immediately plopped onto the sofa, her pretty face filled with utter satisfaction. "This place is so comfortable. Tell me about it." Even Lin Xiao, who had been collecting supplies these past couple days, felt the exhaustion. Honestly, returning here brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. Only the newcomer Qin Yifei was struck speechless by such extravagance in the Sky Villa. "This is..." She looked around at the exquisitely expensive furniture, the expansive living room, the grand rooms. This place was far too luxurious. Oh, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered Qin Yifei was new here, so she warmly pulled her to a seat and said, "That's right, this is our secret refuge. How about it? Not bad, is it?" "Yes, yes." Coming to her senses, Qin Yifei nodded enthusiastically. It was simply too beautiful. "All right now." However, Huan waved his hand and said, "Resting aside, first take a shower and change clothes." "Right." At this reminder, the 3 women instantly snapped to attention. They had been outside for nearly 3 days, slaughtering countless zombies, and hadn't bathed once. Lin Xiao quickly got up and joked, "I'll go draw the water. Let's have a bath." But noticing Qin Yifei's bewildered expression beside her, she grabbed the girl's hand and asked, "Want to wash with your sister?" At this moment, Qin Yifei was utterly stunned. Bathe? Could one still bathe post-apocalypse? Sister, isn't it? Isn't water supposed to be restricted after the apocalypse? Many sources carry zombie viruses, right? Exactly. But before Lin Xiao could speak, Chun Mingyao chimed in with a grin. "The water here is completely safe and unlimited. Just follow me." Really? Qin Yifei felt a flicker of temptation. She had gone so many days without even a proper face washing, let alone a bath. To think she could enjoy a hot shower here, it was almost too tempting to resist. "Come on." Lin Xiao, reading the 16-year-old girl's desires perfectly, seized her hand and said, "Enough thinking. Just do it. We have plenty of water here. Come with me." With that, the beautiful woman led the beautiful girl into the bathroom. Soon after, Lin Xiao ran back out, then went to her room to fetch clothes for Qin Yifei to change into. She hadn't forgotten to ask the 2 sisters, "Hey, do you 2 have any spare clothes? Give Fei Fei a set." Hearing the request for clothes, the 2 sisters exchanged awkward glances with Huan. "Seriously, Huan is still right here." "Hey." That look completely befuddled Huan. "Why are you both staring at me? It's just a piece of clothing. And nothing." Caught, the 2 sisters stuck out their tongues slightly. Chun Mingyuan hurried to the room and retrieved a set. "I have one I haven't worn. I collected it before, and the packaging is still intact." "Oh, that works perfectly. Do you have sleepwear as well?" Yes. Then bring one of those too. Alright. Chun Mingyuan rushed to fetch them. She quickly delivered everything over. However, after delivering them, oh dear. Never mind, I'll take a bath too. Ah, 3. Are you sure? Came Lin Zhao's skeptical voice from within. Oh, it's fine, come on. Chun Mingyuan simply squeezed right in. And so the living room was left with only Yi Huan and Chun Mingyao. Hearing the sound of rushing water from inside, Chun Mingyao felt a touch embarrassed, yet she still raised her luminous eyes and couldn't help but ask, Yi Huan, are you going to bathe too? What's wrong? Seeing Chun Mingyao's bashful expression, Yi Huan teased, do you want to bathe with me? Well. Upon hearing those words, Chun Mingyao's pretty face turned even redder. But who would have guessed after a brief pause that this lovely young woman would actually raise her beautiful eyes and say shyly, how about I go fetch some clothes? Wait. That remark sent Yi Huan into laughter. Just kidding, you go ahead and bathe first, I'm in no hurry. Those words left Chun Mingyao, who had just psyched herself up, completely flustered. She couldn't help but shoot him an annoyed glance. You're doing this on purpose. This is so humiliating. If you won't bathe, forget it. Chun Mingyao retorted irritably, then hurriedly ran inside after them. Soon Lin Xiao and Chun Mingyuan's bewildered voices echoed from within. Sister, why are you coming too? Oh, can't we bathe together? Hey, don't push. Well, hearing the girls' laughter and playful banter in the bathroom, honestly, not many men could resist such a temptation. They were all first-rate beauties. Moreover, there was a pair of twins, the ultimate fantasy for any man. Fortunately, Yi Huan's self-control was still decent, for he still needed to head to the rooftop to check on Xianyun. As expected, upon arriving at the rooftop, he found Xianyun had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Yi Huan approach, Xianyun immediately spoke in a respectful tone, respected master. Nodding slightly, Yi Huan wasted no words and simply asked, how has the city been during our absence? Chaotic. Surprisingly, after uttering those words, Xianyun hesitated before continuing in a grave tone. Very chaotic. It turned out that ever since the rescue forces retreated from the city that morning 2 days ago, the area had completely become a haven for both post-apocalyptic survivors and zombies. Dozens of survivor bases, large and small, had emerged, and among them the most infamous, needless to say, were Blood Rose at the city entrance and Jianfeng building. Both factions boasted over 1,000 survivors. Moreover, there were over 100 empowered individuals. Coupled with their heavy firepower, large-scale armed conflicts erupted daily. Yet Yi Huan was quite accustomed to such chaos, because in his past life he had survived in the very same manner. Of course, he hadn't stayed in Shuhai City the entire time back then. He only knew there were 3 major bases here, but he hadn't cared much about the specific circumstances. However, Blood Rose was respectable. Even 2 years later, this survivor base had grown to over 10,000 people. But Yi Huan remained largely uninterested. He merely waved his hand and said, continue reconnaissance. Less than 20 days until the next disaster strikes. I need you to monitor weather changes at all times, and the situation of those survivors. Yes, respected master. Xianyun responded in a respectful, mechanized voice, replying with deep reverence. Soon Yi Huan returned to the mansion. He found that the 4 women had already finished bathing and emerged. Each wore different sleepwear paired with adorable slippers revealing snow-white long legs, beautiful flowing hair, and complemented by their breathtakingly beautiful faces. The twins' beautiful Lin Xiao. Well, she was still a minor, so that was fine. Although her beauty was no inferior to Lin Zhao's, but she belonged to an entirely different style. How do I look? Seeing Yi Huan's astonished expression, Chun Mingyao said proudly, don't tell me you think you've brought several super beauties home. Indeed. Regaining his composure, Yi Huan paused and nodded slightly, neither denying it nor confirming, but still added, being pretty alone isn't enough, you need strength. Otherwise in the apocalypse, hey, you're nothing but playthings. Well, a single sentence deflated Chun Mingyao, though Yi Huan was telling the truth. But now our strength isn't weak either. Chun Mingyao shook her delicate pink fist. That's right. Chun Mingyuan also nodded eagerly. Now they had already possessed the power of second-order empowered individuals, which could be said to be top-tier combat strength throughout all of Shuhai City. But these were still far from enough. Although they no longer lacked food, their strength was still insufficient, because Yi Huan clearly understood in the future beyond the dominance of supplies. What mattered more was the strength of personal enhancement. Especially later, Yi Huan would never forget those mysterious monsters in the mist. Terrifying and powerful. 7th and 8th order empowered individuals could easily perish inside, not to mention second order. They would be nothing more than prey in the mouths of those creatures. Therefore, Yi Huan also said, you still need to become stronger, not just increasing your power, but also needing rich combat experience. Having only strength without experience would still die, unless the power was ridiculously overwhelming, like 1,000 times, 2,000 times. Hey, those monsters wouldn't even break your defense. Otherwise, they would need to accumulate more experience. While speaking of combat experience, the 4 women became even more embarrassed, exchanging glances. A touch blushing and ashamed. Honestly, they had 0 combat experience. Previously, when going out to collect supplies, they still relied on Tiejia Wawang and the others to eliminate those zombies. They hadn't contributed any effort at all. But they also knew Huan was right. Having only strength without combat experience made them nothing but walking experience orbs. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyuan hurriedly said, Huan, you can train us. That's right. These words made the remaining 3 beauties' eyes light up. Don't we have Huan? This guy's combat experience is quite extensive. Me. But who would have guessed upon hearing this that Huan would point at himself and wave his hand me? You can't count on me. I have many things to attend to. How could I spend massive amounts of time daily leveling you up? After all, there were still 20 days until the second major disaster. He needed to prepare more. Although they didn't lack food now, but they still lacked more zombie crystals. And even more powerful transformers. Including in Shuhai City, there were still considerable amounts of cigarettes, alcohol, and other luxury goods untouched. He simply didn't have time to help them accumulate experience. However, he still said, you don't need to worry too much, don't we still have Tiejia and the others? Without exaggeration, with the current Shuhai City, one Tiejia could sweep through effortlessly. This place was merely an ordinary beginner's training ground. A max-level expert clearing a beginner pond. What was there to worry about? Very well then. The 4 women felt a flicker of disappointment at Huan's reluctance. Still, they knew he was right. If they now possessed such formidable power only to need Huan to lead them around by the hand, that would be too shameful to bear. Thus Lin Xiao, the eldest among the 4 women, revealed a gentle, charming smile and said, don't worry. I'll take them there tomorrow. Very good. Huan nodded slightly. He was quite reassured by Lin Xiao. Besides, it was already late. Let's all get some rest early. Okay. The 4 women nodded obediently, each ate a little something, and went to sleep. As for Lin Xiao, she spent the night resting together with Huan. At this moment, however, Jianfeng Tower was a different story. What? You're telling me the tank was taken by Blood Rose? At this, a man in his early 30s wore a grave expression upon hearing the news. After all, that was the battle tank he had obtained with an enormous outlay of money. It had formidable armor, not to mention 2 autocannons. It was an excellent tool whether for dealing with zombies or breaking through the fortified bases of other survivors. It was useful in every way, and it was one of a kind. Yet now you tell me it's been taken away. What's going on? Li Jinlong's face turned grim, his murderous eyes fixed on Qin Fan. It's all the fault of those damned Blood Rose bastards. Sensing Li Jinlong's murderous intent, Qin Fan felt a pang of guilt, but he quickly shifted the blame and cursed with feigned righteous fury, damn, if they had no martial honor whatsoever. They had already been driven off, but when I went back to gather people they towed away our tank. Hey, just let me see those women. I'll cut them into 1,000 pieces. Oh no, women. I'd ravish them first then kill them. Heh. But Li Jinlong merely laughed, a cold look surfacing on his face. If Qin Fan were not also an ability user, and a level 8 one at that, losing that single battle tank would have been enough for Li Jinlong to kill him 10 times over. But Li Jinlong was no fool. He simply asked, did you see Blood Rose people do it? Qin Fan was taken aback by the question. He blinked, then firmly shook his head. No. That answer left even Li Jinlong completely baffled. You didn't see them, and you're still saying Blood Rose did it. But Qin Fan declared with conviction, boss, think about it. In Shuhai City today, who doesn't know about Jianfeng Tower's battle tank? Which blind fool would dare make off with it? Of course, except for Blood Rose. Those words made Li Jinlong pause and thought. Indeed, the bastard's words made sense. After all, Jianfeng Tower now had nearly 2,000 people, and the number of ability users among them was as high as 100. No one would dare lay a finger on anything belonging to Jianfeng Tower, except Blood Rose. But regardless, Li Jinlong fixed a cold, fierce gaze on Qin Fan. I don't care who took it. You find a way to get it back. After all, this tank was his precious tool for attacking cities and seizing strongholds. Without it, Blood Rose's solid defenses would be impossible to overcome. So this tank must not be lost. Yes, understood, boss. Qin Fan quickly said. Don't worry. 7 days. Within 7 days I will definitely bring it back. 7 days. But Li Jinlong unexpectedly laughed at that. He stared coldly at Qin Fan. I'll only give you 3 days. If you don't get it back in 3 days, I'll have your life. No problem, boss, rest assured. 3 days it is. At those words, Qin Fan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That was another 3 days of life. He then hastily led his men out to search for the tank. Of course, Huan had no idea that Jianfeng Tower had already erupted into an uproar over the missing tank. But even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Right now, he was busy dealing with the impending second wave of torrential rain and flooding. So early in the morning, after sending the 4 women off to gain combat experience, he drove his Bugatti Blazing Meteor to Shuhai's largest coastal port. Because Shuhai was a coastal city, the successive torrential rains and tsunamis had submerged more than half the city in floodwater. This is the misfortune of coastal cities. They bear the brunt of disaster first. Yet its advantages were also obvious: maritime trade, and the port's profits were immense. Of course, that was not Huan's purpose. His target was the cargo ships docked here. Exactly. As Shuhai's largest coastal port, a great many vessels moored here year-round. Especially after the zombie apocalypse erupted, many large maritime freighters and cargo ships, and even giant sightseeing cruise ships, had berthed here. If he could activate a large cargo ship, tisk tisk tisk, then what was there to fear from the flood? He could just sail far away across the sea. Moreover, as a Cybertronian lifeform, it was even more stable than an aircraft carrier with even more outrageous firepower. That was why Huan had rushed here at the first moment. Boom. With the blazing meteor emitting a deep, terrifying roar of its exhaust, Huan drove up to the port's coastline. But the moment he stepped out, roar. Countless zombies heard the commotion and rushed over howling fiercely. Their numbers were overwhelming. There were fully several thousand of them. They covered almost the entire port. Among them were even one or two huge brutes, clearly evolved first-stage zombies. Blazing meteor. Wiped them out. Facing the charging zombies, Huan remained completely calm. Were clank clank clank. Kara Arkachik. Needless to say, the blazing meteor was already transforming rapidly. Amid the intense grinding of gears a second later, it had become a sleek blue and black transformer, a full 8 meters tall. Yes, honored master. After delivering a deep mechanical voice full of deference, it drew the huge energy cannon from its back. Boom. As a colossal surge of blue light and energy gathered, a terrifying laser cannon blast erupted in the next instant. With a single shot, a devastating light wave drilled into the earth and wiped out more than 20 onrushing zombies. But it did not end there. Boom. Boom. As the zombies charged fearlessly forward, the blazing meteor gave free rein to its true nature, firing while it laughed, "Come on, you little maggots. Watch me blow every last one of you away." Wherever it passed, zombies, lawns, great trees, shipping containers, everything was blasted to smithereens. Of course, Feihuo Liuxing was savage in battle, and Huan was not to be outdone. From his spatial ring, he slowly drew the lightning sword Kulun. As a light sword glowing faintly blue materialized out of thin air, the next moment, Huan moved. With a squelch, a zombie that charged forward didn't even have time to react. Before it was split in two. At the same time, he swung backhanded. Squelch. Roar. Another zombie that had tried to sneak attack had its head severed. The head rolled to the ground with a clatter. But this was far from over. Roar. Howl. More and more zombies, fearless of death, charged from all directions. Perfect timing. Huan muttered to himself. In that instant, his speed erupted to its peak. 140-fold strength combined with the lightning, sword's 100-fold power, and overwhelming 240-fold force. All that was left at the scene was a mere afterimage trailing a blue light like a bolt of lightning. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Everywhere he passed, zombies were mowed down. Before he even landed, crack. Over a dozen bolts of lightning rose around him. The instant Huan came to a stop, they precisely struck the zombies still alive around him. The terrifying current blasted them into ashes. They didn't even have a chance to scream, and vanished without a trace. This was the passive talent skill of the lightning sword Kulun, lightning. When swung in attack, the nature of the lightning sword grants a certain probability of triggering chain lightning. Every enemy nearby was vaporized. If anyone had seen it, they would have been stunned beyond words. What the hell? Was he even human? Of course there were only zombies here, no humans. From the zombie reduced to ashes, a zombie crystal dropped. This made Huan's eyes light up. Oh, an unexpected bonus. After picking up the zombie crystal, Huan, still holding the lightning sword Kulun, wasted no time and turned to Feihuo Liuxing. Feihuo Liuxing, end this as quickly as possible. After all, the commotion was too loud. If it kept blasting like this, it would not only attract more zombies. It might also draw the attention of other survivors. Yes, respected master. Having received the order, Feihuo Liuxing wasted no time. It drew from behind its back a giant laser blade formed from its massive tail fin, a full 4 meters long no less. With one swing, the zombies which in its eyes came up only to its shins were easily carved into pieces. Combined with the energy cannon in its hand, every shot cleaned out dozens more. Before long, several thousand zombies had been completely eliminated. Even those first-order zombies couldn't last a single round against Huan and Feihuo Liuxing. They also picked up more than 40 zombie crystals, including 6 first-order energy cores. Of course, after it was done, Feihuo Liuxing still wasn't entirely reassured. Behind it, amid the grinding of mechanical gears, bang. A mechanical dog about 2 meters long shot out. As soon as it emerged, the mechanical dog charged over on its 4 mechanical legs to clean up the battlefield. Only after everything had been killed did Feihuo Liuxing clasp its fists and say respectfully, "Master, all of them have been dealt with." Very good. Seeing that all was resolved, the entire harbor looked as though it had been bombed with smoke and fire everywhere and heaps of scorched earth. Huan nodded slightly and put away the lightning sword Kulun. Then, accompanied by Feihuo Liuxing, he arrived at the harbor. There, just as expected, countless large ships were packed tightly together. Of course, fishing boats were the most numerous. This was a place where people often set out to sea after all. The rest were a few large cargo ships, each over 100 meters long. Now, however, there was clearly no one around, and there were still quite a few zombies aboard. What a pity. Even so, at the sight of these large ships, Huan shook his head slightly with some regret. Because this was not a military port. If only there were 1 or 2. Well, of course, Huan wasn't greedy. If there was no aircraft carrier, a Type 055 destroyer would do. Tisk tisk tsk. If that thing were activated, he could lord it over the seas. But just then Huan's eyes narrowed. He sensed something was wrong. Not far from the harbor, there seemed to be another large ship of a different sort. Huan thought he might have misread. It's an amphibious assault ship. Fei Hua Liuxing quickly scanned it, and concluded a moment later, and it's American. What? An amphibious assault ship? Huan was stunned. Damn, just a moment ago he had been thinking how awesome it would be to have a Type 055. Yet he hadn't expected an actual warship to appear. Not quite as unbelievable, but a warship nonetheless. Soon though a trace of confusion surfaced on Huan's face. He was a little puzzled. How could an Eagle Nation warship be here? After all, this was Dragon Nation territory. Even though the apocalypse had broken out and countless nations had fallen, it was unexpected to see an Eagle Nation warship here. Let's go over and take a look. After a moment's thought, Huan decided to check it out. Yes, master. Having received the order, Fei Hua Liuxing quickly followed Huan aboard the amphibious assault ship, which was fully 120 meters long. Roar. The moment they came aboard, some Eagle Nation zombies staggering on the deck spotted the living and lurched toward them excitedly. They still wore Eagle Nation military uniforms, clearly naval personnel in their past lives. But Huan showed no mercy. Squelch. One stroke after another, each one felled a zombie. Before long, every zombie was eliminated. At the same time, Fei Hua Liuxing employed its military technology to trace the ship's history. And soon they learned the reason. It turned out this amphibious assault ship had been sent to investigate and blockade when the zombie crisis erupted in the island nation. But who would have thought the island nation's zombie disaster would be so terrifying? The first wave of amphibious tanks to land was wiped out. Even the soldiers on the warship were infected. Because Shuhai port was quite close to the island nation, it had drifted over. I see. Reading this information, Huan's expression suddenly cleared. No wonder an Eagle Nation warship had appeared here. But soon, gazing at the enormous behemoth, the corners of Huan's mouth were already curling up uncontrollably. Wow, this was an amphibious assault ship. If he activated it into a transformer, tisk tisk tsk, that would be insane. With that thought, Huan didn't hesitate. He at once thrust the lightning sword Kulun into the warship's deck, knelt on one knee, and slowly pressed down with his hand. At the instant of contact, a wave of energy surged out. The next moment, the leader module's prompt appeared. Ding detection successful. Activation possible. Sparks required 3. Huan. Alright, Huan swore. He truly desired a naval warrior, the stronger the better. But now upon seeing the prompt, Huan was dumbfounded. It actually requires 3 flame seeds. System, why so many? Fortunately, the system soon responded in response to your query. Host, the target you have selected is far too massive, exceeding the coverage range of a single flame seed, thus requiring an increased number of seeds. So that was it. Upon hearing this, Huan suddenly understood. No wonder even a leader warrior like Pillar only required 1 flame seed. But this naval warship needed 3. It seemed there was a certain relation to size. However, but gazing at this colossal warship stretching a full 180 meters, Huan gritted his teeth. He directly chose to activate it with 3 flame seeds. Buzz. Activation successful. Indeed, at the very moment Huan initiated the activation, accompanied by the sound prompt, this massive warship, a full 180 meters long, began from the deck, and under the dazzling blue light of energy conversion, surprisingly, began rapidly changing its form. Click clack clack. Marvelous transformations. Countless mysterious metamorphic element metals were constantly shifting the warship's metallic structure, spreading endlessly like ripples on water. Those mysterious gear-turning sounds were rapidly transforming as well. It took nearly a full minute. The entire warship, emerging from corroded rust, was completely renewed. Externally, it appeared unchanged. But Huan could already sense the unmistakable signal of mechanical life. At the same time, a mechanical voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the starry cosmos, resonated near Huan's ears. Respected master, the Cybertron giant warrior reports for duty. This came from the amphibious landing craft. Meanwhile, inside a room aboard the warship. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. A girl was unceremoniously ejected, nearly injured. She wore a black long dress, her pretty face somewhat disheveled and dirty. This made Huan frown. Moi. Apparently, he hadn't expected anyone else to be here. Likewise, Fei Hua Liuxing immediately drew his energy cannon again, aiming it at the beautiful girl, and demanded angrily, "Damn it, who are you?" He was clearly frustrated, having been caught off guard by his own negligence. Fortunately, Huan merely raised his hand to stop him, and Fei Hua Liuxing lowered his energy cannon. However, those originally blue mechanical eyes had turned red, clearly indicating a combat-ready state. Don't kill me. Jiang Mengli was utterly terrified. She cowered in the corner, clutching her head, her frail frame shaking uncontrollably. It turned out she was also a survivor from Suhai, but unlike the others when she was evacuating with a transport aircraft. An American Navy zombie lurked here. Though transformed into a zombie, it still retained the muscle memory and professional instincts from its former life. It actually fired a shot and brought down the transport aircraft. She was the sole survivor hiding inside this storage room. But what surprised her most was that she had thought she would be trapped here to die, when suddenly a massive explosion sounded outside. This made her overjoyed, thinking the military had come to rescue her again. But when she looked through the observation port and saw Fei Hua Lu Xing standing a full 8 meters tall, she was completely terrified, convinced an alien creature had descended. And what made it even more absurd was, this amphibious landing vessel had actually undergone mutation. The surrounding steel and metal had undergone rapid molecular level transformations, and it had literally ejected her out. So now Jiang Mengli was terrified, pleading in a trembling voice, "Don't kill me. I beg you." But unexpectedly, Yi Huan did not attack. Instead, he took out some compressed biscuits and mineral water from his space ring and tossed them in front of her. Witnessing these sudden provisions, Jiang Mengli, whose body was still trembling, couldn't help but pause momentarily. Then she timidly lifted her beautiful eyes. She saw Yi Huan's calm, handsome face. You're not an alien, are you?" Seeing someone with the same physical structure as herself, Jiang Mengli was taken aback. "Alien?" But Yi Huan laughed at this and retorted, "What do you think? What, not an alien?" This left Jiang Mengli even more confused, and she couldn't help but glance at the 8-meter-tall mechanical monster beside him. "Then how could you? How could you have such a monster?" "Shut up, you're the monster, you little monster." Unexpectedly, before she could finish, Fei Hua Lu Xing interrupted irritably. The big guy was also a bit dumbfounded. "I came out with the boss today to find new members, hey, and somehow became a monster. Could this be tolerated?" After the energy cannon aimed at Jiang Mengli once more. This beautiful girl wearing a black short skirt and student uniform on her upper body was immediately scared into trembling. "That's enough." But Yi Huan had already killed so many he felt nauseous. In just that brief moment, he'd eliminated at least hundreds of zombies. He merely waved his hand and said, "Take these supplies and leave the big ship." After all, this big guy was now activated and had become his new member, so he couldn't allow other survivors to stay here. "Well, let me leave." But upon hearing this, Jiang Mengli was completely stunned. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking at Yi Huan in disbelief. She had thought that once discovered, she would either become his plaything or be killed. But she never expected that this mysterious boy in front of her would actually let her go. Moreover, he had given her so much food. Looking at the compressed biscuits and mineral water that could sustain her for a full week, she was completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from what she had imagined. But as she watched Yi Huan turn to enter and inspect the interior, "Wait." Jiang Mengli suddenly called out behind him. "Moi." This sudden voice made Yi Huan frown as he turned to look at her. "What do you want to die?" No. The petite beauty, who had already risen to her feet, gathered her courage and followed him. After taking a deep breath, she finally mustered the courage to say to Yi Huan, "Can I follow you?" "Oh, follow me." But upon hearing this, Yi Huan smiled. "What use are you to me?" "I'm a nurse, I know some medical knowledge." Jiang Mengli hastily replied upon hearing this, because she had already realized, if this man in front of her were bad, she would have been dead just now. But now he was still giving her food. "I believe you are a good person," Jiang Mengli said quite seriously. "A good person?" Yet upon hearing this, Yi Huan shook his head and laughed. In this apocalypse, who could possibly be considered good? However, after a pause, one thing was indeed true. He truly did need a nurse on his team, just in case. Yi Huan then tossed a bottle of gene enhancement serum to Jiang Mengli. "Drink this, and you may follow me." Because he currently only had 4 members. This could accumulate to 10. Yet unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, the pretty girl showed not a moment's hesitation. Taking the gene enhancement serum, she drank it down in one go. Soon, waves of excruciating pain coursed through her entire body, but only for an instant. After recovering, she sensed her body had somehow changed, as if her strength had grown. "This is a gene enhancement serum." Of course, even Yi Huan was somewhat taken aback by her boldness, yet he quickly added, "It can strengthen your body, but there's one thing. If you betray me, all this power will be completely revoked." "What?" Upon hearing this, a trace of shock appeared on Jiang Mengli's delicate face. Could such a thing truly exist in this world? But little did she know the astonishing revelations were far from over. "All right, you may wait for me downstairs." Since she had already joined his team, Yi Huan offered no further explanation, merely saying, "Oh, all right." Coming to her senses, Jiang Mengli nodded repeatedly. Though she found this mysterious young man quite intriguing, she obediently stepped aside. Yi Huan entered the interior of the amphibious landing ship. There he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. 3 amphibious landing tanks still remained inside, along with 2 Apache attack helicopters. Of course, Yi Huan remained quite composed about this. After all, an amphibious landing ship was fundamentally designed for landing operations, let alone having just a few here. At full capacity, it could hold over 40 amphibious tanks, not to mention 8 additional attack helicopters, 4 combat operations. Yet who could have imagined so many would still be here? But indeed, all of these are mine now, Yi Huan murmured to himself. Gazing at his leader module, he discovered that after activating the amphibious landing ship, he still possessed exactly 9 fire seeds. This was what he had accumulated over so many days. Because he had never used them, they had accumulated to 12. Now was the perfect moment. 5 massive machines remained. Thus, Yi Huan activated all of them together. Whir whoosh whoosh. Clack clack. A breathtaking scene unfolded. Within the amphibious landing ship's interior cargo hold, the massive machines that had been quietly waiting, were rapidly transforming with a series of clacking sounds. Soon 2 large transformers resembling Vertigo appeared, along with 3 amphibious landing tanks. They possessed amphibious combat capabilities. Their deep gray metallic frames radiated an intensely dangerous oppressive aura. Master. The massive machines upon activation immediately knelt before Yi Huan on one knee. If outsiders witnessed this, they would surely be left speechless with shock. Ridiculous. 3 amphibious landing tanks were already absurd enough. Yet there were also 2 Apache attack helicopters, the so-called kings of the sky, or more precisely, the monarchs of attack helicopters, now activated as Decepticons. With just these few massive machines, they could easily sweep across a medium-sized nation. Of course, seeing these massive machines, Yi Huan was quite satisfied. Giving a slight nod, he addressed them. From now on, you 2 shall be called the Twin Brothers. And you 3 shall be called the Amphibious Squad. After all, naming 5 massive machines was rather troublesome. So Yi Huan simply abbreviated, directly categorizing them into teams. You will remain on the amphibious landing ship responsible for guarding this place's safety. Ensure no one approaches. After all, his Decepticon forces were already quite substantial. Beyond Ironhide, Sky Pillar, Shadow, Moon, Crimson Blaze, Flying Fire, Meteor, Vertigo, Ground Trooper, Laserbird, and others. Now he had 5 additional Decepticons, and the most formidable amphibious landing ship of all. He had grown to 14 in total. There was simply no need for so many. And in time, once the heavy rains arrived and floods erupted. So this place needed guardians to prevent theft. Yes, my revered master. The 5 massive machines, upon receiving their orders, responded with utmost reverence. One Apache attack helicopter emitted a mechanized hoarse voice, flattering Yi Huan. Revered master, please rest assured. With us here, no one shall approach this battleship. That voice. Somehow it reminded Yi Huan of the cunning, treacherous, and cowardly Decepticon second-in-command Starscream from the films. How remarkably similar. Yet he felt no concern. These machines could never betray him. Besides, they were 5 formidable transformers. If any survivor could sail away with this battleship, that would truly be absurd. Yet, just as Yi Huan was about to depart, suddenly Flying Fire Meteor's voice echoed from outside. Master, survivors have appeared here. Hearing this, Yi Huan paused, somewhat startled. Someone had actually arrived. Let's go take a look. After brief contemplation, he swiftly made his way to the deck. Indeed, 4 vehicles were already parked at the harbor, and over 20 people had disembarked. Their leader was a young man with dyed yellow hair. The moment he appeared, he immediately led his group aboard. Then spotted Yi Huan. Chun Fan, wielding a blade, pointed it at Yi Huan and demanded irritably, "Hey buddy, what's the situation here? Did other survivors come through? It looks like a major battle went down. Also, do you have a base? Are you with Blood Rose? As long as you're not Blood Rose, join our Jianfeng Tower." A barrage of questions completely caught Yi Huan off guard. Where did this kid come from? Little did he know at this moment Chun Fan was absolutely livid. He had spent the entire morning searching for that ground trooper tank, yet there was not a trace of it. Realizing only 2 days remained, he decided to try his luck at the harbor. For the past 2 days, everyone had heard that an American warship had arrived here. But countless zombies, thousands of them including many first tier, made approaching impossible. Yet now, with only 2 days left, if he couldn't find it, death was certain. So he forced himself to take the risk here. Perhaps the warship might have something to substitute for the ground trooper. Yet the moment he arrived, he was stunned. He discovered the place looked as if it had endured a carpet bombing. While questioning everything, he caught sight of Yi Huan. Thus he arrogantly inquired, "Buddy, are you interested?" Interest. But when Yi Huan came to his senses, he laughed instead. For he never expected that someone would actually invite him to join Jianfeng Tower. However, perfect timing. He happened to be short on people to help collect supplies. Thus Yi Huan spoke up, "Flying Fire Meteor, take them down." What? Before Chun Fan and the others could react, the Bugatti Flying Fire Meteor, which had been quietly standing beside Yi Huan, began emitting intense mechanical whirring sounds from the side. Virum boom, clatter clatter, clank clank clank. The next second, a supercar rapidly transformed into a massive Optimus Prime. Holy crap, it's an alien. Upon seeing Flying Fire Meteor, they were stunned, thinking it was some extraterrestrial creature, and frantically opened fire. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Kill it. Rat-a-tat-tat. Led by Chun Fan, they desperately fired their weapons. But not even bullets, let alone missiles, could penetrate Flying Fire Meteor's defenses. What chance did they have? Meanwhile, inside the landing pod, the twin brothers Apache and the Waterland squad all rushed out. It only took a moment to capture them all. "Hey kid, don't move, otherwise I can't guarantee I won't take your life." The Apache brother raised an energy cannon, aiming at Chun Fan, his voice emitting a mischievous mechanical tone. Please don't kill us." Suddenly, having a weapon pointed at his head, Chun Fan swallowed hard, quickly knelt on the ground, raised his hands, too terrified to move. "Yes, alien sirs, we were just passing through." "That's right, we had no idea you were aliens." The others also frantically knelt and raised their hands in surrender. They still thought these giant machines were alien creatures. After all, with the zombie apocalypse sweeping the globe, encountering some alien life forms was only natural. Who would have thought they'd be so unlucky as to run into them first? "Don't worry. But unexpectedly, just then Huan walked over, pressing the thunder sword Kulun in his hand against Chun Fan's neck, and smiled faintly. You're not dying yet. I still have use for you. What? Use for us? Upon hearing there was a chance to live, Chun Fan and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly looked up. We're at your command. Whatever you want us to do, we'll do it. That's right, as long as you don't kill us. The other henchmen all vied to express their compliance. With that alien creature standing nearby, who would dare to oppose this figure? Whether human or alien, they couldn't tell. They had clearly categorized Huan as one of the alien creatures. Of course, Huan couldn't care less what they thought. There were still about 20 days until the second wave of catastrophe, though he already had enough supplies for himself. The high-end materials he would truly need in the future hadn't been secured yet, like cigarettes, alcohol, tea leaves, gold, and so on. Even with his spatial ring, collecting all of it in a short time was nearly impossible. Just in time, this group had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. More people meant more strength. He could always eliminate them after collecting the supplies. Thus Huan directly turned to Chun Fan and said, Simple, I want you to help me collect supplies. Gather all the cigarettes, alcohol, tea leaves, and gold in Shuhai City within half a month. What the heck? Cigarettes, alcohol, tea leaves, and gold? Upon hearing this, the group of survivors suddenly froze in confusion. They all looked up, bewildered, staring at Huan. Fine if you said it was the apocalypse. Collecting food I could understand. But cigarettes, alcohol, tea leaves, and gold? What's with that? However, glancing at the red mechanical eyes of that ruthless giant beside him, Chun Fan didn't even ask, hastily kowtowing. Rest assured, boss, from now on you're our boss. Whatever you want us to do, we'll do it. Excellent. Huan was quite pleased with Chun Fan's cleverness. After all, hiring a bunch of idiots to collect supplies might only make matters worse. However, that alone was insufficient. Huan produced another miniature life form transformed from a mechanical watch. 17 copies were created, each affixed to their wrists for communication and surveillance. Yet upon seeing this remarkable treasure, Chun Fan and the others could only stare in disbelief. What the hell? In the midst of the apocalypse, such advanced technology still existed. This person before them was clearly no ordinary individual. Coming back to his senses, Chun Fan quickly said, Please rest assured we will complete the collection in the shortest time possible. Yes, absolutely right. Seeing their leader, Brother Fan, had already committed, the other underlings who had been following them nodded repeatedly, showing their loyalty. Enough. But Huan had no patience for unnecessary words. He merely waved his hand and said, You may go now. Simply deliver all collected supplies to this landing vessel. Understood. Upon hearing this, the group of underlings hurriedly scrambled to their feet, then quickly rushed to their vehicles to begin collecting supplies. For vehicles sped away in quick succession as though fearing they might be left behind. Boss. Why you just let them go like that? Aren't you afraid they won't return? Seeing the group depart, Jiang Mingli finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over those still visibly nervous. After all, in her eyes, these people did not seem particularly sincere. Not return. Who would have expected that? Upon hearing this, Huan would simply laugh. Turning his gaze calmly toward Jiang Mingli, he said dismissively, Rest assured they will make the right choice. What the right choice? These words made Jiang Mingli pause, somewhat confused. But Huan clearly had no intention of explaining further, only saying, Let's go back first. Having said this, he led her away. I'll wait for me. Seeing this, Jiang Mingli, frightened by the zombie corpses scattered across the ground, hurriedly followed after him. Once inside the vehicle, the Bugatti roared to life amidst a thunderous burst of exhaust, speeding away at great pace. Meanwhile, Chun Fan and the others had already driven off. After driving for a full 5 kilometers, they still couldn't shake their unease. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Who would have thought that even at this time they would encounter such horrifying mechanical monsters? One of the underlings couldn't help but ask, Boss, are we really going to help them? Nonsense. But to his surprise, upon hearing this, Chun Fan retorted sharply, Didn't you see those massive machines? Good heavens, a single shell could kill us all. Would you dare to disobey? Oh well. Upon hearing these words, the other underlings fell silent. Indeed, those things were terrifying, and there were so many of them. This technology was completely beyond what humans could create. With such power at their disposal, those zombies stood no chance. Oh wait, it wasn't just the zombies. Even Li Jinlong from Jianfeng Building probably couldn't compare. Besides, Chun Fan said helplessly, We've already lost the marine tank. Even if we return, Li Jinlong won't let us off. It's better to join this person than to face death at Li Jinlong's hands. That's true. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the other underlings quickly made up their minds. Correct, returning meant certain death. It would be better to side with this person than to die at Li Jinlong's hands. Setting aside everything else, those powerful mechanical life forms alone were far beyond what Li Jinlong could match. We'll follow your lead, Brother Fan. Yes, exactly, Brother Fan. You saved our lives, we'll definitely listen to you. Very well. Seeing everyone choose to leave Jianfeng Building, without hesitation, Chun Fan stepped on the accelerator and declared, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go collect supplies. Alright, let's go. For vehicles quickly set out as instructed by Huan, heading into the urban area to gather supplies of tobacco and alcohol. Of course, Huan had no idea what was going through these people's minds at the moment. But even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, because there were far too many survivors in Shuhai City. If he wanted someone to help collect supplies, he could pick anyone. It was purely coincidence. Besides, even if these people did have thoughts of betrayal, they would be instantly eliminated by the communication bracelet transformed from a mechanical watch. So he had absolutely no concerns about these people betraying him. At this moment, he had already brought Jiang Mengli back to his aerial shelter. Inside the shelter, Lin Xiao and the other 3 women had already returned. They had taken showers and changed into fresh, comfortable pajamas. When they opened the door and saw Yi Huan return, a hint of delight appeared on Lin Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face. Yi Huan, you're back. However, when she noticed Jiang Mengli standing behind him, her alluring face immediately took on a strange expression. Seriously, going out once and bringing back another beauty. Well, let me introduce you. Of course, Yi Huan was quite enthusiastic. Our new member, Jiang Mengli. Hello, my name is Lin Xiao. Coming back to her senses, Lin Xiao gave Yi Huan an exasperated look. New member indeed. More like a harem if you ask me. Nevertheless, she didn't mind and introduced herself gently. At the same time, in the living room, 4 women were sitting cross-legged on the sofa, munching on snacks and watching a movie. Lin Xiao introduced them. These are the twin sisters, red-haired elder sister Chun Mingyao, yellow-haired younger sister Chen Mingyuan, and our little lowly member Qini Fei. Well, indeed, at this moment, Jiang Mengli stared in bewilderment at the various stunning beauties in the living room. Because she had assumed Yi Huan was alone, never expecting there to be 4 other people in the shelter, and all of them were breathtaking beauties. What was even more absurd was that they were just like before the apocalypse, casually wearing pajamas, eating sunflower seeds and snacks, watching a movie. That's right, watching a movie. It was the apocalypse, yet this group of young beauties was actually still watching movies. Chen Mingyao and the other women also noticed the newly arrived Jiang Mengli. They waved enthusiastically in greeting. Hello there. Hello. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Mengli was completely stunned, but still instinctively waved back, indicating friendliness. But Yi Huan couldn't be bothered watching them get acquainted with each other. He simply asked, how did today's harvest go? Oh, speaking of this, Lin Xiao, as the eldest, naturally reported, we eliminated over 500 zombies today and obtained 6 zombie crystals. And what's worth mentioning is Lin Xiao then produced a second-tier zombie core from the side table, like a magic trick, proudly declaring, we also killed a second-tier zombie together today. Oh, seeing the second-tier zombie's energy core, even Yi Huan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect second-tier zombies to appear in Shuhai City so quickly. Indeed. Speaking of this, the 4 women were quite proud of themselves. Chun Mingyao took a bite of fries and explained, we encountered it at a shopping mall in the south of the city. There were so many zombies there, at least 200 or 300, and they were surrounding that second-tier zombie, listening to its commands. Then, the thing is, Fei was too scared and accidentally exposed our location. Before Chen Mingyao could finish, Chun Mingyuan quickly continued, so we had no choice but to fight our way out, but that second-tier zombie was too fast. If it caught up with us, it would have wiped us all out. And it brought along over 100 zombies. In the end, we still managed to kill that second-tier zombie together. So that's what happened. Hearing this, Yi Huan showed a moment of understanding, but wasn't the least bit surprised. Because second-tier zombies had already developed a certain degree of self-awareness, capable of commanding ordinary zombies to attack enemies, though only with the simplest commands. As they progressed to 3rd tier, 4th tier, and even higher tiers, they would develop increasingly clearer cognition and even be able to command greater numbers of zombies. In his previous life, Yi Huan had even witnessed a 9th tier zombie. Its size was enormous, and its intelligence had already become comparable to that of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. What was most extreme was, with just a wave of its hand, it could unleash a terrifying zombie horde of 10,000 or even tens of thousands. He himself had nearly been directly overwhelmed by a zombie horde. Even so, looking at the proud 4 women, Yi Huan could only shake his head helplessly. 3 second-tier ability users, with 1 first-tier ability user, yet it took you all day to deal with a second-tier zombie, and you're still gloating about it. Truly something else. Because under normal circumstances, a single second-tier ability user could essentially defeat a mindless second-tier zombie without expending too much effort. Yet these 4 women had actually struggled for quite some time. Speaking of this, the 4 women were clearly somewhat embarrassed. But Chen Mingyuan quickly explained, well, we couldn't help it. We had no experience whatsoever. It was our first time doing this. Being able to kill it at all is already pretty good. That's right. Chen Mingyao also pouted her cute little mouth, retorting unhappily, once we gain more experience, we'll definitely be even stronger. Yes. Even though it was the apocalypse, Yi Huan remembered very clearly that one should never argue with women. It leads nowhere. Therefore, he simply tossed out 12 first-tier zombie crystals with a flourish. What's this, say? Seeing so many pure energy-dense zombie crystals, the 4 women's eyes immediately went wide. Holy, first-tier crystals this many. Yi Huan, this. It wouldn't be your doing, would it? The twin sisters and Qini Fei were already stunned. They couldn't help but lift their beautiful eyes and look at Yi Huan in amazed delight. That's right. Nodding slightly, Yi Huan made no secret of it. Among the thousands of zombies he had killed today, there were over a dozen first-tier ones. But none of them had lasted even a single round. They were all easily eliminated just like ordinary zombies. And these energy cores, of course, he had brought back all of them. These are for you to enhance your power. After all, remaining stuck at second tier wasn't going to work. Amazing. Seeing so many first-tier energy cores, the four women didn't stand on ceremony. Chun Mingyao, wearing her pink pajamas, rushed over in a hurry. After picking them up, she immediately gave Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyuan, and Qin Yifei 3 crystals each. This way, each of the four women could enhance their power by 30 times. Combined with the previous 20-fold enhancement, Lin Xiao, Chun Mingyao, and Chun Mingyuan could all become 5th-tier ability users. As for Qin Yifei, since she had consumed nearly all the zombie crystals from today's kills, she had also risen to 2nd tier. With this 30-fold enhancement added on, she too could naturally advance to 5th tier. Alright. Of course, Lin Xiao hadn't forgotten the newly arrived Jiang Mengli. She quickly took out a zombie crystal and asked, Mengli, do you need one? Little did she know at this moment Jiang Mengli, after hearing the conversation between the four women and Yi Huan, was completely stunned. These four seemingly beautiful, delicate, cute young ladies wearing pajamas who gave off absolutely no sense of danger were actually all ability users. And in just one day they had killed several hundred zombies. This was nothing like what murderous tyrants should look like. Goodness me, what kind of group have I stumbled into? But before he could even recover from his daze, Yi Huan had already waved his hand and said calmly, you don't need to give it to her. I'll make separate arrangements. Starting tomorrow, one more member will join your group. Good, no problem. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others agreed readily. Then they swallowed those zombie crystals. In no time at all four women successfully broke through to tier 5 in succession. A full 50-fold increase in power. The four women were thrilled and couldn't help but flex their arms to test their new strength. I feel like my strength has grown even more powerful, Chun Mingyao said with visible delight. She felt that if she encountered those tier 2 zombies again, she could handle them with ease now. Of course, if Yi Huan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. Damn, a tier 5 fighter facing tier 2 zombies, yet she still couldn't handle them easily. Then you really wouldn't be worth anything. But for tier 5 ability users, in today's Suhai city, they could be considered extraordinarily formidable beings. Alright, let's get something to eat first. Yi Huan was already hungry, so he didn't bother with unnecessary words. No problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was the first to rush to the kitchen to prepare food for the two of them. In no time, a rich dinner was served. Seeing all this food, Jiang Mengli could no longer contain herself and began devouring it voraciously. There was no way about it. Although there was some food on the warship these past few days, it was truly scarce. She was starving. If Yi Huan hadn't arrived soon, she probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Seeing so much food, now she felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at the four women staring at her intently, her pretty face turned red. Sorry, I'm just too hungry. Oh, it's fine. Coming back to her senses, the four women were very understanding. Because before meeting Yi Huan, they had all been just as desperate as Jiang Mengli. So Chun Mingyao hurriedly waved her hand and smiled. It's perfectly normal. Before we met Yi Huan, we were all exactly like you. We understand completely. Is that so? Hearing this, Jiang Mengli subconsciously glanced at Yi Huan eating beside her with her beautiful eyes. Her gaze suddenly grew somewhat complicated. After all, when she first met this guy, he killed zombies without even blinking. Who would have thought? He's actually quite nice. Of course, Yi Huan didn't care what she was thinking. He simply said, eat. After eating, rest early. Tomorrow you need to continue improving your combat experience. Understood. The four women also nodded obediently. And soon after finishing dinner, Lin Xiao took Jiang Mengli to bathe. Upon learning that there was abundant water resources here, it gave this young girl another huge shock. This was like someone about to die of thirst in a desert suddenly seeing someone create an entire ocean in the middle of the sand. That was the level of shock. But luckily Lin Xiao was there. So this young beauty adapted quite quickly. Of course, when it came time to sleep and rest at night, Lin Xiao came back to sleep with Yi Huan. Wait until the next morning. Yi Huan woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. The exhaustion from the past 2 or 3 days was completely swept away. Of course, he wasn't idle either. He first came to the living room and saw the returning laser bird. He saw that it had brought a large quantity of zombie crystals, a full 400 pieces, and there were also 12 tier 2 energy bodies. Don't underestimate tier 2 energy bodies. Once swallowed, the success rate for ordinary people could nearly reach 60%. This was already a very high success rate, and it could directly elevate an ordinary person to tier 2. But here there were a full 12 pieces. That meant a full 240 times the power. Oh, of course, this was just the 100% success rate for Yi Huan. If a tier 2 ability user consumed one, there was also a chance to reach tier 4. But most could only increase their power by 5 to 6 times at most. But even so, that was quite considerable. And for Yi Huan, it was 100%. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and swallowed them all directly. However, the moment he swallowed them, Yi Huan felt all the power flooding into his body, nearly causing him to burst apart. Holy shit. Even with 140 times the power, such a sudden surge, he almost couldn't handle it. But fortunately, this painful sensation only lasted less than a minute before ending. When he came to his senses, Yi Huan found that his forehead was already covered in sweat. Obviously, this was quite painful. Didn't you say it would be fine? Huan couldn't help but complain to the system in his mind. But who would have thought the system replied quite matter-of-factly, "Host, you're increasing your power by 240 times all at once with a 100% success rate. Although there's a blessing, the enhancement process will still be extremely painful, but you're much luckier than ordinary survivors." That was well said. No complaints there. Because if an ordinary survivor were to make such a sudden massive increase, they'd likely burst apart and die on the spot. But now, he moved his arms around. The previous 140 times power plus this 240 times. That made a total of 380 times the power. He clenched his fists, and Huan felt that one punch from him could easily demolish an entire building. So this is the power of a 3-star martial god, nearly a 4-star martial god. Truly formidable. Feeling such immense power, Huan couldn't help but murmur to himself in his heart. You see, in his previous life, he was at most a 7-star ability user. He had never experienced such overwhelming power before. Now, after experiencing it firsthand, Huan finally understood just how terrifying a 4-star martial god's strength truly was. No wonder in his previous life, so many people desperately collected zombie crystals in an attempt to boost their power. It turned out that possessing such power was such a comfortable and satisfying thing. Of course, Huan was well aware of that. These powers alone were still insufficient, for in the future, there would be prehistoric behemoths reaching over 300 meters. Even 500 meters or more. They possessed terrifying strength beyond comparison. Let alone a 3-star martial god. Even a 10-star martial god would have almost no power to resist those colossal creatures. Huan could never forget the horror of those prehistoric behemoths. Therefore, all this was far from enough. What Huan wanted was something stronger. He therefore reached out to Tianju directly. "Tianju, find a way to obtain more zombie crystals for me. Preferably from stronger zombies." After all, ordinary zombie crystals could no longer satisfy Huan. What he needed were evolved zombies, at the very least Tier 2 or Tier 3. "Yes, understood, respected master." Tianju's respectful voice soon came through the radio. After finishing these arrangements, Huan returned to the harbor to check on their progress. Sure enough, the group had already come back. They were driving large trucks and continuously transporting supplies. Among them, Chun Fan spotted Huan and enthusiastically hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Boss, you're here." Huan nodded slightly, then looked at the large trucks. There were actually more than a dozen of them. Every single one was piled high with supplies. All cigarettes, liquor, and the like. This surprised Huan a little. "Not bad, you're pretty fast." "Heh." Chun Fan, hearing this, chuckled awkwardly, and said, "After we left yesterday, we went straight to the city to collect supplies. We also found some survivors to help us, so naturally we were much faster." "So that was it." Huan nodded at this. No wonder they had been so quick. With just over a dozen people, in only one day they had managed to bring back supplies filling more than a dozen large trucks. Together it was at least nearly 200 tons. So they had used other survivors in the city to do the work. "However, this is still not enough. I need more. The more the better." Huan then turned his gaze back to Chun Fan. "No problem, absolutely no problem." Chun Fan was highly adept at collecting supplies, so he hurriedly agreed with an eager grin. Thus the following days were relatively simple. Chun Fan and the others were responsible for gathering supplies, while Lin Xiao and the 4 other women focused on honing their combat experience and improving their strength. Of course, since Chun Mingyuan was still wearing a ring, she also helped gather supplies every day on the side. Tianju meanwhile led the big ones, and Yueqi Hong and the others, in killing zombies and collecting zombie crystals. And so in just half a month, Tianju and the other big fellows had almost eliminated every zombie on the outskirts of Shuhai City. In total, that was more than 500,000. Remember, the entire population of Shuhai City had only been 8 million, after subtracting those who had evacuated, the survivors, and the zombies that had wandered off elsewhere. At most, only about 5 million remained. Yet these few big fellows had wiped out a full 1/10 of them in just half a month. And this was the result of Huan telling them to hold back. After all, these zombies could evolve. If they killed them all now, they would only get ordinary zombie crystals. There would be no chance to acquire high tier ones. But leaving them alive was a different matter. Wait until they evolved to Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, or even Tier 5. Then slaughter them at that point. Tisk tisk tsk. That would mean dozens of times more energy. Even so, those 500,000 zombies. They still managed to collect a full 6,000 zombie crystals. Among them, there was no shortage of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. By the final days, even Tier 4 zombie crystals had appeared. Huan made a rough estimate. There were fully 300 Tier 1 energy crystals, alone 100 Tier 2, and 40 Tier 3. There were fewer Tier 4 ones, only 12. But those 12 Tier 4 zombie crystals were not to be underestimated, because even if an ordinary survivor consumed one, they would leap to become at least a Tier 2 ability user. In the current Shuhai City, that would make them top-tier ability users. Of course, this made life difficult for the survivors of Shuhai, and for those survivor bases. Why? Because with the sharp decline in zombie numbers, the survivors in the urban districts discovered that killing a zombie was becoming increasingly difficult. In the city center, zombies simply could not be found. If they went to the suburbs, they found fewer and fewer as well. Previously, they could gather 1 or 2 zombie crystals a day. Now getting one every 2 days was already considered good. Even Li Jinlong, the boss of Jianfeng Tower, the strongest survivor base in Shuhai City, had only advanced to Tier 4 after an entire month. This made them question life itself. What had all the zombies moved away? How could they all have disappeared? Little did they know that all those zombies had already been killed by Huan. And what was even more absurd was that after Huan once again used the leader module to raise his level, a full 1,000-fold, Huan's strength had surged to 1240 times the norm. 1240 times. Even in his previous life, Huan had never seen anyone possess such terrifying power. Moreover, this had already surpassed the highest combat standard established by the Global Federation 2.5 years into his previous life, the 10-star martial god equivalent to a 1,000-fold increase in peak power. But even so, all of this was still far from enough for Huan, because he needed even greater power. Ideally, the power to take on a prehistoric behemoth single-handedly. But now, having already upgraded the leader module to level for the number of fire seeds had also increased from 3 per day to 4. So this time, Huan went straight to Shuhai's high-speed railway station. Indeed, the high-speed railway station. Since Shuhai served as the main thoroughfare of the coastal region, it boasted 12 tracks and 26 high-speed rail lines. It could be considered the most vital artery of the entire coastal area. Naturally, it would not have lacked high-speed trains. And this was precisely Huan's primary objective. High-speed rail. After all, his ground forces had already grown quite substantial. Ordinary intelligent machinery could no longer satisfy Huan's demands. He needed to seek out even more formidable entities before the second wave of catastrophe descended. Take the high-speed train as an example. A single train consisted of 12 carriages, each stretching approximately 15 meters in length. If such a magnificent construct were activated, it might yield unexpected surprises. That was why Huan brought Feihuo Liuxing to this place. Yet even upon arrival, even the present day, Huan was taken aback by the zombies here. The reason was none other than their overwhelming numbers. Moreover, the vast majority of them had been travelers. It was evident that after the zombie disaster initially erupted, this location had borne the brunt of the fall. These tourists had all turned into zombies. And now, after nearly a month of development, their numbers here had reached tens of thousands. Furthermore, beyond ordinary zombies, there also existed evolved Hulk-like mutants. Some even comprised second and third-tier entities. However, these posed no real threat to Huan. Feihuo Liuxing. Huan spoke. Yes, respected master. Receiving the command, Feihuo Liuxing did not hesitate, directly transforming into a massive energy cannon. It unleashed a devastating barrage against the front. Before long, hundreds had been eliminated. And Huan himself was not idle. The thunder sword of suffering appeared once more, amplified by a terrifying 1,240-fold power. Even a casual slash from Huan could produce a fearsome blade aura, splitting those zombies mercilessly in two. Within just a few minutes, the surrounding zombies were swiftly dealt with. Huan, accompanied by Feihuo Liuxing, quickly entered the high-speed railway station. As expected, several high-speed trains were parked on the tracks. However, they were crawling with zombies. They roared incessantly, blood stained everywhere along with scattered, dismembered limbs. The ruined stations stood in broken splendor, an entire apocalyptic wasteland. But Huan did not mind. Roar! A zombie lunged toward him. Yet without so much as a glance, Huan dispatched it with a swift backward slash. Split in two. At the same time, he slowly placed his hand upon the high-speed train. Detection successful. Activation available. Requires 3 fire seeds. Indeed, much like the amphibious assault vessel, the high-speed train had 12 carriages, each nearly 15 meters long, totaling over 100 meters. Undeniably substantial. But Huan did not mind. He currently possessed an abundance of fire seeds in storage. Direct activation. Or clank. As expected, the very next moment, that enormous construct shrouded in blue energy began to undergo violent transformation. In the next instant, the Harmony train started morphing into a terrifying silver metallic form, its body continuously extending. This sight caught Huan somewhat by surprise. It seemed different from before. This enormous being appeared to be elongating. Clank. Clank, clank, clank. Indeed, as the construct continued its relentless transformation, it finally came to a halt when its volume reached approximately 200 meters. This was a limbless transformer, yet it possessed an enormous silver metallic head resembling a serpent's skull. More accurately, it looked like a gaping maw. Combined with that overwhelmingly massive metallic physique, only one thought dominated Huan's mind. Dinobot. The pet of Shockwave from the Transformers films Dinobot. It was virtually identical to that creature. However, the one before him was clearly far more powerful, and its body was even longer. Meanwhile, a data prompt appeared before Huan. Name: Cybertronian Giant Warrior. Level 1. Unit type: Special Unit. Strength: 20000. Agility: 8000. Combat power: 15000. Description: a Cybertronian giant warrior transformed from a high-speed train possessing tremendous metallic physical strength and remarkably swift velocity, though its colossal size makes it an extremely conspicuous target. Loyalty: 100. Indeed. Observing this data, Huan nodded approvingly. This aligned closely with his expectations. A special unit wielding extraordinary power. 20,000. surpassing even Optimus Prime. Yet the combat power of only 15,000 was telling. Its enormous frame severely compromised its agility, dragging down its overall combat effectiveness. It closely resembled Dinobot from the films. Thus Huan declared plainly, "From this moment forth your name shall be Dinobot." Roar. Though incapable of speech, this enormous being was clearly highly obedient. Accepting its new name, it merely emitted a respectful mechanical growl. Enough. Having obtained the massive construct he desired, Huan wasted no time and prepared to depart with it. He waved his hand and said, "Let us return first." "Yes. Respected master." Upon receiving the command, Feihuo Liuxing immediately transformed into a supercar. It proactively opened the door for Huan to enter. As for Dinobot, its method was rather unconventional, for it suddenly raised its enormously massive body, then aimed that gaping mechanical maw directly at the ground. Boom. The formerly solid terrain was torn apart as it forcibly drilled through. Then that terrifying form moved as though nothing stood in its way. It actually burrowed directly underground. This sight completely dumbfounded Huan seated inside the car. Good heavens. I shouldn't call you the Diamond Drill Demon. I should be calling you Earthwalker Son instead. But for now, Huan couldn't be bothered to dwell on such matters. He drove away, directly needing to return to Dongfang Mansion. However, who would have expected that barely had he left the high-speed rail station when a crowd of over 100 survivors came rushing out of an underground sewer head-on. As they ran, they called out in panicked voices, "Run! The zombie horde is coming! Run!" A zombie horde. Hearing this, Huan came to a halt. Indeed, over 100 survivors came rushing toward him. Their clothes tattered, they fled desperately. Among them, some armed with firearms occasionally turned to fire back. There were also ordinary ability users wielding steel swords attempting to hold back the advancing zombies. But there were far too many of them. Quick, block them with the wire mesh. Hurry! A blood-soaked survivor attempted to use abandoned barbed wire from a military rescue team to stop the oncoming zombies. Indeed, as over a dozen ability users hauled up the wire mesh, they managed to halt the charging zombies. But who would have guessed? Roar. In the next instant, as a massive creature 5 or 6 meters tall came thundering forward. Boom. The terrifying impact sent all 12 or so ability users flying through the air. They let out agonized screams, quickly scrambling to their feet. Then, weapons in hand, they stared nervously at the shattered wire mesh. It was a gigantic zombie, standing over 5 meters tall. Having broken through the barrier, one of them crashed directly into Huan's windshield. Huan took a look and noticed she was female. The woman wore black leather clothing, her long hair tied back into a single ponytail, clearly for practicality. But the impact had left her far from unscathed. Agonizing pain nearly kept her from standing, as if her internal organs were about to shatter. An expression of excruciating pain crossed her face. Spotting Huan, she assumed he was another survivor fleeing for his life, and weakly urged, "Leave this place quickly." But Huan did not leave. His attention had already been captured by the giant zombie. A faint smile of interest even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Because this was a Tier 6 zombie. He never expected that in Shuhai City, where zombies were now scarce, another Tier 6 zombie would exist. However, that was not all. The Tier 6 zombie, having burst through the barrier, let out an excited roar. It pounded its chest like a massive gorilla. Tier 6 zombies possessed their own consciousness with intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. But soon after, something seemed to strike it as unusual. After a brief moment of excitement, those white eyes revealed a hint of grave caution. Rather than continuing its assault, it adopted a wary expression. This left the surviving survivors utterly bewildered. They exchanged glances, completely at a loss. What was happening? Why had the beast stopped its attack? Had it grown afraid? That can't be right. But soon a survivor frowned and whispered to the clustered group, "Look at that terrifying power. It's at least Tier 6. How could it possibly fear us mere ability users below Tier 2? Could there be something even more terrifying than this zombie lurking nearby?" A survivor stated, his face draining of color. Otherwise, there would be no reason for a Tier 6 zombie to display such a wary expression. Boom. True enough, barely had the words left his lips. A heavy, muffled collision sound suddenly erupted from somewhere unseen. And then, bang, 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 bang. As the sounds drew closer, each impact grew increasingly devastating. Every surviving heart seemed on the verge of stopping. Just as a Tier 2 zombie couldn't restrain itself and charged forward. Roar. A far more menacing roar echoed through the air. That roar was like a dragon's cry, like a tiger's howl. Right where that Tier 2 zombie pounced, near a section where vehicles were densely packed, blocking the road entirely. In the next instant, a tiger fully 5 meters long materialized, agile and swift with an astonishing presence, as it landed on a truck trailer and perfectly clamped its jaws around the Tier 2 zombie's neck. Click. The zombie didn't even have the ability to resist. Its head was torn clean off. The corpse was then flung aside with tremendous force. At the same time, those black eyes, radiating the aura of the king of beasts, stared down mercilessly at the remaining zombies. This white tiger was enormously large. It stood a full 2 meters tall. Its body reached an impressive 5 meters in length. And that wasn't even counting the tail. All told, it measured approximately 6 meters from nose to tail tip. Its black tiger eyes locked onto the zombies with unyielding intensity. That aura of the king of beasts inspired primal terror even in those humans who had become undead, rendering them unable to advance. Much less so the living survivors. Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces turning incredibly grim. One man staring at the ferocious tiger perched atop the truck trailer muttered involuntarily, "We can barely handle one tier 6 zombie, and now another one appears. A tiger. And from the looks of it, it doesn't seem any less threatening than that tier 6 zombie." Another survivor beside him observed the same. Despair even surfaced in his eyes. Because a single tier 6 zombie had already left them with nowhere to flee. And now yet another tier 6 zombie tiger had appeared. Trapped in the middle, what chance did they have? Wait. But at that moment, the wounded woman noticed something anomalous. Because she observed that the zombie white tiger's target didn't seem to be them. It was aiming for those zombies. That zombie tiger's target seems to be the zombies, not us. Indeed. Barely had she spoken when the tier 6 zombie let out a furious roar. It commanded its horde of zombie underlings to charge toward the zombie tiger. Though these zombies feared the tiger deeply, under the oppressive pressure of the tier 6 zombie, their brief moment of fear gave way to desperate roaring charges. Roar, but clearly the zombie tiger harbored no fear and fought with even greater ferocity. It leaped again with devastating force, plunging straight into the zombie horde. With a single swipe of its paw, it sent several zombies flying, their bodies reduced to mangled flesh. Like a tiger among lambs, it mercilessly slaughtered the zombies without restraint. The survivors watched in silent awe. It was too powerful. But even the strongest grow weary, and these were countless zombies. For all the tier 6 white tiger's ferocity, it still couldn't fight an army alone. After slaughtering 200 or 300 zombies, it was finally caught off guard by a tier 2 zombie, which clamped its claws into the tiger's abdomen. Roar! The white tiger flinched from the pain, but immediately spun around, smashing that tier 2 zombie's head to pieces with a single blow. At the same time, more zombies surged forward. Yet the white tiger showed no fear, mercilessly sending them all flying one after another. Roar! Finally, seeing its underlings dwindle, the tier 6 zombie grew restless. It let out a furious roar and charged in directly. Though injured, the white tiger remained fearless. It tore open a gap and pounced. Boom. The two colossal beings collided, kicking up terrifying clouds of dust, especially as their monstrous strength erupted, sending the entire street and surrounding buildings into chaos. Ultimately, after nearly 2 minutes of fierce combat, the white tiger seized an opening. In that split second, its razor-sharp fangs sank deep into the tier 6 zombie's neck. Roar! Grasped by the throat, the zombie shrieked in agony, desperately struggling to break free. But the white tiger held its jaws locked around that throat. Boom, boom, boom. After writhing and thrashing for a full minute, the tier 6 zombie finally went still. Its massive body collapsed limply onto the ground. At last, having slain the tier 6 zombie, the 6-meter-long zombie, white tiger, slowly rose to its feet. A gaping wound marred its abdomen, blood pouring freely from the injury inflicted by the tier 6 zombie. But as the proud king of beasts, it held its head high nonetheless, keeping every remaining zombie at bay. The zombie white tiger, witnessing this scene, snorted and shook its massive head. Though injured, it was certain that those zombies would not dare approach. It turned directly to face the survivors. Gulp. This scene, it must be said, made those survivors unable to resist, swallowing hard once more. Their hands could not stop trembling. After all, that was a 6th-tier zombie, and this zombie white tiger had slain it. Even though it was now injured, it could still kill them effortlessly. Yet who could have predicted that just as they prepared to make a desperate stand, the zombie white tiger showed no intention of attacking. Instead, after obtaining the 6th-tier zombie's energy core, it actually ignored them entirely and turned to leave. This scene left the group of survivors completely bewildered. He doesn't seem to intend on killing us. What's going on here? Everyone was stunned. Logically, once turned into a zombie, should one not crave living beings even more? But why was this zombie white tiger not the least bit interested in them? Though watching the departing zombie white tiger, they felt relieved instead. Forget it, who cares? Since it's not killing us, we narrowly escaped with our lives. Boom. However, just as the injured zombie white tiger was about to leave, dragging its wounded body, a massive round ball of flesh suddenly burst out from the alley beside it, pouncing and knocking the white tiger down. This was a 5th-tier zombie, possessing overwhelmingly powerful strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be no match for this 6th-tier zombie white tiger. But the white tiger had just slaughtered so many zombies and had just killed a 6th-tier zombie, leaving it severely injured. Caught in an ambush, despite its roars of counterattack, it remained completely immobilized, adding the 5th-tier zombie's storm-like barrage of massive fists. Finally, the zombie white tiger seemed to resign itself to fate. In those expressive human-like large eyes, a look of relief even appeared, as if becoming a zombie had never been its true intention. For some reason, this scene moved those survivors deeply. What should we do? Should we help? The young woman couldn't help but whisper. Help it. Unexpectedly, another survivor retorted. We can't even break through a 5th-tier zombie's defenses. How can we help? Then should we watch this big guy get beaten to death? They had already realized that this big creature held no hostility toward humans. It seemed more like it specialized in hunting zombies. Otherwise they would have been dead just now. Yet now being ambushed by a 5th-tier zombie, they found it unbearable to watch. But they also knew their team leader was right. Their strength at best 2nd tier offered them no chance whatsoever. Roar! As the 5th-tier zombie's massive fist was about to deliver the finishing blow to the zombie white tiger. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, unwilling to witness this moment. Yet who could have expected? Boom. The anticipated fatal blow did not come. Instead, a terrifying crater appeared in the asphalt road surface, and from within emerged a massive mechanical serpentine behemoth. With flawless precision, it struck the 5th-tier zombie, just as its fist was about to descend. Then came the eruption of terrifying force, directly ramming the 5th-tier zombie into the building beside the alley. Boom, 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 collapsing 2 buildings in succession before finally stopping. Gasp! This scene immediately stunned the survivors who had opened their eyes. They all couldn't help but gasp, shock flickering in their eyes. What the hell is this thing? Indeed, Li Jianma had arrived. At the critical moment, it shielded the zombie white tiger from the lethal blow. Its body, stretching a full 200 meters in length, had not even fully emerged from the ground. Only a portion was visible. Yet even so, its body, composed of impenetrable mysterious metal, could not be scratched by missiles. Coupled with its terrifying strength of 20,000 power points, it nearly killed that 5th-tier zombie outright. Roar! As Li Jianma withdrew its massive mechanical head from the 2 collapsed buildings. A roar of rage echoed from within, and the 5th-tier zombie charged out once more, seeking revenge. But the instant it charged out, Li Jianma's gaping maw had already opened wide. Simultaneously, terrifying blue energy began gathering. Then came an energy breath attack. Temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. It actually pierced straight through the 5th-tier zombie's body, and in the blink of an eye completely dissolved it without a trace, along with several buildings behind it which were also pierced through. When the terrifying blue light of the energy breath faded, all that remained at the scene was a single energy core emanating rich green light. Holy shit! This caused the group to gasp once more in unison. Such terrifying attacking power. Yet just as everyone thought this creature would launch an attack on them, who could have expected? Step! A foot emerged from the fire meteor beside them, accompanied by the appearance of a young man. The originally berserk mechanical giant unexpectedly became utterly docile, lowering its proud head. Like an obedient pet, it coiled around the young man's side. Thus this scene left everyone even more bewildered. This creature so terrifying and capable of effortlessly destroying a 5th-tier zombie. How could it possibly be this man's pet? Indeed, Huan, seeing the zombie crystal brought back by Li Jianma, nodded with evident satisfaction and affectionately patted its massive head. No, rather its chin, which was taller than an average person by 2 meters. And offered praise. Well done. Roar. Receiving the praise, Li Jianma also emitted a docile mechanical sound and raised its silver-white mechanical skeletal body once more. At this point, all the survivors were completely stunned, because they never could have imagined that such a terrifying subterranean mechanical entity would actually be a man's pet. Is he human or monster? Yet Huan had absolutely no interest in them whatsoever. He simply turned and approached the zombie white tiger lying on the ground on the brink of death, then tossed that 5th-tier zombie crystal, enough to drive the entire Shuhai city mad, to the zombie white tiger, and asked, "Are you alright?" Roar. Though on the brink of death, the zombie white tiger still let out a low growl. But only when that 5th-tier zombie crystal was tossed before its eyes, that the zombie white tiger's jet-black pupils finally displayed a human-like expression of astonishment. Yet Huan did not waste words. Eat it. It will help you recover. Though this big creature was on its last breath, since it had already been zombified as long as it still had a breath of life remaining. With this concentrated zombie energy, it could recover very quickly. This was also why many high-tier zombies enjoyed having minions. Why? Once injured, they could replenish their energy anytime. This zombie white tiger was no exception. Clearly the zombie white tiger was also very surprised, but ultimately she chose to swallow that zombie crystal. Immediately a green light surged from within, flowing toward the mangled belly. The rotting flesh actually began recovering at a visible rate, but even so it would probably take 3 to 5 days to fully heal. Nonetheless, getting up was no longer a problem. True enough, after a brief rest, the zombie white tiger also struggled to its feet, gazing complexly at Huan, then only turned and slowly departed. Holy crap. Even the survivors behind had to envy this. That was a 5th-tier zombie energy core after all. This guy just gave it away to that zombie white tiger. What a monstrous waste of a treasure. Even Feihua Liuxing beside him was stunned. But Huan couldn't be bothered with their opinions because he had already noticed that this zombie white tiger was different from other mutated creatures. It seemed to retain the consciousness it possessed in life, and had even evolved its own intelligence. Otherwise it wouldn't have targeted only the zombies without killing any humans. He had no idea why, but maintaining its rationality even after turning into a zombie and hunting down other zombies so relentlessly meant it was definitely extraordinary. So Huan chose to lend a hand. There was no need to explain himself to those people though. He simply got back in the car and drove away. Boom. Fei Hua Liuxing let out a deep rumbling roar of exhaust, while the drill demon beside it emitted a terrifying clattering mechanical cacophony. Its body over 10 meters tall suddenly plunged downward, just like diving into water. Rumble. Like a bulldozer it churned swiftly across the ground, excavating a massive crater at the intersection dozens of meters wide. It quickly followed away, until it completely vanished at the end of the street. Only then did the survivors snap back to reality. Oh, they just left. It looks like they're really gone. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Just who the hell was that guy? He possessed such terrifying power. But for now, it doesn't seem like this is the time for us to be thinking about that. The girl in the black leather jacket was the first to react. She glanced at the zombie horde which still hadn't dared to advance, but was now growing restless, and swallowed hard. Everyone, let's run. Run, let's run. Those words ignited everyone into action. Only now did they recall their own predicament. Without another word they scattered, each running faster than the last. The zombies finally reacted as well, snarling and howling in pursuit, but with no sixth-tier zombie to lead them. The group managed to escape with ease. However, Huan had lost all interest in that scene. After killing that fifth-tier zombie, he went straight back to the Oriental mansion. As he was about to head upstairs, he ran into Lin Xiao and Qini Fei, who had just returned in their armored vehicle. Oh, Huan, you're back too. Seeing Huan and Fei Hua Liuxing, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised and hurried over with a warm greeting. What a coincidence. Of course, Huan was also surprised to see Lin Xiao and Qini Fei. Getting out of the car, he glanced around, and noticing the sister duo was absent, asked, "Where are Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan, and Jiang Minli?" Oh, Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and laughed. We split up to level up separately. They haven't come back yet. I see. Huan nodded in response. By now both Lin Xiao and Qini Fei had also acquired hundredfold strength and successfully become one-star martial gods. Their combat power was already terrifyingly formidable. Training their battle experience in Shuhai City was naturally a breeze, with little worry about running into any real danger. Alright, Lin Xiao was nonetheless curious. Why does it seem like you came back later today than usual? He was usually home and resting by this time. It's nothing much. Huan didn't conceal anything either. I ran into a slight situation on the road, and it delayed me a bit. What situation? Lin Xiao tilted her beautiful charming face and asked curiously. A zombie tied a group of survivors. A zombie white tiger and a sixth-tier zombie. Before Huan could say anything, however, the deep rumbling voice of Fei Hua Liuxing beside him answered instead. What the hell? Zombie tied survivors. White tiger sixth-tier zombie. Hearing this, not only Lin Xiao, but Qini Fei was also baffled. So many keywords, it sounded exciting. Fortunately, Fei Hua Liuxing quickly explained everything again, and only then did the two women fully understand the whole story. It turned out that on his way back, Huan had encountered a group of survivors fleeing from a zombie tide. Midway, a zombie white tiger appeared and killed the zombie leader. It saved those survivors. But then it was ambushed by a fifth-tier zombie that had swooped in to take advantage of the chaos. Fortunately, the drill demon, Huan's newly recruited member, finished that zombie off at the critical moment. But when they heard that Huan had actually given that fifth-tier zombie energy core to the dying zombie white tiger, both women froze. Lin Xiao in particular stared at Huan with an incredulous expression, blinking those beautiful big eyes, as if she were looking at a completely different person. Hey, what's with that look? Noticing her expression, Huan felt a little uneasy. Sure enough, Lin Xiao snapped back to her senses and couldn't help but marvel. Huan, did I hear that right? Since when did you become so kind-hearted? Damn, what kind of talk is that? Huan couldn't help rolling his eyes. What, do I really look that bad to you? That's not it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately shook her head, then flashed that mesmerizing smile again. I just never thought I'd see the day you actually did a good deed. Huan was taken aback. Isn't that still saying I'm bad? No, not at all. Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words and blinked in confusion. Fortunately, Qini Fei understood what she meant and quickly laughed. What Sister Lin Xiao means isn't that you're bad. She's just saying that someone as selfish as you would actually take out a fifth-tier zombie energy core and give it to that dying zombie white tiger. That's what's so unbelievable. Damn. Hearing this, Huan was speechless for a long moment, then finally couldn't hold back another curse. Bad or selfish? You might as well just say I'm bad. Still, he understood what Qini Fei meant. In the apocalypse, it was already rare enough not to rob others, let alone do good deeds and help people out. So Huan pondered briefly before answering honestly. Of course, it wasn't entirely out of sheer kindness. Mainly, I saw great potential in this zombie white tiger. If it can be used by us, it would bring us tremendous benefits. Damn. At that, the two women exchanged a glance and could not help spitting out a curse of their own. I knew it. Our Huan couldn't possibly be that kind-hearted. Right, that's the Huan Gij I know. Huan was at a loss for words. He never expected that his image in the eyes of these girls could be so poor. However, he did not mind much. He simply shrugged his shoulders, glanced at the darkening sky, and said, a severe thunderstorm is approaching. Let us head back first and talk later. Yeah, sounds good. Although they were not entirely convinced that the zombie white tiger would return, the two women did not say much and merely nodded obediently. They quickly headed upstairs. By evening, Chun Mingyao and her two sisters also returned. as expected when it reached around 8 o'clock at night. Dark clouds covered the sky as flashes of lightning struck repeatedly. The thunder echoed across heaven and earth. Torrential rain poured down immediately after. It is really raining. After dinner, the women dressed in their pajamas were watching television in the living room. These were films and TV series they had stored earlier used to pass the time. Suddenly, hearing the commotion outside, Chen Mingyao was the first to set down her potato chips and run over in slippers, her snow-white legs bare. She discovered that beyond the spacious 100-square-meter balcony, a fierce rainstorm was indeed falling. This alerted the other women to the anomaly as well. Lin Xiao rose from her seat, her beautiful eyes narrowing in puzzlement, and asked, why would it suddenly start raining and so heavily at that? Suddenly, Huan chuckled upon hearing this. In this apocalypse, nothing is ever normal. His words made the women nod in agreement. Gazing at the heavy downpour outside despite having endured nearly a month of catastrophic disasters, this sudden storm, rather than evoking despair, it seemed to cleanse the grime left by recent calamities, bringing a refreshing quality to the air. It is actually quite pleasant, Lin Xiao remarked as she stepped onto the vast balcony and took a deep breath. Indeed, Chun Mingyuan, Qin Yifei, Jiang Mengli, and the others also appreciated this atmosphere. However, soon Chun Mingyao leaned against the balcony window, her chin resting on her hand, and murmured, I wonder how things are out there. Out there? That was true. Her words made the women realize something. For nearly a month, they had all remained within Shuhai City with no idea of what was happening outside. Perhaps it is better somewhere else, Jiang Mengli guessed thoughtfully. After all, Shuhai City was one of the first cities hit by the zombie outbreak. Besides, rescue forces had come before. Other places must be safer. But who would have thought that Huan would coldly shatter her hopeful speculation? Do not worry, no place will fare much better. For none knew better than he. When the zombie catastrophe erupted, no region on Earth was spared. Only the timing differed. Especially now a month had already passed. He believed every country and major city shared the same grim fate. Yet how far the collapse had progressed remained unclear to him. Sigh, if only we could know what is happening outside. Though slightly surprised, the women could understand her words. After all, even Shuhai had fallen like this. If other places were unharmed, why had no military forces come to eradicate the zombies? They simply did not know the precise state of the outside world. But unexpectedly upon hearing this, Huan pondered for a moment, and then added, wanting to know is not impossible. What? These words lit up the faces of the 5 women. Could there truly be a way to learn about the outside world? They had been trapped in Shuhai City for far too long. If they could learn of the outside, it would be some comfort. However, I am not entirely certain it will work. Huan remembered that a few days ago, while passing by Shuhai University, he had noticed a large-scale satellite communication device used for exploration. If the Decepticons could find a way to connect, they might obtain information from the outside. With this in mind, Huan immediately instructed Xianyun on the rooftop. Xianyun, go to Shuhai University and see if you can make it work. As you command, honored master. Upon receiving the order, Xianyun on the rooftop helipad immediately fired up its engines. The massive propellers began spinning rapidly, and it took off towards Shuhai University. It took merely 2 minutes. Xianyun arrived at the research base of Shuhai University. Sure enough, it spotted a gigantic satellite detection device right there. Shuhai University had previously developed and launched an orbital space satellite. As long as they could find a way to connect to that satellite and link it to global satellites, they could obtain all external information. However, the dish-shaped equipment had suffered damage due to the zombie outbreak. Parts of the facility were already broken and numerous zombie students were wandering about. Nevertheless, this posed no obstacle to Xianyun. As Xianyun approached, the enormous satellite dish spanning over 100 square meters, mechanical tentacles extended rapidly. Connecting to the satellite communication equipment and leveraging its Decepticon mechanical capabilities, the satellite system successfully linked to global satellites. Through Xianyun, the information quickly reached Laserbird. Master. Having successfully connected and obtained the data, Laserbird fluttered its wings urgently. It transformed back into the Solar Master host and connected to the computer display. In the next instant, it successfully established an internet connection. Wow. This scene left the 5 women with their beautiful eyes wide open. It actually worked. The women were left utterly astounded. For in their eyes, these massive machines had always served but one purpose: to unleash devastating firepower. Yet now they could apparently connect to the outside world as well. Were they not becoming all-powerful? However, that was not the priority at the moment. Quick, let's see what's happening outside. Lin Xiao hastily rushed to the computer terminal and powered it on. Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan, and the other women scrambled to join him, desperate to learn about the situation beyond their walls. Soon the Laserbird connected, successfully establishing a network connection and retrieving information. However, this information proved rather disappointing. When they saw that most software applications were unusable, the only ones that functioned were a handful of new social platforms, called the Dragon Nation Trading Platform and the Global Social Trading Platform. After discovering this, they were bewildered. Had things truly come to this? Nevertheless, they hurried to download and log into both platforms. Once inside, they found an interface remarkably reminiscent of those ancient forum social platforms everyone commonly used a decade ago. Any information had to be disseminated through forum posts, and to learn the latest developments, one had to manually refresh the feeds. Despite this, the forums were bustling with activity. All manner of exchanges took place. The two dominant categories were unmistakable. Disaster notifications topped the list. Recruitment announcements followed close behind. Clearly, the ongoing catastrophic disasters had grown so severe that survivors in many regions were running critically low on supplies, necessitating large-scale conscription. Yet there were benefits to enlisting. One could secure the most basic nutritional needs, 3 meals a day, and those who awakened as ability users would receive even more favorable treatment. The other sections were self-explanatory. Safety zone regulations, trading information, and the latest official announcements. And now an official notice appeared, titled, Urgent Global Heavy Rainfall Expected in Coming Days Accompanied by Tsunami Making Landfall Along Our Coastline. Please take precautions. This announcement sparked considerable discussion among netizens. Damn it, another tsunami. The zombie outbreak isn't even over yet, and now this rain and tsunami. Is this never going to end? I hope Shanghai isn't affected. The terrain here is pretty high, we should be fine, right? Clearly no one had anticipated that while the zombie catastrophe still raged, a torrential downpour and tsunami would be looming. Were they expected to simply survive this? The rest of the forum was essentially filled with trading posts. Some exchanged bottled water for cold medicine. Others peddled zombie crystals for bread. Some even attempted to trade an LV handbag for a single loaf of bread, only to be mercilessly ridiculed. After all, in this apocalyptic age, who would possibly want such things? These exchanges naturally caught the attention of Lin Xiao and the women, leaving them somewhat questioning their understanding of the world. Looking at the situation out there, it seems they're not faring much better than us. Indeed, Chen Mingyao, upon hearing this, dumbly nodded in agreement. They had thought the outside world would be considerably safer, yet they hadn't expected everyone was struggling just as desperately for supplies. However, there was a silver lining. For Huan recalled with perfect clarity that the Sioux City safe zone not far from Shuhai had preserved considerable safe territories, enclosed by towering walls constructed to fend off zombie hordes. In his previous life, he had visited that place in exchange for numerous supplies, compressed biscuits, bottled water, bread, and some medications of extraordinary value. Additionally, firearms and various other armaments. One could say it remained quite thriving within those walls, with certain districts maintaining pre-apocalyptic living standards, though this prosperity extended merely a few kilometers. Beyond those boundaries lay nothing but zombie-infested wastelands, and surviving within those walls, alas, the costs were prohibitively steep. But for now, such considerations could wait. All right, we've seen enough. Let's rest early tonight. Huan cast a glance at the curious women and advised, in the coming days we must also prepare to depart. The rain was intensifying by the hour. Soon vast stretches of Shuhai would be submerged. They needed to prepare in advance. Understood. The women posed no further questions, merely nodding obediently. They hurried back to their rooms to sleep. And Huan, exhausted from 2 days of relentless activity, also retired early. The following morning, splatter splatter, the downpour continued unabated. When he gazed down from the rooftop once more, he observed that standing water had already accumulated throughout the urban district, and the levels continued to rise steadily. Huan promptly contacted the twin brothers through the laser bird to inquire about their progress. He soon learned that Chen Fan and his team were still occupied transporting supplies. However, the relentless rain had significantly hampered their efforts. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Over the past month or so, these survivors had gathered approximately 3,000 tons of supplies for him. The vast majority consisted of luxuries such as cigarettes, liquor, and tea, commodities that would prove invaluable in the future. It was as though they had emptied all of Shuhai. Moreover, with the tsunami and floodwaters imminent, whatever remained was of little importance. Yet despite this, Huan instructed them to gather as much as possible, for opportunities like this would not present themselves again. And so the following 3 days unfolded. Chen Fan and his team continued their relentless collection efforts. Naturally, the deluge persisted, particularly after 3 consecutive days of torrential rain. Splatter splatter. At this moment, numerous areas of Shuhai had already been inundated. Certain survivors also detected the anomaly in the rainfall and were compelled to evacuate their shelters, flooding onto the streets. Some vehicles even ascended onto elevated highways attempting to flee, heading toward the nearby Sulong Mountain, for its terrain was elevated and even the most ferocious rains could never possibly submerge it. These were the 2 safe havens Huan knew of, the Eastern Mansion and Sulong Mountain. However, after a moment of contemplation witnessing the ever-intensifying downpour, Huan decided for safety sake to lead the 5 women to Sulong Mountain as well. For over these past days, the Eastern Mansion had undergone considerable turmoil precisely because of his presence. Should it ever collapse under the floodwaters, the losses would be immeasurable. Yet this decision left Jiang Mengli rather puzzled. Huan, why don't we simply head to the amphibious landing ship? Wouldn't that be safer than Sulong Mountain, and we'd avoid getting wet? She couldn't help but ask Huan with evident confusion. After all, in her view, going directly to the vessel wouldn't be far more comfortable. And we'd stay dry. That's right. Even Chun Mingyao failed to understand why they would choose Su Long Mountain when they could board the amphibious landing ship directly. How could the latter possibly be inferior? Inferior. Upon hearing this, however, Huan merely smiled. For he understood only too well. The true cause of Shuhai's flooding isn't the rainfall, but the tsunami, because typhoons and oceanic surges will strike the coastline, compounding the rising sea levels from the rain, leading to catastrophic flooding. If we head there now, we'll very likely encounter the first wave of the tsunami. We might not be seeking shelter. We might be sailing straight into the eye of the storm. For although they possessed the amphibious landing ship, even that vessel could not withstand the terrifying forces of nature. It might even prove more perilous than remaining here. What? The tsunami was the cause. Only then did the 5 women realize why Huan hadn't simply boarded the vessel. So the sea at this moment was even more dangerous than Shuhai City itself. From this perspective, ascending the mountain was indeed the wiser choice. Well then, what are we waiting for? I'll go pack my things. Lin Xiao was the first to react, hastily rushing to gather supplies. I'm coming too. Let me help. The other women snapped back to awareness and hurried to assist. Thus, after approximately 2 hours, the women finally finished packing. Women, packing for trips has always been troublesome. Even during the apocalypse, nothing had changed. Essentially, if they thought they might need it, or simply wanted it, they packed it all. Such efficiency was only possible because they possessed spatial rings. Otherwise, at their pace, they wouldn't have been able to depart for a whole day. Upon completing their preparations, they descended to the underground parking garage, where Tianzhu had long been waiting. Beside him, in Yue Feihua, Liuxing Iron Skin Land Combat, Soldier Qihong Frog King, and the others had all returned. These constituted Huan's original ground combat forces. Master. Upon seeing Huan arrive with Lin Xiao and the women, these imposing machines immediately voiced their respectful greetings. Depart. With a slight nod, Huan did not waste a moment. He had Lin Xiao and the women board the vehicles, before climbing aboard the massive built truck himself. Behind him, Frog King Feihua, Liuxing Iron Skin, and the others transformed in sequence into supercars. Virum, virum. One after another, the vehicles roared to life. They traveled through the underground exit to the surface, braving the downpour as they ascended onto the elevated highway. 3,000 meters above, and Xianxian aircraft hovered, its engines rumbling thunderously, following closely behind. Thus the entire convoy, with the built heavy truck leading, followed by a fleet of Corvettes, Bugattis, Ferrari 488s, Lamborghini Aventadors, Porsche 918s, and other supercars, plus a land combat tank, traversed the elevated highway heading northward towards Su Long Mountain, a peak rising over 500 meters. Along the way, countless survivors watched in bewilderment, all utterly stunned. Holy shit, was this the apocalypse? What kind of insane convoy was this? However, that was not all. As the convoy gradually entered the territory of Shulong Mountain, a massive white zombie tiger, a full 7 meters in length, appeared. It blocked the convoy's path. The scene stunned every survivor. Damn, it's that white tiger that often hunts zombies in Shuhai. Why is it here? Did we barge into its territory? Some people recognized the zombie tiger. Indeed, this white tiger was quite famous in Shuhai City. It only killed zombies and never attacked humans, which had drawn the attention of many. Moreover, it seemed that its physique had grown even more powerful. This left many people uneasy and uncertain. Could it be that they had intruded upon the zombie tiger's territory? Many vehicles were so terrified that they pulled over to the roadside, not daring to move forward. But unexpectedly, this zombie tiger showed no interest in them. It merely stopped Tianzhu and let out a snort. Then it gave a low growl. This also made the others notice something unusual. Damn, its target seems to be that convoy. Soon, however, they began to laugh. They assumed that Huan had been too ostentatious and had provoked this beast, so they gloated along. Haha, serves them right. With all those supercars, they probably disturbed the white tiger god. I think so too. They're probably doomed. A 6th-tier zombie tiger. Oh no, by the looks of it, it had already reached the 7th tier. It was absolutely the king of Shuhai. Even the Jianfeng building wouldn't dare to provoke it. Wasn't provoking it, just asking for death. But who would have thought? When Huan stepped down from the billet heavy truck, the zombie tiger did not attack at all. Within its black pupils there even seemed to be a flicker of excitement. Huan even asked with interest, "What, your wounds have healed?" "Oh woo." The zombie tiger seemed to understand and let out a low growl in response. At that moment, the smiles on everyone's faces froze abruptly, gradually turning stiff. No, wait, how did it feel? Damn, they seem to know each other. They're not here to fight. Could it be? They thought of an unbelievable possibility. Sure enough, Huan asked again, "Are you going to follow me?" Roar. The white tiger, considered the guardian deity of Shuhai, actually nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Seeing this, Huan did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and said, "Then let's go. We need a place to temporarily escape the floods and tsunami." Roar. Hearing this, the white tiger turned and headed toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Huan got back into the vehicle and continued leading the convoy forward. Thus, after that convoy was led away by the white tiger hailed as the guardian deity of Shuhai, the passing survivor convoys were utterly shocked. They could only watch helplessly as the white tiger led the convoy away, leaving a single question mark in their minds. How the hell was that possible? Someone in Shuhai City could actually make this zombie tiger obey. How the hell had they done it? Was there someone this badass in Shuhai? Of course it wasn't just them. Even Lin Xiao and the other women were utterly dumbfounded as they watched the white tiger leading the way through the torrential rain. No way. This white tiger had actually come to join them. They looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in one another's eyes, because they had thought Huan was joking. After all, how could a zombie tiger be so human-like and know to repay kindness? Yet now this zombie white tiger was leading them to find a safe place. Oh my god, Huan! Lin Xiao was shocked. She couldn't help turning her head and staring at Huan with an incredulous look, asking blankly, "How did you do it?" That's incredible. Of course, even Huan hadn't expected the zombie tiger to appear. After all, he had only been testing earlier. Little did he expect that the white tiger would actually return. But faced with the women's doubtful looks, Huan still pretended to be calm as still water and boasted, "I told you my investments have never failed." Puffed braggart. His expression made the women burst into laughter and they rolled their eyes at him. But it had to be said. Thanks to the white tiger leading the way, they did encounter quite a few zombies on the road. However, all of them kept their distance, deterred by the zombie tiger's intimidating presence. As a result, they traveled safely and soon arrived at the innermost depths of Shulong Mountain, where there was a large open space. Although it looked quite barren and had only a viewing pavilion for shelter. But because it was the highest point, they could actually see the situation in Shuhai City from here, something Huan had not expected. After being led here by the white tiger, the creature let out a low growl in the heavy rain. Roar. The meaning was clear, this was its territory. Huan then got out of the vehicle with the 5 women. Oh, this place isn't bad. The scenery here was picturesque. Even though the rain was pouring, it actually added to the beauty. The 5 women were somewhat surprised. Alright. Huan, however, was very straightforward. After getting out, he waved his hand and said, "This is where we'll be staying temporarily for the next few days. Once the heavy rain stops and the floodwaters stabilize, we'll board a ship and leave this place." Having said that, he summoned the drill demon and unloaded a high-speed rail carriage to serve as their temporary shelter. Alright, no problem. Lin Xiao and the other women nodded obediently upon hearing this, then hastily took out pots, bowls, ladles, and basins from the vehicle running through the rain to the high-speed rail carriage. They tidied it up briefly. As for the 2 Chin sisters, they hurried to the pavilion to start a fire and prepare a meal. Earlier, they had gathered a considerable amount of supplies in Shuhai, including outdoor survival and camping equipment. Tents, fire starters, small gas canisters, and the like were all put to use. After all, they had been busy since morning and still had not eaten. Over 6 hours had already passed. Naturally, they were hungry. Soon the 2 women had a pot of rice cooking and fried a few simple side dishes. Meanwhile, Jiang Mengli and Qin Yifei were responsible for setting up the tents, doing their best to shield the pavilion from the torrential rain. However, the white tiger watched with great confusion in its enormous pupils. Despite having developed intelligence, it had never encountered such a scene before. Still, it did not dwell on it. Instead, it ran over beside the buyer heavy truck and lay down to rest. It seemed to be offering the pavilion its only shelter from the wind and rain to the women. This sight, however, made Jiang Mingli feel somewhat guilty. She turned to Qin Yifei beside her and said half reproachfully, "We seem to have taken the big white tiger's place. It's lying out in the rain." "Oh, you're right," Qin Yifei remarked, also noticing the scene with a hint of apology. "What should we do?" "Perhaps." Jiang Mingli pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "Why don't we build it a large tent?" "That's a great idea." Qin Yifei's eyes lit up at the suggestion. There were still plenty of materials in their space rings, so it was no trouble. They set to work immediately. Clad in raincoats, the 2 women braved the downpour and quickly assembled a spacious tent large enough to cover more than 20 square meters. Jiang Mingli then tentatively approached the massive tiger lying in the rain and said, "Hey, you silly big thing. How about coming inside to rest?" The nearly asleep zombie white tiger lifted its eyelids upon hearing this. It looked at the large tent, clearly bewildered. But it soon got up and walked inside, lying down to rest once more. Watching this, Huan, seated in the car, could not help but chuckle. "My." Hearing the laughter, Jiang Mengli immediately stormed over in irritation, tapped the tin window, and said displeasedly, "What are you laughing at, Huan?" "Oh." Huan was somewhat surprised. "You can hear me all the way out there." "Of course." Jiang Mengli replied impatiently. "I'm at least a tier 1 Valkyrie now. My hearing is far superior to ordinary people. How could I not hear you?" "Fair enough," Huan mused, finding her argument reasonable. After all, with 100-fold physical enhancement, her senses were beyond comparison. But Jiang Mengli was not easily sidetracked. "Hey, you still haven't told me what you're laughing at." "All right." Huan glanced at the zombie white tiger resting inside the tent and teased, "I'm laughing because you're raising a tier 7 zombie white tiger like a dog and building it a house." Hearing this, Jiang Mingli blushed, feeling embarrassed. But she still lifted her pale neck and retorted, "We took its home, so building it a tent is only fair." That was true. Huan nodded. Still, he thought zombies probably had little concept of rain anyway. "Hey, the food's ready. Come eat." Just then, Chun Mingyao's voice came from the pavilion. The two women had finished preparing the meal with steam rising from the pots. Seeing this, Huan decided not to waste more words. Let's go eat first. All right, Jiang Mengli agreed eagerly. She was starving as well. After all, her physique had been greatly enhanced, and her appetite had increased accordingly. She hurried after the group without delay. Soon they enjoyed their first meal of the day, a pot of steamed rice, a serving of crayfish, braised chicken legs, potatoes stewed, with beef, a jar of canned fruit, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Though simple, it was quite a luxury in the apocalypse, especially surrounded by such a beautiful landscape. However, Jiang Mengli soon noticed the zombie white tiger resting in the tent, and curiously asked Huan, "Huan, can it still eat meat?" Eat meat? To everyone's surprise, Huan shook his head. Zombies have no sense of taste. Their primary senses are hearing, vision, and smell. Smell being the sharpest, followed by hearing, and sight the weakest. Do you think it can taste food? Oh, Qin Yifei spoke with sympathy. That's so pitiful. It can't even enjoy eating. Indeed, the other women murmured, feeling a touch of pity for the zombie white tiger. The only one being pitied, the zombie white tiger, lay in the tent, tilting its enormous head larger than the rice pot, and stared blankly at the women, who looked regretful. It had no idea what they were sighing over. But actually there might be a solution. Huan recalled something important. He still had 6 vials of gene enhancement serum. Perhaps administering them to the big tiger could produce unexpected results. After finishing his meal, Huan took out a vial of gene serum and entered the tiger's tent. Seeing Huan approach, the zombie white tiger lifted its massive head, looking at him with a vacant expression. Huan placed the gene serum before it and said, "This is a gene enhancement potion. I'm not sure if it will work on you, but there might be a chance. Would you like to try?" The Tier 7 zombie white tiger could understand Huan's meaning. Upon hearing that it might regain its former self, it paused, a flicker of surprise and excitement crossing its features. But Huan quickly added, "However, I must remind you, if you drink this and regain your strength, you must obey my commands. If you betray me, you will lose all your power. Do you still wish to try?" As a tiger, Huan felt it unnecessary to deceive it the way he sometimes played games with the women. That would be too cruel. But clearly he had overestimated the tiger's intelligence. Though it understood part of what was said, it seemed to think the serum was simply something delicious and swallowed it whole, bottle and all. What the? Huan was stunned. But fortunately, the very next moment, the zombie white tiger began to change. Parts of its body that had decayed after turning into a zombie began to regenerate flesh and tissue. Its black pupils, once dull, started to gleam with vitality. It was as though in an instant it had become an entirely different creature, or rather a different tiger. The only thing unchanged was the terrifying power of its Tier 7 rank, now even more formidable than before. Huan checked its data. Name: zombie white tiger. Rank: Tier 7. Trait enhanced by gene serum. It has acquired the characteristics of a normal creature while retaining its original zombie abilities. In simple terms, it was still a zombie white tiger, but now it possessed the traits that normal creatures should have. It was like a person who had been infected and turned into a zombie, only to have their appearance restored to normal, yet retaining all zombie abilities including taste and other senses. It had effectively combined the complete traits of both human and zombie. I can't believe it. Even Huan was stunned by what he was witnessing. He had never imagined the gene enhancement serum had such an effect. If he could find a Tier 4 or Tier 5 zombie king in the future and use this method, wouldn't he essentially gain an entire zombie army? Impressive, truly impressive. I'll have to try this later. Huan already had new ideas forming. What do you mean, try this later? Just then a familiar, curious voice came from behind him. Damn! The sudden voice startled Huan. He turned around to see Lin Xiao and the other women staring at him in bewilderment. When did you get here? We've been here for a while. Earlier they had heard the white tiger's low growls and came to investigate. Their attention had been fully focused on the tiger, so they had not noticed the women arriving. At that moment the women also happened to witness the restored white tiger. They were dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Huan could even restore a zombie white tiger. Was this real? But seeing their incredulous expressions, Huan quickly waved his hands. Don't misunderstand. It merely regained its normal form. Essentially, it is still a zombie. That's good enough. Jiang Mengli was excited and couldn't resist approaching to stroke the tiger's fluffy white fur. It felt remarkably soft. She couldn't help but marvel, so handsome and majestic. If I ride the white tiger out in the future, it would be incredibly impressive. Indeed, the restored white tiger was equally excited, almost jumping with joy. It had discovered it could finally eat and drink. But upon hearing Jiang Mengli's words, it tilted its naive head and looked at her. What? You want to ride me? Huan was too lazy to pay any attention to them. He merely waved his hand and said, It's getting late. We should rest early. After all, they had been through quite a tumultuous day. In a few more days, once the rainstorm subsided, they would have to move on. All right, Lin Xiao replied. She had already prepared the bedding inside the high-speed rail carriage. It hardly mattered that a few carriages of the drill demon were missing, lying on the bed within the carriage. Remarkably comfortable. Through the window, he watched the deluge pouring outside. Huan wrapped his arms around Lin Xiao, and soon they both drifted into deep slumber. While Yi Huan had found a suitable place to rest, other survivors were not so fortunate. Along the dozens of kilometers of Shulong Mountain off-road vehicles were scattered everywhere along the roadside. Some survivors carried tents braving the torrential rain in search of suitable resting spots. Moreover, numerous vehicles were continuously departing from Shuhai City, which was on the verge of being submerged, streaming toward this location. Some even broke down mid-journey, blocking the road and forming lengthy queues. This frustrated many survivors. They honked incessantly, inadvertently attracting zombies and causing significant trouble. After an agonizing wait until midnight, the vehicles finally managed to continue forward. Yet the rainstorm intensified relentlessly. Some survivors even fell into the swift river on the northern slope of Shulong Mountain. This was the apocalypse. Even some ability users appeared utterly insignificant against such catastrophe. By early morning, Yi Huan, deep in slumber, was awakened by Chun Mingyao's startled cry from outside. Moi. Opening his eyes, he saw Chun Mingyao and the other girls standing at the mountain's summit in raincoats, gazing downward. Their beautiful eyes reflected profound shock. What is it? Seeing this, Yi Huan rose and grabbed an umbrella. The rain continued to pour as he made his way over. He hadn't noticed before, but now he could see that the once bustling Shuhai City had long lost its former splendor after the zombie devastation. Many areas were completely submerged by floodwaters. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the sky, and rain came down in sheets. Below, floodwaters flowed eastward. Where they passed, many two-story buildings were drowned. As for the highways, they were barely visible, all transformed into vast expanses of water. Oh my God! The women were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Is this still the Shuhai City we know? It had only been 4 short days. Yesterday hadn't been nearly this severe. Today it was already flooded like this. If this continues for a few more days, the entire Shuhai City might be wiped out. Lin Xiao, clad in a raincoat, couldn't help but gaze down at the mountain and mutter to herself. Of course. Though somewhat surprised, Yi Huan remained relatively composed and said calmly, in another couple of days it will likely be even worse than this. What even worse? Hearing this, the women couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it flood even more? But Yi Huan merely smiled and reminded them, don't forget, the typhoon and tsunami haven't arrived yet. Right? At these words, Lin Xiao and the others instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, the tsunami hadn't come yet. Yet looking at the devastation before them, before the tsunami even arrived, things had already become this bad. What would happen when it struck? What would remain of all of Shuhai City? Of course, even though they now possessed the power of first-rank Valkyries, to be honest, in the face of such terrifying natural disasters, they were no different from ants. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake her head in lament. As expected, no matter how strong we become, we're still nothing before nature's colossal power. Indeed. The other women nodded in agreement, feeling the same sentiment. But Yi Huan remained calm, waving his hand as he said, all right, let's eat something first. After the typhoon passes, we can leave. Okay, she replied with a gentle nod. Donning her raincoat, Lin Xiao hurried to the renovated pavilion to prepare food. But this time, there was one additional person to feed. That was the great white tiger. An hour later, as the women finished cooking and were about to eat, they spotted the white tiger crouching outside the pavilion in the downpour, fixated on that steak. Hard to distinguish whether it was drool or rainwater. The sight left Yi Huan utterly speechless. You're 7 meters tall, buddy. How much can you possibly eat? What should we do? Naturally, Lin Xiao and the others hadn't anticipated this. They all turned to look at Yi Huan, their expressions plainly asking whether they should give it to him. Their expressions were clear enough. The thing was already squatting in the rain. You had to give in. Only Yi Huan had an abundance of supplies that would never run out. Otherwise, ordinary people truly couldn't afford to raise such a magnificent white tiger. Reluctantly, Yi Huan gestured for them to share some food. True to expectation, the white tiger, braving the heavy rain, finally received an enormous steak. Content, he returned to his tent and devoured it with great relish. It evoked the image of a dog gnawing on a bone. But Yi Huan didn't concern himself with it. After finishing his meal, he continued resting. When evening arrived, while holding Chun Mingyao to sleep, Yi Huan heard the howling wind outside. Thunder rumbled, lightning struck continuously, and rain fell in sheets like water columns. It battered the train's roof relentlessly. Bang, 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 like boulders crashing against it. The surrounding trees seemed on the verge of being snapped, emitting terrifying sounds. The commotion roused Yi Huan from sleep. It's here. He climbed up and looked out through the window. Not just the pouring rain. Howling winds threatened to uproot the entire train, which shook violently. Yi Huan. This startled Lin Xiao in the adjacent carriage, who hastily turned on the light. She ran over to him, trembling with fear, her voice soft and timid. I'm a little scared. Yi Huan was taken aback. You're already a 1-star martial god and you're afraid of this. Yi Huan was speechless. Wait, you're already a 1-star divine martial god and you're scared of this? There was nothing to be done. Although Lin Xiao was already a first-rank Valkyrie, girls were naturally terrified of such fierce and dreadful natural weather. Coupled with the thunder, lightning, and howling gale, her instinct was still to find some place to burrow into for safety. What was even more absurd was Chen Mingyuan, Jiang Mengli, and Qin Yifei were also frightened, all huddling toward Yi Huan. Well then, seeing the women nearly all crowding around him for shelter, Yi Huan had no choice but to soothe them a little. Fortunately, the drill demon's train car was quite stable even though it was being buffeted by the fierce gale. Soon the car used its shape-shifting metal to plunge deep into the ground, anchoring itself firmly. And it wasn't the only one. Even the massive constructs like Heaven Pillar Dark Moon and Flying Fire Meteor all secured their positions first lest they be blown away by the wind. After all, it was a level 8 gale, and at the mountaintop the wind was naturally even more ferocious. So it didn't take long for things to stabilize. But while things had settled here, it was another matter for the White Tiger. He was still sprawled inside his tent fast asleep. Yet as the commotion outside grew louder and louder, the tent flapped violently in the wind, jolting the vigilant White Tiger awake. He lifted his massive head and scanned his surroundings warily. He had a feeling this tent wouldn't hold much longer. Sure enough, the next second a snapped branch came hurtling down, struck the tent, and tore it open with a sharp rending sound. The entire tent was then yanked into the air. Oh! The White Tiger sensed something amiss. His own weight was considerable, but the tent was too large and the wind too powerful. The White Tiger realized he was about to take flight. With a roar, he scrambled out, and the moment he emerged, the entire tent was swept away into the sky. Rain poured in torrents and the wind howled without end, as if heaven and earth had been plunged into endless darkness. With no other option, the White Tiger took shelter inside Heaven Pillar's shipping container. Thus they barely managed to endure through the night. The next morning, when Yi Huan and the women went out to survey the situation, they found the entire mountaintop in ruins. Fallen trees lay scattered everywhere, and even the pavilion had been crushed beneath a massive tree. As for Shuhai City in the distance, there was no need to even mention it. Apart from the towering high-rises, almost everything else had already been submerged by the flood. It was as if they were gazing out over a vast ocean. The women couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths, astonishment flashing deep within their eyes. The day before, countless buildings had still been visible, yet now even some of the 6- or 7-story villas had vanished beneath the water. In particular, they spotted the former landmark of Shuhai in the distance. Dongfang Mansion, now collapsed and swept away by the flood, nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the women were even more stunned. Is this really the Shuhai I remember? A month ago, this place was thriving and peaceful. Yet in just one short month, it had become a boundless expanse of water. It was utterly unrecognizable as what had once been a prosperous second-tier city. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Chun Mingyao snapped back to her senses, patting her chest in lingering fear, and said with relief, "Luckily, Yi Huan had the foresight to bring us to Shulong Mountain. Otherwise, we'd have drowned." Exactly. Lin Xiao and the others also felt their hearts racing. They hadn't expected Dongfang Mansion not to be submerged, but to be completely destroyed instead. If they hadn't come to Shulong Mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This is nothing. Yi Huan shook his head, utterly unfazed. Because in his past life, he remembered that when the global freeze descended, a flood had struck first. Back then, the entire city had been swallowed by the waters, and then frozen solid. That was the true catastrophe. But not now. Though the rain still poured, Yi Huan had already contacted the amphibious landing ship. "How's the situation?" Soon the ship's deep mechanical voice replied, "Respected master, the typhoon has passed, and the sea surface is very calm now." Excellent. Hearing this, Yi Huan nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Since there was no problem, it was time to set out. So he quickly said to the women, "Pack up your things. We're leaving here tomorrow." Leaving? The women were puzzled. Then where are we going? Yi Huan shook his head and said, "Shuhai is completely flooded and uninhabitable. We need to head to another city, like Modu." Modu? The women said in unison, then all looked at Yi Huan. Clearly they hadn't expected him to choose Modu. Of course there was a reason for going to Modu. Yi Huan remembered very clearly that after this rainstorm the zombies would begin evolving frantically and many safe zones would fall because of it. However, because Modu had ample military strength and a robust economy and had not been struck by the rainstorm, it remained the economic center of the apocalypse. Many survivors would flock there for refuge. It was a very secure safe zone. Even when the great global fog later appeared, it still couldn't breach the city. This showed just how stable it was. So Yi Huan naturally prioritized it. But he wasn't in the mood to explain too much and only said, "Just follow me." Okay. The women didn't ask further. Wherever Yi Huan went, they would follow. Wherever he wanted to go, they'd go along. Still gazing out at the vast flood before them, Chun Mingyao felt a bit troubled. How are we supposed to leave? There's water everywhere. Right. Even Zhang Mengli noticed the problem. They couldn't very well swim across. But Yi Huan had long anticipated this and only smiled, saying, "You'll see in a moment." Thus before long, rumbling, 2 armed Apache helicopters appeared in the sky, their engines roaring. Even amid the torrential rain, they slowly flew over. The women were utterly dumbfounded, their beautiful eyes wide with disbelief at the 2 armed helicopters overhead. "Wait, helicopters. Besides Dizzy, you've got 2 more." They had always believed Dizzy was the only one. Who could have guessed there were 2 more? Of course, because of the storm, it was hard to tell day from night any longer. But the sudden appearance of the armed helicopters also caught the attention of the other survivors sheltering elsewhere on Shulong Mountain. Believing it was a national rescue, they grew excited. Look, armed helicopters. Is this the national rescue? Seems possible. Some people couldn't sit still and began shouting and waving their hands. They tried to attract the attention of the two helicopters. But soon they realized something was wrong. The helicopters didn't pay them any heed and instead flew straight toward the mountaintop. They were stunned. Damn, what's going on? Maybe there's some big shot on Shulong Mountain they're here to pick up. Yeah, that could be it. Some survivors grew irritated, assuming the helicopters had come for some VIP. Anger welled up inside them. This was the end of the world, and this kind of privilege still existed. Did the rich and powerful still matter that much, even in the apocalypse? Well, of course. Those who only realized the value of money and power later were definitely out of luck. The military would never come to rescue them. They were already struggling to save themselves. But private transport was a different matter. Soon the two armed helicopters landed, and Huan arranged for the 5 women to board first and leave. As for massive constructs like Heaven Pillar, the twin brothers took turns using cables to airlift them away one after another, their engines thundering. So fine. The first trip. Alright, I can understand that, buddy, you're here to pick someone up. But when the second wave came and a Bugatti Flying Fire Meteor supercar was hooked up with cables and slowly flown away, every survivor on Shulong Mountain was dumbfounded. Damn it. Fine saving people, I get it. But you're airlifting a supercar and still not rescuing us. What kind of damned rich kid was this? Wasn't this going too far? But the absurdity didn't end there. After 2 or 3 more round trips, when the last armed helicopter slowly flew back, landed atop Shulong Mountain, and took off again, a massive white tiger, fully 8 meters long, was hoisted up in a large net by the immensely powerful helicopter and swayed away into the sky. At that moment, every survivor on Shulong Mountain was completely stunned into silence. Indeed, utterly numb. Very well, you are wealthy. You may summon an armed helicopter to evacuate. Absolutely no objection. You could even take these supercars with you. That is perfectly acceptable. After all, this is the apocalypse. Such specimens hold considerable collectible value. Yet you actually captured a massive tiger and took it with you. What in the world is happening? Why in these times would the wealthy choose to save even a mere beast rather than us? The anger among certain survivors was palpable. Are we truly worth less than a mere beast now? Yet shortly thereafter, a few sharp-eyed survivors spotted something amiss. Could this be that 6th-tier white tiger from our Shuhai city? What? That very zombie white tiger. The announcement sent shockwaves through countless survivors. Could it truly be so? Yet upon closer inspection they realized. Good heavens, it indeed was. They watched as the colossal tiger was hoisted aloft by the armed helicopter's massive net, its great tail still swaying lazily in the wind. It was unmistakably that 6th-tier zombie white tiger. Impossible. As realization dawned, the survivors stood utterly staggered. Consider this, that was a 6th-tier zombie white tiger. Even Li Jinlong of Jianfeng Building, universally acknowledged as the strongest survivor across all of Shuhai City, had only barely reached the 4th tier, edging toward the 5th. And yet now someone actually had the means to remove this zombie white tiger. How could such a thing be possible? What caliber of power would it require to accomplish such a feat? It appears Shuhai truly harbors crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In a makeshift camp nestled within Shulong Mountain, over 100 survivors had pitched their tents. A woman clad in a black leather jacket caught sight of the spectacle above. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips as she murmured under her breath. Of course, had they known that these so-called armed helicopters were in fact powerful extraterrestrial Cybertronian entities, their perceptions would likely differ vastly. Yet none of this particularly concerned Huan, for by now he was already aboard an armed helicopter departed from Shulong Mountain. He had even crossed beyond the boundaries of Shuhai itself, alighting upon a highway untouched by the floodwaters. It was the necessary route leading to Moog. Originally, Huan had intended to reach Moog via the maritime route. But with the relentless downpour finally ceasing and the primary highway leading to the city still intact, circumstances had shifted. It presented a perfect opportunity to set out directly from this very location. Moreover, Huan recalled that taking this route would lead not merely to Moog. Along the journey it would pass through Jiaoqing, Jinling, and Suqing. Each of these metropolises remained remarkably developed. In particular, Jinling housed the Jinling military district, hailed as one of the nation's 7 paramount command zones. Indeed, that formed one of Huan's primary objectives. Though Jinling had already fallen into ruin, there remained a chance to salvage valuable arms and gear from within the military precincts. Thus, no matter how one viewed it, this route proved the most prudent course. Yet Lin Xiao and the others remained puzzled, especially upon witnessing the aircraft's landing and the convoy's subsequent organization along the highway. Watching the breathtaking woman, she could scarcely contain her astonishment before asking, "Huan, weren't we meant to board the amphibious assault vessel? Why have we arrived here instead?" Even Chun Mingyao and the other ladies turned their gazes toward him, equally intrigued. Facing their inquiry, Huan wasted no words, offering a straightforward explanation. This route spans over 600 kilometers, leading directly to Moog while passing through Jiaoqing, Suqing, and Jinling along the way. We can also gather additional supplies at each stop. Oh, I understand now. Upon hearing his words, the young women's delicate features instantly softened into expressions of realization. No wonder Huan had chosen not to depart directly via the waterway. Though viewing it this way, it actually isn't so bad. Shun Mingyao added excitedly. We might as well treat it like a journey traveling all the way from Shuhai to Moog. Travel. At this remark, Huan could only subtly twitch the corner of his mouth. Truly they stood in the midst of an apocalypse, yet she spoke as though embarking on a leisurely vacation. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. He merely streamlined the convoy's arrangement, mounted his vehicle, and set off once more. The Apache twins, having completed their transport duty, had already returned. The remaining transformers would clear the path ahead, with Xianyun scouting from the skies. Hiepi Anyu at Chihong Wawang Feihuoyoshing Lizanyan and Tianju. However, given the addition of the massive Tiger, Yuan simply arranged for it to take residence within Tianju's capacious cargo compartment. Otherwise, fitting such a colossal form would have been impossible. Such a specimen would have been dreadfully difficult to transport. Once everything was prepared, a sudden roar echoed. Hiepi surged ahead, once more blazing the trail. Meanwhile, guided by the route map, transmitted from Xianyun above, Yuan followed the highway southwestward. Although this expressway remained above water, yet the continuous torrential rains had left the roads heavily waterlogged. Consequently, the convoy maintained a sluggish pace, averaging nearly 50 kilometers per hour. Nevertheless, Yuan and his companions felt no urgency. Time was abundantly plentiful. Even during the journey, Lin Xiao and the others took Chihong and Feihuoyoshing along to hone their skills. Should any zombies appear, they were dispatched without hesitation. When hunger struck, they partook of provisions. When weary, they allowed brief respite. Thus, as evening descended, they arrived at their first destination, Diaoqing. Yet Yuan made no move to enter. Instead, he directed the convoy to pull over along the road's shoulder. He first dispatched Jiguangniao to conduct a reconnaissance. Caw-caw-caw. The mechanical bird emitted those distinctive calls as it slipped beneath the cloak of night. Its wings fluttering rapidly, it shot straight toward the urban core. In short order, a comprehensive dataset was relayed back. What became evident was that Diaoqing itself fared little better. Being merely 300 kilometers from Shuhai, certain districts had still borne the brunt of the typhoon. Fortunately, however, the damage remained manageable. Only a handful of peripheral structures had been reduced to rubble. What struck Yuan most was the unexpectedly high concentration of survivors in this area. This intelligence had been gathered via Jiguangniao's thermal imaging scans. It detected no fewer than 30,000 surviving humans. Furthermore, the vast majority congregated within 7 or 8 specific zones. Some settlements boasted populations of 1 to 2,000. The most substantial held close to 8,000 souls. Clearly, Diaoqing had already succumbed entirely. What remained were the scattered survivor enclaves currently holding ground. Essentially the same kind of factional strongholds seen in Shuhai's Jianfeng Tower or the Crimson Rose syndicates. Good lord, that's quite a crowd. Even Lin Xiao, seated nearby, registered the sheer numbers, her delicate features betraying quiet astonishment, far surpassing Shuhai's numbers. Considering Diaoqing's pre-calamity population of merely 4 million, substantially smaller than Shuhai's, the survival rate of 30 to 40,000 was remarkably high. Quite logical. Yet Yuan remained entirely composed, responding in a measured tone. Shuhai was among the earliest sectors to fall, caught entirely unprepared. It is only natural that so few survived. However, these subsequent cities were in a different position altogether. Having prepared beforehand, their survivor counts naturally dwarfed those of Shuhai. That is entirely reasonable. With those words, the young women collectively found themselves nodding in agreement. Indeed, the outbreak in Shuhai had struck with catastrophic suddenness. Overnight, the entirety of that metropolis had collapsed. Yet cities located over 200 kilometers away had received timely warnings, granting them a distinct strategic advantage. Still, even accounting for that disadvantage, maintaining a survivor pool of 30,000 represented a remarkably high retention rate. Moreover, Yuan understood well that the vast majority of these people had likely not turned into zombies at all. He suspected most had evacuated to the more inland cities of the northwestern region. Over these past few days, he had also instructed Tianjuan to intercept intelligence through global satellites. He learned that numerous cities across the world had already established safe zones and remained secure. Approximately over 100 cities in total. Among them, Dragon Country alone claimed 18 cities, while Eagle Country matched that number exactly. As for the rest, their circumstances were far grimmer. Some had merely 2 or 3 safe zones, while others had seen their entire nations obliterated. Africa, for instance. Those nations simply lacked the strength to begin with. Compounded by their weak military capabilities, when the zombie crisis erupted, they were wiped out before they could even send out warnings. But Dragon Country, Eagle Country, and Old Bear Russia were an entirely different matter. These nations possessed formidable military strength and vast territories, making it easier to extend their defensive lines. Naturally, they maintained the highest number of safe cities. But even so, one should not assume that 18 safe zones constitutes a large number. Do not forget that before the apocalypse, Dragon Country, excluding county-level cities, had nearly 300 prefecture-level cities. Yet in merely 1 month, it had been reduced to a mere 18 safe zones. I never imagined Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this, that the world would fall to such a state in just 1 month. Indeed. Chen Mingyao beside him nodded in agreement. She had thought 18 was quite a lot, but when she considered that Dragon Country encompassed 9.6 million square kilometers of land, and now only 18 safe zones remained, and some of those safe zones might span less than a few dozen kilometers. This illustrates just how terrifying this catastrophe truly was. However, Chen Mingyuan, dressed in a black form-fitting sports outfit with long golden hair, couldn't help but ask, should we still go into Jiao City to take a look? No need. But as expected, Huan waved his hand dismissively, for he had already conducted reconnaissance through laser birds moments before. Present-day Jiao City had already seen the emergence of numerous large survivor bases. The supplies had likely already been cleared out. Moreover, his primary objective was the military region in Jinling. Additionally, following the flood and typhoon, a global Great Fog disaster would soon arrive. This was no ordinary natural disaster. Thus Huan deliberated and said, let's go directly to Jinling. All right. The women raised no objections. After all, their supplies were abundant and required no immediate replenishment. However, just as they rested for a few hours and prepared to depart once more, along the road from Jiao City heading toward the highway, they noticed firing had commenced ahead. Boom, boom. Along with flames erupting into the sky came the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Alarmed Lin Xiao hastily asked, what's happening? Soon a hoarse voice emerged from Tianjuan's speaker system. The laser bird spoke up, ahead, survivors are engaged in combat. As it spoke, the laser bird transmitted visual feed. It showed the outskirts of the urban area where approximately 200 people were fighting each other. Among them were no few ability users. Pay them no heed. Yet Huan appeared calm upon witnessing this. For such occurrences were far too commonplace in the apocalypse. For food survival and territory, survivors not only had to contend with the threat of zombies. More critically, they had to deal with other survivors. Huan, however, couldn't be bothered. After all, there were so many people there. Could he possibly manage them all? Thus Huan led the convoy as they prepared to depart once more. Rumble. As Tianjuan roared to life, the vehicles behind, Ironclad, Dark Moon, Crimson Blaze, Flying Meteor, Ground Combatant, and Frog King, all started up in succession. Accompanied by a low, guttural growl, headlights blazed to life, illuminating the road ahead. With that, the convoy set off once more. Soon they ascended the ring road elevated highway. Along the highway, preparing to continue their journey. From the elevated road, they had a clear view of the area below. As expected, 2 factions were locked in fierce combat. Approximately 30-plus vehicles, cars, off-road vehicles, even large trucks, along with several armored vehicles and tanks were present. Quick, eliminate these bastards. A survivor clutching a steel blade stood atop one of the tanks, barking orders, fire. Boom. With a deafening roar, the shell struck the enemy's tank with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. Flames erupted as the tank's tracks were blown apart. Yet the opposing side was not to be outdone. A survivor produced a single-man anti-tank grenade launcher. Aimed at the survivor with the steel blade, they fired a single shot. Whoosh. The grenade streaked through the air. Whoa. The survivor happened to be a first-order ability user. His pupils constricted sharply as he reacted with lightning speed, rolling off the tank. Consequently, their own tank was sent crashing to the ground. My tank. Damn it. With that, both sides completely lost all restraint. They charged at each other without hesitation. Ability users clashed in close combat while ordinary survivors engaged in long-range attacks with firearms. However, powerful ability users simply took a couple steps back when bullets struck them, suffering no significant harm. They continued their brutal fighting regardless. The sight left the women stunned. Damn, this was the first time they'd witnessed such large-scale warfare. This far surpassed the so-called major gang fights of Suhai's realm. But Huan took it all in stride. For in his past life, he had led survivors in exactly these kinds of battles. But now, Huan had lost interest. What joke? With his current level of strength, did he still need to bother with such petty skirmishes? Thus, he continued directing the convoy to depart. However, their passage did not go unnoticed by others. As the 2 factions' battle heated up, a sharp-eyed underling among them spotted the convoy appearing on the elevated highway. There was no helping it. Too conspicuous. A massive 9.4-meter buyer heavy truck coupled with an entire fleet of supercars behind it. Impossible not to catch anyone's attention. Thus, an underling urgently reported to a scarred man. Blade Brother reinforcements. They seem to have reinforcements coming. What reinforcements? Upon hearing this, the man dubbed Blade Brothers' expression shifted. You see, their Wolf base and the opposing Fox base have been fighting for half a month now. From the initial skirmishes of just a dozen or so on each side, they had escalated to hundreds per side. They had thought they knew each other inside and out, and tonight would be the final showdown. But never did they expect the enemy to have still concealed an entire unit. Thus he hastily ordered, quick fire. Bomb them. Yes. Receiving the command, the only 2 remaining tanks immediately turned to target Huan's position. Boom. A shell rapidly streaked toward them. Meanwhile, Tianju also spotted the incoming shells. These posed no real threat to him, but considering the master aboard the vehicle, he still executed a swift drift to evade them. Yo, nice. Yet this display left Scar Man utterly stunned. Man, this guy's driving skills are insane. A 9-meter-long truck, and he's drifting it. Quick, fire another round at them. Roger that. The subordinate immediately directed the remaining 2 tanks to open fire again. Boom, boom. 2 more shells screamed through the air, homing in on the massive Tianju. However, their accuracy was abysmal. Neither shell found its mark. Instead, they rained destruction upon the Ring Expressway. The viaduct, already weakened by the zombie catastrophe and torrential floods, was teetering on the brink of collapse. Now it was done. As the 2 shells impacted the bridge ahead, crashed down with a thunderous roar and began to tilt precariously. Watch out. Tianju, detecting the anomaly, slammed on his brakes. At the same moment, the behemoths behind him, Frog King, Flying Flame, Meteor, Crimson Dark Moon, and the others, also brought themselves to an emergency halt. How well done. Seeing those supercars and heavy trucks forced to a stop, Scar Man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hastily asked his subordinate, "Did we kill them?" Seems like. They're still alive." "What? They survived?" Indeed, when Scar Man looked up again, he saw the vehicles all parked along the edge of the elevated road. And at that very moment, a young man clad in sportswear appeared atop the burnt-heavy truck, clutching a long blade that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. He leapt from the overpass and strode toward them, his expression dark as storm clouds. "The hell? A handful of punks daring to ambush us." Scar Man, still failing to grasp the gravity of the situation, saw Huan and his small group, and assumed the Fox Den base had been hollowed out, leaving only these stragglers. A look of disdain crossed his face. But the very next moment, just as he was about to issue orders to eliminate Huan as well, he suddenly noticed that the sports cars previously stationed on the overpass were gone. In their place, 7 or 8 colossal mechanical humanoid figures were emerging from the overpass, brandishing massive energy cannons and marching toward them. Scar Man froze. He blinked, certain his eyes were deceiving him. What the hell? Were those human? "Hey, look at that." He urgently grabbed a subordinate. That's. The subordinate, seeing Tianju and the others, towering over 10 meters, slowly advancing, was equally bewildered. It wasn't just them. Everyone else also noticed these behemoths and ceased their firefights, turning to gaze in the direction of the approaching giants. On every face, shock gave way to horror. By the time the 10-meter-tall Tianju reached the battlefield, boom, a single energy blast instantly obliterated 2 armored vehicles and sent a dozen survivors flying. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. Mother of God, it's an alien. Damn, aliens are here. Run. Halt right there. But the giants had already taken their positions the moment they descended from the overpass. Frog King unleashed a series of energy cannon blasts, forcing the remaining survivors backward. In a mocking mechanical voice, he taunted, "Hey, you've got nowhere left to run. Now drop to the ground and put your hands behind your heads." Fuck. At this, every last survivor went numb. They dropped their weapons and surrendered en masse, crouching on the ground. Come now. Even the shortest of these behemoths stood 6 meters tall. No human could possibly compete with such creatures, especially with those cannon barrels several times larger than a human head. Even an ability user would certainly not survive a direct hit. As everyone was being subdued, Huan, wielding the thunder lightning wheel, approached. His gaze swept coldly over the nearly 200 captives. Who fired those shells? Good heavens, Huan truly had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. After all, his goal had always been simple, survival. But who could have predicted? A single shell had nearly killed him. If that had been the end of it, so be it. But then the enemy fired 2 more shots. Now the road was completely destroyed. Boss. Upon hearing this, Shao Sun immediately turned to look at Scar Man, who was still clutching his head, nearly fainting from rage. What the hell? If he hadn't looked, he might have escaped unscathed. But now Scar Man was close to having a heart attack. Wasn't this selling him out? Indeed, upon meeting Huan's piercing glare, Scar Man hastily forced a nervous smile. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We thought you were reinforcements from the opposing faction. It was an accidental strike." "An accident?" Yet upon hearing this, Huan actually smiled. Pointing his thunder lightning wheel slowly toward Scar Man, he sneered, "Your so-called accident nearly cost me my life." Damn it. At that moment, Scar Man regretted it down to his guts. Any fool could see now, these were absolutely not from the Fox Den base. If the Fox Den base possessed such a formidable backing, why would they be engaging in gunfight? They would have already unified Yecheng by now. This was clearly an external, overpowering force. Scar Man swallowed hard and stammered, "We truly didn't mean it." Yes, that's right." Shao Sun beside him quickly chimed in, "Spare us, and we'll compensate you. Name anything you want, and it's yours." "Boss." Just then Frog King noticed something and lumbered over with heavy mechanical steps, whispering low, "I count quite a few military tanks over here." Having shared information earlier, Frog King and the others were deeply familiar with top-secret intelligence across the globe, especially regarding military weaponry. Frog King discovered that every tank here was a standard-issue military model. 1 or 2 would be nothing extraordinary, but there were a full 6 in this location. Including the 2 already destroyed, there were 8 in total. This was far more than a simple loot. Indeed, Huan himself noticed the same discrepancy and grew interested. He turned to Scar Man and asked, Where did you acquire these tanks and armored vehicles? What the hell? Tanks and armored vehicles? His question left Scarman and his crew bewildered, clearly unable to understand why this was being asked. Isn't what you're standing next to far more absurd than any tank or armored vehicle? But upon seeing Yi Huan's icy stare, he hastily explained, there's a temporary military base not far from here. When the zombie catastrophe broke out a month ago, a regular army unit was stationed there to defend it. But due to a water supply failure, the entire garrison became infected, and the area turned into a land overrun by the undead. We obtained them from there. Oh, there's actually a temporary military base here. Hearing this, Yi Huan grew intrigued. After all, he knew exactly why he had come to Jinling. Of course, it was to see if he could find some suitable military weapons to expand his Transformers Legion. But he never expected to find one right here. With that in mind, Yi Huan immediately said, take me to see it. What? Go see it. Unexpectedly upon hearing this, the scar-faced man was troubled. No, there are quite a lot of zombies over there. It had already become a zombie gathering place. We've only been there twice, so. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. But zombies. Yi Huan feared zombies the least. Therefore, without wasting a word, he said coldly, take me there. As his words fell, and Yu beside him cooperatively aimed a black energy cannon at the man's head. Oh no. Sensing death looming, Scarface hastily cried, fine, we'll go right away. With that, he hurriedly rose to lead the way. As for the rest, Yi Huan glanced at the two remaining groups, nearly 200 people, and said decisively, all of you come along too. Yes, understood. Who would dare oppose such a behemoth? Therefore they all cooperatively scrambled to their feet. Then they picked up their weapons and rushed toward the temporary base. Even the people from Wild Fox Base were no exception. Soon Scarface led Yi Huan to the temporary military base. It was a wilderness on the outskirts. Everything around had been hastily assembled from ordinary shipping containers, sheet metal, and some oil barrels. It covered roughly 20,000 square meters, not small at all. Although the sky was dim, gasoline had been lit here, serving as torches. The light made the area quite bright. Through that glow one could see that the camp was full of zombies. Roar! They staggered about, letting out hoarse growls. They wandered unsteadily, patrolling everywhere. Some zombie soldiers wore military uniforms, but most were ordinary civilian zombies. By rough estimate, there were about 10,000 of them. What was more, among them were even some first and second-rank zombies. No wonder those guys didn't dare come. Seeing these first and second-rank zombies, Yi Huan finally understood why Scarface had only made 2 trips here. So this place had been occupied by zombies. Roar! Likewise, because too many people had arrived this time, the zombies noticed Yi Huan's group. A second-rank zombie gave a sharp howl and charged over. Watch out! Seeing this, the scar-faced man quickly blocked the second-rank zombie with his steel blade. Bang! The impact sent the zombie staggering back 2 steps. He was a third-rank ability user, so he wasn't afraid of this second-rank zombie. Yet his expression was still grave because there were far more powerful ones inside. Swallowing hard, he explained, this camp is huge, over 20,000 square meters, and it's organized in layers. The outer area has ordinary zombies plus some first and second-rank ones. Last time we went in, we even found third and fourth-rank zombies and lost several brothers. We suspect there are even stronger zombies inside, and that they've turned this place into a zombie stronghold. That was the real reason they didn't dare to come. Ordinary zombies, after all, were nothing to fear. But those evolved zombies were a different story, especially the 4th and 5th-rank ones. Even he didn't dare come here. Yet now he had been forcibly brought by Yi Huan. So he hurriedly turned to Yi Huan with an awkward smile. Boss, I think we'd better go. If we disturb those 5th or 6th-rank existences inside, I'm afraid we'll all die here. After all, although Yi Huan had those terrifying behemoths, the 5th and 6th-rank zombies were no pushovers either. He didn't want to throw his life away here. But Yi Huan merely glanced deeper inside and said calmly, go in. Opt. At these words, the scar-faced man's expression changed drastically. Even the leader of Wild Fox Base, a woman in a blue tracksuit, walked over. She was rather pretty, standing 168 centimeters tall, but after a month of apocalyptic life, she looked a bit disheveled. But her bright eyes were still captivating. Her voice trembling, she said, why not first find a way to lure those zombies out? If we charge in blindly, we'll not only face the danger of 5th-rank zombies, but also be surrounded by these outer zombies. Then there's truly no escape. Did you not hear what I said? But as Yi Huan's calm, icy gaze swept across them, the scar-faced man and the female leader of Wild Fox Base exchanged glances, then could only grit their teeth. They immediately led their people inside. There was no help for it. After all, they were at a disadvantage. Let's go move in. But who could have guessed that before they had taken 2 steps? Roar! Another oversized zombie rushed over. His body was all green, a huge green giant. 3rd rank. Boom. A survivor was about to be torn apart, but fortunately Scarface was quicker. He shielded the survivor and slashed at the green giant with a single stroke. But the green giant was too powerful. With its 30-fold physique, it actually withstood the slash and sent Scarface flying with a single backhand slap. Watch out! Seeing this, the female leader of Wild Fox Base quickly drew her steel blade and rushed forward. But who would have guessed that another dark figure would dash out from the side? Roar. This caught Chen-Ing completely off guard. With a bang, she was nearly knocked unconscious. Damn it. Gritting through the pain, Chen-Ing couldn't help shouting, "It's a 5th rank zombie." What? 5th rank? At these words, everyone wore expressions of horror. Damn. Didn't they say the strongest here was 5th rank? Where had it come from? Could it be? But now they had no time to think. The 5th rank zombie had already lunged again. Sister Chun, a female member of Wild Fox Base, screamed in terror when she saw her leader about to be torn apart. Just as everyone thought the leader was doomed. The next second, a swift white figure dashed in at extreme speed. Bang! It sent the 5th rank zombie flying. Then it pounced on top of it again. It pinned the 5th rank zombie to the ground, bit through its neck, and threw the zombie head aside. Only then did people realize that this was actually a 7-meter-long white zombie tiger. Having easily finished off the 5th rank zombie, the white tiger stepped down from the corpse and walked over with an extremely domineering gait, its black pupils sweeping over the remaining zombies, as if it had entered its own hunting ground. It was as if it had entered its own hunting ground. This sudden scene left the more than 200 survivors utterly stunned. They thought they must have seen it wrong. No way, a white tiger. How could a zombie white tiger suddenly appear? And by the looks of it, it seemed to be at least 7th rank. Do you realize that was 7th rank? The entire Jiao City didn't necessarily have a single 7th rank existence. Where the hell did that come from? The crowd was dumbfounded. Could it be? But soon someone thought of something. They instinctively turned back to glance at Huan. Sure enough, after the 5th rank zombie had been slain, Huan calmly said to it, "Eat it." Roar. With permission granted, the zombie white tiger excitedly swallowed the 5th rank zombie crystal in one gulp. At those words, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Sure enough, this 7th rank zombie white tiger had indeed been brought by this guy. Damn it. Was this for real? Having a bunch of mechanical monsters was already absurd enough. But this guy actually had a 7th rank zombie white tiger too. That was simply too ridiculous. Having narrowly escaped with her life, Chen-Ing sighed in relief, scrambled to her feet, returned to Yihuan's side, and said with a trace of gratitude in her beautiful eyes, "Thank you." No need. Yihuan waved his hand, showing little interest in her. His goal was the military weapons in the camp. But there were too many zombies, over 10,000 of them. Even if he killed them all, it would waste time and might even destroy the base. So he let the zombie white tiger take action. By exploiting the suppression of zombie hierarchy, these zombies would obey the white tiger's commands. Sure enough, after devouring the 5th rank zombie, the zombie white tiger quickly let out a low growl. The zombies, reading the situation, obediently retreated and left the camp. In the blink of an eye, the zombies inside the entire temporary military camp withdrew without a trace. The survivors were all stunned by the sight. Wait, that actually worked. After driving off the zombies, Huan wasted no time and soon entered the interior with Laserbird to survey the area. Then he discovered that there were indeed many military facilities here, such as tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, and military trucks. However, most of them had already been ruined by zombies. Not many remained intact. Master, look. Just as Huan was beginning to feel disappointed, Laserbird suddenly spotted something. Flapping its wings, it discovered a temporary military warehouse built of iron sheeting. The sight of such a vast military warehouse sparked Huan's interest. Come on, let's take a look. He walked over with Laserbird. Upon arriving, he found it was built from temporary container iron sheets, yet it covered a huge area, fully 2,000 square meters. It even used an electronic combination lock. But that couldn't stump Huan. Laserbird. Huan took 2 steps back and called to it. Yes, understood, master. Upon receiving the command, Laserbird immediately made a hoarse, ingratiating sound. Then it quickly transformed into a small mechanical life form about 1 meter tall. From its arm, transforming elements slowly extended and probed into the combination lock. The instant it unlocked, beeping sounds rang out continuously. The next second, the massive metal door slowly opened, revealing the warehouse's true contents. It had to be said. Even Huan was taken aback by what was inside. Because this was actually a massive arsenal. Yes, an arsenal. The ground was covered with densely packed containers, all piled high with all kinds of firearms. From ordinary automatic rifles to Barretts and Gatling guns, along with all sorts of large-scale military weapons. Everything was available. Moreover, they were all well preserved. This was clearly where the Legion had stored its weapons before. But these were not the main point. Because aside from these, Huan also noticed 4 massive objects covered in black carbon cloth lying quietly not far away. Could those be fighter jets? With that thought, Huan immediately said to Laserbird, "Uncover them." Yes, respected master. Receiving the order, Laserbird immediately flapped its wings, flew over to the mysterious object, and used its sharp claws to tear away the carbon cloth covering it. It would have been better not to uncover it. The moment the cloth was pulled away, whoosh, there before them was a massive fighter jet with a gray-black exterior and auto-hovering tail fins. Its handsome gray-black exterior featured a mysterious stealth coating, and with its sleek, streamlined aerodynamic layout, it was fully 15 meters long. Even Huan was stunned by the sight of this big machine. Holy crap, it really was a fighter jet. And not just any fighter, but a famous J-16 from his homeland. That's right. It was a fourth-generation fighter renowned worldwide, although it couldn't compare with those so-called F-22s and J-20s. But its strength was not designed for air-to-air combat. It was the king of air-to-ground warfare, the backbone of an air force said to be on the same tier as Eagle Country's F-16 Tomcat fighter. Its main mission was to carry out attacks and bombing runs. Huan never dreamed that there would be a J-16 here. He knew that what he lacked most right now was an Air Force fighter jet. Although he already had Z-20s and Apaches, those could only be considered armed helicopters. But when it came to the true king of the sky, it had to be a fighter jet. Unfortunately, a month had passed since the zombie disaster erupted, and he hadn't seen a single fighter jet. And now out of nowhere, he had actually run into a J-16 here. If he could activate this thing. TSK. Huan could hardly imagine how incredibly awesome he would be with a fighter jet transformer. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the remaining ones. So he said to Laserbird, uncover them all. No problem, boss. Receiving the command, Laserbird immediately flapped its wings and flew to the next target. Rip. One by one, the remaining 3 massive objects were uncovered. They too revealed their true forms, another J-16, plus 2 medium-sized unmanned escort wingmen. This time Huan was completely dumbfounded. Well then, I thought having one J-16 was already quite lucky. But who would have thought there'd be another one? And 2 additional escort drones. If he activated all of them, his air force would be completely formed. With this thought, Huan didn't waste any time and directly placed his hand on the J-16. Buzz. Indeed, with a violent burst of energy fluctuation. The next second, clack, 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 clack. The previously dormant J-16 fighter jet quickly began to transform, countless gears turning. The fuselage and tail wings rapidly separated. Boom. Then it transformed into a colossal beast towering 15 meters tall. The moment it appeared, it nearly crushed through the top of the iron shipping container. Fortunately, the place was tall enough, originally a military warehouse with a ceiling height of 15 meters. Perfect. Upon activation, the J-16 quickly detected Huan, then displayed an expression of utmost reverence, kneeling on one knee as a deep mechanized voice echoed. Your esteemed master, Cybertronian Air Force warrior, reporting for duty. Excellent, excellent. The imposing machine's sleek black and gray mechanical form, paired with the twin thrusters repurposed from its tail wings, radiated an awe-inspiring presence. Huan was extremely satisfied and declared, your new name is Lightning. Yes, master. Upon receiving its new designation, the J-16 promptly responded with a respectful mechanized voice. Of course, after activating this imposing machine, Huan didn't forget about the remaining 3. Thus, he proceeded to activate them one by one using the leader module. Because the disaster had already broken out for a month, combined with the remaining energy after recent activations. So now Huan had a full 90 fire seeds in his hands. One could say fire seeds were not lacking at all. What was missing was simply suitable new member vessels. Therefore, he quickly activated all the remaining 3 imposing machines. As the 4 colossal beasts stood before him, each more imposing than the last, Huan felt completely satisfied. After all, he had merely been passing through originally. Yet he unexpectedly gained 4 new members, and all of them were Air Force units. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Of course, he didn't forget to name these imposing machines, so he looked at the remaining 3 and said, from this moment onward you shall be called Hurricane. As for you 2, you shall be called Shadow Arrow and Assassin. After all, the 2 escort drones were stealth models. Shadow Arrow and Assassin seemed quite fitting. Yes, our revered master. Upon receiving their new names, the machines each voiced their respectful responses. Excellent. Nodding slightly, Huan was quite satisfied with these 4 new members. And up to this point, his Transformer Legion already included Sky Pillar, Ironhide, Darkmoon, Crimson Blaze, the Ground Combatant, Vertigo, Flying Sparks, the Apache Twin Brothers, the 3-member Aquatic Squad, the Amphibious Landing Vessel, these 4 imposing machines, and Drill Sergeant. The members had reached 18. They had completely formed a sea, land, and air combination. However, this wasn't enough. Huan still needed more powerful transformers to cope with future disasters. For now, however, he wasn't in a rush. He simply had Lightning and the others depart first, heading to the Ring City Viaduct to rendezvous with Lin Xiao and the others. Boss. At this moment, Laserbird fluttered over with its wings, emitting a sycophantic voice. What about those people outside? Only then did Huan remember the people outside, Scarface, Chuning, and the others. However, Huan had no interest in them. On the contrary, he even wanted to thank those several fellows. Because if it weren't for Scarface's cannon shot, how could he have gained 4 powerful Air Force members extra? Thus the delighted Huan waved his hand and said, leave this place to them. After all, he had already obtained what he wanted. The rest was just a pile of junk. It was completely useless to him. Yes, master. Receiving the order, Laserbird flapped its wings and flew out quickly. Now back with Scarface and Chunying's group, who were still together. They were currently blaming each other. Chunying cursed furiously, it's all your fault. Why did you provoke such a person? Scarface wore a wronged expression. How was I supposed to know who they were? I thought they were with your group. With our group? Upon hearing this, Chunying laughed mockingly, her teeth clenched. If they truly were with us, could you have survived until today? But Scarface was no longer hung up on this. He only sighed. It's too late for regrets now. I only hope that guy is in a good mood and can spare us. Indeed. At these words, Chuning fell silent as well. Indeed, such an existence was simply not someone they could afford to provoke. Fortunately, however, as Laserbird fluttered its wings and flew out, a group of survivors quickly looked over. Laserbird fluttered down to perch on a shipping container, its hoarse voice turning sinister. The boss says the stuff in the camp is yours now. Go ahead and take it. What, leaving it to us? At these words, the group was instantly stunned. They looked at each other, one person glancing at another. There's actually such a good thing. But when they entered and discovered the countless firearms in the armory, Barrett's, even Gatling guns, their shock knew no bounds. Holy shit, so many weapons. Damn it, we're going to get rich. They thought they were seeing things. This camp actually had so many good things. Those were Barrett's after all. One shot from those, and even a second-tier ability user couldn't withstand it. Yet there were actually over a dozen of them here. They had visited this place before, but never actually entered the warehouse. Only now did they realize there were so many good treasures inside. However, picking up a Barrett Chuning couldn't help but lift her beautiful eyes to look at Laserbird. Giving us so many things, is there something you need us to do? Right? At these words, the group snapped back from their excitement. They knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Giving so many weapons, could there be other demands? Other demands? Goth. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Laserbird let out a strange cackling sound, its mechanical voice filled with disdain. What could you possibly offer that my noble master would need? Right? At these words, everyone suddenly felt there was nothing wrong with that statement. They were joking, right? That zombie tiger was already 7th tier. No, wait. It was 8th tier now. Not to mention those mechanical monsters. They truly didn't amount to much. However, even so, Scarface still spoke righteously. Rest assured, even though we may not be useful to you, you gave us so many weapons. We're not the ungrateful type. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask. We won't back down. Right? Absolutely. Chuning also understood how much help these firearms would bring them. They could completely become a first-rate apocalyptic base in Diao City. Thus she followed along. Rest assured, if there's anything you need in the future, just speak up. Our Wild Fox base will absolutely follow your commands. Follow our commands. But upon hearing this, Laserbird became even more disdainful. What use could these survivors possibly be? However, it couldn't be bothered to argue, and simply flapped its wings and flew away quickly. Meanwhile, Huan had already reunited with Lin Xiao and the others, and they were once again on their way to the Magic City. Of course, there was a difference. In the sky, there were now massive machines like Lightning and Hurricane. This made Lin Xiao and the other women inside the car incredibly excited because they had never dreamed that, after passing through Jiaoqing, their own team actually had fighter jets now. This was utterly absurd. This is nothing. Facing the excitement of these women, Huan remained rather calm and said nonchalantly, "This is only the beginning. In the future, we will have even more new members joining us." That's right, exactly. Beside them, Chun Mingyao, who had experienced so much with Huan, nodded without hesitation upon hearing this. Yes, this was only the beginning. This was only the beginning. After all, merely passing through Jiaoqing had added 4 new members, and they were even J-16s. Of course, the J-16 wasn't the most cutting-edge fighter jet in the Air Force. Among the current 5th-generation fighters, the F-22J, 20F, 35, and H-20 were the truly top-tier fighters and bombers. If they could get those in the future, plus an aircraft carrier and destroyers, TSK, what would there be to fear from doomsday disasters? They could just stride across the earth however they wanted. At that thought, Chen Mingyao looked at Huan with even more admiration. Huan, you're amazing. We're already formidable now. If we add hundreds or thousands of Cybertron warriors later, I think conquering the whole world wouldn't be a problem. Unify the globe. Huan laughed when he heard that. Of course, if there were no doomsday disasters, it might indeed be possible. But Huan also knew how terrifying the future disasters were. Global freezing, dense fog creatures from giant pits, the revival of prehistoric beasts, and even the arrival of extraterrestrial beings. Those were the true apocalypses. What use was unifying the world? Survival was the prerequisite. Of course, with his current terrifying power, over 1,000 times greater than normal. With these massive machines added, even if he couldn't challenge the apocalypse single-handedly, at least he had no problem protecting himself for now. However, this was still not enough. Because Huan would never forget that in his past life, he had been crushed under the foot of a prehistoric beast over 500 meters tall. That kind of creature was beyond the power of any human to resist. Even nuclear weapons might not necessarily harm them. So Huan needed even more powerful transformers, preferably an aircraft carrier. If he could activate that thing, TSK, an aircraft carrier over 500 meters long against a prehistoric beast over 500 meters tall would not necessarily be without a chance of victory. I haven't avenged myself yet. But for now, let's go check out the Jinling military region first, Huan said. Okay. The women nodded in agreement. After a few more hours, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Jinling. But unlike Jiaoqing, Huan discovered that there were military troops here now. Moreover, there were many survivors, and they had already taken control of the Jinling urban area. They had established a new doomsday survivor base. This took Huan by surprise. Fortunately, through the laser bird, he quickly learned the reason. It turned out that Jinling had already fallen previously. However, as a super first-tier city, the military was unwilling to let such a first-tier city remain lost. Therefore, they dispatched large numbers of troops to join forces with the survivor factions within the city, successfully seizing back control of the city. This turned the outside into a world of zombies. The city center in turn became a doomsday safe zone for survivors. Huan hadn't expected this because he never imagined Jinling would be recaptured. What do we do? Should we still go in? Beside him, Lin Xiao, who had also seen the message from the laser bird, couldn't help asking. Of course. After snapping back to his senses, Huan still nodded without hesitation. After all, the main reason he came here was to check out that abandoned military base. But since there was a doomsday safe zone here and the next wave of global freezing was approaching, he might as well go in and see if there were suitable supplies to purchase. Therefore, Huan pondered briefly and then said, "Tinju, take these big machines and stay in the suburbs for now. Find a place to set up camp." After all, these massive machines were too conspicuous. Not to mention their transformer forms. Just so many supercars would attract attention wherever they went. Although he wasn't afraid, Huan didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble either. So he simply had them find a place in the suburbs to set up camp. They were to await his orders. "Yes, respected master." Upon receiving the command, Tianju quickly found a spacious mountainous area in the suburbs. They were stationed there. Of course, Huan didn't forget the big machines in the air. He said to the circling J-16, Hurricane Lightning, take Anjian and Tsika to find nearby zombie gathering spots and collect more zombie crystals. Because the zombie crystals they had stockpiled before were down to just over 1,000. It was time to get more. After all, these things were useful both for enhancing strength and for trading. "Yes, respected master." In the air, Lightning and Hurricane, who were circling, immediately sent respectful replies via radio upon receiving the order. Then with a terrifying sonic boom, they quickly turned around and sped off into the distance at incredible speed. Watching the departing behemoths, Lin Xiao and the other women were filled with emotion. No wonder people said the Air Force was awesome. It was just too cool. Moreover, these are only J-16s. If we manage to get a J-20 or the Eagle Nation's F-22 later, I can't even imagine how cool that would be. Zhang Mengli couldn't help sighing in admiration. J-20 F-22. But Huan smiled at that, glanced at the young beauty, and said, "Don't worry, there will be a chance." Zhang Mengli obediently nodded, having absolute trust in Huan. But for now, since they were here, of course they should go in and take a look. So Huan looked at the women and asked, "Which one of you wants to enter the safe zone with me?" "What, enter the safe zone?" At these words, the women's eyes immediately lit up. But before they could respond, Huan added one more sentence. "Oh, I'm only taking one person with me." "Oh, why?" At that, the women were all stunned. "Wait, only one? Why couldn't they all go?" "Exactly what's wrong with all of us going?" "No." But Huan shook his head. Too many people would be too troublesome. Only one can go. He didn't want to go in and have all his attention focused on these women. Well. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao paused, and then said, "Then let me go. I've been to Jinling before, and I'm relatively familiar with this place." That works." Nodding slightly, Huan had no interest in making a choice, so he immediately agreed, "Lin Xiao it is. As for the rest of you, stay here and level up first. I'll bring you along later." "Well, alright." Although somewhat unhappy, Qin Mingyao, Qin Mingyuan, Zhang Mengli, and Qin Yifei still obediently nodded. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities later. With arrangements complete, Huan and Lin Xiao swiftly entered the safe zone. The moment they stepped inside, they discovered it had undergone a dramatic transformation from before. Rather than a safe zone, it resembled more of a temporary shelter. On the periphery, soldiers and forces from survivor bases had joined hands to conduct reconnaissance and maintain vigilance, to prevent zombies from breaching the perimeter. Inside lay a normal large-scale safe zone. Of course, they had also taken notice of Huan and Lin Xiao approaching. One of them strode forward, quickly asking in a low, stern voice, "Halt. Who are you?" "Oh." Snapping back to reality, Huan replied, "We're survivors who escaped from Suhai." "What? Escaped from Suhai?" Upon hearing this, the soldier was taken aback. Never did he expect anyone to have made it here from Suhai. After all, Suhai had long been submerged by floodwaters. However, confirming that neither of them was infected by zombies, the soldier did not make things difficult and promptly stepped aside to let them through. "Very well, you may enter." "Thank you." Nodding slightly, Huan swiftly led Lin Xiao into the safe zone. Once inside the safe zone, they discovered it bore almost no difference from ordinary times. The city center still stood tall, with its majestic skyscrapers. It was even quite bustling within. Numerous survivors roamed about. A rough estimate placed the number at least 20 to 30,000. There are quite a lot of people here. Seeing so many people, even Lin Xiao was surprised, whispering to Huan, "That goes without saying." However, Huan had long anticipated this, because in his previous life he had visited many safe zones and knew their circumstances. After all, safe zones were inherently designed to emulate normal cities. Apart from the zombies outside and the apocalyptic disaster, the internal impact was not significant. However, since this place had clearly just been reclaimed not long ago, it had yet to develop into a truly scaled apocalyptic safe zone. Even so, it was still passable. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, would you like a room? Just as Huan was about to head in. At that moment, a young beauty in a black long dress appeared out of nowhere, warmly beckoning to the two of them. What do you mean a room? This remark left Lin Xiao even more bewildered. No way you can still get a room during the apocalypse. Of course. Hearing this, the young beauty showed no surprise, for she had encountered many survivors with the same doubt as this beautiful woman before her. Nonetheless, she still explained warmly with a smile. Even during the apocalypse, one must have a place to stay, right? We can't very well sleep on the streets at night, can we? What she said made Lin Xiao pause for a moment, suddenly feeling there was some truth to it. After all, though it was the apocalypse, one could loot freely outside. But inside the safe zone there was no such system. Everything still required payment. Huan. With that in mind, she instinctively turned to Huan with an inquiring gaze. But Huan did not dwell on such matters, merely asking the young beauty, how much for one night? That depends on your personal means. Sensing a potential customer, the young beauty immediately saw business coming and hastened to say, we have many packages here. There's one for 8, one for 18, and one for 188. Which one would you like? What, 8 yuan for a night? Hearing this, Lin Xiao was surprised and interested. Can't say I saw that coming quite cheap. Cheapish. The young beauty giggled behind her hand upon hearing this, then clarified, sister, don't misunderstand. The 8 I mentioned isn't the 8 yuan we used before, but 8 grams of gold. Wah. What? 8 grams of gold? The words left her lips, causing Lin Xiao to widen her beautiful eyes in shock. Before the apocalypse, this could have been worth over 3,000 yuan. Wow, this is highway robbery. But the young beauty merely shrugged her delicate shoulders, saying helplessly, sister, don't think it's expensive. Jinling's safe zone was just established, and the area isn't large, but there are many survivors, already totaling 40,000. Think about it, 40,000 people, one street. Getting a comfortable place to stay for a night isn't expensive. Alright, what she said made Lin Xiao suddenly feel there was some sense to it. Nonetheless, she was still curious. There's the 8 yuan package, the 18 yuan one, and the 188 yuan one. What's the difference? Of course. Speaking of this, the young beauty's smile became even more enchanting as she explained gently, the 8 yuan one is just an ordinary small room. As for the 18 yuan one, it's a deluxe double room. And the 188 yuan. Now that's something special. See that? She pointed to the towering 430-meter Zifeng building in the distance. That's our landmark building in Jinling. From up there you can overlook the entire city. And most importantly, it includes 3 meals a day and 1 shower. What do you think? Worth it, right? What? A shower? No doubt about it. Upon hearing this, even Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch her exquisite lips slightly. It wasn't that she couldn't bathe herself. After all, she had a water converter at home. But this was different. Outside water resources were absurdly expensive and incredibly precious. Yet in this apocalyptic safe zone, one could actually take a shower. Coming to her senses, even she couldn't help but shake her head, somewhat speechless. Indeed, no matter the era, the wealthy could always have their way. So what do you think? Of course, the young beauty Jiang Yiya could understand Lin Xiao's expression, for she herself had worn the same look when she first arrived. But now she had grown accustomed to it. Thus she asked warmly, which type would you like? I can arrange it for you. Of course, the 8 yuan option is the most popular because of its cost-effectiveness. No need. Book us the 188 yuan one directly. But unexpectedly, before she could finish speaking, she was cut off by Huan beside her. This statement left Jiang Yiya's beautiful eyes wide open in shock, as if she had misheard. Really? Handsome guy, you might have misunderstood. The 188 I mentioned is per day, not per 10 days. Fearing Huan had misheard, Jiang Yiya hastily tried to explain. But unexpectedly, Huan shook his head slightly. You heard correctly. We want the 188 yuan one. With his vast wealth, Huan now possessed almost all the supplies across half of Shuai City. Naturally, he wanted nothing but the best. And Huan had already inspected everything. Zifeng building was perched at a lofty elevation. From that commanding height, one could overlook the entire safe zone. Any stir or disturbance would be detected the moment it occurred. And most importantly, within a week at most, the great fog would descend. Though terrifying, the fog harbored a fatal weakness. It could only reach as far as 20 meters. In other words, as long as one stayed above that height and beyond the fog's reach, they would never face the attacks of those fog creatures. Therefore, Huan said to Jiang Yiya, we want the top floor. Certainly, no problem at all. Jiang Yiya's face lit up with delight, and she hastily replied, please follow me this way. As she spoke, she led Huan and Lin Xiao to the subtop floor of Zifeng building, where the check-in counters were located. They handed over a block of 500 grams of gold. Huan soon settled into what they called the presidential suite. It featured 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms spanning 200 square meters. Even the furniture and appliances were complete. It was nearly identical to how things had been before the apocalypse. The only difference was that the network had not yet been connected. But even so, it was quite impressive. Lin Xiao, somewhat moved, sat down on the sofa and took it all in. This place truly is wonderful. Naturally, beside them, Jiang Yiya and a beautiful female attendant both smiled and said, "This is the finest place in our entire safe zone. It is sure to be excellent. Oh, by the way, may I ask if there is anything else you require?" the female attendant asked politely. Of course. Coming back to himself, Huan turned to both women and said, "I still need some supplies. Could you help me source them?" "No problem." Hearing this, both women seemed unfazed. After all, every survivor who arrived from outside would inevitably request the staff to help procure supplies upon checking into the hotel. The female attendant produced a notepad and pen and asked, "What do you need?" "I need some fresh fruit. Any kind will do. Oh, and also some seeds for vegetables and fruits. The more the better." "What?" Both women froze at these words. Well, fresh fruit they could understand. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, much of the produce outside was contaminated by the virus. Produce from the safe zone was guaranteed safe. But seeds, what on earth were seeds for? Were they even useful? Little did they know that in the very near future, a terrifying ice age storm and a global fog would erupt. At that time, the entire world would be shrouded in a white veil of slaughter. Especially the ice age storm. Global temperatures would plummet and countless plants and animals would perish. As for fresh fruits and vegetables, well, that would become an unimaginable luxury. Of course, Huan needed to stockpile heavily, especially vegetable seeds. In the future, if he wanted to eat fresh vegetables, they would rely on those seeds. But he did not explain further, merely asking, "What is there a problem?" "Oh no, none at all." Coming back to their senses, Jiang Ye quickly waved her hands and smiled warmly, saying, "Fresh fruits and vegetables won't be a problem. As for seeds, we should be able to source them." However, the pretty young woman hesitated for a moment before carefully continuing. "As you know, in these post-apocalyptic times, fresh produce is extremely precious. Procuring it may come at a very steep price." "Don't worry." To their surprise, Huan simply waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just buy whatever is needed. Price is no object." As he spoke, he pulled out a third-tier zombie energy core from his pocket. It's a third-tier energy core. Upon seeing that crystal-clear, pure green energy core, both women's eyes immediately widened. Good heavens, is this real? This handsome fellow actually possessed a zombie energy core, and a third-tier one at that. They knew well that in Jinling City, zombie energy cores were extraordinarily expensive. After all, everyone now understood their value. Ability users could consume them to elevate their power levels. Even a single first-tier zombie crystal could fetch 100 gold pieces on ordinary days. Yet this man produced a third-tier core. That alone would command an astronomical price. True to form, Huan asked, "Is this enough?" "More than enough." Coming back to herself, Jiang Ye was visibly excited. She eagerly reached out to accept the third-tier zombie crystal, her arms trembling. Goodness, this was a third-tier energy core. Not only would it cause a stir in the Jinling safe zone, but even in Shanghai, it would trigger a frenzy among the major faction groups. A single one of these could fetch at least 100,000 gold pieces. She never expected that this young man before her possessed such treasure. How powerful must he be? She hurriedly told Huan, "This single third-tier energy core alone is worth at least 100,000 gold. Even if you wanted to purchase the entire trading market of the Jinling safe zone, this would be more than enough." Excellent. Of course, Huan had not expected it to be quite so valuable. But after a moment's thought, it made perfect sense. Why? Simply because. For him, a third-tier zombie was nothing more than a casual slash away. But for other survivors, it was equivalent to facing a formidable boss. After all, throughout the entire Jinling safe zone, one could hardly count a handful of 5th or 6th-tier existences. Defeating third-tier zombies was beyond their capability. No wonder it was so valuable. However, Huan reminded them, "I have no interest in other matters. Just help me find fruits, vegetables, and seeds. That is all I need." "No problem, absolutely." Coming back to herself, Jiang Ye nodded eagerly like a hen pecking at rice, saying, "Rest assured, I will have everything prepared for you first thing tomorrow morning." "Very well." Giving a slight nod, Huan had no patience for further words, merely saying, "You may leave now." Oh, by the way. However, he soon recalled another question. Can military weapons such as transport aircraft be purchased in the Jinling safe zone? A transport plane. This question caused Jiang Ye's beautiful eyes to widen in disbelief. Wait, using a third-tier zombie crystal to buy fruit was already outrageous. Now he wanted to buy a transport plane. What did he intend to do? Oh, she understood. He must have his own forces outside. Otherwise, he would never have thought of such a thing. But she dared not pry further, merely offering an apologetic, embarrassed smile. "I'm sorry, but Jinling likely won't have it. You would need to go to Shanghai." No matter. Huan had already anticipated this. After all, the Jinling safe zone was only just established, and such large-scale military transport weapons were hardly available. But he did not mind, merely gesturing with his hand. "Just arrange what we discussed earlier first." "No problem." Jiang Ye immediately nodded enthusiastically upon hearing this. Only then did she leave with the beautiful attendant. Once they were gone, Huan turned to the languid beauty lounging on the sofa and said, "Let's rest for a while first. Tomorrow we'll visit the Jinling military district to see if there are any worthwhile items." All right. There was no need to say more. Lin Xiao was already tired, and upon hearing this, she offered a charming smile. Wrapping her porcelain arms around Huan's neck, she headed toward the bedroom, saying, "Perfect timing." I haven't experienced the feel of a hotel in ages, Huan. Of course Huan hadn't expected it either. The woman was rather eager. Still, with a flawless figure, stunning beauty, and a soft, sultry voice, she was a true enchantress. No ordinary man could possibly withstand such temptation. So Huan naturally didn't stand on ceremony. When the next morning arrived, waking from his slumber, Huan stretched sleepily. That was comfortable. It had to be said, Lin Xiao knew how to handle things, arranging everything just right. You're awake. At that moment, Lin Xiao, wearing her white pajamas, walked in. Seeing Huan awake, she smiled tenderly and carried breakfast over. She was now in a white bathrobe over her pajamas, her slender legs faintly visible beneath it. With slippers on her feet, she looked every bit the image of a gentle, enticing housewife. She carried the breakfast in her hands and attended to Huan while he ate. Oh, you're really treating me well today. Huan was genuinely surprised by such an attentive Lin Xiao, so he teased her. Of course. At that, the enchantress smiled softly and said, out there you have Meng Yao and the others, but right now I'm the only one beside you, so of course I have to take good care of you. Besides, it's been so long since I felt even a trace of life before the apocalypse, I naturally don't want to miss it. That was true. It felt all too much like the peaceful era before the apocalypse. Renting a room, being with the one you love, sharing intimate moments, showering, sleeping together, and eating meals. Then waking up to go out for a stroll. But unfortunately, outside now was a city in peril amid the apocalypse. If only the apocalypse had never broken out. Lin Xiao couldn't help sighing with emotion. Indeed. Huan smiled. Life before the apocalypse was certainly something to miss, but right now, we'd better not let our guard down. That goes without saying. Lin Xiao shot him a mock glare and told him to finish breakfast first. It was simple fare, milk and bread. After breakfast, the two changed clothes and got ready to set out. Lin Xiao wore a black tracksuit and carried a steel blade, a striking contrast to the white-robed goddess from earlier. Huan kept it simpler, just his usual loose tracksuit, which was convenient for moving around. Soon enough, the two headed downstairs. But no sooner had they gone downstairs than they spotted numerous ability users rushing about on the street, along with gathering troops, armored vehicles, and tanks. A little taken aback, Huan stopped the survivor who was hurrying away and asked in surprise, "Brother, what's going on?" "Oh." The survivor he stopped didn't hide anything. "I heard the zombies from Fengshan south of the city have gone berserk again. They seem to be massing for an attack on our safe zone. Kong Jie, the commander of the Jinling garrison, is mustering troops to defend it. So it was a zombie uprising. No wonder everyone was hastily gathering." Huan showed a look of understanding. "Hey, but you don't need to worry." But then the survivor grinned and said, "This happens every few days. I've gotten used to it. Hey, wait for me." With that, he hurried to catch up with the friends ahead and left with them. Of course, Huan knew this as well. In his previous life, such incidents were common. Otherwise, the various safe zones wouldn't have erected tall concrete walls to fend off the zombie hordes. But he wasn't particularly interested in that. "Huan, what should we do?" Lin Xiao, who was unaware of it, looked up at him. "Let's go check the Jinling military district first," Huan said after a brief pause. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Soon the two left the safe zone. Once outside, they saw that Tiepi had already been waiting for some time. It spotted Huan approaching. With a deep muffled roar, Tiepi slowly pulled up. Huan wasted no time, and the two quickly boarded, heading toward the Jinling safe zone. As for the Jinling safe zone, at this moment it lay in the northwestern part of Jinling City, where an unbroken stretch of low mountains spread out. The mountains ran for more than 30 kilometers with only one road leading in and out. Deep in those mountains sat the Jinling military district. This was the location military districts around the world usually chose. Hidden within the mountains, the base could effectively avoid satellite surveillance. And even if it suffered a sudden attack, being deep in the mountains would reduce casualties. When Huan drove there, he found it was exactly as expected. The place had already been abandoned, filled with howling, staggering zombies. Occasionally, there were even some large first and second-tier zombies. For instance, one sat right at the entrance to the military district, crouching at the gate while noisily chewing on a smaller zombie. It was clearly using its own kind to evolve. Of course, it also noticed Huan and Lin Xiao stepping out of the vehicle and immediately dropped the corpse. The smaller zombie wasn't dead yet. It had lost a leg. Realizing it was still alive, it began to crawl aside. But the third-tier zombie could not care less about that lesser creature. It only fixed its excited gaze on Huan and Lin Xiao, then charged straight at them. But clearly it had chosen the wrong prey. "Oh, a third-tier zombie is guarding the entrance here." Seeing the third-tier zombie at the gate, Huan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to run into one so soon. Still, he didn't show it any courtesy. "Tiepi." Alohum. Clank. At Huan's command, Tiepi didn't change its entire form. Instead, it shaped an arm from the car door, and under the reinforcement of its transformation element, quickly extended a colossal energy cannon. A hum, then a boom. Before the third-tier zombie could even rush forward, Tiepi's energy palm cannon blasted straight through its stomach. Its abdomen torn open, the zombie lost its ability to move, staring in dazed disbelief at its own ruined body. Then the very next second, Lin Xiao, who was beside Huan, drew her blade in an instant. With a sharp, crisp sound, a streak of fierce sword light flashed down. Thud! The massive third-tier zombie's head tumbled to the ground. It was ruthless efficiency without the slightest hesitation. She already possessed the bearing of a true Valkyrie. Well done. Huan nodded in approval, more and more satisfied with her performance. Of course, having received his praise, Lin Xiao lifted her fair swan-like neck with a touch of playful pride. It's not as if I spent the month lazing around. Though she said that her hands didn't stop moving. She used her steel blade to dig out the third-tier energy core from the zombie's skull. As levels increased, the chance of obtaining an energy core grew greater. Above the third-tier cores almost always dropped. So scoring a third-tier zombie energy core at the very start made Lin Xiao very happy. What luck! Alright, a third-tier zombie crystal was nothing new to Huan, so he simply smiled and said, let's go inside first. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded obediently, put away the zombie crystal core, and followed Huan and Tiepi into the military district. But the moment they entered the military region, both of them were stunned. The Jinling military region lay abandoned with debris and ruin everywhere. There were even countless zombie corpses scattered across the ground, clear evidence that a fierce battle had once raged here. And besides the zombie corpses, there were also large numbers of destroyed conventional weapons, tanks, armored vehicles, and howitzers. Some tanks had even been flipped clean over. Transport trucks had been reduced to scrap metal, clearly the work of high-rank zombies. Farther in, the scene grew even more jaw-dropping. The ground was littered not only with zombies and spent shell casings, but even with crashed attack helicopters. And unlike before, these attack helicopters had been burned down to their bare frames. Even their engines were completely ruined. Nor was it just one or two. As far as the eye could see, at least 5 or 6 had been destroyed. There was no way to activate them now. Lin Xiao felt a pang of distress at the sight. Oh, what perfect Cybertronian vessels they would have made. All wasted. Huan. She couldn't help but glance at Huan instinctively. It's fine. Let's go check the airfield. But Huan remained calm, for he already had no shortage of attack helicopters. He already possessed Blackout and 2 Apaches. His goal was to see whether he could find a truly top-tier 5th-generation fighter. All right. Lin Xiao nodded at once and followed Huan deeper into the base. Soon they reached the airfield. Roar. Then they discovered that quite a few zombies were still there. They staggered and howled, wandering aimlessly. But the moment they saw Huan and Lin Xiao, they lunged as if they had spotted precious treasure. However, the Huan of today was no longer the man he used to be, with a terrifying power over 1,000 times greater. Those zombies had no chance of getting close. Drawing the lightning sword Kulun from his spatial ring, he wiped them all out in less than a minute. Squelch. After killing the last zombie, Huan put away the lightning sword Kulun. Only then did he enter the airfield proper, where he found many advanced fighter jets indeed. Take the J-20 for example, known as the King of Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighters. There were 6 of them in total, but unfortunately all of them had been destroyed. Some had broken wings, as some had been burned into hollow shells. Not a single one was intact. This made Huan frown. When activating a living vessel, he knew damage to the mechanical body didn't matter. A broken tail fin, or even completely severed wings was still fine. The key, however, was that the engine couldn't be gone. It was the heart. That was what activation depended on. Yet after carefully inspecting these 5 J-20s, Huan found that not one met the requirement. No way. Are we really that unlucky? Seeing the situation, Huan couldn't help frowning and muttering to himself. Fortunately, at that moment, Ironhide made a new discovery. Master, look over there. Ironhide already transformed into a massive transformer, pointed with a huge mechanical hand at a fighter jet not far away, caught in the airfield's fence netting. That one still looks usable. Huan's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward with Ironhide and Lin Xiao. Sure enough, although its wing was broken, the engine had not been damaged. That made Huan glad. There really is one still intact. He didn't waste any time. Pressing his palm directly against the enormous fighter's fuselage, he felt a low hum, and in the next second a terrifying blue energy pulsed outward in visible ripples. KRCKCK. We're catching. The massive fighter began to mechanize, and in the blink of an eye it had become a towering behemoth fully 15 meters tall. Its pitch-black mechanical frame was reminiscent of Lockdown from the movies, except clearly taller and more massive, with a flawless mechanical skeleton that gave off an overwhelming sense of menace. Right now, however, he was stuck in the fence netting. Damn it, what the hell is this place? The big fellow, both embarrassed and furious, tried to pull himself free. In the process, he ripped out the entire section of fence, then hurled it aside with a thunderous crash. Then he walked over to Huan, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a deep, reverent mechanical voice. Master, Cybertronian warrior reporting for duty. I'm very good. Looking at this behemoth over 15 meters tall, Huan was extremely satisfied. Still, he asked what happened here. Although this was only a vessel, once a spark had fused with it, it was as if the fighter had acquired a mind of its own and naturally knew everything that had happened, which was exactly why Huan asked. Sure enough, the colossal machine seemed troubled as he tapped his own head with a huge mechanical arm. Then with chagrin, he said this place was overrun by a zombie horde. A rank 8 zombie led them. There were well over 100,000, with no small number of rank 2, rank 3, and rank 4 among them. They attacked the military region, and they attacked the military airfield. Since the main forces of the Jinling military region had already set out to clear the zombies, only one regiment was left to guard the place. So the zombies overran it. I see. Only now did Huan fully understand. No wonder this place was different from everywhere else. It seemed that a considerable battle had taken place here. So it was the zombies that had attacked the military region. But on second thought it made sense. The garrison station there had been small to begin with. With a rank 8 zombie leading them, they could easily break through the region's defenses. Add in over 100,000 zombies supported by rank 3 and rank 4 creatures. It was hardly surprising that a single regiment had no time to react. And what about you then? Huan looked at the big fellow once more. What's your story? The big fellow grumbled in a deep muffled voice. I was an Air Force pilot trying to take off and launch a counterattack when a rank 6 zombie knocked me over and slammed me into the fence. Well, that cleared it up. Huan now understood the whole course of events. The zombies had ambushed the military region and wrecked the airfield. They had caught the Air Force pilots before they could react, leaving them no chance to fly their fighters away, which was how Huan got the pickings. But judging by the scene, they seemed to be deliberately targeting the airfield. Lin Xiao couldn't help stepping forward and saying, indeed, Huan had noticed it too. The losses at the military region were nowhere near as devastating as those at the airfield. Nearly every fighter jet and attack helicopter had suffered a lethal blow. But this was understandable too. After all, attack helicopters and fighter jets did tremendous damage to them. They must have suffered losses more than once, so they wanted to destroy the airfield. The autocannons on attack helicopters and fighter jets were genuine cannons. A single shot could blow a rank 1 or rank 2 zombie to pieces on the spot, let alone the far more powerful armor-piercing rounds. Naturally, they had to deal with the things that threatened them first. So that was the reason. A trace of realization appeared on Lin Xiao's face. No wonder the destruction here had been so severe. The zombies had come with a plan. So what do we do next? Huan pondered briefly, then said, let's leave here first. After all, he had gotten what he wanted, even if this fellow was a bit damaged. At least he truly had a 5th-generation fighter now, so the trip hadn't been made in vain. Good. He nodded slightly, and Lin Xiao quickly followed Huan out. As for the big guy, he remained behind after the two had left. It also rapidly transformed into a 5th-generation J-20 warship, letting out a terrifying sonic boom as it departed into the sky. Upon arriving at the suburban outskirts of Jinling City, Huan rendezvoused with Chun Mingyao and several other women. But when they saw the 15-meter-tall 5th-generation fighter jet, they were utterly stunned. Especially when the J-20 transformed back into its combat form. Seeing this, Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan, Jiang Mengli, and Qin Yifei couldn't help but hurriedly run forward. They couldn't resist reaching out with small hands to touch the J-20, hailed as a great power's heavy weapon. Wow, this is the J-20. So cool, Chun Mingyao said, unable to contain her excitement. This matte finish quality was absolutely stunning. It was the first time they had ever come into contact with such a fighter jet. Even girls were amazed. But then fairly quickly. Chun Mingyao noticed something unusual. The tail fin seemed to still be fractured, not completely repaired. How does it seem he got injured? Huan lifted his beautiful eyes and looked at Huan in surprise. Oh, sitting on a temporary chair nearby, Huan explained. When we encountered it, the tail fin was already broken. It's currently still in the repair process. After all, this case was different from the earlier Dizzy. Although Dizzy also had a broken tail fin, that part was actually a weapon. It itself was fine and had no real problem. But the J-20 was different. It was an arm, so it needed more time to heal. I see. Hearing this, Chun Mingyao nodded. But looking at the cracked area, she still couldn't help but ask, is there no way to repair it? Repair? At these words, Huan paused for a moment. He really hadn't considered this problem before. Because Transformers all have a self-repair process, it would just be slower. But beside him, Sentinel suddenly spoke up. He walked over and said respectfully to Huan, Master, actually, there is another way. Oh, what way? Huan became interested upon hearing this. Sentinel continued, Master can choose to activate an auxiliary ambulance, which will help injured Cybertronian warriors recover quickly. Right, how could I forget that? Being reminded like this, Huan suddenly realized his team was still lacking a medic. After all, in the movie there was indeed an ambulance. That guy's combat power might not be strong, but he was definitely an outstanding doctor. How could I have forgotten about him? But it's not too late now. Seeing this, he immediately said to the bored Frog King beside him, Frog King, go get an ambulance. What was that? The Frog King, who was already bored enough to play with his hand cannon, was stunned upon hearing this. His blue mechanical eyes stared at Huan in disbelief. Oh wait, not me handling it because of my own idea, but because of Sentinel's suggestion. What, is there a problem? Oh, of course not. No problem at all. I'll have it done soon. Coming back to his senses, the Frog King grinned and immediately did a backflip, transforming into a Porsche 918 with a series of clicks and whirs. Then with a stylish drift, he sped off quickly. This guy was just like his supercar personality, arrogant and wild. After all, every Transformer has their own distinct character traits. For example, Sentinel was as steady and calm as a heavy truck. Meteora, though not showy, was internally fierce and powerful. As long as you didn't provoke him, he wouldn't casually unleash his destructive power worth tens of millions. Laserbird, no need to mention it. She was smart and cunning, full of wisdom like a computer. So Huan had long since gotten used to it. Of course, Huan also noticed the mountain body that had been hollowed out by Driller nearby, so he asked curiously, "What are you doing in there?" Oh. Hearing this, Chun Mingyao grinned and said, "We're digging out a mountain air raid shelter after all. Since they are so large, staying outside all the time would make them easily discoverable, so I figured since we have nothing better to do anyway, we might as well have Driller dig out a mountain project, so we can also have a temporary place to rest." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Indeed, another rumbling sound came from inside. Simultaneously with a trail of sparks and lightning, Driller's massive body drilled out, making a pile of gravel chips. Seeing Huan emit a roar to greet him, then he drilled back in. Honestly, seeing this scene, Huan was amused. This girl actually has ideas. But then again, this was a desolate wilderness with nowhere to block wind or rain. Having a mountain shelter would indeed be quite suitable. Just right, in a few more days the global temperature would probably start dropping. At that time, blizzards. Plus, sub-zero 90-degree temperatures. These guys really should have somewhere to take shelter. So after a moment of contemplation, Huan didn't stop them, only waving his hand and saying, "All right, then you guys get it done in these next few days. It's about time the temperature drops anyway. They'll need a place to hide from the blizzards." "No problem." Chun Mingyao smiled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Nodding slightly, seeing it was getting late, Huan also said, "Me and Lin Xiao need to go back one more time. Supplies haven't been fully purchased yet. You guys pay more attention to yourselves. Don't worry. Go ahead quickly." Chun Mingyao pouted upon hearing this, thinking Huan was worried about them encountering danger, so she said, "Relax, we'll protect ourselves well." Protect ourselves well. But upon hearing these words, Huan's mouth twitched. "Please, I'm afraid you'll be the ones eliminating others." Nevertheless, he was too lazy to explain further. He simply quickly took Lin Xiao and drove back to the Jinling safe zone once again. Upon returning to the hotel, he discovered that Jiang Yeye had also returned, and she brought a large amount of vegetables and fruits. There were common apples, peaches, pears, as well as some strawberries and honeydew melons, densely packed, totaling about a dozen baskets. All had been moved into the presidential suite. And besides these, there were also many fresh vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, carrots, potatoes, and the like. Also about a dozen baskets. In total, around 2 tons. "You can rest assured." And Jiang Yeye hastily smiled and said, "These supplies have all been tested and are free of any virus. They are safe to eat." After all, it had already been verified. Even if those ability users were no longer afraid of the zombie virus, as long as they drank or ate food, fruits, or water carrying the zombie virus, they would all get diarrhea. Not a single drop could be retained, and they would only become hungrier. So these vegetables and fruits also needed to be tested. Not bad. Looking at the 20+ baskets of vegetables and fruits, Huan nodded slightly, reasonably satisfied. After all, being able to obtain so many vegetables and fruits at a time like this was already pretty good. Oh, there's also something else. Of course, Jiang Yeye hadn't forgotten Huan's other request. She soon fetched 2 more baskets of vegetable seeds and hurriedly said to Huan, "Here are the seeds you requested. I managed to gather some, though not in large quantities, as it seems few people keep such supplies on hand. After all, in the apocalypse, who had the luxury of waiting 2 or 3 months for vegetables to grow? People were either looting outright or engaging in direct trades. So indeed, no one had any use for this item. Yet this suited Huan perfectly, for he discovered that most of the seeds were for leafy greens and rapeseed. The growth rate of such vegetables was astonishing. Only 2 weeks from soil to harvest. In his past life during the apocalypse, these fast-growing crops had been extremely valuable. Obviously, no one here had yet realized this, so they came to him at a bargain. Moreover, Huan noticed there was at least 50 kilograms of seeds. With these, he could easily sow hundreds of mu of land. Excellent, very well done. Huan was thoroughly pleased. With this supply, he would never lack fresh vegetables. Though he had some stored in his spatial ring, the quantity was limited. For just 6 or 7 people, it would barely last 2 years. But with these seeds, everything would change. Delighted by the praise, Jiang Yeye smiled brightly. But there was more, she added with evident pride. "That goes without saying. Not only do I have these vegetables and fruits, but another shipment will arrive tomorrow morning, at least 3 tons. 3 more tons. This caught Huan's interest. How is it that a single 3rd-tier energy core can fetch so much? Not exactly. To his surprise, Jiang Yeye shook her head and explained, "Because I didn't go to the Safe Zone's official exchange. I went to a private trading hub. There are many apocalypse survivors who trade there. Zombie crystals hold little appeal for the official exchange, but for survivors the value is completely different. Once consumed, they grant tremendous power, so I sold them at more than triple the price." "I see." Huan nodded in understanding. No wonder this clever girl had brought so many vegetables and fruits she had sold to fellow survivors. It made perfect sense, for 3rd-tier zombie crystals were incredibly alluring to survivor factions. They could easily elevate someone to a 2nd-tier ability user, or even boost practitioners of other ranks by at least 1 full tier. The price difference was night and day. I hadn't expected that. At this thought, Huan's gaze toward Jiang Yeye shifted ever so slightly. He hadn't anticipated this girl to be so astute. But to his surprise, facing Yi Huan's astonishment, Jiang Ye's pretty face showed a wry smile as she helplessly replied, "What can I do? This is the apocalypse. If you want to survive, you have to find your own ways to make money." Indeed, Yi Huan could understand. After all, in the apocalypse, while the zombie threat was terrifying, the hearts of survivors were equally unpredictable. For this girl to have survived was truly no small feat. Therefore, Yi Huan took out another first-tier zombie crystal from his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Ye. "This is your reward." Jiang Ye caught it instinctively, only to freeze in shock upon realizing what it was. Good heavens, this is far too much. A single crystal like this was worth at least 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. You earned it. Seeing her stunned expression, Yi Huan remained unfazed, for he currently possessed the most of these items. Of course, but he quickly added, "While this is a reward, should you need anything in the future, I will likely come to you again." "No problem, absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye eagerly patted her chest and declared proudly, "Rest assured, sir. Within the Jinling safe zone, I can procure whatever you need. Oh, of course, provided you have the funds. Even supplies from Shanghai. I can arrange that for you as well." That would be ideal. Yi Huan needed precisely such a person to help him source materials, because procuring supplies himself was far too cumbersome. Though this girl lacked combat strength, she was remarkably intelligent with a natural talent for commerce. She would prove useful in the future. He wasted no time, and after dismissing her, packed all the vegetable and fruit seeds into his spatial ring. This scene had left Lin Xiao standing nearby, bewildered for quite some time. She tilted her lovely head, unable to grasp it. "Yi Huan, I can understand why we're collecting fresh vegetables and fruits, but why do you need so many vegetable seeds?" "Vegetable seeds, eh?" But upon hearing this, Yi Huan simply smiled, and without concealment explained, "In a few days, global freezing will descend upon the Earth. Surface temperatures will plunge to -90, even -100 degrees. Vast numbers of flora and fauna will perish. We need these seeds. They will be essential in the days to come." "Is that so?" A look of dawning comprehension crossed Lin Xiao's breathtakingly beautiful face. No wonder Yi Huan had been stockpiling these seemingly useless items. It was all preparation for the coming catastrophe. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao couldn't resist asking with curiosity, "Will the future cold truly be that horrifying?" Horrifying. But Yi Huan merely smiled at this. He would never forget the brutal cold of -100 degrees. By then, even those so-called zombies would be locked in eternal ice. Let alone ordinary survivors. It would be a true apocalyptic calamity, unmatched only by the zombie virus itself. Yet he offered no further explanation, merely saying, "Soon enough you will witness it." For the following days, Yi Huan remained within the presidential suite resting. Yet he was not entirely idle. During this period, he didn't forget to task Jiang Ye with sourcing additional supplies. Above all, he urgently inquired about securing a transport aircraft. Yes, a military cargo plane. Although his naval, land, and air forces were now largely assembled, Yi Huan still identified a critical gap. His ground forces could not reach the battlefield at any moment. He had not forgotten the previous incident, when flooding struck Shuhai, how several of his key assets were extracted while dazed and helpless. While they were immune to water, their movement speed in such conditions was painfully slow. But with a transport aircraft, the situation would change entirely. He could transform Tianzhu and the others into paratroopers. Whatever the need, they could be deployed to any battlefield instantaneously, vastly enhancing both combat capability and support speed. Therefore, Yi Huan needed a military transport aircraft. The larger the better. Ideally the latest Y-20 model. TSK, just one aerial deployment of that beast. Just imagine an army of transforming mechas descending from the sky. They would crush any battlefield effortlessly. Of course, Jiang Ye was initially shocked upon hearing this. She never expected someone else would be eyeing such matters. But as an exceptionally resourceful survivor, she quickly put two and two together. Well, it seemed Yi Huan had his own post-apocalyptic survivor faction. That was likely why he wanted a transport aircraft to carry supplies, or even his men. Otherwise, how could he casually produce a third-tier zombie crystal? He must have his own forces. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yi Huan truly transported a legion, but those were transformers. However, she wasn't entirely without options. In Shanghai, she actually knew people. She might be able to acquire one. But Yi Huan couldn't be bothered to concern himself with her situation. If she could manage it, excellent. If not, he would deal with it later himself. And besides this matter, Lightning and Hurricane weren't idle either. They needed to gather as many zombie crystals as possible during the final days before the Ice Age descended. Thus, they eliminated large numbers of zombies daily to collect their crystals. On the first day alone, they gathered over 800. 800. What did that number represent? It was equivalent to having dispatched nearly 100,000 zombies. Moreover, among them were quite a few first, second, and third-tier zombies. That totaled approximately 50 crystals. Over the next 2 days, they collected 2,500 in all. However, a problem soon arose. Yi Huan discovered that the issue wasn't their daily kill count. It was that collecting the zombie crystals consumed far too much of their time. This meant these giants spent nearly all their time each day gathering zombie crystals, limiting them to just 800 or 900 daily. "Master, we need some support-type helpers." Even Lightning couldn't tolerate the situation any longer and offered his suggestion. Otherwise, we'll have to spend excessive time extracting zombie cores every day. Support type 1s. Upon hearing this, Huan fell into quiet contemplation. He actually had a solution. He thought of the laser birds. These little creatures were experts at excavating zombie crystals. Furthermore, they could easily detect which zombies harbored crystals within their minds through special sensory abilities. They could distinguish between those that had crystals and those that didn't. If he could mass-produce a batch of laser birds, the problem would be solved. But, naturally, there was a small issue. The prototype for the laser bird was his own Apollo mainframe. He couldn't possibly go seeking out massive numbers of mainframes. With that in mind, Huan promptly contacted Jiang Ye. Yeah, I need you to help me procure another batch of drones. What do you think? Preferably military grade. What drones? Meanwhile, Jiang Ye sat at her computer desk at home communicating with her arms dealer sister in Shanghai. She was taken aback by the request. Why the sudden need for drones? And military-grade ones at that. What's wrong? Do you have trouble? However, upon hearing Huan's voice come through the phone, Jiang Ye snapped back to attention and immediately replied with a bright smile. No problem at all, Brother Huan. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the watch phone that Huan had given her, she immediately began typing to her close friend. Hey, I'll keep this brief. Data is absurdly expensive right now, only 100 megabytes per gram of gold. Listen, keep working on the transport aircraft situation, but now I need you to help me get another batch of drones. Let's start with 100 units. On the other end of the computer, a user with the ID, Beautiful Invincible Big Beauty, responded with excitement. No problem at all, bestie. 10 grams of gold per drone. The following day, when Huan accompanied Jiang Ye to her small warehouse and spotted a military green war vehicle equipped with 32 cell tubes, he was completely stunned. Wait, what is this thing? Huan stared at Jiang Ye with an odd expression. Ahihi. This is the military's newly developed drone hive combat vehicle. Under his questioning gaze, Jiang Ye chuckled and quickly explained, don't underestimate this vehicle. It has 32 compartments, each housing 10 drones that can be controlled through electronic hardware. Here. She hurriedly ran forward and activated the interface. Sure enough, an electronic screen clearly displayed the unit quantity and the method of control and launch. They can conduct reconnaissance, and they also have a suicide mode equivalent to a small C4. They can also precisely lock onto targets and possess exceptional capability against zombies. Additionally, there's a joystick here for using the drones to scout the surrounding area. After all, in Jiang Ye's understanding, Huan wanted this merely for reconnaissance purposes. This thing was far superior to ordinary drones. And it's the military's latest development, super effective with headlocking capability specifically designed for zombie heads. Alright, honestly speaking, Huan was completely stunned upon seeing this. Because he suddenly remembered a scene from a movie he'd watched in his past life, where someone attacked the American president using those suicide drones remarkably similar to this. Who would have thought it would already exist? And it seemed even more advanced than that. Indeed, war and disaster were the true driving forces of technological advancement. Oh right, there's also this. Here are the instruction manuals. Beside him, Jiang Ye was about to begin her explanation, when Huan quickly interrupted, no need. He couldn't understand them anyway, nor did he need to. Once activated, they would become his trusted allies. So he said to Jiang Ye, this will do, you may leave now. As he spoke, he tossed out another first-tier energy body. It should be sufficient. Sure enough, upon receiving the first-tier energy body, Jiang Ye said happily, brother, you gave me too much. I only spent 3,000 gold on this, and this zombie crystal alone can sell for 5,000. No need to worry. But Huan waved his hand, the rest is for you. Then thank you, brother. Upon hearing this, a charming smile immediately appeared on Jiang Ye's pretty face, but she quickly added, but I truly don't need that much. How about this? I'll keep the excess for now, and when you need something in the future, I'll buy it for you. After all, that single first-tier energy body, along with the remaining funds from the third tier, had already allowed her to significantly improve her living conditions. She didn't need much more. But this thought surprised Huan somewhat. He found himself growing increasingly fond of this young girl, so he smiled and waved his hand. Alright, go ahead and leave first. I'll contact you if anything comes up. MH, alright. Nodding immediately, Jiang Ye offered a smile and departed. Once she had left, Huan quickly placed his hand upon the war vehicle. In the next moment, with a flash of blue energy fluctuation that vanished in an instant, the war vehicle soon emitted mechanical gear sounds as it transformed into a 7-meter-tall transformer. At the same time, a data panel appeared before him. Name Cybertron Mechanical Warrior. Level 1. Class Scout. Strength 3,000. Agility 2,000. Combat Power 3,500. Description: carried by a military-developed drone swarm. War vehicle combat is not his primary mission. Scouring is his preference. Possesses a powerful drone army capable of reconnaissance and scouring. A deadly poison bee in large-scale battlefield environments. An excellent global controller. This data confirmed it. Seeing these stats, Huan knew his guess was correct. This thing was centered around enhancing the drone swarm as its main body. Especially those keywords: drone scouring, reconnaissance. It was clearly the type he needed. and somehow these capabilities reminded him of Soundwave from the Transformers movies. So Huan stated directly, "Your new name shall be Soundwave. Now go assist Lightning and Hurricane with collecting zombie crystals." "Yes, my respected master." Upon receiving its new name, the giant immediately responded with a respectful tone. Then it transformed back into a war vehicle. It departed the warehouse on its own, heading toward the outskirts of the Jinling safe zone. Soon, with Soundwave's addition, Lightning and the others' speed immediately improved. Through the drone's perspective, they only needed to bomb those zombie concentrations. And once finished, Soundwave appeared, extending his hand to release drone after drone. Those small drones shot out rapidly like catapult launches. In the blink of an eye, they covered the sky, and they quickly transformed into numerous little laser bird-like entities. Letting out strange cries, they charged into the battlefield. They ruthlessly extracted from those zombie corpses, occasionally encountering half-dead ones to finish off with precise shots, then hollowing out their heads. In just one day, they collected 1800 zombie crystals, more than doubling their previous haul. Even Huan was stunned by such a combination. This thing was simply born to be a transformer. However, this was a good thing, wasn't it? So Huan couldn't be bothered to intervene. He let them develop on their own. And just like that, time slipped by in the blink of an eye. 2 more days passed. Finally, early that morning, Huan woke from his slumber and heard Lin Zhao's adorably sweet honeyed voice beside him. "Huan, it's snowing outside." Snowing. Indeed, upon hearing this, Huan opened his eyes and got up to find that beyond the huge floor-to-ceiling window, snowflakes were already drifting down. Moreover, the temperature was dropping rapidly, from over 20 degrees above zero to 1 or 2 degrees below zero, and it was still falling. So it's finally here. Seeing the snowflakes outside, Huan knew that within at most 3 days the ice age would likely descend once more. What? But Lin Zhao, dressed in her pink pajamas, hadn't heard clearly. She stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Oh, it's nothing." Snapping back to himself, Huan smiled and didn't explain much. Instead, he directly used the laser bird to contact Chun Mingyao and the others. He asked about their progress. As soon as the connection was made, Chun Mingyao's complaining voice came through the radio. "Hey brother Huan, it's really snowing. Geez, the temperature has dropped a lot too. Good thing our physiques have been strengthened, otherwise wearing so little I think we'd freeze to death." Freeze to death. Huan shook his head helplessly at those words. "Come on, with your current physiques, you're Valkyries. Even at 100 degrees below zero, completely naked, you still wouldn't freeze to death." Still, he asked about their progress with concern. "How's your underground civil defense project coming along?" "Oh." At that, Chun Mingyao pouted and said pretty fast, "The drill demon hasn't been idle these past few days, and Flying Fire Meteor and the others have been helping too. We've basically finished it now. We carved out a space inside the mountain of about 3,000 square meters. Everyone can probably fit inside without any problem." "That's good to hear." Huan nodded slightly upon hearing this. After all, with a temperature of 100 degrees below zero, honestly, Huan didn't know whether those big fellows could withstand it. But hiding inside the mountain project, they'd definitely be safe. So the last problem was solved. Huan no longer worried. Now all he had to do was wait for the global freeze to arrive. Of course, Huan was no longer worried. But that didn't mean the other survivors weren't. Especially since countries around the world had detected the temperature shift. Even after learning that this glacial storm could potentially drop temperatures to 100 degrees below zero, global leaders were shocked. What did 100 degrees below zero even mean? After all, even the coldest place on Earth right now was only 70 below. But now the temperature was going to drop to 100 below zero. If this ice age descended, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for the remaining survivors. So they immediately notified all the safe zones around the globe. Likewise, when the news spread, it sparked panic among every survivor inside those zones. What? 100 below zero? Did I hear that right? Can any human even survive that? After all, some of them were from the south and had never even experienced 0 degrees in their lives. They had no concept of what 100 below zero meant. Then aren't we doomed? I wonder if a first-tier ability user like me can withstand it. I don't think so. Tenfold strength probably can't hold up against such low temperatures. Then what should we do? We can't just wait to die, right? Fortunately, at this time, all major safe zones had already issued notices. They announced that the authorities had activated emergency measures and opened the underground civil defense shelters so everyone could take refuge there. As for the so-called underground civil defense shelters, they were actually the major civil defense projects and subway stations. The announcement immediately put many survivors at ease. Haha, good thing. I told you the authorities wouldn't abandon us. Exactly. Everyone hurried to the underground shelters. Thus, under the guidance of the authorities, many survivors began moving toward the underground shelters. From the top of the Zifeng Tower, Huan could already see many survivors emerging from their respective shelters, as well as from the official above-ground shelters, dragging their families along. Most were young couples carrying their children or middle-aged people. With big bags and small bundles, they followed the directions of the law enforcement troops. They headed for the underground shelters to take refuge. Especially as the snow fell heavier and heavier, even many streets were buried. This caused some survivors to nearly slip and fall. Such scenes were everywhere. Watching them, Lin Xiao felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. Humans before natural disasters were truly no more than ants, utterly insignificant. Huan, however, remained very calm, because he knew this was nothing at all. If the arrival of the Ice Age had already brought immense disaster to humanity, then the later dense fog, giant pits, and prehistoric beasts, those were the true apocalypse that plunged people into despair. That was also why he kept expanding his military strength. Otherwise, how could he contend with the disasters to come? What about us, Huan? Should we go to the shelter too? At that moment, Lin Xiao beside him suddenly asked. No need. Unexpectedly, Huan waved his hand and said a temperature of 100 below zero is a natural disaster for ordinary people, but for us it's not much of a threat. Let alone his own physique, which was over 1,000 times stronger. Just Lin Xiao and the other Valkyrie's power alone already allowed them to move freely in temperatures of 100 below zero. However, just to be safe, he gave Lin Xiao 10 first-tier zombie crystals, letting her swallow them to elevate her power to 2 stars. That way they would truly be protected. As for Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan, and the others, because lightning and hurricane brought them zombie crystals as a priority every time they returned. So Huan wasn't worried about them. Thus, over the next 2 days, almost all the survivors in Jinling were gradually transferred underground. What remained above ground were some soldiers driving tanks, armored vehicles, and military transport trucks, along with ability users from survivor factions. They still had to guard against sneak attacks from the zombies, so they were patrolling everywhere. But even so, when there were only 5 hours left before the Ice Age arrived, an accident still occurred. Roar. Rumble. Right as a squad of soldiers was patrolling the entrance of the northern safe zone. At that moment, from the snow-covered distance, came a series of dull roars. Huh, what's that sound? A soldier on guard immediately became alert. He quickly looked toward Feng Mountain, which was already covered in heavy snow. Then to his horror, he saw not far away a snow-white torrent of zombies crazily surging toward them. There were far too many of them, dense covering the mountains and fields everywhere. Moreover, the commotion was so great that it even triggered an avalanche. The survivors standing on the northern wall watched their expressions gradually turning to terror, jaws dropping. It took a long while before they could make a sound. Zombies. A zombie tide is coming. They never could have imagined that just as temperatures were about to drop, these zombies would launch another sneak attack. Quick, open fire. Take them down. Fortunately, the duty officer in charge of the garrison remained composed. Seeing this, he immediately issued the command. Rat-tat-tat. The soldiers snapped to attention and began firing in unison. Even the close-in weapon systems atop the walls automatically adjusted their trajectories, targeting the horde of zombies swarming down from Fangshan Mountain. Rat-tat-tat. The firepower of those CIWS systems was terrifying. As the first wave of zombies charged forward, they didn't even have a chance to approach. They were shredded into sieves and blood mist at 500 meters distance. Even the tanks within the compound opened fire with radar guidance. Boom. Shell after shell rained down. The immense power tore through the snowy terrain outside, sending snowflakes flying. Countless zombies were blasted away. With such firepower configuration, even if tens of thousands of zombies charged together, they could be easily eliminated. But unfortunately, what they faced was hundreds of thousands, even several 100,000 zombies. There were simply too many. Through radar satellites in space, a scan revealed dense markers, no less than 200,000. And among them were formidable second and third-tier zombies. Have they gone mad? Watching the fearless zombies charge forward relentlessly despite temperatures dropping below -10 degrees, some survivors couldn't help but feel cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They had never witnessed the zombies behave so berserk. What was going on? But their muscles responded, instinctively driving them to keep firing. The lieutenant had already relayed the situation to Kong Jie, commander of the Jinling Garrison Army. The numerous high-ranking officers who had evacuated to the underground military base received the news as well. In the conference room, when they witnessed those fearless zombies charging forward through satellite imagery, even Kong Jie, the garrison commander, couldn't hide the profound solemnity that flickered across his face. Have these zombies gone completely insane? No. At this moment, a female colonel stood up. Having dealt with those zombies extensively over this period, she understood clearly the zombies aren't insane. They've sensed the Ice Age is about to arrive, so they want to enter the safe zone to take shelter. What? Zombies need to shelter too? Hearing this, Kong Jie was somewhat bewildered. Could zombies even be afraid of low temperatures? But the female colonel knew exactly. She stated calmly, zombies rely on the zombie virus in their brains to attack humans. Although low temperatures won't affect them too much, their bodies remain ordinary flesh. Temperatures of -100 degrees will freeze them solid. So they also want to find a place to escape the extreme cold. Now it made sense. Hearing this, Kong Jie suddenly understood. No wonder the zombie attacks had grown increasingly frenzied with each passing day. And now a terrifying force exceeding 200,000 had appeared. They too were afraid of the cold. Moreover, the female colonel analyzed further. On Fangshan, there must be a high-tier zombie controlling them. Ordinary low-level zombies have no intelligence. Even being frozen wouldn't matter to them. But a high-tier zombie is different. It needs a powerful zombie army to survive. I understand. With these words, Kong Jie had completely grasped the situation. To put it simply, the low-level zombies perhaps lacked this awareness. But the high-level zombies needed them alive, so they forced them to attack Jinling's safe zone. Because only by capturing the survivors here could the high-tier zombies' safety be ensured. It seems then, Kong Jie's lips curved into a cold smile, that high-tier zombie is extremely afraid of death. You could say that. The female colonel nodded slightly, equally helpless. Because during this time she had already discovered this problem. Therefore, for a permanent solution, they planned to cut off the head first and eliminate the puppet master controlling everything from the shadows. But just as she prepared to assemble a powerful team of ability users for a surprise attack on Fang's Han, the Ice Age erupted at this critical moment. This forced their plan to be shelved, and instead the zombies took the initiative to attack first. Just then outside, the lieutenant's phone rang again. "Commander, we can't hold much longer. Should we request reinforcements?" Hearing this, Kong Jie contemplated briefly before asking, "Have all the survivors outside been evacuated?" On the other end, the lieutenant surveyed the city situation and confirmed that essentially no survivors remained. So he quickly replied, "It looks like almost everyone is out." "Good." Upon hearing this, Kong Jie immediately issued orders. "All of you withdraw into the bunker immediately. Give them the surface." "What?" "Surrender the surface to the zombies." This statement left the lieutenant stunned. "Hand over the ground to those zombies. Does our kind have to cower underground? How can you be so dense?" But seeing the lieutenant's confusion, Kong Jie spoke with a tone of disappointment. "The glacial storm is about to arrive. The surface temperature will plummet to -100 degrees. Humans can't survive, neither can those zombies withstand it. Even if you hand it over to them in a few hours, they'll be frozen into ice sculptures. What is there to worry about, right?" At these words, the lieutenant suddenly realized, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, the glacial storm would erupt in just a few more hours. Once the -100-degree cold wave arrived, letting them in would only turn them into ice sculptures, posing no threat to the safe zone. With this in mind, the lieutenant excitedly said, "I understand. I'll withdraw immediately." Saying this, he hung up the phone. Turning to the 300 or 400 survivors and soldiers still putting up fierce resistance, he shouted, "Quick! New orders! Withdraw immediately! We're retreating to the underground safe zone." "What? Retreat to the underground safe zone?" This declaration left the survivors and soldiers bewildered. "But sir, what about all our weapons?" "Right? Those are the latest developed CIWS systems." The lieutenant had naturally noticed the close-in weapon systems newly installed on the walls. These terrifying weapons firing 3600 rounds per minute. That was what they were counting on to eliminate the zombies. But watching those zombies get closer and closer, surging forward menacingly, several extremely large zombies had already appeared. They looked to be at least 4th tier. Gritting his teeth, the lieutenant ordered, "Forget it. Leave it all. Those zombies can't use them anyway. Quick! Tanks and armored vehicles withdraw first, will follow right behind. Move." "Yes, sir." Receiving the order. Just as expected, within the urban area, the tanks that had been continuously firing with radar guidance immediately ceased firing and began rumbling backward on their massive treads. The armored vehicles followed, closely retreating in succession. Then came the soldiers from atop the walls, descending one after another. Only the automated CIWS remained for final defense. In less than 5 minutes, all soldiers had withdrawn into the underground bunker and rapidly sealed the entrance. And at this moment, roar, with a 3rd-tier zombie climbing onto the city wall first. This signaled that the safe zone had been breached once again. But when the excited zombie climbed onto the high wall, gazing at the snow-covered safe zone, it found no one there. The 3rd-tier zombie was stunned. An unmistakable expression of bewilderment spread across that pallid zombie face. "What's going on? Where did everyone go? Didn't we fight for days? How did we successfully counterattack today, yet find no one inside?" Roar. But the lower-tier zombies cared nothing for this. They howled and swarmed up the high wall. Moreover, the massive iron gate had been broken through. Excitedly, they surged inside. In less than an hour, the entire safe zone was completely occupied. Zombies roamed everywhere, howling and swaying. Ordinary ones and high-tier specimens alike, all searching for traces of survivors across every corner. There were even several 5th-tier zombies among them, clearly the vanguard of this assault. Yet as these leaders surveyed the deserted streets, they too seemed perplexed. What's going on? Where are the people? They attempted to find any trace of survivors, only to discover that not a single soul appeared to remain above ground in this entire safe zone. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, all the survivors had retreated into the underground shelter. Within the Jinling safe zone's underground shelter system, nearly 100,000 survivors huddled in the darkness, holding their breath, their expressions tense with fear, not daring to exhale even the slightest sigh. At every entrance and exit of the various shelters, complete lockdowns had been implemented with firepower strategically positioned. Should any zombie discover an entry point or attempt a forced breach, they would be immediately eliminated. However, given the intellectual limitations of these zombies, such detection was clearly beyond their capability. They could only wander aimlessly above ground, searching in vain. Everyone stay silent. In one particular underground shelter, Jiang Yeye and her group of close friends had taken refuge together. This shelter housed approximately 3,000 people, including over 300 soldiers. At this moment, all were stationed at the sealed entry and exit points where a company commander was instructing the survivors. Fearing discovery by the zombies above, the survivors dared not even breathe. Without needing to be told, they held their breath, understanding full well that should they attract the zombies' attention, these 3,000 souls would be torn to shreds in an instant. Jiang Ye could even hear the zombies' howls above, along with the heavy thumping footsteps of those massive creatures. Her heart raced with terror. She huddled in a corner with her few close friends. Oh, how she wished she had gone with Huan instead. This was truly terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, when those sounds finally faded away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have passed. Hold on. Boom. But just then strange sounds suddenly erupted. What's that noise? Someone noticed something amiss and quickly whispered a warning. Seems like the ice flood storm is coming. The company commander had spotted the situation outside through the large screen. Upon seeing what was displayed, it was indeed true. Outside Jinling, a terrifying white storm had suddenly appeared, sweeping toward them like a cataclysmic force capable of swallowing heaven and earth. The snowflakes vanished, replaced by white tornadoes. They let out terrifying howls, and that rumbling sound was precisely the roar of the white storm. This left the company commander momentarily stunned. Strange, the forecast hadn't predicted this for several more hours. Why did it arrive early? Yet observing those zombies still shuffling about on the ground, a cold smile spread across his face. Perfect timing. This ice flood storm could be used to wipe out those zombies in one fell swoop. Indeed, at this very moment, those zombies above ground were still tirelessly sniffing about, searching for traces of survivors. After all, hadn't they been sent here precisely to eliminate those survivors? But soon their attention was captured by the terrifying roar of the ice and snow. They all ceased their searching, lifting their heads to look. Particularly those 4th and 5th tier zombies. They stood towering at 5 or 6 meters tall. They possessed a degree of intelligence. But the next instant, when they witnessed that apocalyptic ice and snow storm rapidly sweeping toward them, roar! The leading 5th tier zombie immediately let out a furious howl, then fled desperately into some nearby buildings without looking back. Similarly, those 1st and 2nd tier zombies with some intelligence. Though they didn't understand what was happening, they weren't slow to react either. They crashed right in. Only those ordinary zombies foolishly wandering about remained oblivious. Thus the next moment, boom, as the all-engulfing snow-white storm struck head-on, every ordinary zombie was frozen solid at a visible speed. Crack, crack, crack. Innumerable splitting sounds accompanied dense layers of frost. Those zombies had been mid-stride 1 second, frozen motionless in mid-air the next. Then they stiffened completely, frost covering their entire bodies, becoming ice sculptures. One after another, none escaped its path. In mere moments, at the northern edge of the safe zone, thousands of zombies fell into eternal stillness. SII. Witnessing this scene through the large screen feeds relayed to the underground shelter, all the survivors couldn't help but draw sharp breaths of cold air. Holy crap, that's terrifying. This must be minus 100 degrees. Even at minus 100 degrees, instantaneous freezing shouldn't be possible. No, this is probably below minus 150 degrees. A young woman wearing glasses, a master's degree holder in biology, spoke with difficulty. Because they had conducted experiments. Only at minus 150 degrees would an ordinary person be frozen solid instantaneously. At minus 100 degrees, the process took nearly 15 seconds. But this was truly instantaneous. What, minus 150 degrees? But upon hearing this, everyone else grew even more panicked. Holy shit, wasn't this 50 degrees lower than what the official announcement had stated? Yet this was far from the end. Someone had already observed the scene outside through the large screen, watching as the apocalyptic ice and snowstorm coated everything it touched with a thick layer of white frost. Moreover, its speed was staggering, spreading at nearly 100 meters per second. And in just this short span of time, the already snow-covered safe zone was further buried under ice, frozen solid. And those zombies were being frozen in massive numbers at visible speed. In mere moments, 10,000 zombies had already been frozen solid. And it continued unabated. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Boom. While everyone held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the terrifying ice flood storm, the next second, another drone, the aerial reconnaissance craft, was struck by the ice and snowstorm. Bang. It exploded directly. The screens abruptly went black. This sudden development startled everyone. What happened? What occurred? The reconnaissance drone overloaded. It couldn't withstand the extreme low temperature and exploded. Someone knowledgeable voiced in fear. What? Even the reconnaissance drone exploded. Just how cold must it be? Not only that, shortly after the drone's explosion. Crack, crack, crack. With the emergence of mysterious creaking sounds, a soldier heard the strange movement. When he looked toward the entrance and exit areas, his eyes went wide. He pointed urgently toward the entrance. Company commander, look. No sooner had the words fallen than that heavy iron door began emitting mysterious hissing sounds. After a violent, thunderous impact, that massive iron door gradually changed color. Tendrils of white frost spread inward like a spider's web, continuously cracking and advancing. Careful, everyone, retreat quickly. Some machine guns stationed nearby hadn't yet been relocated. Crack, crack, crack. The frost had already crept onto the artillery pieces, and it continued spreading inward. This sent all the soldiers retreating in terrified haste, especially those survivors behind them who were completely panic-stricken, desperately trying to hide further inside. But fortunately, the frost stopped after creeping only a few meters. Yet even so, when the company commander raised his eyes once more, he saw that the grand entrance with its massive iron door had been transformed into a frost-covered gate. The surrounding air-contacting frost was also visibly crystallizing into ice sculptures. In the blink of an eye, the entire entrance was sealed shut. Upon witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but draw a sharp, horrified breath. This was the legendary ice floodstorm. How terrifying! Yet this was still not the end, for at this moment the scene outside was even more terrifying. The entire Jinling safe zone was swept by a sky-filling glacial storm, like countless towering white torrents 10,000 zhang high. Wherever it passed, all life vanished. Everything was freezing over before the naked eye, flowers and grass, towers and high-rises. Even the zombies and even the river surface were not spared. In just a few moments, the entire safe zone had become an ice-sealed city that had been buried in silence for ages. And the most absurd thing was that many survivors discovered their signal had been cut off, as if it were under severe interference. There was simply no way to contact the outside world. What's going on? Why did my phone lose signal? Mine too. I can't connect to the network anymore. Some people noticed the problem and tried to restore the signal, but found it useless. However, a few understood what was actually happening. This glacial storm probably did more than just lower the temperature. Maybe it also destroyed the signal towers outside. But some still didn't understand. Even if the signal towers are gone, satellites should still be there. Why won't satellite phones work either? That's right. They still wanted to contact their surviving relatives. The seemingly gentle, quiet girl pushed up her glasses and shook her head. Think about it. After such a terrifying glacial storm, the outside is already covered in ice clouds. How could a signal possibly penetrate such thick storm clouds? At these words, everyone was stunned. They exchanged looks, half in disbelief. Really? In fact, the girl was absolutely right. At that moment, inside a high-rise building, the temperature was still pleasant. Huan, wearing his pajamas, calmly looked out at the sky. After the glacial storm passed, the sun could no longer be seen, though the sky remained bright. Instead, thick clouds had gathered. Those clouds had condensed from the cold air caused by the glacial storm and now blocked almost all outside detection. At this moment, a J-16 fighter jet had silently arrived in outer space. From that perspective, he heard Lightning's voice. An odd mechanical voice: "Master, this blue star has turned into a white star." Sure enough, from the images Lightning sent back, Huan saw the scene outside. From outer space, countless terrifying spiral cloud formations stretched across almost the entire Earth. They had turned the planet completely white. Even its rotation seemed slower. That's right, Lightning had gone to outer space. Before the glacial storm descended, Huan had already sent Lightning away from the ground to check the situation from outer space. Logically, a J-16 should never have been able to leave the atmosphere. But sorry to disappoint, Lightning wasn't just a J-16, it merely used the J-16 as its vessel. After becoming a transformer, it had been greatly strengthened. Naturally, it could leave with ease. So after the glacial storm erupted, Lightning recorded the entire scene in outer space from beginning to end, even witnessing with its own eyes the startling transformation of the entire Earth from blue to white. So this is the glacial storm. Even Lin Xiao, standing beside him in white pajamas, her long snow-white legs dazzlingly on display, wore a look of utter shock on her exquisite, bewitching face. Although she had already known that the so-called Ice Age would arrive, it wasn't until she witnessed it herself that she understood how awe-inspiring it really was. Countless flowers and trees were instantly encased in frost, as if they would shatter at the lightest touch. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were frozen into ice statues. Especially when looking outside now, the entire safe zone had become a city that seemed to have been buried under snow for centuries, only now emerging into the world. It was hard to imagine that this was only the work of a few hours. How terrifying. Lin Xiao couldn't help patting her own ample chest as she spoke, still shaken. Thank goodness you have such an amazing mechanical shelter, Huan. Otherwise, I doubt either of us would have made it. As it turned out, the reason this place hadn't been frozen was that Huan had just received a check-in reward from the system. That's right. The system had come alive again only a few hours before the glacial storm was about to strike. Huan's new check-in reward was a choice between a metal shelter capable of withstanding minus 150 degrees Celsius and a protective suit with the same resistance. Did he even need to choose? Of course he chose the shelter. A protective suit could only protect one person after all, but a shelter was different, especially an upgraded one. And so it was that while the outside world was frozen white, even as a terrifying polar storm of minus 150 degrees descended, every underground shelter was sealed in ice. In some of them, temperatures had dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. Yet here the room remained at a constant 25 degrees Celsius, so warm that he had to wear pajamas. If other survivors ever saw this, they would probably vomit blood out of pure anger. Seriously, comparing one person to another, the gap was just too enormous. But there was no helping it. When one had the system, one could be exactly this overbearing. Of course, given Huan's current state, even without this shelter, the temperature of minus 150 degrees would be utterly incapable of harming him. After all, with a constitution over 1,000 times greater than ordinary people, he could almost be called a god. He could roam freely even within absolute zero. Thus, he truly had nothing to worry about. But since there was a comfortable shelter to enjoy, who would want to go outside? Nonetheless, Huan did not forget to check on the situation of Chun Mingyao and the others. Although global satellites had all failed by now, even the signal base stations had gone dark. But the transformers possessed their own radio system, so they were not affected at all. Soon he managed to contact Chun Mingyao. "Hello, is that Huan Gij?" Chun Mingyao's helpless voice came through the radio almost immediately. "Huan Gij, where are you? We're about to freeze to death." "That's right." Chun Mingyuan hastily joined in with her own complaints. "It's so cold. Tianju says it's minus 150 degrees, not minus 100. Indeed, before the glacier storm arrived, they had already hidden inside the mountain's civil defense engineering. But they never expected it to be so cold. Especially the moment the glacier storm descended. Even as a first-tier martial god. No, wait. She had just consumed 100 first-tier zombie crystals. She had already broken through to second tier. It was precisely because of Chun Mingyao and the others. If it were ordinary people, randomly eating 100 crystals, being lucky enough to reach 5th tier would have been considered excellent. But these two girls directly ascended 10 tiers. Combined with the previous 100-fold power, they now possessed 200 times strength, becoming 2-star female martial gods. This is still because we hastily removed 2 carriages from the Drill Devil to block the entrance, otherwise I estimate it would be even colder. Chun Mingyao said helplessly. Having removed 2 carriages from the Drill Devil. Upon hearing this, Huan felt somewhat speechless. So the Drill Devil's purpose was merely to do odd jobs. However, he still asked, "How are Tianju and the others?" Fortunately, Chun Mingyao shook her head and said, "It seems Tianju and the others are not affected at all." Indeed, Tianju's deep voice followed immediately. "Master, minus 150 degrees will not cause us any harm." "That's good." Hearing this, Huan finally felt relieved. After all, these were his main elite troops. If they were affected by the extreme cold, that would be troublesome indeed. But evidently, he had still underestimated Tianju and the others' defensive capabilities. However, what left Huan feeling even more flabbergasted was the fact that these fellows were only first tier, not yet upgraded. And they were already this terrifying. If they were to upgrade, just how powerful would they become in the future? Suddenly, Huan felt inclined to use zombie crystals to strengthen them. "By the way, Huan Gij, where are you?" At this moment, Chun Mingyao's melodious voice rang out again from the radio. "We're really so cold." "Alright, I'll be right there." Snapping back to reality, the glacier storm's coldest point, at minus 150 degrees, had already passed. After some thought, Huan said to the girls, "Wait for me." After hanging up, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Let's go outside the safe zone to find Meng Yao and the others." Alright. Lin Xiao was not like these young girls, so delicate and fragile. Although she was also a 2-star female martial god, Lin Xiao's cold resistance was far stronger. Thus, she quickly helped Huan change clothes, while she herself switched from white pajamas to a black down jacket, layering up considerably. But even so, to be safe, Huan first opened the window. The moment he opened it, the rushing cold air. Upon meeting the constant temperature, air inside the room instantly formed layers of frost that transformed at visible speed into countless crystal clear ice cones. And Huan's outstretched hand was quickly covered in frost. But with just a slight tremor, the frost instantly shattered. "No problem." Confirming everything was fine, Huan put away the shelter and brought Lin Xiao downstairs. But when they arrived downstairs, Lin Xiao was still shocked by what she saw. Countless zombies had been frozen into ice sculptures. They remained in the exact poses they had held before freezing, densely packed everywhere. The entire street was practically blocked by these frozen zombies. Wow, this is so breathtaking. Gazing at the safe zone that resembled an ice sculpture exhibition, even Lin Xiao could not help but be astounded. Moreover, some first-tier zombies had also been frozen. After all, first-tier zombies possessed 10 times the physical strength of ordinary people. Yet they still could not withstand such low temperatures. One could only imagine how extreme this cold was. Ordinary first-tier survivors would be unable to come up to the surface. Only third tier would be able to live normally on the ground. But as of now, the disaster had broken out for over a month. Honestly speaking, third-tier ability users were already considered outstanding. As for 4th, 5th, and 6th tier, they were rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Especially those 5th and 6th tier, they had not relied on their own abilities to reach 60 times strength. Most of them had depended on their own apocalyptic faction groups. Take Jin Long of Jianfeng Tower in Shuhai City, for example. When everyone was still struggling to reach 1st tier, he had already achieved 4th tier. Simply because over 1,000 people had collected zombie crystals for him. Throughout the entire Jinling safe zone, those who could reach 5th tier and above were basically the leaders of major apocalyptic faction groups. So in reality, not many people possessed the capability to venture out. Indeed, even Lin Xiao had realized this. She couldn't help but turn to Huan with interest and ask, Yuan, there are so many zombies here, all frozen into ice sculptures. If we don't find a way to dig them out for zombie crystals, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Of course. Yuan smiled faintly in response. There were 200 to 300,000 zombies here. He certainly would not waste them. Therefore, while no one else had emerged, yet he simply notified Xinghua to bring the drone army to harvest. Soon after, buzz, buzz, buzz. Row after row of small drone-like devices came flying rapidly from outside the safe zone. Densely packed, at least 300 or more. Like a small swarm of locusts, they flew over swiftly. Then each one quickly locked onto a zombie and landed upon it. They then fired red energy beams, drilling through the skulls relentlessly. In no time, one after another zombie crystals, shimmering with a faint green glow, were extracted and placed into their onboard storage compartments. This scene left Lin Xiao completely dumbfounded. Not bad, so many small transformers. Using them to collect zombie crystals was just so incredibly cool. Of course, Yuan didn't bother with such concerns. Having witnessed how formidable these little creatures were, he estimated it would take only a day. These little creatures could finish the collection in just one day. So he directly brought Lin Xiao to the outskirts to rendezvous with Chun Mingyao and the others. At that moment, Chun Mingyao and her companions were still hiding in the mountain civil defense bunker. Seeing Yuan return, the pretty girl in the white down jacket was the first to rush over enthusiastically. Brother Yuan, you're back. Although she wore a down jacket, the young lady was still very light. At 108 Gene, her figure was practically the perfect ideal in any man's eyes. Chun Mingyao pouted. Why did you take so long? We're freezing to death. Freezing to death. But Yuan chuckled. You're all second-rank Valkyries now with 200 times the strength of ordinary people. How could you freeze to death? Caught red-handed, Chun Mingyao was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't help it. Even if I can't freeze to death, it still feels really cold. That's true. Yuan nodded, not minding it. He simply led the women outside and released the shelter. Boom. The shelter embedded itself into the ground, then expanded instantly the next second, revealing an underground metal door a full 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. The women were left stunned. What is this? You'll know once we go inside. But Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply opened the shelter's metal door. It had facial recognition and could only be used by Yuan. As the door opened and the women walked in, they were astonished. There before them was an underground shelter of a full 1,000 square meters. Furniture and appliances were all available, and the floor was paved with premium wooden planks. There was a living room of a full 200 square meters. On top of that, there were 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms with showers, a spacious kitchen, and a dining room of 50 square meters. The women were utterly amazed, to say the least. No way, brother Yuan, where did all this come from? Staring at the lavishly decorated underground shelter, Chun Mingyao gaped so wide that her cute little mouth could almost fit a banana. She had never dreamed. Wait, this was the apocalypse, and on top of that a glacial storm with temperatures of minus 100 degrees Celsius. How could there still be such a luxurious and extravagant shelter? Moreover, it seemed to maintain a constant temperature, nothing like the bone-piercing cold outside. This is... Chun Mingyuan, Qin Yifei, and Zhang Mengli were all dumbfounded. Damn, is this what the apocalypse is supposed to look like? But Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain too much. He just asked, tell me, is this good enough or not? It's good enough. It's more than good enough. Snapping back to their senses, the 4 women grew excited. This wasn't just good enough, it was paradise at the end of the world. This sofa is super comfortable too. Having taken off her down jacket to reveal a cream-white silk dress and snowy long legs, Jiang Mingli couldn't help throwing herself onto the sofa to try it out. This was on an entirely different level from the mountain shelter above. It was so comfortable that she felt she could lay her head down and fall asleep immediately. Of course, because her movements were far too exaggerated, Yuan also caught a glimpse of a little something, but it didn't matter. So Yuan merely glanced over calmly, withdrew his gaze, and said, the glacial storm will last about a month. During this month, all we need to do is hide here. Okay. Naturally, the women had no objections. After all, staying here was far better than living in a mountain cave. However, Zhang Mingli hurriedly got up again and asked, Brother Yuan, can I take a shower here? My clothes were almost frozen solid when I was outside. Only then did Yuan notice that the girl's dress seemed to have frozen over, though it had just begun to thaw a little. So he nodded and said, of course. I also brought the water source converter here. That's great. Hearing that the water source converter was also here, Zhang Mingli wasted no time. She quickly asked Chun Mingyao for some clothes and hurried off to take a shower. Because Chun Mingyao had a spatial ring, she had practically become the warehouse keeper. I'm going too. Qin Yifei was in no better state, so she hurriedly asked for clothes and went in as well. As for the 2 Qin sisters, they went to cook. With such a nice environment, it would be a crime not to make something delicious. But Chun Mingyao first asked Yuan, Brother Yi, what would you like to eat? How about hot pot? Whatever. Yuan wasn't picky about food. But Chun Mingyao felt that hot pot was a perfect match for winter, so she went off to busy herself in the kitchen. It was all thanks to her carrying a spatial ring with so many supplies. Otherwise, wanting to eat delicious food during the apocalypse, that would be nothing but a dream. And so after 2 hours of bustling about, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally sat down to a hot pot meal. 6 people gathered together around the table with all kinds of ingredients and meat to cook. The women ate with immense satisfaction. It was a pity that there were still many vegetables missing, like the crown daisy and cilantro they had eaten before. Otherwise the meal would have been even more comfortable. Still, it was already quite good. After they finished dinner and cleaned up, it was already past 7. Rumble. At that moment, another rumbling sound came from outside. What's that noise? The sudden sound made the women instinctively glance toward the metal door of the shelter. Don't worry. But Huan said, it's the aftershocks of the glacial storm. Although the most violent part of the glacial storm had already passed, some areas would still form small storms afterward. Their occasional appearance wasn't that surprising. Oh, hearing this, the women all showed looks of sudden understanding on their pretty faces. So it was just the aftershocks. It seemed the advent of this ice age was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Fortunately, they had such a sturdy shelter. They weren't really worried. After dinner and cleanup, it was already late, so the women went to bed early. After all, they hadn't slept in such a comfortable room in days. As for Huan, well, when he got into bed and was ready to rest, he saw Chun Mingyao dressed in a pale gold nightgown sneakily climb onto his bed in the middle of the night. What are you doing? But before she could get close, Huan's voice rang out in the darkness. Ah, you scared me. The sudden voice startled Chun Mingyao. But she quickly grinned, slipped into the covers, looped her fair lotus root-like arm around Huan's neck, and said sweetly, it's been so long. I missed you. Huan found that amusing. Was she missing him? He was too embarrassed to call her out. The next morning, Huan woke from his dreams. Gazing at the enchanting beauty beside him, he felt refreshed. After being with Lin Xiao for so long, it was really quite nice to have a change now and then. Not to mention this occasional switch wasn't a bad feeling at all. But before he could even get out of bed, the system's voice sounded in his ear again. Ding. On the second day since the second great disaster, the glacial storm, fully erupted, would the host like to proceed with today's sign-in and choose one of 2 rewards? Another sign-in. The familiar voice made Huan's eyes light up. After all, the previous flood had only been a partial disaster, hardly worthy of being called the second great catastrophe. So the system had not offered a sign-in back then. But now that the disaster had truly erupted, he could sign in for 7 consecutive days again. Not one to waste time, Huan signed in immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful sign-in. Sure enough, the system then spoke in that slow, river god-like voice. Respected host, on the second day after enduring the glacial storm at -100 degrees, would you prefer a peerless blade, crimson lotus heavenly dance capable of cleaving through all wind and snow, or a blazing flame pistol that can spit fire? However, when he heard the reward, Huan's expression started to look odd. Another blade. That's right, the system had already given him a thunder sword Kirin before. It was incredibly overpowered. But who could have expected another one this time? And the peerless blade, crimson lotus heavenly dance. Why did it feel like equipment from some game in his previous life? Sure enough, when Huan opened the interface to take a look, he saw a Tang Dao emitting a faint red glow. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it was quite a bit shorter than the Thundersword Kirin. But when he saw the stats, he was taken aback. Item name, Peerless Blade, Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance. Level 1. Quality S rank Legendary. Strength, 140. Agility, 100. Innate attributes, Fire attribute, Attack, Bleeding effect. Huh, it has a Fire attribute attack. This surprised Huan because the Thundersword Kirin had been lightning attributed. Yet this time Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance was fire attributed and also carried a bleeding effect. Clearly these were 2 different blades. Please make your choice, host. At that moment the system's slow, leisurely voice sounded again. Was there even any need to choose? Snapping back to his senses, Huan unhesitatingly chose Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance. I'll take Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance. Because he had also checked out the flame gun. It was just a big flamethrower, not even as good as one energy cannon blast from Tianju. But this blade was different. It had the same stat values as the Thundersword Kirin, yet boasted different innate skills. This was a real treasure. So Huan did not hesitate in the least. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the weapon Peerless Blade Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance. And sure enough, as soon as his choice was confirmed, the system sounded the notification. A blade emitting a faint glow then materialized out of thin air before Huan. Huan took the blade and examined it carefully. This blade was roughly 90 centimeters long, somewhat shorter than the Thundersword Kirin. But it felt warm in his hand, and its body was the color of a blood-red lotus, exceedingly fierce and handsome. It was also very handy to hold. Not bad, not bad. Huan nodded in satisfaction at the blade. He had already owned the Thundersword Kirin, and now he had added Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance to his collection. Moreover, Huan had basically figured out that most of the sign-in rewards chosen by the system were tailored to the disaster environment. For example, when the zombie disaster first broke out, the choices were either a spatial ring for storing supplies or a leader module to expand the team's strength. Now that the glacial storm disaster had arrived, the system had first given him a constant temperature shelter capable of resisting lows of -150 degrees Celsius. And now it had given him a fire attribute weapon. I wonder what it will be next time. Huan suddenly felt a bit curious. Brother Huan. But just as he was talking to himself, Chun Mingyao beside him woke up. She rubbed her hazy big eyes and couldn't help wondering, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Snapping back to his senses, he put away Crimson Lotus Heavenly Dance and didn't bother to explain much, only smiling. I said you did pretty well yesterday. Aunt. At that mention, Chun Mingyao's pretty face instantly flushed red. She felt a little shy. She did seem to have been quite proactive yesterday after all. But she couldn't blame herself because she had already experienced that feeling. And after becoming a Valkyrie, she found that her arousal threshold had also been raised. For now though, let's get up and have something to eat first, Huan said. Okay. Chun Mingyao nodded obediently, then quickly got dressed and followed Huan out of bed. When they got outside, they found that Lin Xiao had already prepared breakfast. It was simple, porridge milk bread plus fried egg steak and lettuce made into simple burgers. And honestly, the taste was really good. How is it? Seeing Huan take a bite, Lin Xiao sat across from him and eagerly blinked her beautiful big eyes asking. Not bad. There's improvement. He nodded slightly. To be honest, it was no worse than KFC. Huh. Women after all are deeply delighted by praise. So she promptly said, if it tastes good, eat more. And Mingyao, you should eat more too. Needless to say, Chun Mingyao hadn't had a proper meal in days, so she certainly didn't hold back. Rumble. However, before they could finish eating, suddenly a thunderous crash was heard from outside. Even inside the shelter, a slight vibration could be felt. Hey, what's happening? An earthquake. The sudden commotion drew the attention of the women. They subconsciously raised their eyes toward the ceiling. Even Chun Mingyao, who was eating a burger, looked upward in confusion. Huan directly contacted Tianju. Tianju, what's going on? Soon Tianju's deep voice came through the radio. Master, a group of survivors is being chased by zombies. They've come near here. Oh, survivors being chased by zombies. On hearing this, Huan grew intrigued. It was minus 100 degrees outside right now. Any zombie able to make it up here had to be at least 3rd tier. So Huan asked with interest, how many are there? Over 100, Master. What? Over 100? The words stunned Huan. Where had so many 3rd tier zombies come from? He couldn't believe his ears. After all, under normal circumstances, tier 3 zombies would each have their own territory. How could so many gather in one place? Especially since the apocalypse had only just begun over a month ago. That so many tier 3 zombies were assembled together was almost absurd. Even Huan found it hard to believe. However, when he returned to the surface with Chun Mingyao and the others, he discovered the truth. Not far away, over 100 zombies were indeed chasing a group of survivors. They were enormous. The smallest stood at least 4 meters tall, clearly no weaker than tier 3. And the tallest reached as high as 6 meters. What's more, Huan even spotted a tier 6 zombie leading the pack. Damn, there are so many high-tier zombies. Even Chun Mingyao beside him grew excited at the sight. After all, these were tier 3 zombies. Killing them and claiming their zombie cores would boost strength by 30 times. And there were well over 100 of them here. Holy crap, we're about to strike it rich. You're right, Rich. Chun Mingyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled like she was staring at a treasure trove. This sight left Lin Xiao utterly speechless. Come on. If anyone else saw such a massive horde, they'd be terrified to death. Just these tier 3 zombies alone plus several tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6 specimens could break through a legion of 1,000 people without breaking a sweat. Yet they remained so excited. But then again, the weakest among them was Qin Yifei, and she now possessed the power of a 2-star Valkyrie, equivalent to a tier 20 zombie. Of course, they had no reason to fear these creatures which barely reached tier 6. But those survivors were a different matter entirely. Run faster. Careful, don't let them catch up. Leading the group was a young woman dressed in black. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but in the minus 100-degree cold it froze almost instantly, coating her face in frost. Lin Yuan was already regretting everything. She had received intel that the zombie uprising at Fangshan was orchestrated by a high-tier zombie, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. So shortly after the glacial storm descended, the military had immediately notified all apocalyptic survivor factions across the safe zones, deciding to eliminate the mastermind during this frozen period. Originally, Lin Yuan hadn't wanted to go, but who could refuse such a generous offer from the military? Anyone who participated would receive a tier 2 zombie core regardless of victory or defeat, as long as they survived. One per person, a tier 2 zombie core, if swallowed luck, might even grant a direct rank breakthrough. Who wouldn't want to go? But who would have guessed they'd encounter a pack of high-tier zombies upon arriving at Fangshan? They'd already lost over 20 brothers, and now they were being hunted by more than 100 high-tier zombies. Could this really be the end for me? Lin Yuan felt utterly hopeless. Just then her gaze sharpened as she noticed a buyer-heavy truck parked on the nearby hill. Her eyes lit up. Quick, run toward the hill. There's a truck there, we'll drive away. Wait, drive away. One of her subordinates was momentarily confused by the order. Didn't the temperature sit at a chilling minus 100 degrees? Could the vehicle even start? Roar. Still, there was no time to dwell on such details. Watching the zombies draw ever closer, their forms nearly blurring from sheer speed, the group had no choice but to abandon caution and sprint uphill. But just as they were about 100 meters from the hill, watch out, one of the men suddenly shouted. A sense of imminent danger overwhelmed Lin Yuan. In the next instant, she spun around and raised her steel blade to guard her chest. Clang! A tier 5 zombie lunged at her. Sparks flew as its bone-hard arm collided with the steel blade. Despite this, Lin Yueyin was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Damn it! Having already taken hits from 2 tier 6 zombies earlier, Lin Yueyin was wounded. And now this additional strike made things worse. She felt her chest tighten on the verge of coughing up blood. But as she looked up, her expression shifted to surprise. Well, look at that. The zombie had knocked her right in front of that heavy truck. Without hesitation, Lin Yueyin scrambled to her feet, eager to get into the vehicle. But as she lifted her head, she froze. A young man in a down jacket was staring at her with an odd expression. Of course, that familiar handsome face left Lin Yueyin stunned. She thought she'd been beaten into delirium. No way, Huan. I must be seeing things after getting hit. Lin Yueyin couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't that her mischievous cousin Huan standing right before her? Indeed, Huan was equally surprised to encounter Lin Yueyin here, but he still called out, Lin Yueyin. Holy shit. Now completely shocked, Lin Yueyin's beautiful eyes filled with overwhelming joy as she exclaimed, Cousin, it's really you. Wait. What? Cousin? Hearing those 2 words, Lin Xiao and the others, including Chun Mingyao, were instantly baffled. Wait, cousin. Doesn't Huan have relatives? Even Huan himself was taken aback, having never expected to run into Lin Yueyin here. In fact, they truly were related. Though Huan had lost both parents at a young age, he did have an aunt and a cousin in this world. Unfortunately, they had lost contact after the apocalypse broke out in his previous life. He had assumed they were gone forever. Yet here they were reuniting unexpectedly, and she seemed to be doing quite well for herself, it appeared. But clearly Lin Yueyin was even more excited than Huan. Confirming this wasn't a dream, she happily embraced him. This is wonderful. Huan, you're alive. I never imagined I'd meet you here. My mom would be overjoyed if she saw this. Wait, that's not it. But soon Lin Yueyin remembered their dire situation, her expression shifting. She quickly urged Huan, you need to leave here immediately. There are countless zombies behind us. Let me hold them off. Originally Lin Yueyin had intended to flee, but encountering Huan changed everything. She couldn't abandon him now, for that scoundrel would surely perish without her protection. Thus she could only steel herself, drawing her steel blade once more and turning to face the tier 5 zombie climbing toward them. Hearing this, Huan was genuinely touched. To think this woman, even in the apocalypse, still looked out for him. At that moment, several of her subordinates also arrived, panting heavily. Out of 23 people originally, 3 more had fallen. Only 20 remained. Boss. One subordinate reported grimly, we seem to be surrounded. What? Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Yueyin noticed booming sounds echoing from all directions. Before long, over 100 zombies from every direction converged upon them, completely surrounding the group. Leading them were 2 tier 6 zombies. Their milky white eyes gleamed with excitement as they emitted low guttural roars. It was as if they were taunting, "Hell, little ones, you're trapped now." Especially upon spotting Huan, their excitement intensified. Free reinforcements, who would have guessed such a bonus? Clearly they hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. However, Lin Yueyin had seen it clearly. Thus, gritting her teeth, she turned to the nearby Lao Lu and said, Lao Lu, take my cousin and the others and leave. I'll hold them off here. What the hell? Upon hearing this, the young Lao Lu immediately panicked. That won't do, boss. There are 2 6th tier zombies here. You'll die. That's right. The other middle-aged man at the 4th tier level, wielding a steel blade, also spoke up, his voice grave. Boss, with your 5th tier strength, you might stand a chance against one. But with so many, you won't have any chance to escape. But Lin Yueyin coldly smiled. Better one death than everyone dying here. This. At these words, the group fell silent. Yes, if one death could bring safety to everyone else, that certainly was better than everyone dying here. Besides, Lin Yueyin's beautiful eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Huan behind her. A slight smile graced her lips. Sister, finally found you. I can't let you die here this time, can I? With these words, she took a deep breath and gripped the steel blade tightly in both hands, determined to block these zombies. Indeed, the sight of this graceful figure standing before him couldn't help but move Huan deeply. Because he never expected that Lao Lu's sister would still treat him so well as always. But coming back to his senses, he shook his head slightly, not regarding these 6th tier zombies as a threat at all. He only said, Little White. Roar. What the hell kind of Little White? The 6th tier zombie thought it was being called and immediately flew into a rage. Sure, I'm wearing white clothes, but that doesn't mean my name is Little White. And I've been annoyed for a while now. Damn it, we're all about to die. And you people are still chattering away, showing off your family affection right in front of me, as if zombies have no feelings. We're all gonna die? However, just as he charged forward when he was still a full 20 meters away from Huan, suddenly, boom, the next second, he was directly slammed to the ground. White snow splashing. When everyone came to their senses, a massive white tiger had somehow appeared on the scene. That's right, a white tiger. It was Little White, the one they had acquired from Suhai before. The difference was that its body had now grown to 8 meters, and this seemed to be its maximum size, no longer growing. But after following Huan, its strength had increased rapidly. Now it had the power of 1-star 8th tier, so pressing down a 6th tier zombie was absolutely effortless for it. Roar! After being pinned to the snowy ground, the sixth-tier zombie clearly wanted to resist. It let out a furious roar, thrashing its limbs. But clearly there was not a shred of resistance left. Then came a crunching bite. The massive head of the sixth-tier zombie was directly bitten off. Holy shit. When the survivors witnessed this scene, they all drew a sharp breath. Dead. Dead. That sixth-tier zombie just died like that. For real. Where the hell did this freaking epic white tiger come from? It easily took down a sixth-tier zombie. This thing must be at least 8th tier. 8th tier. But when Lin Xiao heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. You're being too conservative. Little White is already 18th tier. In today's zombie realm, it's an absolutely explosive existence. And you think it's only 8th tier? Of course the other zombies were also stunned by this scene. Especially the remaining 6th tier zombie. Its gaze at the zombie white tiger was full of human-like shock. This damn thing is a zombie king. Where did it come from? However, he was a smart zombie and knew that striking first was best. So he immediately let out a skyward howl. The remaining 100 or so zombies immediately reacted. They turned and ran. No joke, a zombie king. With just one thought, they'd all have jelly legs. Why would they stay? Run. Think you can get away. But when Huan saw this, he laughed. He directly signaled to Lin Xiao and the other women with a glance. Lin Xiao understood. No need to say more, the latter had already gotten the message, her beautiful face breaking into a charming smile. Then her figure vanished from where she stood. Indeed, her speed was too fast. A 2-star female martial god with 200 times the strength. She could already be called divine. In the past 2.5 years, there were fewer than 1,000 people who could achieve 200 times strength. You could imagine how powerful she was. Slish. When she appeared again, she had already blocked a 4th-tier zombie. Her blade rose and fell, easily slicing it into 2 pieces. As for the remaining Chun Mingyao, Chun Mingyuan, Jiang Mengli, and Qini Fei, they weren't idle either. No joke, these were valuable goods. Each one could at least yield a 3rd-tier zombie crystal. So without holding back, they charged directly into the zombie horde. A massacre began. Slish. One blade after another. In no time at all that remained on the scene were the scattered corpses of zombies. Even the 6th-tier zombie didn't escape. It had been targeted by Chun Mingyao early on. She had stabbed its head with her blade and extracted a crystal core emanating a rich green glow. 6th tier. Hiss. But this scene left Lin Yuan and the others in absolute shock. They thought they must have seen wrong. What do you mean over 100 3rd-tier zombies? All just wiped out like that? Looking at the 5 women now collecting zombie crystals on the scene, the group of survivors could only feel their heads buzzing. What the hell kind of godlike powerhouses had they just encountered? This was way too absurd. What kind of legendary powerhouses had they stumbled upon? The scene was simply too surreal. Their understanding of survival had been completely upended by this group of extraordinary warriors. Finally, 1 hour later, in a cave that had been drilled hollow by a Liduan Mo, a group of people lit a fire. They finally felt somewhat warmer in the -100-degree cold. Exhausted from continuous battles, the group was nearly frozen solid. They could only rub their hands together by the fire. Huan and Lin Yuan warmed themselves by a separate fire. Tell me what's going on. Sitting nearby, Huan turned to Lin Yuan and asked. He really hadn't expected to run into her here. And this older sister had become a 5th-rank ability user. What else could it be? Facing the question, Lin Yuan didn't conceal anything. She pursed her lips and recounted the entire story. It turned out that after the zombie disaster broke out, she and her mother were in Jinling. Later, through a fortunate coincidence, she had picked up an 8th-level zombie crystal. She accidentally became an ability user. To survive, she had formed her own survivor team. The results developed beyond expectations, growing ever larger. By now it had expanded to over 1,000 people. As for why she was here this time, it was because the military notified them to go to Fong Mountain to deal with the mastermind behind the zombie tide. Who would have expected it? We had barely arrived at Fong Mountain and hadn't even had time to regroup with the main force when we encountered so many powerful high-rank zombies. I almost lost my life. Mentioning this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but complain. I see. Upon hearing this, a look of understanding crossed Huan's face. No wonder he ran into her here. She was heading to Fong Mountain to deal with the mastermind. Unfortunately, she had encountered a zombie siege. However, I wouldn't have guessed it. Cousin, you're actually quite lucky. You managed to stumble into building a force of over 1,000 people, complete with quite a few high-rank ability users. That's right. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan raised her fair neck somewhat primly. She was being a bit proud. After all, she did have some strength, okay. But enough about me, I haven't asked you yet, what's your situation? Of course, Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten about Huan's team. Come on, although there weren't many people. Only 5. And they were all girls. But she felt she would never forget what she had just seen in this life. Over 100 zombies. And the weakest were 3rd rank. The strongest even reached 6th rank. And the result? 5 girls in less than 3 minutes. They had dealt with all of them. Damn, although Lin Yuan felt that in the apocalypse, she had already seen many absurd things. But something this absurd. She had never seen anything like it before. So overwhelmingly powerful. How did you do it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's beautifully captivating eyes fixed squarely on Huan, naturally enchanting. Damn it, if not for his cousin. Well, never mind. Of course Yi Huan would not casually reveal his trump cards. He only casually made something up. I got a bit luckier than you. By chance I picked up an 8th rank zombie core. After consuming it I became an 8th rank ability user. Then I took out quite a few 5th and 6th rank zombies. And casually formed a small team. Yeah right. But upon hearing this Lin Yuyan couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes. Do you take me for a fool? An 8th rank zombie core. Where did you find it? Find me one too. Lin Yuyan said irritably. Hep. But who would have expected? Yi Huan smiled and said, not an 8th rank at the moment, but I do have a 6th rank one. As he spoke he tossed Lin Yuyan a 6th rank zombie core that Chen Mingyao had just taken out. This. She instinctively caught the 6th rank zombie crystal. Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened. For me, of course. He shrugged indifferently. After all, he currently had far too many zombie crystals in his possession. A full 10,000 or more. First rank alone numbered nearly 1,000. Not to mention all the other miscellaneous ranks. He didn't care about a single 6th rank one at all. Besides, she was his only biological older female cousin. Hey younger cousin. It had to be said Lin Yuyan was moved. Holding the 6th rank zombie crystal, her eyes slightly red, she said, don't be so good to me, I might just give myself to you. Hey. Yi Huan almost couldn't hold it upon hearing this. We're not playing that kind of taboo family romance here. Hearing this Lin Yuyan burst out laughing. Covering her cute little mouth, she gave him an exasperated look and said, just kidding, look at you. Joking, hey. But Yi Huan just smiled. Was that kind of joke something to be made lightly? Alright. Of course Yi Huan also hadn't forgotten to ask about earlier. You mentioned there's really a mastermind on Fong Mountain. Because he had just learned the reason Lin Yuyan was being chased. She wanted to regroup with other survivors on Fong Mountain to investigate the mastermind. But she had encountered zombie pursuers. So Yi Huan was quite interested. Whether there was truly a mastermind on Fong Mountain. If there really was one, it would be at least Zombie King level. Meaning a 10th rank zombie, or above. I don't know. But unexpectedly upon hearing this Lin Yuyan shook her head, her pretty face showing helplessness. I haven't even gone up there yet, how would I know? Yi Huan was speechless. All this time, and you still don't know. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, they were being chased right at the foot of the mountain. There was no way they would know the situation. But this didn't mean Yi Huan had no options. Therefore, after a brief pause, Yi Huan decisively had Hurricane go check. Hurricane go investigate Fong Mountain, see if there's any special situation. Because Lightning was monitoring in outer space. Hurricane was near Jinling. Just try to check it out. Meanwhile, on the already frozen Changjiang Mountain, inside the deck of an abandoned extra-large transport ship, more than a dozen large oil barrels were stored. These were Hurricane's rations. He was dragging the newly joined J-20, oh no, now it should be called Raid. The new name Yi Huan had given it. The two extra-large transformers were hiding in the transport cabin under the deck, greedily drinking gasoline. It turned out that over the past few days, due to the outbreak of the glacial storm, Hurricane also had no work temporarily, so he took a rest. He drained all the nearby gas stations completely and stored them here. And Hurricane couldn't forget to burp and asked Raid, how about it, brother? This place isn't bad, right? Not bad, extremely not bad. At this moment Raid was also drunk. Because for Transformers gasoline was equivalent to fine wine for humans. Naturally, the more they drank, the more addicted they became. Raid also couldn't resist. This isn't even the best. Hearing the satisfied answer, Hurricane became even more smug. But he still swung his huge mechanical arm at the oil barrel and said, you don't know, in the Yadong region, there's still superior crude oil. That tastes tisk. I took a stroll a few days ago and drank some absolutely top-grade raw brew. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Raid's blue mechanical eyes even brightened and contracted. What must that taste like? Well, Hurricane thought for a moment before answering. Matai, you know. I know humans love drinking this stuff. Exactly. Hurricane patted his thigh. This is like the difference between regular alcohol blending and pure sauce aroma. Oh, Raid seemed to understand. Then big brother, when will you take me along? Raid was so drunk, he was calling the J-16 big brother. But there was nothing wrong with that. Although the J-16's performance wasn't as impressive as the J-20, it was definitely released earlier than the J-20. Had our speed, it'd only take a few minutes to go there. But before Hurricane could finish, Yi Huan's voice came through the radio. Hurricane, go reconnoiter Fong Mountain, see if there's any special situation. He jolted awake, instantly sobering up a bit. Immediately, he stood up to salute. Bang! He directly hit the deck ceiling, almost piercing through. Oh damn it! He rubbed his head. But he still immediately issued a respectful voice. Don't worry, boss, burp, going right now. But on the other end of the radio, Yi Huan detected something wrong. What did you drink? Hep. Hurricane didn't dare hide it, only grinning. Boss drank a bit gasoline. Just the taste isn't very pure. Yi Huan was speechless. Good heavens, he never expected this guy to secretly hide and drink gasoline. But then again, can domestic refined gasoline be pure? But he was too lazy to worry about this, only saying, alright, go check Fong Mountain for me, and then report back. Hep. But who would have expected? Yi Huan smiled, and said, not an 8th rank at the moment, but I do have a 6th rank one. As he spoke, he tossed Lin Yuyan a 6th rank zombie core that Chen Mingyao had just taken out. Yes, respected master, no problem. Ordered Hurricane didn't waste time only reminding the still drunk Raid, "Hey, don't finish it all, save some for me." With that he turned and climbed out of the cabin. The next moment, rumble click clack after transforming into a handsome J-16. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. In the blink of an eye Hurricane disappeared into the sky. And as for Raid watching Hurricane leave he nodded drunkenly and said, understood, won't leave a single drop. Of course if Hurricane were to learn of the surprise attack plan, he would be so furious that he'd plummet straight from the sky. But as for what those two behemoths were up to, Huan could care less. After all, while the Transformers had been created by him, they each possessed their own consciousness. They were far more than mere machines. Thus it was only natural that they would develop personal preferences. Meanwhile, after notifying Hurricane, Huan took Lin Yueyin back to his shelter, for she had been wounded. Her webbing was split open, and there was a wound on her arm. Even though a typical 5th-tier ability user possessed a healing rate 50 times faster than normal. But at the frigid temperature of -100 degrees Celsius, even that accelerated healing couldn't take hold. So Huan simply brought her into his shelter. As for his subordinates, Huan had no intention of sharing his secrets with them. However, when Lin Yueyin was led into the lavish underground shelter, she was utterly stunned. The reason was simple. It was simply breathtaking. Moreover, the living room alone spanned nearly 200 square meters. Every piece of furniture and appliance was present. The plush sofas alone, not to mention a dining table that comfortably seated 10, all adorned with inlaid solid wood paneling. The most extraordinary detail was yet to come. To think there was even a heating system, when the temperature outside plunged to a brutal -100 degrees. As soon as she descended wrapped in her heavy black clothing, Lin Yueyin was greeted by an overwhelmingly pleasant warmth. Even her frozen wounds began to slowly thaw under its embrace. Good heavens! Lin Yueyin was thoroughly staggered. Turning toward Huan, her beautiful eyes glistened with sheer astonishment. Huan, how did you manage this? Such an enormous shelter, and it actually has heating. With the temperature outside at a brutal -100 degrees being tucked away in a shelter maintaining a constant 25 degrees, that was nothing short of paradise. But Huan naturally kept quiet about the system reward, merely smiling and saying, "How does it look? Not bad, right? Not bad. Are you kidding me?" Coming back to her senses, Lin Yueyin retorted without hesitation, "This is absolutely paradise in the middle of the apocalypse. Who could have imagined that the freezing temperatures outside, so harsh that even thick down jackets wouldn't keep you warm? Yet here all she needed was a single set of pajamas. If only she could stay hidden away here, she'd gladly trade an entire month's worth of food rations." Of course she had been quite stunned initially. But then again, when she thought about the capabilities of Huan's 5 girlfriends, her female teammates, she suddenly found herself understanding. After all, these women could cleave through a 6th-tier zombie with a single strike. With power like that, residing in such an extravagant underground bunker was only to be expected. Still, she couldn't fathom how such a shelter had been constructed. But when Huan caught sight of her infected wound, he spoke up. "Lin Yueyin, that wound on your hand needs to be treated." Lin Yueyin came to her senses and waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Medicine is incredibly scarce in this apocalypse. We ration every bit of it." Even with a 50-fold enhancement to her recovery rate, the wound was already festering and frostbitten, making healing painfully slow. It would heal eventually, though. In these days, medication was far too precious, and even her base lacked adequate supplies. But medicine? Huan merely smiled. "The one thing I have in plenty here is food and medicine." Without another word, he retrieved his medical kit, grabbed some disinfectant, and handed her 2 anti-inflammatory pills before neatly wrapping the wound with bandages. Watching Huan meticulously tend to her wound, Lin Yueyin couldn't help but smile. All done. Once he finished, he gave his hands a quick clap. Lin Yueyin inspected her freshly bandaged wound and tested it with a gentle movement. It held up well. Huan then brought over some food. These were leftovers from Lin Zhao's cooking earlier that morning. The sight of such a substantial burger left Lin Yueyin speechless. "Seriously, cousin, what kind of life are you living? How do you even have goddamn burgers?" After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, people had subsisted on packaged bread, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, with canned meat being a rare luxury if they were fortunate. But a freshly made burger, come on, was this even real? Just tell me if you want it or not. Huan, impatient with idle chatter, merely raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely." Without hesitation, she snatched it up. How could she refuse? Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't enjoyed anything this exquisite. One bite was all it took. A wave of pure satisfaction washed over her. Her cheeks puffed out as she chewed, her face glowing with contentment. Yet this wasn't what would surprise her the most. Then Lin Xiao, Chunming Yao, Chunming Yuan, Jiang Mengli, and Qin Yifei returned, each having dispatched numerous zombies, and the women needed to freshen up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyin was even more astonished. "Wait, you can actually bathe here? In the apocalypse, water is so precious, and you're just wasting it on showers." But Lin Xiao had witnessed this exact expression countless times before. After all, Jiang Mengli and Qin Yifei were no different. Nevertheless, she responded gently, "Cousin, we have an abundant water supply here. Would you like to take a bath as well?" "Really? Is that permissible?" She couldn't deny the temptation. It had been over a month since the apocalypse struck, and she hadn't washed once. Her body was caked in grime, and for a girl enduring such filth was nearly unbearable. Outside of an apocalypse who could go over a month without bathing. Then again, this was the end times. Water was far too valuable to squander on bathing. So when given the chance, it was only natural that she couldn't resist. No problem. Lin Xiao, ever perceptive, immediately sprang into action at the suggestion. I'll draw you a bath and find some clean clothes. We have plenty of unworn underwear and such. What size are you, cousin? The question left Lin Yuan momentarily flustered. She instinctively glanced toward Huan, who looked thoroughly bewildered by the exchange. Don't look at me. I may be your cousin, but that doesn't mean I know your size. Go to hell. Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an exasperated glare. But she murmured size L should work. No problem. What's your bust measurement? I'll find something that fits. 36C. Got it. Right away. Once she provided the measurements, Lin Xiao hurried off to make the arrangements. Soon she had selected appropriate garments and a bath towel for her. At last Lin Yuan could enjoy a proper comfortable soak. Lying in the enormous bathtub soaking in comfortably warm water, Lin Yuan felt as though every pore of her body had opened. This place was truly excellent. An hour later she finally finished her bath. Stepping out in a prepared beige sleepwear, her slightly damp long hair cascaded down complementing her stunning figure, while slippers on her feet revealed her snow-white long legs. Her face was now clean and exquisitely beautiful. She looked like an entirely different person compared to the grimy, apocalyptic survivor from earlier. Seated on the sofa, seeing Lin Yuan in this state, Huan finally nodded with satisfaction. This is the cousin I know. Go to hell, she retorted with a wry glance. Running her fingers through her hair, she tied it up simply before exhaling in relief. She felt completely refreshed. This was how normal people should live. All right. Of course, she hadn't forgotten to ask Huan. Didn't you say you were investigating? How did it go? What's the situation with Fang's Han exactly? I've already investigated. Huan did not hide anything upon hearing this, since Hurricane had already reported earlier. Fang's Han indeed has a powerful mastermind behind the scenes whose level is no less than our little white. In other words, at least a second-star zombie king. What? A second-star zombie king? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. So high. After all, only a 10-stage zombie could be called a first-star zombie king. A second-star zombie king would mean 20 stages. How terrifyingly strong would that be? What about the others? The others? Huan smiled. The others fared slightly better than you. Although they also encountered zombie swarms, about 200 people managed to make it up the mountain. It turned out Lin Yuan had gone too fast and encountered the first wave of attacks, the most severe one. Others were more fortunate. Some had dealt with the zombies and gathered together. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan grew somewhat frustrated. My luck really is terrible. No wonder I was the unluckiest one. But then she thought of her 40-odd brothers, all elite members of the Survivor Legion. And now more than half had been lost. She felt unwilling to accept it. No, so many brothers have already died. If we can't get the official rewards now, I'll truly be at a complete loss. At this thought, she immediately rose to her feet, planning to lead her team out again. At the very least, she needed to secure those rewards. Over 42nd stage zombie crystals. That would be equivalent to over 2 months of her development. But who would have expected Huan to suddenly say, "Are you a match for a zombie king?" His words caused the anxious Lin Yuan to suddenly stop in her tracks. Right. That was a second-star zombie king. Forget about herself, even Li Qingxue, the commander of the military's ability-wielding legion, probably couldn't handle it. What good would it do for her to rush in? She'd still just be going to her death. But we can't just let so many brothers die for nothing. After all, she had nearly committed all the high-level ability wielders of the Survivor Legion this time. Now he was telling her the enemy was a second-star zombie king. Then what about the others? Had they all died in vain? There's no way around it. But Huan, seated on the sofa, remained calm, for those who had gone were indeed walking to their deaths. Sigh. Yet at that moment, Lin Yuan's beautiful, cunning eyes suddenly sparked with an idea as she turned to look at Huan. Moi. Sensing her gaze, Huan felt puzzled. Why are you looking at me? How could I forget you? But unexpectedly, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled, as if she had thought of something. Come on. Even if I can't match that zombie king, I have several strong allies right beside me. Especially those like Lin Xiao, Chunming Yao, Chunming Yuan, Jiang Mengli, and Qini Fei. TSK. 6th-stage zombies. 1/ and their heads were crushed. That level of combat power was absolutely no inferior to Li Qingxue, commander of the Jinling ability-wielding legion. Thus, regaining her composure, Lin Yuan turned to Huan and flashed an enchantingly gentle smile, her voice softening. Good little brother, don't I still have you? Me. But upon hearing this, pointing at himself, Huan immediately waved his hand. I have no interest in those zombies on Fang's Han. After all, he still had many things to attend to. Where would he find the time for this? But Lin Yuan was not pleased and immediately switched to coquettish mode, clinging to Huan's arm. Oh, come on, good little brother, I know your team is absolutely formidable. Just help your sister out. I worked hard for over a month to build this Survivor Legion. If I can't even link up with those people now and the rewards are gone losing those 40-odd second stage zombie crystals, I fear I'll have no chance of establishing myself in Jinling. 40-odd second stage zombie crystals. But Yi Huan sneered upon hearing this. He truly did not value such rewards. Hurricane or lightning could casually handle it with a stroll. But Lin Yueyan was different. She kept shaking Yi Huan's arm, pleading desperately. Yi Huan dear, Yi Huan, I'm literally your only living relative. Are you sure you won't help me? Yi Huan. Oh come on dear Yi Huan, good little brother. Alright. Yi Huan truly could not bear this woman's coaxing. Helpless he waved his hand and said, I can go once, but what benefits can they offer me? Oh, willing. Upon hearing the first part, Lin Yueyan's pretty eyes lit up immediately, but when she heard the latter she still asked, what benefits do you want? That depends on what you want. I think if the request is not too excessive the military should be able to satisfy it. Oh. Hearing this Yi Huan became interested, for example a transport aircraft. Transport aircraft? Upon hearing the word transport aircraft, Lin Yueyan immediately blinked her pretty big eyes as if she had misheard. What do you need a transport aircraft for? What use would that have? Of course Yi Huan had not yet given up on his Transformers parachute soldier plan, but he did not explain. He only asked, does this cause any problems? Just tell me. It should be no problem. Pausing for a moment Lin Yueyan said guessingly. After all, she was not part of the military. But a transport aircraft should not be too difficult, right? Fine. Seeing her agree, Yi Huan wasted no more words and said to the stunning beauty before him, get ready. I'll take you tomorrow. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyan's pretty face immediately bloomed with a grin. With heavy hitters like Lin Xiao and Chun Mingyao around, even if they couldn't defeat the zombie king, surely they could escape. Now it was secure. But when the next day came, well, when Lin Yueyan saw Yi Huan walk out with only Lin Xiao, she was taken aback, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Yi Huan, why did you only bring Lin Xiao? Aren't Chun Mingyao and the others going? Beside him, Lin Xiao tugged at Yi Huan's arm and chuckled. Cousin, the two of us are enough. No need for so many people. Are you kidding? Yi Huan is a 10th rank martial god. What zombie could possibly be a match for him? What? Just the two of you are enough. Really? Lin Yueyan felt a bit doubtful about life when she heard that. But Yi Huan couldn't be bothered with idle talk, and simply said, let's set out. Alright, fine. Seeing Yi Huan so confident, Lin Yueyan paused for a moment, then decisively rallied her subordinates, planning to return to Fangshan once more. Of course, Chun Mingyao and the others had their own mission to collect supplies. After all, the glacier storm had already broken out. Though the world was now in a global deep freeze period, that didn't stop them from gathering whatever supplies could be obtained. Especially now that there were so few people on the surface. So naturally nothing could be wasted. As for Yi Huan, he led Lin Xiao, Lin Yueyan, and her group of over 20 subordinates to Fangshan once again. The moment they arrived at the foot of Fangshan, they saw it was as icy as ever, like a mountain of ice. Even the grass and trees had been frozen solid. Thick snow was everywhere. Of course, after being ambushed by zombies last time, the group was very cautious, this time creeping carefully upward. Very cautious. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. They encountered only scattered zombies, mostly 3rd order and 4th order ones. But Lin Xiao easily dispatched those zombies. They posed no threat at all. And so by noon, they reached their destination. It was a temporary camp. Quite a few survivors were there, around 200 people. Leading them was a female military officer named Li Qingxue. She was also the commander of the Ability User Corps from Jinling Safe Zone, who was leading this mission. The rest were various survivor factions. Their strength varied. Most were at the 2nd or 3rd order, about 100 or so. There were over 20 at the 4th order. The rest were 5th and 6th order. In total, there were a dozen or so of them. The strongest was Li Qingxue, who had 8th order strength. When she saw Lin Yueyan approach, Li Qingxue was the first to greet her. She had long hair, dressed with a dashing elegance, and was rather good looking. Upon seeing Lin Yueyan, she warmly embraced her. Yueyan, why are you so late? I was worried something had happened on the way. Don't even mention it. Lin Yueyan said helplessly. Something did happen. Yesterday we ran into over 100 high-rank zombies and lost more than 20 people. Otherwise we would have arrived much earlier. What? Over 100 high-rank zombies? Hearing this, Li Qingxue was startled. No wonder you have so few people now. But, of course, she also noticed the unfamiliar faces Yi Huan and Lin Xiao, and asked with interest, and who might these two be? Oh, perfect. Hearing that, Lin Yueyan pulled Yi Huan and Lin Xiao over, and said with a smile, this is my cousin Yi Huan and his teammate Lin Xiao. They're here to help me. Help you. Hearing this, Li Qingxue assumed they were just two ordinary ability users, so she smiled, and said, no problem. After this is done, I'll apply for 2 extra 2nd-order zombie crystals for you. 2nd-order zombie crystals. But when Lin Yueyan heard that, she couldn't help twitching the corner of her delicate mouth. Yi Huan didn't lack such things at all. Helpless, she had to pull Li Qingxue aside, and say awkwardly, Sister Xue, could you help me get a transport plane? What? A transport plane? Li Qingxue was stunned. What do you need a transport plane for? Oh, just don't worry about it. But Lin Yueyan didn't want to say too much. After all, it was for Yi Huan. She only had this one cousin. Alright. Seeing that Lin Yueyin didn't want to explain, Li Qingxue didn't press further. She simply smiled and said, I can apply for you, but only after this matter is resolved. No problem. Hearing that, Lin Yueyin immediately became delighted and couldn't help sighing, Sister Shui, you're really good to me. Alright, stop gushing. Seeing Lin Yueyin acting like a little beauty, Li Qingxue said helplessly, what can I say? We're good friends. Others don't get this treatment. Haha, exactly. The two chatted for a bit longer. Then an adjutant called Li Qingxue away, and Lin Yueyin ran over to Huan happily. Done. I got you a transport plane. Wow, cousin, you're amazing. Huan looked at the delighted Lin Yueyin and cooperatively said that. Oh, cut it out. But Lin Yueyin saw through it at a glance. I'm so perfunctory. Yet she didn't mind. I don't ask for much. As long as I can leave this place alive and get the military's reward, that's enough. After all, a 2-star zombie king. She had never imagined such a thing in her life. How terrifying it must be. Kill it. She'd be lucky just to survive. But Huan teased, that won't do, cousin. Since you got me a transport plane, I have to get you a zombie king's core. You wish. But Lin Yueyin thought he was joking, so she pursed her lips and said crossly, tomorrow we'll probably head deep into Fang's Han. Just stay with me then. After all, that's a 2-star zombie king. We can't take it lightly. Of course. Huan nodded slightly and said nothing more. After she had gone to the meeting, Lin Xiao said in a sweet but sour voice, Huan, your cousin is really good to you. Oh. Huan found this amusing. What, are you jealous of my cousin too? No way. Hearing that, Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at him, but still said, I just think your cousin cares about you way too much. Are you sure she's your aunt's biological daughter? Shut up. Huan couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. If not biological, was she adopted? Hee, just kidding. Seeing Huan's speechless expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help laughing. That's enough. Huan couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. He waved his hand dismissively and said, let's rest for now. Tomorrow is when we collect zombie crystals. Indeed, this was also one of Huan's goals. Think about it, a 2-star zombie king. How many minions could it have? They could wipe them all out at once. There would be at least several hundred high-grade zombie crystals, worth nearly 10,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Perhaps he could directly upgrade the leader module and gain 10,000 times the power. Everything depends on this. Wait. However, just as Huan was about to return to camp, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears, making him halt in his tracks. Lin Xiao was still only a 2nd-rank female warrior, so she didn't hear it. Seeing him stop, she asked with confusion, what's wrong, Huan? It's here. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Huan's lips. A spark of interest gleamed in his eyes. It's here. What's here? Lin Xiao hadn't yet registered what was happening. The next instant, roar! A powerful zombie lunged forth from the depths of the forest. Its speed was staggering, nearly 100 meters per second. By the time Lin Xiao had barely registered what was happening, the zombie was already about to pounce for a sneak attack. But unfortunately for it, its speed was far too slow in Huan's eyes. The next instant, a streak of cold blue light flashed across the scene. The charging zombie hadn't even managed to raise its fist. In the next heartbeat, its body was cleaved in two. It slowly crumpled into the snow. Fast, far too fast. The 6th-rank zombie's eyes went wide with disbelief, never having imagined such an end. Damn it all, weren't all the high-level ones supposed to be at a meeting? How could a mere underling be so powerful? Meanwhile, at the command center, they were still strategizing for tomorrow's battle, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Commander Li Qingxue stood there in military uniform with an aide-de-camp at her side. The remaining individuals were 8 awakened ones led by Lin Yueyin. The weakest among them was 5th rank, and the strongest had already reached 7th rank, mere notches below Li Qingxue's level. They could be considered the most powerful individuals in the Jinling safe zone at present. Nevertheless, Li Qingxue reminded them, this time our opponents are formidable. Due to the ice seal, we cannot mobilize heavy firepower, but likewise those zombies have no reinforcements. His supposedly invincible zombie horde has been frozen solid into ice sculptures. However, we must find a way to end this before the ice tide storm arrives. Otherwise, once the ice thaws and the zombies awaken, it will be a catastrophe for the Jinling safe zone. On this point, everyone was in complete agreement. Of course, they weren't really concerned about the Jinling safe zone situation. What they wanted were the zombie crystals. An unkempt, bearded man waved dismissively and said, Commander Li, you don't need to explain the safe zone circumstances. We just need to know if the promised rewards will be delivered. That's right. A one-eyed man chimed in with a sinister grin. He was one of the 8 major powers in the Jinling safe zone, known for his ruthlessness. Rumors held that he had gouged out his own eye after getting injured in a fight. He commanded over 1,000 survivors. Money was his only loyalty. Li Qingxue's brow furrowed slightly at his words, but soon her expression softened. After all, these people were merely survivors of the apocalypse. One couldn't expect them to follow orders like soldiers. Only profit could motivate them. So Li Qingxue smiled and said, rest assured, what I've promised will be delivered. That's all we needed to hear. Upon hearing this, the others immediately nodded. With that assurance, they'd fight tomorrow without hesitation. But before they could return to rest, suddenly buzz, a strange little flying insect appeared. One of the awakened ones spotted it and quickly slapped it dead. What Wiping his hand, he muttered in bewilderment, weird. Minus 100 degrees Celsius, and there's still flying insects. Even Li Qingxue looked surprised. Where would insects come from at minus 100 degrees? Wait. But the next moment Li Qingxue's pupils contracted sharply as realization struck her. It's a zombie fly. What zombie fly? The others hadn't yet processed this revelation. Outside, the terrified screams of survivors were already echoing through the air. No, it's zombies. The zombies are attacking. Watch out. Quick, go see what's happening. This sudden commotion left everyone's faces pale with alarm. Led by Li Qingxue, they rushed out of the command tent. Everywhere they looked, zombies came surging in from all directions, roaring savagely. Their numbers were overwhelming. A rough estimate placed at least 1,000, and each possessed at least third-rank strength. To make matters worse, darkness had already fallen. As far as the eye could see, an endless sea of zombies. They had already stormed into the camp. Holy hell, zombies can lay siege to camps too. The one-eyed man was stunned, speechless, unable to resist blurting out a curse. Eliminate them. Li Qingxue had no time for deliberation. With a calm utterance, the next instant she had vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already before a third-rank zombie. A single blade stroke, and its head rolled away. The others snapped into action without hesitation. Weapons in hand, they charged into the zombie horde. Most of the awakened ones in the camp were only second or third rank. They could handle these lower-ranked zombies, but sheer numbers overwhelmed them. For a time, they were forced into a fighting retreat. Fortunately, with Li Qingxue and her group's arrival, the tide began to turn. But even so, more and more zombies kept closing in. The appearance of higher-ranked zombies especially put immense pressure on Li Qingxue. Another slash, and another third-rank zombie's head was severed. Boom. But immediately following was a sneak attack from a sixth-rank zombie. Fortunately, Li Qingxue reacted swiftly. Spinning around, she slashed out, repelling the sixth-rank zombie. Seizing the advantage, she pressed forward with another strike. Crack. But the sixth-rank zombie possessed 60 times normal strength. So despite losing an arm from her blow, it still lived. It turned and fled. Running. You think you can escape? Li Qingxue coldly smirked, about to pursue. But two fifth-rank zombies blocked her path. This frustrated her to no end. She had to stop and eliminate one of the fifth-rank zombies. As more zombies kept joining the fray, Li Qingxue glanced back and realized her group was nearly surrounded. As expected, after killing a third-rank zombie, the one-eyed man urged anxiously, "Commander Li, if this keeps up, we'll be completely encircled." Exactly. The bearded man quickly added, "Commander Li, we need to think of something." Think of something. What can I possibly do right now? Li Qingxue was frustrated, but suddenly an idea struck her. Wait a minute. These zombies are too coordinated. There must be a high-rank zombie commanding them nearby. Cut off the head, and the body will fall. If we eliminate it, the zombie horde will collapse on its own. Exactly. At her words, the others' eyes lit up. It was a brilliant plan. Third-rank zombies essentially have some consciousness, unlike those mindless low-level creatures. They even value their own survival. Their unity now could only mean a high-rank zombie was controlling them from behind. As long as that high-rank zombie is eliminated, this siege will naturally collapse. But the question remained. Where's that thing? After all, one capable of commanding so many zombies was not merely high rank. His mind had to be extraordinarily sharp. Perhaps he had already developed intelligence comparable to an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, finding him would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Lin Yueyin was also looking for Huan. Sister Shui, my cousin is missing. What? Missing? At that, Li Qingxue frowned. Don't tell me something's happened to him. Something happened. Hearing these words, Lin Yueyin was taken aback. That can't be. Given that Huan's female teammates were already no weaker than Li Qingxue, how could anything possibly happen to him? Little did they know that Huan had already reached a hidden spot halfway up the mountain 2 kilometers away, clutching the thunder sword Kulun. The view here was excellent, allowing him to see the distant camp clearly. At this moment, there were more than a dozen high-rank zombies here, all at the 6th rank. In fact, 2 of them had even reached the 10th rank, the level of a 1-star zombie king. In the center stood a zombie in a black robe no more than 7 meters tall, muttering to itself. You want to find me? A joke. Do you think I'd be that easy to find? You people feast on good food and drink every day while I have to gnaw on raw meat. That absolutely won't do. Die, all of you must die. That's right. This was the mastermind zombie behind everything. It looked no more than 7 meters tall, yet the aura radiating from its body made the surrounding zombies extremely respectful. As a 1-star 8th rank zombie king, he was only 2 ranks short of a 2-star zombie king. Who was he afraid of? Of course he was afraid of death. Especially after learning that the glacial storm was about to descend. He was terrified that his hundreds of thousands of zombie soldiers would be sealed in ice, and then those survivors would come looking for payback. So he immediately rallied his zombie army to attack the safe zone. But hey, who would have thought those people were so tenacious? They had beaten back his zombie legions several times. In the end, as the glacial storm was about to arrive, he decided to go all in. Yet unexpectedly, he did manage to charge through, but then they ran into the glacial storm and were completely wiped out. Still, fortunately, good thing I was smart. I kept nearly 2,000 high-rank zombies. Otherwise wouldn't I have been ambushed by you all? Sure, I'm strong, but... Hey, Brother W, what do you mean by this? Just as that zombie was still muttering to itself, the very next second a blade with a bone-chilling cold was pressed against its neck. The black-robed zombie was instantly dumbfounded. It turned around only to find a young man had appeared behind it at some point without its noticing. It was stunned. Hey brother, let's talk this out. I'm human too. We're on the same side. Heh, Huan laughed. It wasn't as if he had never dealt with zombie kings in his past life. Once someone became a zombie king, their body gradually became distinct from ordinary zombies. Moreover, it was said that some powerful zombie kings only carried a few faint zombie traits, otherwise looking no different from ordinary humans. He hadn't expected that less than 2 months after the outbreak, such an extraordinarily gifted zombie would appear. However, when the zombie turned its head, Huan was taken aback. For what met his eyes was not a disgusting zombie with a rotting pale face, but a rather attractive female zombie king. Moreover, though she wore a black robe on the outside, underneath, she was actually wearing a black dress, except for her eyes, which remained pale blue tinged with white. She had a classic oval face. Huan was stunned. A female. It was actually a female zombie king. Roar. But beside her, the 2 one-star zombie kings had already snapped back to their senses. Seeing their boss captured, they immediately roared and lunged forward. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the female zombie shouted fiercely, "Don't attack. Are you kidding? I've been captured and you still charge? Are you afraid I won't die fast enough?" Sure enough, the deterrence of a 1-star 8th-rank zombie king was quite effective. At the female zombie's roar, the remaining zombies immediately halted. Once they stopped, the female zombie sneered at Huan. "Kid, you have no idea what level I am, do you? I'm a 1-star 8th-rank zombie king. Not to mention, with 180-fold defense, even if this blade of yours breaks, you may not be able to break my defense. Hey." But before she could finish, with a faint sound, the female zombie king felt a slight chill at her neck. Blood. She was bleeding. "Big brother, please don't kill me." She panicked. She was just short of dropping to her knees and begging for mercy. This sudden turn of events admittedly left Huan somewhat stunned. Though he had encountered zombie kings before, most of them were fierce and formidable beings. But one this afraid of death, that was truly a first. Afraid of death. But the female zombie king thought, geez, being afraid of death was perfectly normal. She had her own intelligence. She wasn't a mindless zombie. Otherwise, why would she have painstakingly set up so many zombies and traps in Fengshan, and even launched a surprise attack? But now, boohoo, I told you so. That damned 1-star zombie king even told me that with my strength I could sweep through the entire Jinling safe zone right now. What a load of crap. And now here's a human who seems like he could easily kill me. Boohoo, now it's over. I've been captured and could be offed at any moment. If I'd known, I would never have come out. But now she still wanted to live. Big brother, could you possibly let me go? If you want money, take the money, really. Just don't take my life. Hey, you sure talk a lot. Huan was genuinely amused, but he didn't take the blade away. His voice cold, he said, "Order all those zombies to withdraw from the camp, or I'll kill you right now." No problem. Upon hearing this, the female zombie king immediately gave the order. Roar. Sure enough, following that furious roar, the large horde of zombies that had been frenziedly attacking the camp after a brief moment of hesitation actually began to retreat swiftly. Seeing this, Li Qingxue and the others who had already been surrounded and were bracing for a last-ditch fight were stunned. Hey, what's going on? Why are the zombies running away? Yo, what's happening? The survivors looked at one another, exchanging bewildered glances, all wearing dumbfounded expressions. They clearly couldn't understand why the zombies had suddenly retreated for no apparent reason. Could it be that someone had attacked the zombies' lair? Looking around at the ragged survivors nearby, it seemed not a single one was missing. Could it be? Huan. Lin Yuan thought of her cousin and couldn't help but gasp. Damn, could my cousin really have done this? Fortunately, at this moment, Li Qingxue saw that the zombies had already retreated. She breathed a sigh of relief and waved her hand, saying, "Whatever the reason, everyone should rest and regroup for now. Dig out the crystals from the dead zombies. We can't stay here. We need to leave." After all, the zombies that had ambushed them just now were utterly terrifying. They had caught everyone completely off guard, leaving many survivors wounded. Understood. Fortunately, none of the people here were ordinary, aside from a few killed instantly. Most were only injured. So everyone set about bandaging their wounds while some others went to collect the zombie crystals. They also sent people to carefully inspect the surroundings to prevent another ambush. Meanwhile, back with Huan, when she saw the zombies returning in dense, endless waves, the zombie king with a blade pressed against her neck couldn't help but give an awkward smile. "Brother, look, they're all back now. How about you just let me go?" After all, she still thought this guy was working with those people. She assumed he had called the zombies back to keep the survivors from being wiped out. But clearly she was overthinking it. Because all around, densely packed, stood 3rd-tier and 4th-tier high-rank zombies, over 1,000 of them in total. Huan smiled, then suddenly spoke. "Soundwave." "Yes, master." As the words fell, not far away, Soundwave, who had already arrived, stepped forward with heavy mechanical footsteps. The moment that colossal mechanical giant, a full 10 meters tall, appeared, the zombie king's eyes went wide. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Even the high-rank zombies sensed the dangerous aura and let out low guttural roars. That's right, Soundwave had arrived. After clearing out the zombie crystals at Jinling's safe zone, Soundwave had returned to the temporary stronghold. Now having learned of so many high-rank zombies appearing, he had hurried over under Dizzy's guidance. This was Yi Huan's true purpose. Honestly, Yi Huan cared nothing for the lives of those survivors. Well, of course, except for his cousin. The main point was that these were all zombie crystals, and even the weakest were third tier. How could he let anyone else grab such a bargain? So of course he had to summon them back. Therefore, seeing Soundwave arrive, Yi Huan wasted no time, and said calmly, "Kill them all." "Yes, my respected master." Receiving the order, Soundwave raised his arm. On his arms and on his back were clank clank, bang bang bang. As the sound of launchers rang out, countless drones were ejected into the air. They rapidly transformed into one small mechanical life form after another, charging toward the zombies at terrifying speed. Even the third tier and fourth tier zombies barely had time to react before their heads were pierced through one by the little machines. Roar! Some fifth tier and sixth tier zombies tried to fight back, but before they could, with a hum and a boom, Soundwave had already raised his massive energy cannon. Boom! Boom! As blast after blast of the energy cannon struck home, the bodies of high-rank zombie after high-rank zombie were blown straight through. The sheer power even made Yi Huan freeze for a moment. After all, these guys hadn't even upgraded yet. How could one shot take out an ordinary first tier zombie? And one shot also take out a sixth tier one? So you're basically one punch man now, eh? In just a short while, the entire zombie gathering ground had become a battlefield of smoke and flames. And all of it was the work of just one Soundwave. Holy crap. The female zombie king was stunned senseless. She had no real attachment to these zombies, since she had only reached her current level by devouring the cores of zombies. Otherwise, how could she have become a 1-star 8th tier zombie king in less than 2 months? But now, this thing took on over 1,000 of my zombie minions, all by itself. Roar! Of course, 6th tier and 7th tier zombies couldn't match Soundwave, but that didn't mean 2 1-star zombie kings couldn't. Seeing that their turn was coming, the 2 massive creatures finally stopped holding back. The threat of death had actually broken through the female zombie king's level suppression. They roared and lunged to counterattack. However, before they could even charge forward, roar, a huge white tiger beside them struck first. Ambush. It directly sank its fangs into the neck of one zombie king. Crack. Tigers really do have insane bite force, especially when it was also a 1-star 8th tier white tiger zombie king. It directly bit through the zombie king's neck, tossing the head aside. Then it swiftly pounced on the other one, and the two became locked in a vicious struggle. At this point, the female zombie king was completely dumbfounded. Wait, bro. What the hell is going on with you? First you've got this giant mechanical monster, and now you're bringing a huge tiger along. And from the look of its aura, it's not weaker than me. Just how many trump cards do you have left? Trump cards. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yi Huan had far too many. Sky Pillar, Dark Moon, Dizzy, the twin brothers. The newly joined Lightning, Raid, and Hurricane. Each of them was a top-tier weapon of destruction. This was just Soundwave and Little White. But these two alone were more than enough. And so 3 minutes later, all the fighting was over. Little White had finished off that zombie king as well, while Soundwave collected all the zombie crystals. Then, walking up with heavy mechanical steps, he respectfully reported to Yi Huan. Master, the total is 1,100 crystals, 900 3rd tier, 100 4th tier, 73 5th tier, 10 6th tier, and 7 7th tier. Roar. Beside him, Little White trotted over, holding the 2 zombie king's crystals in his mouth, and dropped them in front of Yi Huan. Oh, seeing this, Soundwave immediately added 2 10th tier. Excellent. Seeing so many zombie cores, Yi Huan finally smiled. 900 3rd tier cores were already equivalent to 27,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Adding the 100 4th tier, 73 5th tier, 10 6th tier, and 7 7th tier, that was equivalent to 35,940 ordinary zombie crystals in total. And right now, upgrading the leader module to level 4 only required 10,000. With that in mind, Yi Huan took out 300 3rd tier zombie crystals, plus 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals collected earlier, the moment he placed them in Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the leader module to level 4. Item name: leader module. Current level 4. Daily spark generation 4. Current accumulated sparks 142. As the system notification rang out, Yi Huan felt a surging torrent of energy violently flooding into his body. Fortunately, this was converted through the leader module. If a normal ability user were to consume 10,000 zombie crystals in one go, they would probably explode and die on the spot. Even so, Yi Huan felt as though every cell in his body was being forcibly reshaped. NNGH. The sensation was so intense that even he could barely hold onto his blade. Hey, big brother, are you alright? Seeing Yi Huan suddenly lower his knife and look unwell, the female zombie king asked in a daze. Of course, she certainly wouldn't dare attack him now, because right beside him, that zombie white tiger was still watching her. And for some reason, she felt like she couldn't even break through this man's defense. Of course, her guess was correct. Yi Huan had originally been a 10th rank war god wielding a terrifying power equivalent to 1,000-fold amplification. Now with the added enhancement of 10,000 zombie crystals, she had broken through to an 11140-fold amplification. Nearly every cell in her body had been fundamentally reinforced 1,000-fold once more. Never mind that creature. Huan felt that even if Sonic fired an energy cannon at her right now, she would emerge completely unscathed. And finally, after that brief torment, Huan gradually and completely absorbed the power. She opened her eyes and let out a long breath, then flexed her arms. She felt as though the strength within her had surged more than tenfold. It seemed that even a single punch could easily shatter an entire skyscraper. So this is the power of 10,000-fold amplification. Truly terrifying. Sensing the immense force within her body, Huan couldn't help murmuring to herself, "Hey big sissy, are you okay?" At that moment the female zombie king's timid voice sounded again from the side. Snapping back to reality, Huan saw the stunning female zombie king standing right before her. "What, you haven't left yet?" Huan grew intrigued. After all, this had been the perfect chance to run. "Leave?" Unexpectedly the female zombie king replied with a tearful face, "Big sis, do you think I could actually get away?" She glanced at Sonic, who was watching her menacingly nearby, then at the sinister white tiger zombie grinning beside them, and finally at Lin Xiao, who had been spectating all along. With this lineup, who the hell could escape? That's true enough. Looking around at the situation, Huan had to admit there was logic to it. The white tiger needed no explanation. A 1-star 8th rank on par with her. Lin Xiao was a 2nd-rank female war god, even higher ranked. And then there was Sonic, whose combat ability remained an enigma. She definitely couldn't get away. But having just boosted her own power, Huan was in an excellent mood and generously declared, "Tell you what, I'll give you 2 choices right now. You can choose to leave this instant, or follow me. Pick one, how about it?" Yet unexpectedly, before she could even finish speaking, the female zombie king eagerly answered without the slightest hesitation, "I'll follow you, big sis. I want to follow you." Huh. Seeing such a decisive female zombie king, Huan was taken aback. Logically speaking, a zombie king this powerful would never willingly submit to a human. She would undoubtedly choose to leave. But this female zombie king actually wanted to follow her. Why? Isn't it obvious? Of course, the reason the female zombie king gave was rather pitiful. "All my underlings are dead, and I'm all alone. I'm scared." Huan. Meanwhile, back at the military camp, the group had finished resting and was preparing to withdraw. Li Qingxue had also gathered quite a few zombie crystals, 12 3rd-rank zombie crystals in total, 2 4th-rank and 1 5th-rank. It was a considerable harvest, enough to create at least a dozen 1st-rank ability users or higher. But considering the zombies might very well regroup and return, she ultimately decided to retreat for now and wait for another opportunity to track down the mastermind behind it all. As for Lin Yueyin, she was still waiting anxiously at the camp entrance for Huan's return. She refused to believe her little cousin had actually been killed. Finally, when Huan approached from the distance with Lin Xiao and a girl dressed in a black robe, Lin Yueyin could no longer contain her emotions. She rushed forward, threw her arms around Huan, and scolded, "Where the hell did you go? Didn't I tell you to stay with me? What were you running around for? I was worried to death." But to her surprise, Huan casually pulled a 1-star zombie king crystal from her pocket and tossed it to her. "This is..." Taking the extraordinarily dense zombie crystal, Lin Yueyin was stunned, raising her beautiful eyes to stare at Huan in disbelief. "A zombie king crystal? I told you I'd give you one. Here it is," Huan said calmly. "What? A zombie king crystal?" At those words, everyone turned to look in shock. No way was that real. She actually killed the zombie king. Sure enough, even Li Qingxue couldn't help but look at Huan with astonishment. As someone from the military, she understood perfectly well what a 1-star zombie king meant. That was an existence above the 10th rank, equivalent to the level of a human 1st-rank war god. Yet now this person had actually taken it down. Could it be that she had already reached the realm of war god? Impossible. Even though the zombie apocalypse had erupted over a month ago, and the military had been secretly cultivating powerful beings, hardly any had reached 1st-rank war god. Yet this person had managed to elevate herself to the level of a war god through her own strength. Of course, she had no idea that Huan was not merely a 1st-rank war god. At this moment, she had already reached the 100th rank, a power equivalent to 10,000 times that of an ordinary human. It was the highest title people in her past life had bestowed, the rank of legendary war god. However, she couldn't be bothered to explain all that to these small fry. She simply said to Lin Yueyin, "With this 1-star zombie king crystal, you can reach at least the 8th rank or above. With a bit of luck, you might even break through to 1st-rank war god." Oh my god. Of course, Lin Yueyin had never dared to dream of such a thing. As an ordinary 5th-rank ability user, steadily growing stronger was already a blessing. She never expected her little cousin to bring her a 1-star zombie king crystal. If this got out, all the major powers of the world would be fighting over it. Yet this person had given it to her so casually. Little cousin. At that thought, Lin Yueyin's eyes began to redden, moved to the brink of tears. We'll stop right there. But at the critical moment, Huan halted that tender, watery gaze. "You're crossing the line. Get lost." Rolling her eyes at her in exasperation, Lin Yueyin couldn't help but laugh. She then noticed the black-robed girl beside her and found something odd about her, but still asked, Huan, who is this? Oh, as for the black-robed girl, Huan certainly wasn't about to reveal that she was the female zombie king. Otherwise, this group would turn on her within seconds. There was no helping it. She hadn't initially planned to bring the female zombie king along. But on closer look, and not to digress, she really was quite beautiful with a stunning figure and top-tier looks. Alright, off track. The main reason was that although the female zombie king wasn't particularly strong, she possessed a special ability: she could command zombies. In the apocalypse, having a female zombie king who could command the undead meant never having to fear a zombie horde again. Of course, while Xiaobai also possessed such abilities, there was no way around it. The creature couldn't speak. Moreover, Huan had discovered that although Xiaobai was invincible at their level, its intelligence was clearly inferior to that of the infected human zombies. As the saying goes, when God opens one window, he closes another. It was a matter of trade-offs. When it came to combat effectiveness, Xiaobai was undoubtedly the stronger of the two. However, when it came to commanding zombies, the human zombie king's intellect proved superior. Thus, Huan had brought both together and administered a genetic enhancement serum to the female zombie king. In this way, the female zombie king not only regained her human form, but also retained the formidable abilities that made her a zombie king. However, he couldn't reveal these details to Lin Yueyin, so he casually fabricated an excuse. Yiqing Han is my companion, as she came up the mountain seeking me out. What was this Yiqing Han? Good heavens, what a rustic name. The female zombie king paused upon hearing this, casting a peculiar glance at Huan, but she was skilled at putting on a performance, and quickly greeted Lin Yueyin with deference. Hello, sister. Oh, hello. Since she was Huan's companion, Lin Yueyin harbored no suspicions, and simply smiled in response. I was wondering why there was suddenly an extra person here. I actually thought you might have brought along a zombie. The words nearly made the female zombie king's legs give way. Bloody hell, was she found out. Fortunately, it turned out to be just a joke. The female zombie king, Yiqing Han, merely let out a sheepish giggle. She didn't dare respond either. This entire scene made Huan shake his head in disbelief as he watched. Come on, he had never encountered a zombie king this timid before. How did you even rise to this position? This was truly bizarre. But now was hardly the time to ponder such matters, since the main group had already planned to depart from this location. Now that they had learned the zombie king had been eliminated, it counted as a complete mission accomplishment. Li Qingxue saw no reason to waste any further time. She immediately ordered everyone to strike camp and leave. Of course, she hadn't forgotten to extend an invitation to Huan. After all, he was someone capable of defeating a one-star zombie king. At minimum, he was a powerhouse at the first rank of martial god. Someone of his caliber would rank among the very top in the military. If he could be recruited into the armed forces, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinarily advantageous opportunity. Predictably, however, Huan chose to decline. After all, given his current capabilities, joining the military would offer him no real advantages. Instead, it would only bring him countless troubles. Especially since Huan always kept one saying in mind: in the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the disaster itself, but human nature. Of course, Li Qingxue had anticipated this. After all, it was the end of the world, and he had become a martial god powerhouse in such a remarkably short span of time. How could he possibly be willing to work for others? Nevertheless, she still smiled and said, "It's all right, but I still hope that in the future, when the opportunity arises, we can collaborate together." Naturally, to this Huan didn't refuse. After all, the military would continue developing numerous high-tech weapons in the future. He might find use for them down the line. With Li Qingxue as an intermediary, there was a chance he could access them. And so shortly thereafter, the group returned to the safe zone. They began going their separate ways. Li Qingxue needed to return to the underground military base to report. The remaining major factions also dispersed back to their respective bases. Lin Yueyin naturally had to return as well. However, before departing, Huan gave her a watch. It was a miniature mechanical life form activated by Patek Philippe. It could be used for communication. This way, if anything happened, she could contact him immediately. In response, Lin Yueyin didn't refuse. She put it away directly and said, "Don't worry, with my current strength, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, we're so close to each other that I can come find you anytime." You're right. Upon careful consideration, it did make sense, so Huan smiled and said, "All right, then you should head back first." "Yes, okay. See you later." She gave a slight wave, knowing that the longer they chatted, the harder it would be to part. So she offered a gentle smile, though reluctant to leave, before quickly heading back to the city with her people. Watching Lin Yueyin return to the city, Lin Xiao beside him began teasing once more. "Yo, Huan, look at you. This is the first time I've seen you so worried about a woman." "Nonsense." But snapping back to reality, Huan responded with complete confidence, "She's my only cousin on my mother's side." Lin Xiao. The statement seemed off somehow, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong with it. "All right, let's just head back and talk about it later." But Huan had no patience for further discussion, so he simply led Lin Xiao and the female zombie, Yiqing Han, back to the shelter. Upon arriving back at the shelter, he found that Chen Mingyao and the others had already returned, having gathered quite a substantial amount of supplies. Seeing Huan return, they eagerly greeted him. "Oh, brother, Huan's sister Lin Xiao, you're back." Who is this?" They had noticed Yi Qinghan as well and asked with curiosity. Oh, when it came to this, Yi Huan didn't hide anything and simply introduced her new member, female zombie king Yi Qinghan. Well, upon hearing the first half, the women were quite enthusiastic. They had assumed he had rescued yet another survivor from somewhere. But when they heard the latter part, female zombie king, the women were completely stunned. What the heck, a female zombie king? Wait, were you supposed to go out and kill the zombie king? And you brought her straight home? They clearly remembered how things had unfolded that morning. She had left with her cousin, stating her intention to eliminate the zombie king. To obtain the zombie crystal, the loot would definitely be substantial. Goodness, the rewards were indeed considerable. But you actually brought back a living zombie king. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan remove her black robe hood, revealing that exquisitely beautiful and sweet face, even the women were momentarily stunned. Sigh. In this day and age, do all female zombie kings have to be so stunningly beautiful? With her standard 170cm tall figure, exquisite slender waist, and beautiful, yet delicately timid demeanor that stirred protectiveness, she looked absolutely identical to that actress Sun Zhenyi, who portrayed the little fox in love between fairy and devil. Brother Yi Huan. Chen Mingyao was so stunned she could hardly speak, blurting out in disbelief. Are you absolutely certain you brought back a female zombie king and not the actress Sun Zhenyi? Yi Huan was a bit perplexed by those words. He also took a closer look, and indeed they bore a striking resemblance. But being stared at by so many people made Yi Qinghan even more frightened, because she realized, holy cow, everyone here seemed to possess significantly greater power than she did. So she fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and carefully replied, I don't know which female celebrity you're referring to. Seeing how adorable Yi Qinghan was, the women immediately burst into laughter. They hadn't realized this female zombie king was so cute. And from the look of it, Yi Huan, you used the gene serum on her, didn't you? Otherwise it would be impossible for her to show not a single trace of zombie markings. That's correct. Nodding slightly, Yi Huan didn't conceal anything. She has already become a normal human now, with only the abilities of a female zombie king retained. Oh, I see. At those words, the women suddenly understood. I was wondering why she didn't have any zombie traits at all. So it really was the gene enhancement serum. But that works out perfectly. This way she's become a normal person, Chen Mingyao said with a smile. Indeed. Yi Huan gave a slight nod, remaining non-committal. After all, the gene serum's effects were remarkably good. Of course, he didn't forget the crucial question. Forget about that. By the way, how did your trip today go? Oh. At this, the women didn't hold anything back. Chen Mingyao laughed and said, today we went to a city over 500 kilometers away. It had already been overrun by zombies, and a glacial storm had erupted there. We gathered quite a lot of supplies there. Mainly food. She shook the ring on her hand. It turned out Chen Mingyao and the other women were no longer content with gathering supplies nearby. So they simply had Vertigo take them all the way to a coastal city. There they discovered several large cargo ships. They were imported vessels that had been docked at the port since the apocalypse began. The ships had never been moved, even zombies hadn't been able to get inside. Inside were all kinds of imported food, especially liquid nitrogen frozen fruits such as durian, strawberries, and cherries, along with bread, biscuits, mineral water, canned meat, and more. They were packed to the brim, totaling over 10,000 tons. Even in ordinary times, this would have been a great find, let alone after the apocalypse. Quite a haul. Hearing this, even Yi Huan was a little surprised. Over 10,000 tons of food, and all imported. Exactly. Chen Mingyao smiled. There was also quite a bit of red wine, but it all froze solid in the bitter cold. Fortunately, that was no big deal. We just had to take it out and let it thaw. As she spoke, Chen Mingyao took a bottle of red wine straight out of her spatial ring. Sure enough, it was frozen rock hard. Fortunately, the temperature here was above 20 degrees. Moisture began to appear on the bottle's surface at a visible rate. It was thawing. Not bad, not bad. Yi Huan watched with great satisfaction and smiled. It seems your ability to gather supplies has improved quite a bit lately. But unexpectedly, Chen Mingyuan giggled upon hearing this. Brother Yi Huan, this isn't our credit at all, right? Zhang Mengli, standing beside her, also said happily, it's all Hurricane's doing. The whole world has frozen over now and thick clouds are blocking satellite reconnaissance. Signals can't get through at all, but Hurricane can easily contact Lightning to obtain precise data. It's with that data that we can accurately locate those supplies. So that's how it is. Yi Huan nodded upon hearing this. No wonder those women were so impressive at gathering supplies. Hurricane was scouting for them. Of course he already knew this. Now that the glacial storm had erupted, communication satellites around the world were paralyzed. Even the top leaders of every nation had no idea what was actually happening outside. The entire Earth had become a hunting ground for Transformers. As long as something wasn't seen with the naked eye, there was no problem at all. This was also why Yi Huan let them move out at will. But this wasn't enough. The glacial storm would last only about a month. When that time passed, temperatures would rise and the ice would melt. The whole world would return to normal temperatures. So we have to take advantage of this time to gather even more supplies. Yi Huan said to the girls. Understood. Hearing this, the girls naturally did not hesitate, nodding excitedly without the slightest reservation. By now they had fallen in love with this crazy feeling of gathering supplies. Think about it. When the temperature was 100 degrees below zero, everyone else hid underground afraid to come out frozen half to death. But they could freely step into that terrifying world of ice and snow and unhesitatingly collect whatever supplies they needed. That feeling was absolutely incredible. Of course, besides this, Huan hadn't forgotten to help the women raise their strength again. After all, the 5 women had already reached the level of second-rank Valkyries. However, now that he himself had become 10,000-fold stronger, how could he let them lag too far behind? Especially since the glacial storm would be followed by a worldwide dense fog. When that happened, quite a few mysterious beings would appear. Although second-rank Valkyries were already strong, it would be good to raise them a few more levels, just in case. So he directly took out another 50 third-rank zombie crystals and gave each of them 10. That would be just enough to push them to the 5th-rank martial god level, equivalent to 5-star martial gods. Naturally, the women didn't stand on ceremony. They each took the zombie crystals and swallowed them. Very soon, they felt their power rising. But fully digesting the power and reaching the 5th-rank Valkyrie level would still take about 5 days. Even so, 5th-rank Valkyries. Even in his previous life, they would have been among the top-tier experts. Oh, of course, that was only in terms of raw power. As for combat experience, they still had a long way to go. But there was no rush, they could train slowly. Of course, Huan also didn't forget the newly joined little zombie queen beside him. He gave her 10 first-rank zombie energy crystals as well. After Yi Qinghan swallowed them, she felt her power rising with such speed that she blurted out, "Whoa, this is way too fast." A look of shock spread across her pretty face. After all, when she had devoured those first-rank zombie cores before, her power had only increased by 2 or 3 times. The absorption rate was far too low, but now it had actually increased tenfold. This was far too satisfying. As expected, following brother Huan here had far more promise than being a zombie queen. She looked at Huan with overwhelming joy, almost ready to pledge herself to him right then and there. Of course, Huan had no idea what this little girl was thinking in her heart. Had he known, he might have wondered, a female zombie. What would that even feel like? But for now, Huan waved his hand and said, "Don't get too excited. These next few days you'll have to come along and gather supplies too." "No problem, no problem." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan nodded excitedly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. Thus, the following days proved to be relatively straightforward. All Lin Xiao and her companions had to do each day was gather various supplies. Clearly, the vicinity of Jinling could no longer satisfy their needs. So every day they had Hurricane carry them across the vast expanse of the land, soaring over the northern and southern rivers and mountains. They visited regions that had already fallen into ruin. Upon arriving at each city, without a second thought, they would have Hurricane use reconnaissance to ascertain the surrounding situation. Then, brandishing the miniaturized energy hand cannon provided by the weapons expert, the land combat soldier, they would take aim at the desired warehouse. A hum, a boom, a single blast of devastating energy cannon fire. Even in the bitter cold amidst temperatures of 100 degrees below zero, the frozen iron gates would burst open all the same. Then with a resounding thud, they'd kick the wreckage aside and shoulder their energy rifles. Chen Mingyao turned to her younger sister Chen Mingyuan and said, "Go on in. Take everything." He got it. Needless to say, Chen Mingyuan wasted no time wielding her spatial ring as she began a frenzied bout of hauling. Whatever she laid her eyes on, regardless of its nature, all of it was swept up without discrimination. Everything was stuffed inside without a second thought. Naturally, their gathering efforts did follow a criterion. They predominantly targeted the finer things in life, the delicious and the exquisite. Alternatively, they sought luxury fruits preserved in liquid nitrogen. After that came medicine. As Huan had stated, medicine was incredibly valuable in the apocalypse, especially disinfectants, antibiotics, bandages, glucose, and the like. So upon arriving at any location, Chen Mingyao's first order of business was to have Hurricane locate the positions of such supplies. Then they'd sweep in and plunder everything in sight. But Lin Xiao, on the other hand, operated differently. Her targets were the major ports. She had already tasted the sweetness of finding treasure in those places before. So she brought Yi Qinghan and Jiang Mengli along to gather supplies from the ports. And Lin Xiao didn't need to employ sonic waves for reconnaissance, because Yi Qinghan was the zombie queen. Wherever she went, the lower-tiered, still active zombies of the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks served as her eyes and ears. She could obtain a clear understanding of each region's condition with ease. This allowed them to locate places with supplies even more easily. For instance, cargo ships at various major ports that hadn't had time to unload before the apocalypse erupted. Their goods were all still aboard. The vast majority of these cargoes were imported goods. Things like alcoholic beverages, foodstuffs, liquid nitrogen, frozen fruits. There were also vitamins, multivitamin tablets, various nutritional supplements, and female beauty and skincare products. All were favorites among women, so they held nothing back. Lin Xiao directly ordered Vertigo to blast a massive hole into the side of the ship. Then, wielding Yi Huan's spatial ring, she performed a frenzied scan. Everywhere she passed was swept clean. Of course, this was rather tough luck for the other survivors, because they were still holed up in their underground shelters. Even some of the low-ranked ability users were no exception, given the bone-chilling temperatures of 100 degrees below zero. They couldn't necessarily withstand it either. And even if they could, the moment they ran into zombies, they'd immediately turn tail and flee, because the weakest ones were already third rank. Rather than take the risk, it was safer to just remain underground in their shelters. So when they heard the terrifying sonic booms and explosions outside, accompanied by the rumbling thunder of blasts, it triggered panic among many survivors. They assumed some new apocalyptic monster had appeared out there. This made them even less willing to venture out, so they prudently hid underground. Up above, though, Lin Xiao and her crew couldn't be bothered with that. After all, gathering supplies was the name of the game. Over the course of that month, they had to be industrious. Of course, they were also considerate. They didn't wipe things out entirely. At each location they visited, they only absconded with the rarer supplies. They didn't compete with ordinary survivors for basic survival necessities, mainly because their spatial rings had limited space and a single city's worth of goods was nearly enough to fill them completely. Even so, moving to a new place every day, they managed to finish within just 1 week. The major domestic ports that possessed any supplies were all completely ransacked by them. Even Huan, upon learning of this news, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Women, when it came to a zero-cost shopping spree, could be absolutely wild. It's only been a few days, and you've already looted all the major ports. What now? Over the radio came Lin Zhao's helpless voice. There's nothing left, so what do we do now? What do you mean, what now? How about you try going abroad? Yi Huan replied with feigned exasperation. Hey, that remark, however, made Lin Zhao's eyes light up. It gave her an idea. That's actually a brilliant idea, no kidding. Vertigo, have Raid make a trip over here. Take us to Eagle Country, though I've never been there before. Over the radio came a gurgling sound from Raid. Oh, what's that noise? Yi Qinghan found the strange sound rather puzzling. Oh, nothing, hick. Nothing at all, I'm on my way. The moment those words fell atop an abandoned cargo ship on the Yangtze River. Boom. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, and a massive hole was instantly blasted through the deck. Then from within that hole climbed out a colossal machine, 15 meters tall, coated in a handsome gray finish with an extraordinarily robust mechanical skeleton. The very next second, boom, he directly transformed into a J-20 fighter jet, and after emitting a horrific sonic boom vanished into the clouds in a strikingly cool pose. Meanwhile, Lightning, who was cruising through outer space, happened to witness the scene. With gleeful schadenfreude, he immediately notified Hurricane, who was taking Chun Mingyao and the others on their daily excursions. Hurricane, your base just got destroyed. What a... At that moment, Hurricane was carrying Chun Mingyao and the others back from the northern regions. Upon hearing the news, he nearly plummeted from the sky in fury. Hey! The sudden lurch scared Chun Mingyao out of her wits, and she quickly cried out. Hurricane, don't do anything reckless. We're 10,000 meters up. Our chances of surviving a fall aren't exactly high. Got it. Huh. On the surface, Hurricane remained as steady as a rock, but inside his heart was bleeding. No doubt that blasted Raid had drunk his fill again. His fuel tank was definitely empty by now. Raid, you just wait. When I get back, I'll skin you alive. With that thought burning in his mind, Hurricane flew over a frozen oil field. His mechanical eyes, now glowing red from anger, brightened once more. He turned to Chun Mingyao and said flatteringly, Sister Yao, you still got plenty of space in your spatial ring, don't you? Why, oi. The moment she heard this, Chun Mingyao thought he was after her belongings. She quickly covered her little hands and warned him, Hurricane, don't you dare get any ideas. There's nothing in my spatial ring you could even use. Her miserly attitude was just like the boss's. Seeing this, Hurricane couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Nevertheless, he quickly forced an ingratiating laugh. Of course not. What I meant was, if there's room, see that oil field down there. Could you maybe grab me some crude oil? You know I've been following you around for days now. If nothing else, I've been loyal and worked hard, right? Oh, I get it now. Hearing this, the understanding Chun Mingyao's stunningly beautiful face broke into a charming smile. Why didn't you just say you wanted to get yourself a little drink? Yes, exactly. Sister Yao, your wisdom is truly beyond compare. My admiration for you flows like a mighty river, unending and everlasting. All right, cut the flattery. Chun Mingyao couldn't help but wonder where on earth these guys had learned all these grandiloquent phrases. Still thinking about it, they really had worked hard over the past few days. So she reluctantly conceded, fine, I suppose I can give you some. But only about 2,000 tons. Space is limited. That's perfect, Sister Yao. No problem at all. 2,000 tons. He'd have enough to drink for a whole month. Overjoyed, Hurricane immediately retracted his tail fins and went into a dive toward the oil well. Today I'm going to find out just what this crude oil tastes like. Of course, Huan paid no heed to all that. A little friction among the transformers was not a bad thing. Far better than those cold, emotionless mechanical life forms. Besides, their squabbles were only petty mischief and jokes. Moreover, he had far more important matters to attend to. The amphibious landing ship had discovered an abandoned Eagle Nation destroyer adrift in the vast Pacific Ocean. It immediately reported over the radio, which piqued his interest. Are you saying another derelict Eagle Nation destroyer has been found at sea? Yes, Master, came the amphibious landing ship's dull mechanized voice over the radio, as if from the depths of the starry sky. It was utterly unlike ordinary transformers. As it turned out, the amphibious landing ship had remained at Shuhai Port. But after the glacial storm struck, it was forced to leave and drift toward the Pacific. After all, staying there would have meant being frozen solid. The Pacific was different though. Despite the glacial storm's fury and temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius, the ocean was so vast and fearsome that it still could not be frozen completely. So the amphibious landing ship simply made for the Pacific, carrying several transformers with it, as it broke through the ice and sailed on, awaiting Huan's orders at any moment. Then by sheer chance it discovered an abandoned destroyer trapped in a frozen zone. It immediately reported the find to Huan. Huan was quite intrigued by the news. After all, it was a destroyer. Aside from its inherent strength, there might very well be something valuable aboard. At that thought, Huan said at once, "Have the Apache come pick me up so I can take a look." "Yes, understood, revered master." Upon receiving the order, on an unnamed island somewhere in the Pacific aboard the amphibious landing ship, the Apache attack helicopter slowly lifted off amid a thunderous roar in the -100-degree chill. It then sped toward the Jinling safe zone, where Huan was. In about 2 hours the Apache arrived. Huan was already waiting atop the shelter. Seeing the Apache approaching slowly, he wasted no time and quickly climbed into the attack helicopter's cockpit. Then they headed deep into the Pacific. 2 hours later, they arrived above the ocean's depths, looking down from an altitude of 3,000 meters. The vast Pacific was no longer the boundless expanse of blue water and clear sky it had once been. In its place was nothing but wind and snow. Near some islands, thick ice had already formed along more than 10 kilometers of coastline, and it was still spreading at a visible speed. Elsewhere, seawater froze in an instant as the waves rose and fell, then spread just as quickly. Thick icebergs had even appeared in many places. It was as if they had arrived at the Arctic or Antarctic. Is this really the Pacific? Even Huan felt somewhat dazed at the sight. He could not help but marvel. This disaster was truly terrifying. The Pacific could actually become the Antarctic. That showed just how dreadful -100 degrees Celsius could be. But that was not his main concern. Through a god's eye view, Huan had already spotted the amphibious landing ship, not far away, still breaking through the ice as it advanced. On the landing ship's deck, the 3-member amphibious squad, those big fellows, had already assumed their transformer forms. They were wantonly causing destruction while also carrying out reconnaissance. When they saw Huan return, the 3 big fellows waved excitedly. "Let's go down." Seeing this, Huan immediately ordered the Apache. "Yes, master." The Apache replied in a hoarse voice. It then flew toward the amphibious landing ship and landed steadily on the deck, waiting for Huan to get off. With a whir and clanks, it swiftly transformed into a behemoth roughly 12 meters tall. Meanwhile, the 3-member amphibious squad marched over with heavy mechanical footsteps and saluted Huan reverently. "We greet our revered master." Huan nodded slightly and asked, "Where is that Eagle Nation military destroyer?" At this, the leader of the amphibious trio immediately pointed at the ice mountains nearby and said, "Hey master, 10 kilometers through the ice. That's where the destroyer is." "Oh." Following the direction, Huan glanced at the towering ice mountain roughly 400 meters high and stretching for more than 10 kilometers. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Then what are we waiting for? Come with me and take a look." "Yes, master." Hearing this, the big fellows immediately followed Huan and leaped off the deck, landing on the ice with a thunderous boom. Fortunately, the ice was thick enough, fully 7 or 8 meters. Otherwise, it might not have withstood the impact. Even so, the moment the big fellows landed, countless shards of ice and snow splashed into the air. Thus, 1 man and 4 colossal machines, Apache and the 3-member amphibious squad, followed Huan along the route recorded earlier. Soon they arrived near the destroyer that had rammed into the ice mountain. Before them was an oversized destroyer nearly 200 meters long, trapped in the frozen sea. A truly awe-inspiring sight. Add to that its enormous deck and bulwarks, with the hull rising more than 10 meters above the surface. And that was only the visible part. Who knew how much deeper it went beneath the ice? By now the entire destroyer was covered in ice and snow, and the deck area had been smashed as well. With snow swirling all around and the hull locked in ice, the scene was one of utter desolation. Even Huan began to doubt his eyes. Was this really a ship from just a week ago? It felt as though it had been sitting here for years. "Go check it out." He did not waste time and directly ordered the big fellows to board the ship. "Yes, master." At the command, the Apache moved first. It transformed a massive steel blade from its rotor wings and thrust it directly into the warship's hull. In a few deft moves, it had climbed up. The amphibious squad, meanwhile, used all sorts of methods. Some held ice blades while others grabbed the iron cables and hauled themselves up. Once on board, they scanned and inspected the massive warship. Huan too made a light leap and landed on the tilted deck. There were many frozen zombies on board, and they were indeed wearing Eagle Nation naval uniforms. Clearly the entire ship had been stricken by infection. While the deck was quite bare, there was not even an attack helicopter left. Presumably when the ship slammed into the ice mountain, they had all tumbled into the sea. Sure enough, at that moment the Apache, having finished its inspection, walked over and said to Huan, "Master, I've checked it. This is a zombie warship, clearly an abandoned vessel.